Chapter 1. Recent events in the New World have been quite numerous. Foremost among them is the tea party organized by Big Mom on Cake Island, where she has invited a plethora of prominent figures, including formidable pirates and elite individuals from various professions. The eyes of the vast ocean have been drawn to the location of Big Mom's tea party, Cake Island. Consequently, Big Mom summoned all of her children to ensure that the inaugural tea party would proceed without a hitch. On Cake Island, Roland gazed blankly at the scene before him, feeling as though he were in a daze. The animated teacups and utensils bewildered him, accompanied by the strange yet surprisingly pleasant music. Wait, where am I right now? Ding. Congratulations, host, on arriving in the world of One Piece. I am the explosive system, and I will score you based on the astonishing feats you perform, providing random rewards according to your score level. The world of One Piece. He had traversed into the realm of One Piece. Roland's eyes widened, and his heart surged with tumultuous excitement. As a devoted fan of pirates, if his memories serve him correctly, he had only seen this very scene before at Big Mom's domain, which meant he had crossed over in her territory. Prometheus, what's wrong? You seem off. A voice called from nearby. It was a cloud, entirely gray and white, leisurely drifting toward him. Seeing the cloud's expression, as though it had been drained of all vitality, Roland suddenly recalled its name. Raijin Zeus. Wait, he just called me Prometheus. Could it be that I have inhabited the body of Prometheus? Realization washed over Roland, and he quickly attuned himself to his body. He felt immense power surging within him, instinctively channeling this newfound strength. In an instant, Roland, who had been roughly the same size as Raijin Zeus, suddenly expanded, a searing force erupting from him, scorching the earth, heating the air until the ground cracked under the intense heat. Ding! Raijin Zeus is astonished by the host's actions. Evaluation. B. Reward. Complete fusion of soul with Prometheus, freeing him from Charlotte Linland's control. Ding! News Tycoon Morgan is astonished by the host's actions. Evaluation. B. Reward. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Ding! Queen Stussy of the Pleasure District is astonished by the host's actions. Evaluation. B. Reward. Transformation technique max. As the electronic notifications echoed, waves of memories flooded Roland's mind, all related to the techniques he could now wield. Before he could fully comprehend these new abilities, Katakuri and other powerful figures rushed in. Prometheus, what are you doing? Are you betraying Mama? Katakuri did not attack first. He glared at Prometheus, fully aware that despite being a homie created by Mama, he would not easily overlook such disruption at the tea party. Roland, who had just begun to regain his composure, erupted in fury upon hearing Katakuri's words. I'm not Prometheus. I am Roland. Remember my name. Perhaps due to having absorbed the original soul of Prometheus, Roland's temperament had grown quite volatile. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Roland opened his mouth wide, concentrating the intense flames in one place before unleashing a powerful blast. Faced with Prometheus' sudden offensive, Katakuri narrowed his eyes. Protect the guests at all costs. We must not allow them to be harmed. Mama takes this tea party very seriously. With that, Katakuri unleashed a punch, his arm coated in armament hockey, crashing into the fireball Roland had expelled. In an instant, flames erupted, raining down and igniting a conflagration. The intensity of the fire was overwhelming, threatening to consume everything. Ding! Katakuri is astonished by the host's power. Evaluation. A. Reward. Basic armament hockey, basic observation hockey, basic conquerors hockey. Another electronic notification resounded in Roland's mind, bringing him immense joy. In the world of One Piece, the three forms of hockey were the ticket to becoming a powerhouse, and now Roland had acquired them with relative ease. It seemed that by consistently acting outside the norm, he could rapidly enhance his strength. Prometheus, I will not let you off the hook for disrupting Mama's tea party. You shall perish. Katakuri transformed his arm into a machine gun-like shape, hardening it with armament hockey. Twin Machi Blade Barrage, he uttered, unleashing a barrage of Machi bullets infused with hockey toward Roland. The bullets whistled through the air, creating a whoosh sound as they sliced through the atmosphere. A deluge of projectiles rained down, causing Roland's scalp to prickle, but merely that. As one of Mama's subordinates and the top of the suite commanders, do you really think armament hockey can buy my body? Roland allowed Katakuri's attacks to rain down upon him, his eyes brimming with confidence. Ding! Katakuri is once again astonished by the host's words, feeling a slight sense of despair. Evaluation S. Reward Strange Fire Golden Emperor Flame LV.1. Hearing the system's electronic voice, Roland's eyes sparkled with excitement. As a transmigrator, Roland understood just how formidable the Golden Emperor Flame was, even at LV.1. As the Golden Emperor Flame fused with his own fire, Roland felt an inexhaustible surge of energy coursing through him. Katakuri, let's engage in a grand battle. Roland roared, his scorching flames flaring up, shifting from a deep red to a brilliant gold, radiating heat that astonished those around him. They hastily fled the battlefield at their fastest pace. Ding! Charlotte Burley is astonished by the host's actions. Evaluation A. Reward Supreme Great Blade 12 Techniques Ganwu Zhuang. Ding! Ganwu Zhuang has been stored in the system warehouse. Raijin Zeus also snapped out of his stupor, exclaiming, "This is not the Prometheus. I know this is utterly terrifying." With that, Raijin Zeus hastily retreated from the skies. As for the comical Raijin Zeus, Roland paid him no mind. His thoughts were entirely focused on Katakuri, undoubtedly a formidable opponent, although he could not yet compare to future iterations of himself, lacking the foresight of observation hockey. Even so, his strength was sufficient to label him a monster. Roland channeled the golden flames, intensifying their brilliance. "I will not let you succeed." Katakuri first transformed his hand using the Machi fruit's ability into a cylindrical shape and then hardened it with armament hockey as he charged at Roland. Boom! Rumble! The Golden Emperor Flame crashed down upon Katakuri's fist, the temperature exceeding that of before by dozens of times, searing Katakuri's arm, blood dripping to the ground, only to be instantly vaporized by the intense heat. Had it not been for Katakuri's arm being enveloped in armament hockey, his limb would have likely been reduced to ash by the Golden Emperor Flame's searing heat. In contrast, Roland remained unharmed, radiating astonishing heat that scorched the air, rendering the atmosphere devoid of moisture, burning his throat with every breath. Such terror! Damn it! I can't even land a hit on his true form. Katakuri seethed inwardly, realizing that Prometheus possessed abilities akin to the Mera no Mi, yet it was not a Logia-type power, rendering armament hockey attacks ineffective. Coupled with the bizarre circumstances, Prometheus exhibited many abilities even they were unaware of, which was utterly terrifying. He felt there was no chance of victory. Katakuri pondered silently. As far as Roland was aware, in the original storyline, only Brook's Yomi no Mi could inflict harm upon him. It seemed he should find a moment to eliminate Brook so he could reunite with his crew sooner. 10 miles away from the battlefield, numerous individuals with binoculars observed the unfolding events. Particularly Morgan, the news tycoon, whose beak-like mouth stretched wide with a lewd grin, incessantly murmuring, "A tremendous scoop. Truly a tremendous scoop. I never anticipated that such an event would transpire at Big Mom's first tea party after becoming Yonko. I believe she will be extremely furious." At this point, Morgan turned to Queen Stussy beside him and inquired, "By the way, where is Mama? With her strength, she should have sensed the battle here by now." Morgan's mouth seemed to have a mind of its own, and just as Stussy was about to express her ignorance, the ground suddenly trembled, the sensation rippling from afar. "Behold, it is Big Mom. She has arrived." With Big Mom's arrival, the battle should conclude swiftly, do you not think? Not necessarily. Did you not observe that Katakuri could not inflict a single scratch on Prometheus? By the way, Prometheus is a homie created by Big Mom, isn't he? The ability to conjure such formidable homies indeed justifies her title as one of the 4 emperors. From a distance, the onlookers reveled in schadenfreude, engaged in fervent discussions. Particularly Morgan's, who thrived on chaos in his view. The more tumultuous the situation, The more sensational the news would be the following day, and, consequently, the greater his profits. On the battlefield, the earth blazed with flames, incinerating everything flammable in its path. Yet, nothing could impede Big Mom's advance. The licking tongues of fire could not so much as singe a hair on her formidable figure. Her already fearsome visage contorted into that of an enraged lion, her teeth clattering ominously as she hissed through clenched jaws. Prometheus, how dare you disrupt the tea party? This is unforgivable. Prepare to surrender your soul. Big Mom extended her stout arms, fingers curled in a grasping motion, intent on extracting Loring's soul. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. 5 seconds elapsed, yet Loring's soul remained intact, a fact that undoubtedly alleviated his anxious heart. How is this possible? Your soul was bestowed upon you by me. How could it possibly evade my grasp? Ding! Charlotte Linlin experiences shock due to the host evaluation. S. Reward. Swordmaster cultivation. Ding! Shock critical hit triggered. Evaluation doubled. SSS. Reward. Great Swordmaster cultivation. Great Swordmaster intent. Supreme Swordmaster talent. The successive electronic notifications caused the corners of Loring's mouth to curve upward. The shock system proved to be immensely powerful, enhancing his strength to such extraordinary heights in a mere instant. The situation slipped from Big Mom's control. She had initially bowed her head, fists clenched tightly, enveloped in a dark hue of hockey, her aura swelling ominously. Even guests approaching the tea party from afar could sense an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. I shall bring about your demise. Big Mom roared, stepping forward, her hefty fists re-emerging with a chilling gale, infused with scorching winds, hurtling towards Loring. The dense pressure of the wind was enough to slightly displace Katakuri from his position. Useless. Hockey cannot possibly strike me, Loring declared, but as the words left his lips, his expression shifted, and he hastily dodged to the side, sensing the imminent threat of the punch. I am well aware that hockey cannot touch you, which is precisely why I have infused it with the power of the soul fruit. Big Mom cackled maniacally, relentlessly swinging her fists, intent on slaying Loring where he stood. Loring shrank his form, seeking an opportunity to slip away. Remaining here would yield no benefits. Big Mom's appearance and his recent evasion would prevent the surrounding spectators from being eye-popping due to his actions, and he would not gain any additional powers. At that moment, a cunning scheme flickered in Loring's mind. On Cake Island, smoke billowed amidst the ruins, scattered debris evident everywhere. Loring minimized his size, dodging desperately amidst the onslaught of wind. Is this the might of a Four-Emperor? Just the force of her punches can unleash such remarkable combat prowess. Engaging in combat at such close quarters with one of the Four Emperors, Big Mom, deepened Loring's understanding of their formidable strength. Nevertheless, Loring was confident that with the shock system, he would ultimately surpass Big Mom and all the other Four Emperors. Seeing her attacks yield no results, Big Mom ceased her flailing fists, her brows furrowed in indignation as she continued to glare at Loring. Noticing this, Loring raised an eyebrow, a mischievous grin gracing his face as he taunted, Big Mom, why have you stopped? Have you lost your energy? Is this all the might a Four-Emperor possesses? Perhaps I should take your place. Loring incessantly provoked Big Mom with his words, causing an array of marks to erupt upon her forehead. Prometheus, Big Mom bellowed, her voice seething with fury as she commanded Napoleon. Zeus. Upon hearing her call, the blade atop Napoleon sprang forth, grasped firmly in Big Mom's hand, as she descended with a fierce momentum to cleave Loring in two. Before the strike could fully descend, a tempest erupted, accompanied by a flurry of earth and stone debris rushing towards Loring. The oncoming gale extinguished the smile from Loring's face, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness in the face of her impending strike. Golden Emperor's Inferno. Heavenly fire. Hockey. Loring enveloped himself in a blazing golden flame, the fire propelled by the winds, inadvertently amplifying the power of Big Mom's assault. 10 kilometers away from the battlefield, among the gathered spectators, all could feel the overwhelming might emanating from Big Mom, a force so potent it altered the very weather behind her. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, crackling with the terrifying flashes of lightning. Behind Roland, a searing heat rose, tinting the heavens with a crimson hue that on one side loomed the thunderous storm, while on the other, the fiery red glow divided the battlefield in two. Stussy, observing the spectacle, narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly. The scene was so vivid that a telescope was unnecessary. She turned to the media mogul Morgan beside her and inquired, "Who do you believe will emerge victorious?" Morgan, like others with telescopes, meticulously scrutinized the clash of energies. Despite his relatively modest strength, his keen insight and the power he wielded far surpassed that of most attendees at the gathering. "I firmly believe that Charlotte Linlin will ultimately triumph." Upon hearing Morgan's declaration, others quickly echoed in agreement. "We too believe that victory will belong to Big Mom. She is the Queen of the Seas." Should she be defeated at this juncture, the other three emperors would surely lose face. Indeed, it would incite many ignorant souls to challenge the remaining three emperors. Stussy's captivating gaze remained steady, although the distance was considerable. It did not hinder her from sensing the intensity between the two. "That I believe Prometheus might be the one to win." "Morgan, would you dare to wager?" "Of course I would," Morgan replied, setting aside his telescope. "You are practically offering me a gift, Stussy. What stakes do you wish to wager?" "Let us bet 5 devil fruits, or even a single top-tier devil fruit will suffice. That's no problem at all." Morgan laughed heartily, convinced that Big Mom was destined for victory. Before long, the fruits of the wager would be his, for who wouldn't he relish the prospect of newfound wealth, especially when it concerned the coveted treasure of the sea, devil fruits. Yet, Morgan couldn't resist asking, "What leads you to believe that Prometheus can best Big Mom?" "The reason? If I had to cite one, it would be a woman's intuition," Stussy replied with a light chuckle, her lips curving into a beautiful smile. Morgan merely shrugged. He possessed vast intelligence and connections, yet he found the enigmatic Stussy impossible to decipher. The debate over the strengths of both contenders continued. A palpable force emanated from the battlefield, causing a heavy silence to settle among the onlookers. The fierce wind, laden with countless shards of debris, was flung outward. The two forces collided. A figure suddenly appeared before Morgan, hands striking the ground, and a wall of glutinous rice shot up, halting the flying rubble. The crowd stood in stunned silence. After all, they were 10 kilometers away from the heart of the battle. While they knew Big Mom was formidable, this was beyond comprehension. Even media mogul Morgan rarely witnessed such a ferocious display of combat. The explosive force, accompanied by debris, reached such terrifying distances, showcasing the sheer power at ground zero. This was precisely why Katakuri had come here. Within the chaos of battle, he had no space to intervene and could only shield himself from the flying stones, a tale few would believe. This realization steeled Katakuri's resolve. He would train harder than ever. The explosion left a massive crater, stretching for miles, its surface marred with cracks, exuding an aura of desolation and decay as the brilliance around him dimmed. Roland, eyes closed, breathed in shallowly, appearing on the verge of collapse. Observing Roland, who lay motionless on the ground, Big Mom's expression grew heavier. She had never been injured since birth, her skin untouched by even the faintest scratch. Yet the recent explosion had singed her. Although she swiftly recovered, the burn was undeniable. Meanwhile, Morgan sighed from afar, lamenting Roland's potential demise. For him, news of the living and the dead held vastly different values. Yet he had won the wager, securing devil fruits. Hardly a loss. Indeed, it was Big Mom who triumphed. Witnessing such a fierce battle was not in vain. This confrontation would undoubtedly solidify her status as one of the 4 emperors. It seemed this clash would intimidate many naive challengers. As the conversation flowed among the crowd, the atmosphere gradually lightened. Morgan turned to Stussy. "You still have time to back out." A hint of disappointment flickered in Stussy's eyes. Yet her smile remained unchanged. "Fear not, Morgan. I will not retract my wager." Both were titans in their respective fields. Morgan, the media mogul, and Stussy, the queen of the pleasure district, each holding a comparable stature. Nearby, Bruley approached Katakuri and tugged at his sleeve. "Did Mommy win?" "Yes, Mommy could never lose," Katakuri affirmed. The crowd held unwavering confidence in Big Mom. Aside from the other 3 emperors, none could rival her might. In the heart of the battlefield, Big Mom raised Napoleon slowly, preparing to deliver the final blow. "Prometheus, your demise shall be the price for disrupting the Tea Party. Prepare to meet your end." The sword, held aloft, descended swiftly. But in that instant, Roland, eyes still closed, uttered a nonchalant remark. Big Mom, do you wish to know the whereabouts of the nun? The light, airy words reached Big Mom's ears, causing her sword to halt mere strands away from its target. Roland, eyes shut, appeared serene, as if devoid of strength, entirely unlike the fierce fighter moments prior. Tell me, but should you deceive me, I will ensure your suffering is unfathomable. Big Mom refrained from attacking. The question struck at her very core. Leaving her defenseless, Roland smirked, his mouth curling into a mischievous grin. The nun has always been by your side. Big Mom's furrowed brow deepened, her voice low and menacing. What do you mean by that? It's quite simple. She has been consumed by you, wholly digested, forever intertwined with your essence, dough, and your companions too. All have been consumed. By you. Roland's words struck like a blade, piercing directly into Big Mom's most vulnerable point. Ding. Charlotte Linland suffered immense psychological trauma due to the host's words. Rating: SSS. Reward: Universal Doll. Recognizing his scheme's success, Roland abruptly opened his eyes, enveloped in a swirling inferno, the Golden Emperor's flames intertwining with the essence of the Sword Master, launching a lethal assault at the momentarily stunned Big Mom. The mastery of the sword, felt during his earlier meditation, erupted in full force in sword style. Fiery tempest. With Roland's whispered incantation, a surge of heat erupted around him, blending the Swordmaster's aura with the searing intensity of the Golden Emperor's flames and the sharpness of his haki. Cutting through all. Boom. Bang, bang, bang. Boom. The powerful strike landed mercilessly upon Big Mom's shoulder, shattering her defenses and sending the stunned giant hurtling back, carving a deep trench in the earth as she crashed through several relatively intact structures. Skidding for hundreds of meters before finally halting at the edge of the crater, the wind stilled, the dust settled, and sunlight streamed through the clouds, bathing Roland in warmth and comfort. The massive cake island fell into a stunned silence. Everyone rendered speechless by the rapid turn of events. Brother, why did this happen? Bruley swallowed hard, her wide eyes filled with shock. Not only others, but even Katakuri struggled to comprehend the unfolding chaos. The crowd was overwhelmed. The mightiest Big Mom had been toppled. Ding. Katakuri experienced 3 simultaneous shocks due to the host's actions. Rating: SS. Reward: Golden Emperor's Flames LV.2. Ding. Stussy was equally astonished by the host's actions. Rating: A. Reward: a complete set of Stussy's intimate clothing. Ding. Morgan was overwhelmed with excitement due to the actions of the host. Evaluation: A. Reward: 5 billion berries. Ding. Charlotte Brule was utterly astonished by the host's deeds. Evaluation: A. Reward: the key to the mirror world, only effective for those with the mirror fruit ability. The incessant chimes echoed in Roland's mind, prompting him to erupt in laughter. However, he found himself at a loss regarding Stussy's intimate garments. What on earth was that? This absurd system. In this battle, Roland emerged victorious, regardless of the means he employed. He ultimately struck Big Mom. The news tycoon Morgan's lips twitched as he looked incredulously at Stussy beside him and asked, "Did you foresee this all along?" "What do you mean by foresaw?" Stussy's disappointment had vanished, replaced by a glimmer of amusement in her eyes, as she mused to herself, "Prometheus, you have certainly brought me quite the surprise." Morgan scoffed, entirely unconvinced by her words. A woman's words are mere phantoms. Later, I will have the newsbird deliver the devil fruit to Pleasure Street on the battlefield. The highest combatant, Katakuri, felt beads of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. He yearned for vengeance for his mother, yet felt utterly powerless, acutely aware that he could not withstand Prometheus. Just as Katakuri pondered how to obstruct him, Roland soared high into the air, looking down upon everyone, and declared, "I thoroughly enjoyed this tea party. For the next one, do remember to send me an invitation, or else don't blame me for crashing it." After leaving this remark, Roland, indifferent to their thoughts, shrank his form and flew towards the island's outskirts, to a deserted area beyond their perception, where he utilized his transformation technique. This left the astonished crowd exchanging glances in disbelief. Transformed, Roland possessed a visage as striking as a sculpted statue, his features sharply defined and exquisitely handsome. Though he appeared somewhat unrestrained, the fiery intensity in his eyes commanded respect. His prominent nose and lips, perfectly proportioned, resembled those of a classical beauty, and the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth added an air of mystery. After licking away the blood at the corner of his mouth and savoring the metallic taste within, Roland felt a throbbing headache from the dislocation of his organs and slightly furrowed his brows. Just moments ago, in his solar form, his body had lacked organs, leaving him to endure excruciating pain. However, after employing the transformation technique, his injuries became manifest. After all, Big Mom's strike was formidable, infused not only with the powers of the Soul Fruit, but also with advanced Conqueror's Haki. Unlike the newly awakened Conqueror's Haki, which merely intimidated the weak, this advanced version could influence the very structure of reality, truly terrifying. In a dimly lit alley, Roland leaned against a wall, sensing his injuries gradually healing, and exhaled in relief. After all, possessing the physique of a great swordsman, merely shifting his internal organs and suffering ruptured blood vessels was not a grave concern. With his transformed body, he should fully recover shortly. Seizing this moment, Roland retrieved items stored in the system's repository, his anticipation palpable. The first item was the renowned Ultimate Great Blade, 12 works. Ganwu Zhuo, as the highest quality weapon in the pirate world. Ganwu Zhuo was indeed remarkable. Its blade was nearly as long as Roland's own stature, with the hilt wrapped in golden threads, and the blade adorned with a chaotic pattern that it was said that anyone capable of wielding Ganwu Zhuo could unleash formidable slashes due to its inherent sharpness, thus justifying its place among the ultimate great blades. With this weapon, combined with Roland's great swordsman mastery and potential to become an unmatched great swordsman, he believed that such prowess would certainly etch his name across the seas. Without attempting to wield Ganwu Zhuo, he sheathed it, unlike Mihawk, opting to position it diagonally across his back, for its length made it somewhat cumbersome. As for placing it back in the system's repository? Please, how could he possibly do that? Strutting about with the ultimate great blade would allow him to bask in the envious glances of others. What a delight! Roland revealed a mischievous grin, and with his knife-like visage, any young maiden who glimpsed him would undoubtedly swoon. He then retrieved a small doll from the system's repository, no larger than the palm of his hand, yet he did not underestimate it, for it was an SSS-rated item dropped by Charlotte Linlin. How could it be anything less than extraordinary? System, what is the purpose of this item? Roland inquired. The system responded promptly. Ding. The universal doll can serve as a vessel for the host's energy, allowing for personality settings and remote control. Ignoring the latter part, Roland focused on the terms energy vessel and remote control. Precisely what he needed. This was truly a top-tier versatile item. System, I absolutely adore you. With this tool, his future exploits upon the high seas would be abundant, and most importantly, he need not fear the exposure of his identity. After placing the universal doll back into the system's repository, he took out a key. This key, dropped by Charlotte Brule, was a dream key, presumably designed to counter her mirror fruit. In a way, the mirror fruit was indeed a cheat. It might lack combat prowess, but as a supportive ability, it was undeniably top tier. With this key, Roland felt reassured against any future ambushes by Brule. However, he mused that even without this key, it mattered little. After all, Brule had a penchant for delivering her own head on a platter. Not overly concerned with the key, he tossed it into a corner of the system's repository. That moment, his gaze fell upon an indescribable object lying within the repository. Perhaps it was merely his imagination, but he could faintly discern a fragrant aroma emanating from it. System, tell me, do you have another name? Perhaps the perverse system? Ding. This system is named the explosive system, which scores the host based on their eye-catching actions and rewards randomly based on the score. The system's robotic response left Roland feeling exasperated. Though the system was somewhat stiff, as long as it facilitated his rapid ascent to power, he was content. In this brutal world, only strength could grant him the freedom to act as he wished. After resting for a while and feeling that his body had nearly recovered, Roland shouldered Ganwu Zhuo and made his way toward the port on the island. His battle with Big Mom had not impacted the port. Numerous merchant ships were still replenishing their cargo, preparing to transport it elsewhere for sale. Roland selected a particularly grand merchant vessel, leaping effortlessly aboard. Hurry up, you lot. Move your asses. If you keep dawdling, you won't be eating dinner tonight. A burly man with a full beard brandished a whip, mercilessly striking anyone who dared to lag behind in their cargo duties. The brute's strength was evident, as a single lash left flesh torn and bloodied. It was clear that the individuals aboard were enslaved, devoid of freedom, subjected to cruelty and abuse. The scene before Roland illuminated the brutal reality of the pirate world. Survival of the fittest. Noticing Roland standing at the ship's edge, The burly man raised his whip and bellowed, "What do you think you're doing? Don't you know this is one of the 4 emperors, Big Mom's merchant ship? Looking for death, are you?" The man's tone was repugnant. Causing Roland to furrow his brows slightly, he gently rested his hand upon the hilt of Ganwuzhua, and in an instant, a surge of sword energy shot into the sky, only for his hand to drop down again. "This is a punishment for your earlier disrespect. Depart immediately. I wish to leave this place before nightfall. Understand?" As the burly man prepared to raise his whip, he suddenly realized that his hand gripping the whip had vanished. Awakening to the intense pain, he screamed in agony, blood spraying forth, splattering across the deck. The slaves aboard, busy with their cargo, were left bewildered. Ding! Slave A was shocked by the host's domineering power. Evaluation. E. Reward. 1 bottle of Coca-Cola. Ding! Slave B was shocked by the host's domineering power. Evaluation. E. Reward. A skewer of fragrant grilled rice cakes. Ding! The System C was taken aback by the host's domineering prowess, rating it E, and awarded a photo of Chow Biluo in a compromising position. Enough, System, Roland scoffed internally, promptly silencing the system's notification chime. Who knows what other revelations might follow? If it were something good, it would be acceptable, but if another photo of Chow Biluo surfaced, Roland feared he might just spew blood. Once Roland reached his quarters, the burly man finally reacted. "Quick! Bandage me! Hurry!" At the Cake Island port, a merchant ship, appearing rather splendid, slowly departed the harbor. The man, who had lost his left arm, wore a pallid expression as he cautiously accompanied Roland. "Sir, there is plenty of food aboard. What would you like to eat? I'll have the chef prepare something immediately." Upon hearing the man's words, Roland rubbed his belly. Since arriving in the pirate world, he had yet to indulge in any culinary delights. Remembering the delectable meat that Luffy enjoyed in the original story, it would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted. Meat, the bigger the better. It must be truly satisfying. You understand? I understand. I understand. The man, hunching over, nodded vigorously, heedless of the blood seeping through his bandages as he dashed toward the kitchen. However, in the instant he turned, the smile on his face vanished, replaced by a fierce expression. "Damn it. How dare you give me orders? Just wait until I poison you." From his pocket, he retrieved a small porcelain vial, brimming with deadly toxin extracted from the morning flower. He was confident that it would surely do the trick that I in the kitchen. The man felt it was still insufficiently secured. He rummaged through a hidden compartment and produced a transponder snail, dialing the number of a subordinate of Big Mom, responsible for the protection of merchant ships, a number well known among those working in that field. "Sir, this is Jaka Bofin from the merchant ship that I'm informing you about the situation." He embellished the report before hanging up, a sinister smile spreading across his face. The burly Jaka Bofin entered the kitchen, observing the chef busily stir-frying the food, and a malevolent grin crept across his face. He sprinkled the powdered poison over the dishes, mixing it thoroughly. After ensuring there was no visible difference and that the food emitted an enticing aroma, Jaka Bofin pushed the serving cart toward the deck. A table had already been set up on the deck, where one could enjoy the sea breeze and gaze at the vast ocean while relishing the meal. A truly delightful experience. "Sir, the food is ready. Would you like to eat now?" Jaka Bofin rubbed his hands nervously, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Roland glanced at Jaka Bofin, noticing the perspiration, and assumed it was due to the kitchen's heat. He casually sat down and began to savor the tempting dishes. As it was his first meal in the world of One Piece, Roland instantly became enamored with the succulent meat before him. Rich, juicy, and utterly tender. Each bite burst with flavor, flooding his senses with delight. "This is fantastic," he exclaimed, fully engrossed in the culinary experience. Jaka Bofin watched Roland devour the food, a wicked grin stretching almost to his ears. "Eat. Eat. Soon, you'll be finished, even if you don't perish. Big Mom's subordinate will teach you a lesson." While silently cursing Roland, Jaka Bofin eagerly envisioned the moment Roland would kneel before him. He stealthily retreated from the deck, leaving Roland to enjoy his meal alone. As the delectable food continued to fill his stomach, Roland began to feel a slight discomfort. This unease gradually intensified, sapping his strength at an alarming rate, leading Roland to suspect he had been poisoned. "This guy, has he poisoned me?" Roland murmured softly, continuously assessing his body. Yet, the more he probed, the more he felt as if he were sinking into a quagmire, having just traversed into the pirate world. He had yet to fully grasp its dark underbelly. He had naively thought that by severing an arm and demonstrating his strength, Jacobofin would comply, but now it seemed a delusion. How naive I am. Roland lamented, before shoveling in a few more bites. Though poisoned, the flavors were undeniably exquisite. Just as he finished a table of food and patted his satisfied belly, he noticed several pirate ships adorned with Big Mom's flags slowly approaching. Without needing to think, he knew they had been summoned by Jacobofin. With a loud bang, the cabin door was kicked open, and Jacobofin emerged, his expression elated as he saw Roland reclining in the chair. How are you feeling now? Does it seem like you have little strength left? With each step he took closer to Roland, his face grew more menacing. Roland furrowed his brow. Could you keep your distance? Oh, what is the matter? Are you scared? Not at all. It's just that you're exceedingly ugly. If you stood further away, your scruffy beard might be bearable, but up close, it's truly repulsive. Your face is pockmarked. Why not plant something to fill those holes? Undoubtedly, Roland's words were sharp, igniting Jacobofin's fury. Damn it, you can only talk back now. Can't even grasp a sword. What can you do to me? Jacobofin retorted. If you call me Grandpa now, perhaps I might let you live. Otherwise what? Roland asked with intrigue. Jacobofin raised an eyebrow. Do you know who the captain of that ship is? He is the most adept enforcer in Big Mom's pirate crew. Anyone who falls into his hands meets a most agonizing demise. Let us see your despair before death, so it's not one of Big Mom's children. Hearing Jacobofin's words, Roland felt a tinge of disappointment. Since they're not her children. I won't waste time. Let us tidy you up quickly so you're not in my way. Jacobofin appeared incredulous, bursting into laughter. Ha! In your current state, you can hardly lift a finger. Who says I can't? I can still raise a finger. With that, Roland slowly lifted his middle finger at Jacobofin, and flames erupted around him. Prometheus form. In this state, the toxins within Roland's body were incinerated by the intense heat. In this world, no poison could harm him. Aboard the merchant ship, now transformed into Prometheus, Roland glanced down at Jacobofin, his imposing aura pressing down upon him. Jacobofin instantly lost his arrogant demeanor. His legs trembling, his body convulsing as he stammered, Monster, monster, ding. Congratulations to the host for stunning Jacobofin with the transformation, rating C, and awarded 1 ton of potent poison powder. Roland paid no heed to Jacobofin's words. Many in this world were labeled monsters, and he did not mind being one more. However, he was genuinely astonished by the ton of potent poison powder. This fellow had indeed provided something intriguing. If not for the system's storage space, Roland wouldn't know how to handle such items. For now, Jacobofin was merely a minor character, not worthy of Roland's concern. He soared into the sky. Where the sunlight appeared dulled in comparison to him, his body engulfed in a crimson flame with hints of gold, a sign of the fusion between the Golden Emperor's flame and his own innate fire. Captain, look over there. It's Lord Prometheus. A sailor pointed in horror at Roland, their eyes filled with terror. Shut up, my eyes aren't blind. I can see perfectly well, and don't call him Lord. Don't you know he has betrayed Mama? The captain's countenance darkened as he cast a wary glance towards Prometheus, his eyes betraying a sense of trepidation. However, inwardly, he was in a state of utter panic. After all, this was Prometheus. How could a mere underling like himself possibly contend with someone who could withstand the formidable Big Mom? Just as he began to voice his concerns, the scarred captain abruptly kicked the sailor into the water. He issued a decree. From this day forth, no inexperienced sailors would be recruited, not even those from the local populace. Do you understand? Understood, Captain. In contrast to the earlier sailor's reaction, the others remained relatively composed. Patch, turn and flee at once. No need to alert the other pirate ships, just escape. Let them hold off Prometheus for a moment. Yet, while the ideal was grand, reality proved harsh. Witnessing the scarred captain abandon his crew and change course to flee, disdain flickered in his eyes. This captain was undeniably decisive, capable of forsaking his comrades in an instant, an eerie trait that, from a certain perspective, rendered him a truly formidable individual. Yet, this very trait also ensured he would never reach the pinnacle of greatness. Do you truly believe you can escape my grasp with your meager strength? Before he could finish, Roland's body began to swell rapidly. This was Prometheus's unique ability, gigantification. As Roland expanded, flames erupted around him, the temperature soaring dramatically. The inferno, reminiscent of hellfire, radiated a golden hue, mercilessly scorching the sea, causing countless waves to evaporate. and the searing steam clung relentlessly to the pirates. Ah, it's scorching. My skin is burning. The flesh on my backside is cooking. How could the flesh on your backside be cooking? Could it be? The steam prison enveloped the 4 pirate ships tightly, and the pirates within the steam prison were all flushed, their bodies searing with heat. As time passed, their agony intensified. On the merchant ship, Jacob Van lay limply, utterly overwhelmed by the scene before him, a nightmarish tableau that shattered his worldview. Such a terrifying inferno had manifested right before his eyes, and he had just poisoned its food. It was over. He was utterly finished. As if his soul had been siphoned away, Jacob stared blankly at the unfolding chaos. The once steaming sea, as Roland's form gradually dispersed, transformed into a massive furnace, evaporating the steam and descending directly upon the pirate ships. Fire from the heavens. At that moment, the powerful flames infused with the essence of the Golden Emperor's burning heaven ignited upon contact with the pirate ships, causing them to explode in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. The 4 pirate vessels were reduced to splinters, vanishing without a trace. A pall of gray-black smoke enveloped the sea, lingering stubbornly. Just then, the smoke swirled as if a monstrous entity were about to emerge. As the encasing black mist receded, Roland finally beheld the true form of the shadow. It was the scarred captain. However, he was now severely burned, his injuries visible even through his armament hockey, a testament to the severity of his wounds. Undoubtedly, the scarred captain was a devil fruit user, wielding the powers of a Zoan-type fruit, specifically the swallow form, a rather mundane devil fruit in the grand scheme of things. The captain gazed at the tumultuous smoke over the sea, his bloodshot eyes fixated on Prometheus. Prometheus, why do you appear here? Of all places, why do you insist on crossing paths with me? Prometheus slowly extinguished the flames, a look of innocence gracing his features as he smiled at the scarred captain. You can't blame me. I never intended to come here. Yet some individuals simply cannot resist meddling, can they? Enough with the pleasantries. Battling you has already consumed far too much time without yielding any benefit. It is high time to bring this to an end. Roland smirked as the flames around him flared once more. Fire release. Great fireball technique, infused with the Golden Emperor's burning heaven, this time. The great fireball technique was anything but ordinary. Even Katakuri would find it challenging to withstand, let alone a mere patrolman. Aware of the vast scope of Prometheus's impending strike, the scarred captain realized he could not escape and could only envelop himself in hockey while his dark wings flapped furiously. Stirring a tempest, astonishingly, the gale bore the hockey as well. When the two forces collided, a thunderous roar echoed, and a blinding light flashed across the sky. Boom! On the boundless sea, the gray-black smoke gradually dissipated with the gusts of wind, revealing a figure with wings, cloaked in darkness, slowly being consumed by the ocean. This was the scarred captain, who had borne the brunt of the great fireball technique. Despite his resistance, the overwhelming flames proved too powerful, and he succumbed to an eternity of resentment as he descended into the inferno. When you meet the King of Hell, be sure to mention my name, Roland, as the flames receded into his body. Roland transformed back into his human form. With a sword sheathed on his back, he strode purposefully toward the prostrate Jacob Van. Upon witnessing Roland's imposing approach, Jacob realized the potent poison he had used against him had no effect, and despair washed over him. Sir, I was wrong. Please, spare me. Jacob knelt before Roland, tears streaming down his face, his head repeatedly striking the deck with a resounding thud. Roland gently caressed the hilt of his sword, a smirk playing on his lips. The intoxicating sensation of controlling another's fate was indeed exhilarating. Deliver me to the designated island within a day, and I shall spare your life. Hearing that he still had a chance to live, a glimmer of hope flickered in Jacob's eyes as he scrambled to his feet with renewed vigor. Yes, sir, no problem. I will command the merchant ship to accelerate. Observing Jacob's frantic activity, Roland's smile grew increasingly cold. Jacob truly proved his worth. Under his frantic supervision, the merchant ship finally reached the island Roland had demanded within a day. Jacob beamed with joy, a radiant smile gracing his face as he gasped for breath. Sir, Before Jacob could finish, a flash of steel sliced through the air with the swiftness of a blazing sun, albeit silently. Flame feast, a gentle nocturne. As Roland's words drifted through the air, Jacob's head tumbled to the ground, his expression frozen in a euphoric grin, as if he were celebrating his continued existence. Alas, from the very beginning, Roland had never intended to spare Jacob. Flame feast, a waltz, accompanied by another whisper, crimson light flickered, and countless sword energies coalesced into a vast array, swiftly slaughtering the remaining slaves aboard the merchant ship, lest they betray his identity. With his sword returned to its sheath, Roland departed from the merchant ship, venturing alone onto the island. This island, designated as Island 824, was one of the territories under the control of the Navy, most of which were numbered accordingly. Notices plastered everywhere bore the seal of the newly appointed Fleet Admiral Sengoku. A gentle breeze wafted through as Roland entered the island's quaint town, which was sparsely populated, though cheers echoed from a distance. It seemed the Navy's grip on the New World was not as feeble as one might imagine. At the very least, the locals appeared quite enthusiastic during the conscription process, bearing the formidable Gan Wuzhua on his back. Luo Lin exhibited no restraint in his overwhelming aura. At this moment, Luo Lin's prowess had reached the pinnacle of the great swordsman realm. Mere enlightenment away from ascending to the heights of an unparalleled swordsman like Eagle Eye, with just a single realization, he could transcend into an entirely new domain, the formidable presence of a peak great swordsman. Perceptible to those with keen senses and considerable strength, stood out like a beacon in the night. In the square, Major General Weasel, who had been observing the physical tests, momentarily froze, his expression shifting to one of stern seriousness. Wasn't this recruitment drive supposed to go smoothly, far exceeding our targets? Why does your expression seem so displeased? The curious colonel beside him inquired. Dispatch orders. Focus your attention. This recruitment may be interrupted by an uninvited guest. Uninvited guest? Who dares? The colonel fell silent under the penetrating gaze of Major General Weasel. The young men engaged in various physical tests, preparing to join the Navy, sensed the shift in atmosphere, turning their gazes towards the Major General. Clad in a light purple striped suit, deep blue shirt, tie, punk hairstyle, and a beard, Luo Lin strolled toward the square, his tall figure capturing the attention of all. The imposing Gan Wuzhua, nearly matching his height, caused Major General Weasel's brow to furrow increasingly. As a Vice Admiral of the Navy, his extensive knowledge allowed him to discern the overwhelming sword intent emanating from Luo Lin, far surpassing his own. This was an exceedingly formidable individual. The overwhelming aura he had sensed earlier must have originated from this very person. Ding! The host's aura, as fierce as a beast, left Major General Weasel astounded. Evaluation. B. Reward. 6 styles of the Navy shave. Upon hearing the system's electronic voice, a flicker of thought crossed Luo Lin's mind. He had not anticipated that Major General Weasel would be so generous as to yield the shave technique from the Navy's 6 styles. Indeed, his choice had proven correct. A vice admiral with a B-level evaluation could award him such a technique. It was unfathomable to consider what a general or admiral might bestow. Yet, before that, Luo Lin must first enhance his own strength. Major General Weasel turned to the village chief, inquiring whether this individual had ever appeared on the island. The village chief adjusted his reading glasses, peering at the approaching Luo Lin, and slowly shook his head. Before the elderly chief could utter a word, Major General Weasel stepped forward, commanding, "Recruitment for the Navy. Unauthorized personnel. Leave immediately." Hearing the Major General's words, Luo Lin smiled. "My good sir, please do not misunderstand. I have aspired to become a naval officer since childhood. Upon hearing of your recruitment efforts in the vicinity, I hastened here from afar." Major General Weasel's vigilance only intensified at this statement. If he truly yearned for a life in the Navy, why had he not arrived sooner? Most importantly, he was uncertain whether he could withstand such overwhelming strength. Though he pondered this internally, he could not voice such doubts, and instead replied, "Since you wish to join the Navy, you are our friend. You merely need to partake in the recruitment test and meet the requirements to join. However, starting as a mere soldier seems rather wasteful of my time. Surely, I should at least be allowed to be an admiral. Wouldn't you agree, Major General Weasel?" Luo Lin's fingers lightly brushed against the hilt of his sword, his brow arching as his aura gradually intensified. If the previous distance had dulled its impact, now Luo Lin's great swordsman presence bore down upon all nearby. At this moment, even the less powerful youths, aside from the elderly village chief, could feel the overwhelming aura akin to that of a ferocious beast. This was utterly terrifying. Shock rippled through the crowd. Those participating in the tests halted in their tracks, staring blankly at Luo Lin, their eyes glazing over. Ding! The colonel, overwhelmed by the host's aura, felt astonished. Evaluation. B. Reward. 1 ton of peach wine. Ding! Young recruit A, shocked by the host's aura, received an evaluation of B, with a reward of 1 ton of ham sausage. Ding! Young recruit B, similarly astonished, was evaluated at B and rewarded with 1 ton of spicy strips. As Luo Lin radiated his aura, the system barrage of food notifications only contributed to his growing displeasure. System, mute yourself. Do you think I'm a convenience store, gathering snacks for everyone? With Luo Lin's command, the system finally fell silent. Observing the plethora of food amassed in the system's repository, Luo Lin could only manage a bitter smile. Cold sweat dripped from Major General Weasel's face onto the ground. Do you believe a Vice Admiral possesses such authority? Thus, you need only report this matter, and I am certain the newly appointed Admiral Sengoku will acquiesce. You are indeed confident. Sensing that Luo Lin bore no malicious intent, Major General Weasel gradually relaxed. Colonel Carl, keep watch here. I will contact the Admiral. Yes, I will do my utmost. The Colonel, visibly anxious, kept a wary eye on Luo Lin. Fearing any sudden movements, Major General Weasel moved away. Luo Lin, due to the system's interference, gradually retracted his aura. Observing the slightly trembling Colonel Carl, Luo Lin chuckled. Why so tense? I'm not going to eat you. Am I? You? Don't think to lower my guard. I am quite formidable. Colonel Carl's gaze remained fixed on Luo Lin, terrified of any sudden actions. Finding amusement in the Colonel's palpable fear, Luo Lin occasionally startled him. Relishing in his comical expressions, Major General Weasel reached a corner of the square and produced a din-din mushy from his pocket. Each officer of Rear Admiral rank and above possessed the urgent contact number for the Navy Admiral. Dialing the number, the din-din mushy imitated the appearance and voice of Admiral Sengoku. Weasel, is there a situation? Is there a problem with the recruitment? Admiral, the recruitment is exceedingly smooth, far exceeding our anticipated targets. However, during the recruitment process, we encountered an individual who expressed a desire to join the Navy, yet does not wish to start as a mere soldier. He insisted that he should at least be an admiral. On the other end of the line, Admiral Sengoku fell silent for a moment before responding. The fact that you are calling me suggests that this individual possesses extraordinary strength. Otherwise, you would have already driven him away. Major General Weasel inwardly lamented Sengoku's keen insight. Indeed, Admiral, based on my perception, this individual is at least a peak great swordsman, and he seems to exude the aura of an unparalleled great swordsman, leaving me uncertain if he is holding back. Is that so? Understood. For the time being, accommodate him. Allow him to board your returning warship and proceed directly to Marineford. We shall warmly welcome any strong individual. Yes, Admiral, I shall manage it accordingly. At Marineford, Sengoku hung up the din-din mushy, glancing at Carp, who was nonchalantly devouring his rice crackers, seemingly oblivious to his status. Sengoku shook his head in exasperation, his expression betraying no sign of emotion. For those genuinely wishing to join the Navy, we shall certainly extend a warm welcome. However, for those who seek to cause trouble, Carp, you will soon have your hands full. Having terminated the call, Major General Weasel approached Luo Lin with an impassive demeanor. Admiral Sengoku has consented, hasn't he? Luo Lin queried, as if already aware of the outcome. Major General Weasel nodded, stating, in due time, you may join us aboard the warship to Marineford. This aligned closely with Luo Lin's expectations. Then I shall trouble you. I will find you before your departure. Having received the desired answer, Luo Lin turned to leave. Just then, a voice suddenly called out from behind. Wait, stand right there. A young man pointed at Luo Lin, shouting loudly. Upon hearing this, Major General Weasel's expression shifted, while the village chief excitedly exclaimed, This is the strongest youth in our town, a fortunate individual favored by the heavens. At this moment, Major General Weasel felt an overwhelming urge to curse. Did they not realize how terrifying this individual was? Had they not sensed the earlier overwhelming aura? At present, the true intentions of Roland remain unconfirmed if provoked, given the strength of himself and his companions. They might indeed face annihilation at Roland's hands. Yet, the youth remains blissfully unaware of his own limits. Upon hearing the village chief's praise, he straightens his back and defiantly tilts his head, declaring, You. Yes, you. Do you truly believe that anyone can simply stroll into the Navy headquarters? I have not been so audacious, so what gives you the right to act this way? Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Admiral Mole's mind races as he weighs the situation. Ultimately, he refrains from intervening with the oblivious youth, seizing the opportunity to gauge Roland's strength. Contemplating this, Admiral Mole musters a smile, suggesting, Since he is so obstinate, why not demonstrate your prowess to dissuade him? Upon hearing this, Roland chuckles. The absurdity of the situation, whether in regard to Admiral Mole or the foolish youth before him, elicits a laugh from his lips. Since you say so, I shall comply. I naturally believe your strength surpasses mine, so I kindly ask you to hold back, lest this lad's life be forfeit. Rest assured, I possess ample restraint. Roland replies with a smile that, while appearing benign, carries an unsettling aura as he gestures to the youth. What is your name? On second thought, perhaps it is best left unsaid. I doubt I would remember it anyway. You insolent wretch, are you mocking me? You had better give it your all. Do not seek excuses when I defeat you, and remember my name. Kagis. With that, Kagis steps forward. His body adorned with gray scales, a sinister grin plastered across his face as he charges at Roland with alarming speed. Admiral Mole's gaze sharpens. Could Kagis be a devil fruit user? Nearby, Colonel Carl sifts through a thick dossier, uncovering Kagis' history. Kagis grew up on Island 824 and 4 years prior discovered a Zoan-type snake fruit, allowing him to shatter boulders with a single punch, thus beginning his rise to prominence. It seems that even without awakening his powers, he could utilize his impressive stamina and recovery to test the waters, perhaps revealing even more of his capabilities, which would ultimately benefit the Navy. Kagis unleashes the Serpent Fist. Kagis launches a relentless barrage of punches towards Roland. Roland, with fingers curled around the hilt of his sword, watches with a smile as he deftly maneuvers through the onslaught of fists, evading every strike with ease. Curse you! Is evasion all you can do? Stand and fight me head on. Head on? Ha! Little one, your punches are feeble, lacking any real strength. Have you forgotten to eat? Where's the so-called serpent in your movements? Such haphazard steps. Do you not fear tripping over yourself? Robin taunts, maintaining a carefree demeanor despite Kagis' furious attempts to strike. Each word is like an arrow piercing Kagis' pride, igniting his rage. Do not be so arrogant. Watch as I bring you down. Gray serpent venom. Kagis inflates his cheeks, unleashing a torrent of toxic gas towards Roland. The purplish-black mist spreads widely, leaving desolation in its wake, just as the venom is about to touch his skin. Roland flashes a peculiar smile and declares, Flame Feast, Extreme Rhapsody. In a dazzling display, shadows of blades flicker like silken threads, severing Kagis' limbs in an instant. The moment the blades sheathe, the poisonous mist dissipates, and a tempest arises. A formidable sword aura transforms into a colossal gust of wind. Kagis' eyes widen in terror, his mind momentarily frozen. Faced with such a violent onslaught, the notion of evasion never crosses his mind. In that fleeting moment of losing his limbs, he perceives death rushing toward him, intertwined with an anguish that seems to scorch his very soul. Roland, as if already aware of the outcome, nonchalantly turns away, leaving behind a casual remark. I have spared his life, you know. Only after Roland's figure vanishes does Kagis belatedly register the pain surging through his body, a scream escaping his lips before he succumbs to unconsciousness. Clang! Admiral Mole, astonished by the intensity of the encounter, assesses Grade A, acquired Level 2 armament hockey. The events transpired with such rapidity that onlookers could scarcely comprehend, akin to a flash of lightning. Is the battle over? Colonel Carl gazes in disbelief at the aftermath. It has concluded. Admiral Mole stammers, his tongue seemingly tied. Quick, summon a doctor to save Kagis. As for the village chief, he appears to have fainted at the moment Roland drew his blade. Unbothered by the chaos he has wrought, Roland finds himself enveloped in an extraordinary sensation, striving to maintain this feeling as he leisurely wanders the island. The kingfisher chirps, and a gentle breeze caresses the air. Unconsciously, Roland finds himself near a merchant ship that he senses that with each use of his sword, his comprehension of sword intent is steadily deepening, and with the recent enhancement of his armament hockey, he feels an impending breakthrough in his cultivation. Calming his mind, he extends his hand backward and, upon touching Ganwu, instinctively draws it forth, merging sword intent and hockey upon the blade's surface. Flames erupt from the sword, a manifestation of intent that has long been engraved in the depths of Roland's soul, impervious to erasure. With this newfound momentum, he swings his sword downwards, unleashing a devastating blade of energy that crashes into the distant merchant vessel. This unparalleled strike is far beyond what a vessel of ordinary construction could withstand. Upon contact, the ship is instantly reduced to ashes, vanishing entirely upon the sea's surface. This swing is not a soft serenade. Silent as a whisper. This swing is not a waltz, enveloping the heavens and the earth. This swing is not a rhapsody, its might echoing through the skies. This swing, flames dance upon Ganwu Zhua, resonating with his very soul. Thus, the fourth blade shall be named Flame Feast. Ascendant Blaze, Clang. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the Supreme Swordmaster talent and have officially ascended to the realm of the Supreme Swordmaster, surpassing 99 of Swordmasters in the pirate world. Observing the system interface that only he can perceive, Roland refrains from further complaints, feeling as though he has become akin to a certain security officer, boasting about surpassing the world in some measure. Yet, attaining this rank is undoubtedly a boon for Roland, providing him with the means to navigate this world with ease. The Supreme Swordmaster is the most coveted realm for swordsmen, with few ever achieving such heights. Those who do are invariably the pinnacle of strength. However, even among the strong, considerable disparities remain. Presently, Roland is merely a novice in the realm of the Supreme Swordmaster, akin to a primary school student compared to the seasoned Mihawk. For a slight miscalculation can lead to vast divergences. Thus, he must continue to strive for improvement. With Ganwu Zhuo in hand, Roland reflects deeply. The sun sets, casting a golden glow across the sky, harmonizing with the boundless ocean. After Admiral Mole announces the conclusion of the recruitment drive, Roland's figure appears in the square. Admiral, it seems your efforts have yielded fruitful results. After a day of contemplation, Admiral Mole's wariness towards Roland has lessened. If he had ulterior motives, he would have acted long ago, rather than waiting until now. Indeed, these individuals will form the backbone of the Navy, supporting its very foundation. Roland nods in agreement, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he suggests. Admiral, do you not think it would be better to send them straight to the battlefield? Send them to the battlefield? Admiral Mole's tone rises several octaves, having been astonished more times since encountering Roland than in the entire span of his recent missions combined. Indeed, only soldiers tempered by blood are worthy warriors. Otherwise, they are mere cannon fodder. Roland laughs heartily. Hurry up, Admiral. I have waited a whole day. This fellow. Colonel Carl gazed at the silhouette of Roland, unable to suppress the clenching of his fists, yet ultimately allowing them to fall limply. Are we truly to bring him back to Marineford? Indeed, but at that point, it won't be as simple as him wishing to depart. Major General Mole patted Colonel Carl's shoulder, imparting his words with profound significance. Upon comprehending the Major General's statement, Carl's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. The youths who had successfully passed the assessments were already waiting aboard the warships, not only from the designated Area 824, but also from other naval islands. Numerous young recruits were among them. This underscores the Navy's formidable grasp over the world. From a certain perspective, it remains quite powerful, with his hands clasped atop the railing. Roland surveyed the boundless ocean, allowing the sea breeze to envelop him. One cannot help but ponder how long this equilibrium will persist, perhaps not much longer. After all, they remain composed, yet I must incite chaos first. Otherwise, the rate of my own power enhancement would diminish exponentially. Neither Major General Mole nor Colonel Carl were aware of the perilous thoughts swirling within Roland's mind at that moment. Instead, they were inviting him over to indulge in a feast. This time, there were no deadly poisons among the delicacies. Under the bright moonlight, surrounded by a constellation of stars, the Milky Way hung gracefully in the night sky. On board the warship, apart from the station's soldiers, most had succumbed to slumber. The flagship of the Vice Admiral and two ordinary warships sliced through the sea, heading towards Marineford. In the mist-shrouded waters, several ghostly vessels stealthily followed in their wake. Owen, ahead lies the Navy's warship. Shall we not sink it? Certainly. It appears to be merely a Vice Admiral's ship, that I will hold him off. After all, he is still our old acquaintance. You all should seize this opportunity to plunder everything aboard. I imagine the Vice Admiral's soul would bring some joy to Mother. By the way, Mother has only just awakened. We must not mention Prometheus, that traitor, and ensure she does not see the newspapers. If she glimpses the information within, I fear she may fly into a rage once more. After issuing these commands, Owen ordered, full speed ahead. Under the cover of night and fog, the ghostly vessel swiftly approached the advancing warship. By the time the station's soldiers detected their presence, it was already too late. Heat from afar. Owen's eyes gleamed as he employed the powers of the heat fruit, directing his gaze upon the soldiers stationed aboard the warship. The soldiers felt an intense heat radiating from their chests, and before they could utter a sound, most of their bodies had been seared, collapsing lifelessly to the ground, aside from those left behind to provide support. The others surged forward, seeking to delay their discovery as long as possible in order to maximize their gains. Despite being a wielder of the heat fruit, Owen's composure during combat was remarkably steady, which later earned him the moniker Monster from Wit. Thus, under Owen's command, the pirates stealthily infiltrated the warship. Simultaneously, Roland awoke in his quarters, his keen gaze piercing through the night, unaffected by the surrounding darkness. As the supreme swordsman, his instincts jolted him awake from slumber. After surveying his surroundings and listening intently for a moment, Roland shrugged and wore an enigmatic smile, muttering, "Just a mere clown." With that, he closed his eyes once more. Though this time, a blade known as Ganwu Zhuo appeared in his hand, the true pirate world is not merely a stage for animation or comics. It is saturated with darkness, akin to this night. At Owen's command, the pirates controlled their voices, rapidly scaling the warship using grappling hooks, crouching low, bending their bodies, and tiptoeing, confirming the location of the storeroom containing money and goods in a matter of moments. They began transporting the items, but amidst the operation, some noise inevitably arose, startling countless youths aboard who had just been conscripted. The youths resided in large quarters. Otherwise, it would be impossible to accommodate so many people. Did you hear any sounds? No. What could possibly make noise at this hour? Besides, this is a Navy vessel. Some who were in deep slumber were completely unconcerned, continuing to sleep soundly on the hard floor. However, most wore uneasy expressions. This was indeed a Navy ship, which made the situation all the more eerie. Shall we go out and investigate? Let us go see. With someone suggesting it, many echoed the sentiment. A throng of conscripted youths bustled out of the large cabin. Upon opening the door, the person who did so was taken aback by the sight of a pirate brandishing a wooden barrel. What on earth is happening here? Realizing they had been discovered, the pirate glared viciously at the individual before him, unsheathing a dagger from his waist and mercilessly plunging it into the youth's heart. Swiftly withdrawing it, blood gushed forth, tracing a perfect arc through the air, and within 5 seconds, the youth lay lifeless on the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. The sudden turn of events left all the conscripted youths in a state of shock. Isn't this a Navy warship? How can there be pirates aboard? Pirates! Pirates have come! Abruptly, someone shouted, shattering the tranquil night, and chaos erupted on all the warships. Standing on his own vessel, Owen heard this exclamation, his brow furrowing tightly. His body slightly flushed, resembling a lantern in the night, drawing attention. Since we've been discovered, let us spare no one. Unleash a massacre. Yes, with the roars of Owen's pirate crew, everyone drew their weapons, ruthlessly commencing a slaughter. What is happening? As someone shouted, Major General Mole emerged from his cabin, his brow furrowed in concern. Upon witnessing the nightmarish scene before him, his eyes widened, and all traces of drowsiness vanished. What on earth has transpired? Report, Major General. Pirates. Pirates have boarded. What? Pirates. Such audacity to assault a Navy warship. Major General Mole surveyed the chaos, noting that the main ship was moving swiftly, with few pirates causing trouble aboard it. The majority were wreaking havoc on the 2 ordinary warships flanking it. Filthy vermin of the sea. Let all Navy personnel retaliate. Eliminate them all. If we allow the pirates to continue their carnage aboard the warship, it would be a disgrace to the name of justice. Major General Mole declared vehemently, then employed the moonwalk to leap towards the ordinary warship that appeared to be in dire straits. You shall face me. Observing Major General Mole leave the flagship, Owen, who had been lurking nearby, wasted no time in confronting him. Gathering an astonishing amount of heat in his hand, he hurled it at the Major General from a distance, causing the air around his fist to become a swirling tempest of heat that surged towards Major General Mole without mercy. Heat cyclone. A flicker of astonishment crossed Major General Mole's eyes. He recognized the figure before him. It was none other than Owen, one of Big Mom's favored offspring. Yet he had long since departed from Big Mom's sphere of influence. Owen. Major General Mole unsheathed his fine blade, the Blood Hunter, engulfing it in armament hockey, turning the blade a deep, obsidian hue. With a swift motion, he released a blade of energy, countering the heat cyclone. Major General Mole. We meet again. Indeed, we do. What brings you to this place? Why can't we be here? Before long, this sea will become Mother S domain. Are you not afraid of the Navy's retribution? The Navy? When have we ever feared the Navy? Words are futile. If that is the case, let us engage in battle. On a moonless night, with the wind howling, the scene was set for murder, aside from the relatively fewer casualties aboard the Vice Admiral's ship. The decks of two ordinary naval vessels had already turned into rivers of blood, strewn with bodies. These ships harbored countless robust youths, soon to join the Navy. Among these boys, some rose to resist. While others knelt in supplication, some wailed in despair, and others were paralyzed by fear. Yet, none could escape the grim fate of slaughter. Many of these boys were mere recruits, their strength negligible, destined to serve as cannon fodder when faced with pirates. Their demise was inevitable, and within a short span, more than half had perished. Above, despite the shroud of night, General Mongoose could still discern the dire situation aboard the ships, his heart bleeding with fury. "Owen, command your men to cease." The general's gaze was fierce as he maintained his position in the sky using moonstep. "Cease? Mongoose, are you jesting? Have you ever seen a pirate heed the world government?" Owen scoffed at the mongoose, well aware that the Navy had not yet established the 7 warlords, making his statement somewhat valid. Drawing his formidable sword, the power of the heat fruit manifested, the blade glowing crimson and emitting wisps of white vapor, starkly visible against the night. Having faced Owen before, Mongoose was familiar with most of his abilities. His own sword was enveloped in the dark hue of armament hockey, merging seamlessly with the night. In an instant, they clashed, speed unmatched. "Then let me defeat you first," Mongoose declared with commanding authority, unleashing a sword strike that cleaved through the air. The blade's energy soared skyward, slicing through the night with a speed that was blinding. Unperturbed, Owen positioned his sword before him, the heat fruit surging to life. The already scorching blade ignited further, flames engulfing it, high-temperature slash. The fiery, crimson edge sliced through the air, colliding with Mongoose's strike. The sound echoed like the tearing of the night sky. A thunderous crack resounding through the darkness, Owen's grip on the sword trembled slightly, but in the shadows, it went unnoticed. Mongoose had become significantly stronger. Owen had thought his own growth swift, yet to his astonishment, Mongoose's ascent surpassed his own. With one strike thwarted, Mongoose gripped his sword with both hands for another assault. Time was not on his side. If he allowed Owen to prolong the conflict, the lives aboard the ship would be extinguished entirely, rendering any victory hollow. Thus, he resolved to act swiftly. One sword style, gunshot. One sword style. Swords whisper. One sword style. Hammers roar. A trio of slashes surged forth, slicing through the air, sealing all avenues of escape amidst the chill of the night. Like a cherry blossom's thrust, a long sword's cleave, and a hammer's mighty blow, Owen's expression shifted dramatically as he could only raise his fists in a hasty defense, using his heated fists to shield his chest. Boom, boom, boom. Witnessing his attacks connect with Owen, Mongoose refrained from lingering, confident that Owen, having taken his strike head-on, would bear considerable injury. Seizing the moment, Mongoose dove onto the ordinary naval vessel, joining the youths in their struggle against the pirates. With swift strokes, he severed the heads of the marauders, now unhindered by Owen, moving through the chaos as if in a realm devoid of opposition. "Colonel Carl? Where is Colonel Carl?" Mongoose's voice resonated among the Navy fighting desperately on the deck. Colonel Carl was overwhelmed by 10 naval officers and gravely wounded. "He has perished." Upon hearing this, Mongoose faltered, his blade embedded halfway into a pirate's neck, leaving the foe in agonizing limbo, the cries of anguish echoing into the sky. An inferno of rage erupted within Mongoose's chest as he unleashed several slashes, taking the lives of nearby pirates. "Where is Roland? Where is Roland? Do not tell me he has also fallen. Report, General. That individual has not emerged since entering the cabin." Countless lines appeared on Mongoose's forehead. Colonel Carl was dead, and Roland remained hidden in the ship's quarters? Unthinkable. Unthinkable. Just as Mongoose's wrath reached its peak, the sky erupted with searing heat, scorching the air, which shimmered crimson, affecting everything around it. In the darkness, it shone like the sun. Witnessing this, Mongoose's heart quaked. Owen had awakened his fruit's power at this critical moment. The intense heat transformed Owen into a fireball. Plummeting from above, Mongoose's keen observation hockey flared as he shouted to the nearby Navy, "Take cover." With that, he utilized Shave to dart aside, the spot he had occupied moments before now a gaping crater. The deck splintered, flames igniting from the intense heat, vividly visible against the vast ocean. Mongoose, prepare to meet your end. Today, I will deliver you to my mother and extract your soul. Owen, his body aglow, awakened. Heat wave fist. Now that Owen had awakened his fruit, his abilities surged. Temperatures breaching a new threshold, he launched a punch, a torrent of heat cascading forth. The scorching winds, under Owen's command, surged towards Mongoose. Damn it, the gale was unstoppable. And Mongoose's observation haki faltered, leaving him with no means of escape. He had no choice but to retaliate. Determined, Mongoose enveloped himself in armament haki, utilizing it in copious amounts, but the strain drained his vitality rapidly. Cold sweat pouring forth, only to be evaporated by the heat. Point one sword style. Spear's song. The haki-wrapped blade cleaved downwards, unleashing a wide arc of sword energy. Boom, boom, boom. The heat wave fist collided with Mongoose's strike, sending shockwaves through the surroundings, affecting both Navy and pirates alike. Get away from here. Leave at once. Both combatants shouted in unison. Their clash had escalated beyond what they could control. As the words left his lips, Mongoose tasted blood in his mouth, feeling the warmth trickle from his lips, only to be dried by the searing winds. Next year, this day shall mark your demise, Mongoose. Owen felt an inexhaustible power coursing through him. The once dominant Mongoose was now being overpowered, and this exhilarating sensation prompted Owen to laugh maniacally. His strength surged further. Awakened, high-temperature fist. Awakened, heat wave fist. Owen cackled, wildly swinging his fists, and in an instant, the entire ordinary naval vessel ignited. Flames consumed the ship, and it would soon plunge into the depths of the sea. Pirates were adept at such tactics, retreating with remarkable speed, while the Navy and the youths aboard found themselves at a loss, helplessly watching the flames encroach upon them, left with no choice but to leap into the sea to save their lives. Owen smirked coldly, for under his frenzied assault, Mongoose was gravely wounded, half kneeling on the scorched deck. His knees nearly seared, Mongoose lacked the strength to rise. Observing Mongoose's pitiful state, Owen taunted, "Mongoose, your subordinates have already jumped overboard. Tell me, what expressions of agony will they wear if I heat this sea?" "Stop! You must cease this. As a defeated foe, you possess no capacity for counterattack. Your words are nothing but drivel. Ha ha ha. Open your eyes wide and behold." With that, Owen feigned a leap toward his ship, intent on using the heated sea to scald the Navy personnel and the remaining recruits alive. "No," Mongoose cried out, his hand reaching desperately to grasp Owen, but he was utterly spent at that moment. Within the cabin, Roland slowly opened his eyes, drawing forth Ganwu, and with a gentle motion, he traced an arc in the air. "Flame feast. Lullaby." As Roland murmured softly, all the flames surrounding the central Admiral-class warship were entirely consumed by the silver threads he unleashed. "Who is it?" A tremor ran through Owen's heart as he suddenly felt an overwhelming and ferocious aura, a force that utterly shattered his previous arrogance. No, the Supreme Swordmaster. Owen's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed in the direction of the silver threads. A figure slowly coming into view for all to see. Admiral Squirrel's eyes lit up. Upon seeing this figure, he felt a surge of relief and indignantly remarked, "This fellow has finally made his appearance." Roland, with Ganwu resting on his shoulder, gracefully leaped from the Admiral-class vessel to a nearby railing not far from Owen. From his elevated position, Roland looked down at Owen, his gaze still slightly bleary from slumber. Yet a smile graced his lips. "I ask at you, the oddly haired individual, who disturbed my rest. Why can't you all remain on your own territory during the night, instead of coming out here to disrupt my sleep?" Before his words could fade, Roland raised Ganwu high above his shoulder, the sword's might erupting like a ferocious beast. Flame feast. Extreme rhapsody. The crimson blade, tinged with hints of gold, caused Owen's complexion to change dramatically. The ominous warning of his observation haki screaming in alarm, cautioning him of the impending terror. Without a moment's hesitation, Owen dodged to the side. Boom. In the next instant, sword energy surged forth, cleaving the ordinary warship in half with a single stroke. Splitting the vessel cleanly into two, the portion engulfed by the sword's aura was ground to dust. At that moment, not only Owen was left in shock, but even Admiral Squirrel stood frozen, all those observing this battle. Both Navy and pirates alike were left aghast. It was utterly terrifying to obliterate half a warship into mere dust. How fearsome could that be? No, his control was even more terrifying. The remaining half of the ship was precisely where Admiral Squirrel stood. This meant that if this individual so desired, he could effortlessly erase the entire warship from existence. Ding! Owen, moved and shocked by the host's formidable prowess, received a rating of S and gained Level 3 Armament Hockey. Ding! Squirrel, similarly astonished by the host's overwhelming strength, also received a rating of S and acquired Swordsmanship Flying Sword Flow. On the ship, amidst the sea, time seemed to stagnate. The silver threads devoured the flames, and darkness fell once more. No one could notice the increasingly cold smile on Roland's lips, which, combined with his sharp, chiseled features, would surely evoke gasps from countless blossoming maidens. Bang! Just as everyone thought that terrifying strike had dissipated. The sea beneath the warship stirred with cataclysmic upheaval. The ocean parted. A tremendous sword aura, mingled with a biting gale, erupted violently from the depths, unleashing its overwhelming might. Owen's complexion shifted drastically, his previous relief vanished. As the sword energy washed over him, the wretched cries of agony echoed across the sea, sending chills down spines. The immobilized Admiral Squirrel was seized by Roland. "Admiral, you should return to the ship and rest well. Otherwise, you may become my burden." Gazing at Roland's smiling face, Squirrel felt an icy dread seep into his bones. Owen plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto the remaining half of the warship. This half of the vessel could hardly endure much longer, gradually succumbing to the encroaching sea in no more than 3 minutes. It would be entirely engulfed by the infinite depths. Roland looked down upon the bloodied Owen, while simultaneously communicating with the system in his mind. System, immediately utilized the previously acquired flying sword flow. Ding! Usage successful. Accompanied by the system's electronic prompt, a plethora of offensive techniques flooded Roland's mind. This greatly compensated for his shortcomings in swordsmanship. After all, the light song, Nocturne, Extreme Rhapsody, and Flame Feast were all sword techniques of immense power, each with its unique characteristics. Yet employing them consumed considerable stamina. For someone just entering the realm of supreme sword mastery, the rapid depletion of physical strength from using them in every attack was quite pronounced. The emergence of swordsmanship, however, could significantly enhance Roland's everyday combat. Most importantly, this swordsmanship was the signature technique of Himura Kenshin. Was Big Mom's fourth son truly this weak? No wonder she was defeated by the dashing and handsome Prometheus. It seems there was indeed a reason for it. Prometheus was one of Roland's forms, a reflection of himself. Praising his own skills was simply exhilarating. Yet, even Roland felt a tinge of embarrassment at his own boldness. You cannot insult my mother." Owen's temperature surged once more, and Roland noted that the angrier Owen became, the faster his temperature rose, indicating the fruit's responsiveness to his emotions. But so what? Kneeling was still inevitable. Just the right opportunity to test the newly unleashed flying sword flow. The blade of Ganwu Zhuo was enveloped in dark level 3 armament hockey, as Roland smiled maliciously at the distant Owen. Owen's observation hockey blared in alarm, and when he focused on Roland, he discovered that Roland had already vanished from his sight. Shave. Dragon's Nest Flash. Roland's voice emerged from behind Owen, causing every muscle in Owen's body to tense as he leaped forward. In the next moment, Roland's hand became a blur, wielding Ganwu Zhuo as if it were weightless, unleashing a flurry of rapid slashes into the space ahead. Not only wood, but steel could not withstand the sharpness of Ganwu Zhuo. As a clear space emerged before Roland, the objects that once occupied it reduced to mere dust. After rolling away, Owen glanced back, his heart laden with gravity. This technique felt quite effective. It consumed little stamina, suggesting he could sustain prolonged combat. In stark contrast to Owen's vigilant demeanor, Roland was in high spirits, for the flying sword flow suited him perfectly. Moreover, Ganwu Zhuo was not a reverse blade sword, but rather one of the supreme great knives. Its sharpness surpassing ordinary blades, its might terrifying. Witnessing Roland's ferocity, Owen's resolve began to wane. Unable to contend, fleeing was his only option. He felt no shame. The individual before him had far exceeded the boundaries of his capabilities. However, such heavy losses would surely invoke a severe reprimand from Mama upon his return. Roland narrowed his eyes, perceiving Owen's intentions, as Ganwu Zhuo ignited with golden flames. "Do you truly believe you can escape?" Flame Feast, Flame Rising Flame. With a single stroke, the entire fan-shaped area, excluding the two relatively intact warships, was enveloped in flames. This strike embodied the sword intent of a supreme sword master. The sword intent ignited the flames, and the flames released the sword intent. Nothing could withstand it. The ocean transformed once more into a sea of fire, countless fish floating belly up as this inferno dwarfed Owen's previous conflagration by tenfold. With the battle concluded, Roland sheathed Ganwu behind him and turned with nonchalance. On board the ship, the atmosphere grew heavy. The pirates' sudden assault had caught everyone off guard, resulting in devastating losses. Most had perished. The flames upon the sea revealed a veritable bloodbath, a veritable sea of blood. The aspiring young sailors preparing to join the Navy had suffered grievously. This encounter deepened their understanding of this world governed by the law of the jungle. Though the pirates had been repelled, an atmosphere of sorrow brewed steadily. Admiral Squirrel stood atop the deck, sword in hand, as his mood grew increasingly somber. Where was Roland? Where had that fellow gone? Report. He has returned to his quarters to sleep. An adjacent Navy officer saluted sharply, shock still evident on his face as he recalled Roland's shrouded figure in battle. Sleeping, is he? That damned fellow. Admiral Squirrel clenched his fists tightly, blood trickling from the gaps between his fingers onto the deck. Get me a transponder, Snail. I must contact the Marshal. Yes, Admiral. The telephone snail swiftly connected, revealing the visage of Sengoku. After a brief glance at Lauren's cabin, Vice Admiral Squirrel recounted the recent events without revealing any emotion. Particularly when mentioning Lauren, his teeth were gritted in disdain. Had Lauren stepped forward at the first opportunity, the casualties would not have been so grievous. After hearing Vice Admiral Squirrel's assessment of Lauren and the description of his combat prowess, Sengoku fell silent for a moment before responding. Let us not sever ties with Lauren just yet. The remainder of the matter shall be determined by us. Understood, Marshal. Though Vice Admiral Squirrel felt a surge of frustration, he remained powerless to change the situation. Marshal, are you aware of the recent developments concerning Big Mom? Their actions today seem exceedingly unusual. Upon hearing Vice Admiral Squirrel's inquiry, Sengoku, far away in Marineford, sighed, acknowledging that a significant event had indeed transpired. It appeared that one of Big Mom's most formidable homies, Prometheus, had defected. Utilizing some unknown means, he had created a fleeting opening that severely injured Big Mom. Injured Big Mom. Vice Admiral Squirrel's voice escalated in pitch, his confusion palpable. Marshal, how could this happen? Homies are creations of Big Mom herself, Sengoku replied. We are also unclear on the specifics. I have dispatched someone to contact the news tycoon Morgan, who was present at the time. I trust he will provide us with further insights. However, it is certain that Prometheus, who managed to incapacitate Big Mom, will undoubtedly succeed in usurping her position among the four emperors, potentially leading to greater upheaval in the new world. This is something that justice cannot allow. What of Prometheus? Has he made any moves? None of it is as if he has vanished from existence. After Big Mom regained consciousness, no matter how many people she sent to search, they could not uncover any further information. Enough of this discussion, Vice Admiral Squirrel. You should focus on your recovery. I will arrange for a fellow Vice Admiral from a nearby base to escort you to Marineford. Yes, Marshal. Upon hanging up the telephone snail, Vice Admiral Squirrel firmly etched Prometheus, the one who had grievously wounded Big Mom, into his memory. In the cabin, Lauren's ears perked up slightly. Since earlier, he had been eavesdropping on the conversation between Squirrel and Sengoku with his keen senses. System, everyone else must be aware of my achievements by now. They would surely be astonished. Why am I receiving no notifications here? Ding. Notification. Only data verified and approved by the system, and within a certain radius centered around the host, can be collected. Hearing this, Lauren rolled his eyes in exasperation, lying on his bed and staring blankly at the ceiling, internally screaming, System, you scoundrel. Why didn't you inform me of such an important matter sooner? I've been waiting in vain for so long. Ding. Due to the host's reaction to the system's response, evaluation, reward. 1 bottle of Tsingtao beer. Great. Now even Tsingtao beer is being offered, he thought, recalling the vast array of food stored within the system space, such as grilled sausages, skewers, and even Coca-Cola, all piled high in the system's warehouse. Instead of brooding, Lauren decided to transform his frustration into appetite. System, bring me out several hundred sausages and skewers, and don't forget that Tsingtao beer. I want to indulge in a hearty meal. With Lauren's command, a plethora of grilled sausages and fragrant skewers appeared before him. The first bite was exhilarating. It felt as if the system was treating him to a genuine feast. Thus, 3 days passed, and after meeting with another Vice Admiral from a nearby naval base, Vice Admiral Squirrel set sail towards Marineford in the blink of an eye. 2 weeks had elapsed, and the warship finally docked at Marineford's port. Vice Admiral Squirrel no longer needed to lean on his sword, marveling at the fact that in the world of One Piece, everyone's recovery seemed to outpace that on Earth. Go fetch Lauren. He instructed. Yes, Vice Admiral, no need to call. I am already here. Lauren appeared, flanked by Gan Wuzhua, his long black hair cascading over his shoulders, sunlight casting a striking glow on his chiseled features, emanating an air of stoic intensity. As he walked, he surveyed the fabled Marineford. Lauren stood at the port, where the docking areas were categorized by rank. Each zone permitted ships of varying sizes, with the highest tier accommodating warships thrice the size of a vice admiral's vessel, those of the Marshal class. Such colossal ships were visible from afar, even to an ordinary person. Is this truly the legendary Marine headquarters, Marineford? It certainly appears magnificent. Indeed, it symbolizes our justice, the bastion against all sources of evil. Vice Admiral Squirrel puffed out his chest, pride radiating from him. Lauren merely smiled, choosing silence, well aware that it would soon resemble a ruin, so he might as well take in the sights while he could. Embracing this perspective, Lauren attentively observed everything around him. At the port, a tall, slender figure with black curly hair, clad in a yellow and white striped suit, sporting a circle of facial hair and sunglasses, was yawning in boredom. I'm so tired. This sun is perfect for a nap. I wonder what the Marshal was thinking, sending me here to fetch someone. Why not let Akiji do it? After another yawn, Kizaru's eyes, despite their lethargy, sparkled with a gleam of energy. Lauren followed Vice Admiral Squirrel off the warship towards Marineford, while the youths aboard the ship were escorted elsewhere by others. Having survived a life-or-death crisis, they were expected to shine with brilliance far surpassing most newcomers in the future, before they had taken many steps. Lauren noticed Kizaru approaching. Admiral Kizaru, Vice Admiral Squirrel, and another Vice Admiral saluted him. Kizaru nodded. You all have worked hard. I'll take care of this young man. You should rest. His speech was languid, which felt peculiar to Lauren. Admiral, seeing you in person is quite different from hearing about you. You truly are rather peculiar. Lauren assessed Kizaru, waiting patiently for others to finish speaking before voicing his thoughts. The words left his mouth, leaving those around him astounded. They could hardly believe that Lauren dared speak so to an admiral. Ding! Due to the host's words, Vice Admiral Squirrel was taken aback. Evaluation. C. Reward. Naval uniform. Ding! The other Vice Admiral was equally astonished. Evaluation. B. Reward. AJ-1. Royal Blue. Ding! The surrounding Navy personnel were similarly surprised. Evaluation. C. Reward. 1 ton of big bubblegum. Had it not been for the system's built-in warehouse, Lauren would have been at a loss for how to dispose of these items. Particularly the pair of AJ-1s, which felt so out of place. However, he looked forward to trying them on, as he had never been able to afford them in his past life. Kizaru, unfazed by Lauren's comment, merely rolled his eyes and remarked as he turned away, "Make sure to stick close. It's easy to get lost." Lauren smiled but remained silent. As he had surmised, Kizaru was indeed one of the most inscrutable figures he had encountered, far surpassing Akainu and Akiji. If memory served him correctly, before his transmigration, he had come across a saying online that described Kizaru. As long as the salary is right, he could take down the 4 emperors. It might have been an exaggeration, but it was certainly credible, for so far, Kizaru had not once displayed his full strength. How intriguing! Lauren thought eagerly, his smile growing ever brighter as Kizaru walked ahead. The surrounding Navy personnel cast curious glances at Lauren, who followed closely behind the Admiral. Who is this person? How did he end up walking alongside an Admiral? He must either possess formidable strength or hold a distinguished status. Indeed, otherwise how could the Admiral possibly receive us in person? Every word spoken by those individuals was heard clearly by Kizaru, who was currently in a state of heightened perception, particularly wary of Roland. One among them spoke the truth, according to Kizaru's own senses. Roland was indeed formidable. The two of them traversed the port, swiftly arriving beneath Marineford. Looking up from below, it towered into the clouds. In this world, aside from a select few powers, only the Navy could construct such a magnificent sight. Admiral, I can hardly contain my eagerness to meet the fleet admiral. Can we hasten our pace? Oh, do you wish to compete in speed with light? Hey, are you serious? You are an admiral, a user of the Pika no Mi. I'm not foolish enough to pit myself against you in a race. It would be akin to inviting disaster. Roland shrugged, not taking Kizaru's words to heart. Aren't you here to pursue the position of admiral? I am well aware of your grand ambitions. If you do not demonstrate your strength, you might as well leave. Kizaru began to prepare to admonish Roland. After all, this was a direct order from Fleet Admiral Sengoku. If he were to fail in his duties, he could very well face a salary deduction, which would mean fewer delicacies at the bird restaurant. A fate Kizaru could not abide. Roland, keenly perceptive, instantly discerned Kizaru's thoughts. Having lived 2 lives, he prided himself on his unique insights into human nature. Admiral, after contemplating your words, I find them quite reasonable. It is indeed necessary to showcase my strength. Otherwise, who knows what rabble might dare to flaunt themselves before me. Kizaru frowned slightly, sensing Roland's aura intensifying, and could not help but inquire, what do you intend to do? This is Marineford. I am well aware this is Marineford, Admiral, but did you not say you wanted to compare our speeds? Let us see whether your speed or my strike proves swifter. Upon hearing this, Kizaru's expression shifted. Roland unsheathed his sword, Ganwuzhua, and declared, Tensho Ryu / Simultaneously, he added, Admiral, should you fail to withstand this, you might find your salary docked by the fleet admiral. Kizaru, no longer interested in banter, flickered, transforming into light as he rapidly approached Roland's strike. This particular slash was the most powerful sword technique from the Flying Heaven Sword flow, an extraordinarily swift draw that left onlookers in awe. Boom! Just as Roland sheathed Ganwuzhua, a deafening sound erupted from the sky. A fierce wind pressure surged from the explosion's center, kicking up a storm of dust that blinded many. Above, Kizaru wielded the Amatsukami sword, a manifestation of his devil fruit powers, to block Roland's strike. The explosive wind pressure rushed towards Kizaru, disheveling his attire and rendering him somewhat disordered. What on earth just transpired? Is there an attack on Marineford? Fool! In this world, no one dares to assault this place. Is that Kizaru the Admiral? He appears quite disheveled. Roland, positioned beneath Marineford, squinted slightly. He could sense that Kizaru was hardly affected, merely ruffled by the gust. Truly, as expected of an admiral. Each one of them is a veritable monster, Roland chuckled, slowly clapping his hands. Admiral, as anticipated, your speed is remarkable, though you seem a tad disheveled. Ha-ha-ding, due to the host's arrogance and the impact of his strike. Kizaru felt astonished. Evaluation. S. Reward. Advanced Flying Thunder God Technique. Advanced Flying Thunder God Technique. The emitted sword energy can be infused with the Flying Thunder God Technique. When activated, the host can teleport directly to the strike's location without harm. Upon reading the system's explanation, Roland's eyes sparkled. It appeared his trump card had expanded yet again. Marineford truly was a land of fortune for him. He eagerly anticipated what further surprises this place might hold. Kizaru flickered once more, reappearing before Roland, the Amatsukami sword dissipating into the air. Follow me. The fleet admiral is likely growing impatient. It should have been done this way from the start, shouldn't it? Roland followed Kizaru, gaining insight into the inner workings of Marineford. With every few steps, Navy personnel saluted Kizaru. It was uncertain whether Kizaru had grown numb to it, as he remained utterly unperturbed. Had he chosen to respond, he would have surely been exhausted by now. Before long, they arrived at the fleet admiral's office. Knock, 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 come in. A robust voice resonated from within, full of vitality. Kizaru opened the door and stepped inside first. Upon entering the office, Roland beheld an enormous mahogany desk, piled high with documents resembling small mountains. This sight left Roland quite astonished. Kizaru gestured to Roland, then languidly stated, I've brought the person. I'm leaving now. With that, he transformed into light, vanishing from the office and closing the door behind him at this moment. Only Sengoku and Roland remained in the office. Sengoku remained silent, his gaze fixed on the documents before him, showing no inclination to acknowledge Roland's presence. Another display of authority. Roland pursed his lips. After all, Sengoku was the fleet admiral, deserving of some respect. With this thought, Roland chose not to interrupt, instead observing the office and the goat beside Sengoku. He watched as Sengoku occasionally fed the documents to the goat, which left Roland thoroughly amazed. Had he not suspected the goat possessed an insatiable appetite, he might have thought it had consumed a paramecia-type, gluttonous beast fruit. Roland silently mused, showing no signs of impatience. The atmosphere solidified at that moment. One hand wielded Ganwu, lightly tapping the hilt to produce a crisp sound. The other held a pen, writing rapidly with a rustling sound. Their standoff inadvertently composed a rather pleasant symphony that echoed within the room. When Roland first arrived, it was midday. Now, as the sun set, the sky was ablaze with crimson hues, the clouds tinged in fiery red. Yet, the two had exchanged not a single word. Perhaps Sengoku felt the display of authority had lost its effect. With a soft click, he capped his pen and addressed Roland. "You are Roland, correct?" "Ah, the fleet admiral finally remembers there is a living person in this room. I thought you had forgotten me." Roland smiled, appearing quite amiable. Sengoku, however, was not swayed. "Diminish that smile. It gives me an uncomfortable feeling. Furthermore, according to the intelligence received, whenever you wear that smile, it invariably precedes some astonishing act on your part." Upon hearing this, Roland's smile only widened. "Thank you for the compliment. I had no idea the Navy's intelligence was so thorough." Sengoku set aside his documents. "Our Navy is not merely powerful in intelligence. Should anyone dare to encroach upon this place, they will certainly learn how to write the character for death." Roland understood that Sengoku's words were directed at him. But so what? The fleet admiral was indeed correct. He felt the same. If anyone sought to stir chaos here, he would be the first to act, severing their heads from their shoulders. Ultimately, Roland added, "For the sake of the Navy's dignity, you are not yet a member of the Navy." Sengoku pressed his palms together, speaking solemnly to Roland. "I believe I shall be soon. If possible, I wish to become an admiral. Since the establishment of the Navy, all admirals have risen from the lowest ranks. No one can contravene this rule. Moreover, there have always been only 3 positions for admirals. A 4th cannot be created. Regarding the matters of the warring states, Loring has paid them no heed. What was relevant then is no longer pertinent now." Presently, the 4 emperors firmly gripped the reins of the new world, and not long ago, he himself accomplished an astonishing feat that has sent ripples through the seas. The situation upon the ocean has grown increasingly chaotic. As countless individuals march forth, eager to etch their names upon the waves, it can be said that the pressure upon the Navy has reached staggering heights. Moreover, as far as Loring is aware, in the not-too-distant future, the Navy will initiate a grand conscription, recruiting numerous formidable beings, some even ascending directly to the rank of admiral. If others can achieve such feats, why not himself? "Marshal, what if I were to demonstrate my strength?" With a slight unsheathing, Ganwu emanated a sword aura that soared into the heavens. Sengoku's expression shifted dramatically. At that moment, raucous laughter erupted from outside. The door to the marshal's office was flung open. A tall, broad-chested elder with well-developed muscles strode in. A scar marred his left eye. His eyes were blue, and he sported a mane of short, grayish-white hair, adorned with black and red epaulets. The visitor was none other than Karp. "The naval hero. Kid, let me test your strength." Karp bellowed with laughter, his fists swiftly enveloped in armament hockey, his aura surging. As Karp's old comrade, Sengoku's expression darkened. "You rascal, don't create a ruckus in my office. If you want to fight, take it outside." Though Karp was generally boisterous, he could discern when to be serious. "Kid, I'll be waiting for you outside." With a step, Karp launched himself like a cannonball. Crash! The floor-to-ceiling window beside the office shattered instantly. Witnessing this, Sengoku couldn't help but clutch his forehead, feeling as if he might crack. Truly, a naval hero, he was indeed extraordinary. As expected, the blade is still sharp. With that, Loring unleashed a swift slash, and in the blink of an eye, his figure vanished from the marshal's office. Flying Thunder God technique. Observing Loring's method of disappearance, Sengoku's gaze turned slightly grave, but thinking of Karp's combat prowess, he soon eased his mind. Karp and Loring appeared successively in the training grounds of Marineford. At that moment, though the sun was setting, the training grounds were still bustling with activity, bringing joy to Loring's heart. "Look, it's the hero Karp. How did Vice Admiral Karp return to the training grounds?" "It's Karp, my idol. I joined the Navy because of him." Hearing the chorus of admiration around him, Loring remarked, "Hero, it seems your reputation within the Navy is particularly high." "You needn't call me anything like hero. I'm merely an old man." Karp replied. No. I prefer to call you hero." A smile graced Loring's lips as he gently placed his hand on the hilt of Ganwu. ready to unleash a draw/slash at any moment. "Ha ha, come on, kid, show me what you've got." Carp boisterously laughed, and before his words had fully faded, his hands turned dark as armament hockey enveloped his fists once more. The stance of the two elicited gasps from the onlookers. What is Vice Admiral Carp planning to do? Can that person truly contend with Vice Admiral Carp? After all, Carp is a naval hero. It is said that Vice Admiral Carp possesses strength surpassing that of an admiral. Yet he has chosen to remain at the rank of Vice Admiral. I truly pity that individual. He will undoubtedly be soundly beaten by Vice Admiral Carp's iron fists. The training officer, witnessing this scene, could only smile wryly and ordered everyone to observe and learn, albeit from a considerable distance to avoid disrupting the duel. Vice Admiral Schwan Shu limped out from the medical department, his leg wrapped in bandages. As he emerged, he spotted Loring and Carp facing off not far away. A smirk crept onto his face. "Loring, you're done for against Vice Admiral Carp. Let me see how pathetic you look." With this thought, Vice Admiral Schwan Shu felt a lightness in his body. Just as he reached the edge of the crowd, the two combatants sprang into action. Marineford, the Navy training ground, with onlookers surrounding. The battle was imminent. Dragon's Descent. Loring brandished Gon Wuzhua, unleashing a simple sword wave towards Carp. Carp grinned, showing no concern as he effortlessly shattered Loring's slash with his armament hockey-clad fists, sustaining no marks upon his hands. "Kid, you needn't keep testing me. Just use your full strength that I can handle it." Truly, the bravado of a naval hero was a model for all. The spectators' eyes sparkled, transformed into Carp's ardent admirers. Loring lowered his brow, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes, his clothes billowing without wind, his dark hair fluttering as he declared, "Hero, I shall not hold back." With Gon Wuzhua in hand, he softly intoned, "Lullaby." No sooner had the words left his lips than the sword aura transformed into a silvery thread. Silently rushing towards Carp, formless and soundless, Carp's expression shifted slightly. Relying on his exceptional observation hockey and battle instincts, he caught sight of the swiftly approaching sword wave and crushed it once more with a fierce grip. The Navy soldiers witnessing this scene erupted into applause. Carp stepped forward, the ground cracking beneath him. He intended to teach Loring, this audacious young man, a lesson with his beloved iron fists. But just then, another slash surged forth, enveloping the heavens and earth in its wake. "Waltz." Loring murmured the name of his sword technique, and in a radius of 100 meters around Carp, minuscule sword auras filled the air. The sword aura carried the overwhelming intent of a grand swordsman, and even with Carp fully shrouded in armament hockey, he appeared somewhat beleaguered in a way. Is Vice Admiral Carp at a disadvantage? What disadvantage? He isn't even injured. This is merely a warm-up. Once he's warmed up, that kid will be in for it. Indeed, I wonder where he found the courage to challenge Vice Admiral Carp. After all, Carp was once the one who cornered the Pirate King. Roger. While the crowd looked down upon Loring, deeming him arrogant, they failed to notice Carp's increasingly serious demeanor. As Carp was about to break free from the waltz, Loring executed another downward slash. Ultimate Rhapsody. The massive sword aura surged forth like a mountain, instantly disrupting Carp's rhythm, blending with the previous minuscule sword auras, surging towards Carp with unstoppable momentum. Wherever the sword aura passed, the ground cracked, and a fierce wind arose, lifting the sword aura, causing the weather to shift to a faint orange hue. After one sword strike, another followed. Flame Feast. Ignite. With the release of two strikes, the world changed color. The air felt as if it were being heated. The dry and scorching winds sweeping away all moisture. As the crowd drew breath, they felt a sharp pain in their throats. At this moment, Carp's expression finally shifted. He could distinctly sense that the combined force of these two strikes was so tremendous that even if he fully unleashed his armament hockey, enduring them would undoubtedly inflict severe wounds upon him. Ding. Due to Carp's astonishment at the host's slash, the evaluation is A. Reward. Combat Instinct. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a critical hit bonus. Evaluation doubled. SS. Reward. Combat Instinct Max. Ding. Combat Instinct Max has merged with Basic Observation Hockey, upgraded to Level 4 Observation Hockey. Host Hockey Level Report. Conquerors Hockey. Beginner. Armament Hockey. Level 3. Observation Hockey. Level 4. Hearing the system's electronic voice, Loring's heart soared with joy. This marked the second time he had obtained a max skill, and each max skill was unparalleled in strength. Moreover, This time it had directly merged with observation haki. Loring felt as though something had expanded within his mind, heightening his sensitivity to the battlefield's changes. Soru, Kapu's feet propelled him off the ground in a powerful thrust, allowing his body to swiftly evade Roling's attack range. Witnessing this scene, the naval soldiers exchanged knowing smiles, as if they had anticipated it all along. Truly, Vice Admiral Kapu had effortlessly sidestepped the strike. Considering the intensity of that onslaught, Roland must have been running low on stamina. The onlookers engaged in animated chatter, oblivious to the smile that crept across Roland's sharp-featured face, silently proclaiming, "Kapu, you shall not escape this strike." The sword energy, accompanied by a fierce gale, not only maintained its form after traveling a distance, but grew increasingly concentrated. The first to react was General Wushu, positioned directly in front of Roland's strike. Though both were admirals, the disparity in strength between Wushu and Kapu was monumental. One had only recently attained the rank of admiral, while the other was even stronger than some generals. Fiery death from the depths of hell enveloped them. Under the overwhelming presence of the sword intent, Wushu found himself unable to move. Damn it. Why won't my body respond now? Driven by an intense will to survive, Wushu forced his hand onto the blade's edge. The pain jolted him awake, restoring his control over his body. However, by then, it was too late. Not only Wushu but also the other naval personnel beside him were paralyzed with fear, helplessly watching the searing strike approach. Kapu, having narrowly dodged to the side, noticed the unfolding scene and exclaimed in anger, "Damn it. This kid is using the lives of naval soldiers to compel me to take this blow head-on. This is an open scheme. Regardless of Kapu's willingness, he must intercept this blade. After all, he is a vice admiral of the Navy." The heroic Kapu charged. Kapu re-entered the strike's range, his muscles bulging and veins protruding, his haki enveloping him in a dark, inky hue, appearing even more potent than before. With a thunderous punch, Kapu met the strike head-on. The impact akin to a bomb explosion, colliding with the sword energy, boom. A deafening roar echoed, reminiscent of a divine thunderclap. Beneath Kapu's feet, a massive crater formed, measuring at least 4 meters across. Ding, due to the host's arrogance. Navy Soldier A felt astonished. Rating A. Reward 1 sword drop. Ding, due to the host's arrogance. Navy Soldier B felt astonished. Rating A. Reward 1 billion berries. Ding, due to the host's arrogance. Navy Soldier C felt astonished. Rating A. Reward Adam's Tree. Ding, due to the host's arrogance. Navy Soldier D felt astonished. Rating A. Reward Universal Recovery Potion. Note: the Universal Recovery Potion can heal any injury, restoring the body to its perfect state as the smoke gradually dissipated. Kapu's upper garment had been reduced to ashes, revealing his robust physique, albeit marred by a wound that was neither deep nor shallow. You've truly ignited my ire. Kid, prepare to face my wrath. Kapu felt a blazing fire within his chest, provoked by Roland's earlier actions. In the marshal's office, Sengoku, engrossed in reviewing documents, was suddenly startled by a thunderous sound from outside, snapping his pen in half. Frowning, he gazed at the gaping hole through which the wind surged, sensing a foreboding feeling. Rising from his seat, Sengoku approached the shattered window. There stood Kapu, bare-chested, his aura escalating. Could it be that Roland has truly angered Kapu? Sengoku murmured, his tone devoid of sympathy. An enraged Kapu is terrifying, but this is precisely what Roland desires. Hero, that last attack was purely accidental. I hope you won't hold it against me. Ha ha ha. Roland laughed heartily, seemingly oblivious to Kapu's fury. This fellow can still laugh amidst such chaos. Does he not understand the meaning of death? The surrounding crowd had been dispersed by the training officer. Yet a few lingered, feigning slowness to witness the spectacle, gasping in astonishment. Despite the gradually emptying training ground, Roland felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, yet he was content with having achieved a max battle intuition. Elevating his observation haki to level 4, though he still lacked 1 level to attain the brief foresight of level 5, his current goal was to integrate all his skills, and to do so, combat was essential. The individual before him was an excellent sparring partner, regardless of intent. Today he would taste the power of my iron fist. Before the words escaped his lips, Kapu lunged forward, resembling a cannonball. His fists enveloped in thick haki. Clearly, Kapu was serious. Roland wiped the grin from his face, his gaze steady, hand resting on the sword hilt, awaiting the opportune moment. Now, Tianshang Longshan, the Ganwu Zhuo was drawn at an astonishing speed. Slicing through the air with a whoosh, a golden blade of energy ruthlessly cleaved towards Kapu. Shave, Kapu's foot struck the ground, his figure vanishing instantaneously, appearing behind Rolling, unleashing a devastating punch. Boom. Another explosive sound resounded. A crater forming in the ground, showcasing the sheer power. Watching from above, Sengoku narrowed his eyes, observing clearly that at the moment Kapu's iron fist descended, Rolling's figure abruptly positioned itself where the sword energy had narrowly missed Kapu. Such a method of movement is truly bizarre. If there is no means to restrain this ability, it may be exceedingly difficult to determine a victor between the two. Kid, do you only know how to flee? Do you dare to face me in a fistfight? Hero, you jest. In this world, I doubt many could confront you head-on in a fistfight, Rolling replied, though internally he was already strategizing his next offensive. However, Kapu provided no opportunity for dialogue. Swiftly using Shave to close the distance to Rolling, his iron fist swung repeatedly, the sound of air bursting around him compelling everyone to proceed with utmost caution. Channeling Haki onto the Ganwu Zhuo's blade. Rolling managed to block Kapu's iron fists. After all, the Ganwu Zhuo was one of the 12 supreme grade swords, its blade hardness surpassing even the world's strongest black blade, Knight. The enhancement was significant. Otherwise, Rolling would not dare to engage in such a manner. Tornado slash. Seizing an opportunity, Rolling felt a sense of impending danger from his observation Haki, yet he did not wish to squander this rare chance. He swiftly twisted his body to evade Kapu's attack, while simultaneously unleashing a strike with centrifugal force. Observing this, Kapu chuckled. Kid, you've fallen for it. A warning bell rang in Rolling's mind. He had never anticipated that this opportunity was truly a trap set by Kapu. Indeed, his combat experience was still lacking. Rest assured, kid, I shall only leave you severely injured. Consider it a return gift for that previous strike. Rolling laughed at this declaration. He would not allow himself to be severely injured. Who knows what the Navy might do in response to his wounds? At this juncture, he had no desire to become an admiral. He could easily transform into Prometheus and wreak havoc in Marineford, amassing sufficient rewards before departing in style. After all, apart from those proficient in Conqueror's Haki, few could truly harm him. This was one of Rolling's greatest trump cards. At this critical moment, just as Rolling prepared to unleash his Prometheus form, an inexplicable shield materialized in the air. The shield was silver, approximately 5 fingers thick, adorned with mysterious engravings. Bang! Kapu's iron fist collided with the shield, which rippled as if untouched. Sengoku, who had been closely observing the battle, momentarily froze, his eyes narrowing, his heart sinking instantly. Zero. How did those fellows arrive here? Upon reaching this point, Sengoku leapt directly from the towering building. Landing heavily on the ground without a hint of injury, he swiftly advanced, taking 2 steps for every 3, until he stood before the man wearing a mask. CP0, what brings you here? Naturally, Karp recognized the individual before them as well. Furrowing his brow in response, he retracted his Haki and moved to stand alongside Sengoku. The 2 men exchanged grave expressions as they regarded the masked figure. Understanding that his arrival heralded nothing but trouble, in contrast to their somber demeanor, Roland observed the unfolding scene with keen interest. The sudden appearance of CP0 extinguished his thoughts of transforming into Prometheus. As the current situation seemed to be evolving into something rather intriguing, the enigmatic man gestured toward Roland, his cold voice piercing the air. The Gorosei have issued a decree. He is to become the 4th Admiral. Codename, Black Crow. Upon hearing this proclamation, Roland smiled, a genuine joy illuminating his face as his eyes squinted with delight. Though none could perceive the shadows flickering within his gaze, it appeared he had been chosen as a mere pawn. Was this truly the Gorosei's decision? Did they intend to disrupt the long-standing tradition of having only 3 admirals since the Navy's inception? Had they even considered the feelings of the prospective admirals? The masked man offered no response to Sengoku's inquiry, turning instead to depart. Sengoku's brow furrowed deeper as he watched the man's retreating figure, his expression betraying his mounting frustration. He had never intended for Roland to ascend to the rank of admiral, at most offering him a position as a rear admiral, while observing him to see if he might be swayed to join the Duff faction. However, the current turn of events, prompted by the Gorosei's decision, would undoubtedly reshuffle the already established factions within the Navy present. The Navy was divided into three factions: the Dove faction, led by Sengoku, whose members understood their sense of justice; the Hawk faction, headed by Akainu, who viewed pirates as parasites of the sea and yearned to eradicate them; and the Neutral faction, led by Kizaru, which wielded considerable power. Particularly following Kizaru's recent acquisition of command over the Navy's scientific division, the Neutral faction's influence was such that neither the Dove nor Hawk factions dared to confront them. Sengoku could discern the Gorosei's intentions. They aimed to position Roland within the Navy to cultivate his own power, thereby undermining the strongest Dove faction and the slightly weaker Hawk faction. They sought a blade that would heed their every command. While Sengoku grasped this, Roland, as a traveler from another world, understood it as well. Yet, could this truly be feasible? In Roland's eyes, the Gorosei, having occupied their lofty positions for so long, had likely dulled their edges, believing themselves to be in complete control, oblivious to the intricate web of manipulation at play. After all, he was not merely Roland, but also Prometheus. A dangerous glimmer danced in Roland's eyes, and when he noticed Sengoku and Carp gazing at him, a smile instantly graced his face. "Admiral, hero, I am absolutely thrilled. I never imagined I would have the opportunity to work alongside you. That I look forward to your guidance." Sengoku huffed in annoyance and turned to leave, his mood soured. Rather than engage in trivial banter with Roland, he preferred to contemplate how to stabilize his faction, ensuring they did not engage in any reckless actions. Carp, too, had shed his earlier fury, as though it had merely been an act. "Ha ha ha, kid. Very impressive. I never expected you to truly become an admiral." "Ha ha," Carp exclaimed, uttering nonsensical words as he also departed from Roland's view. Ding! Sengoku was astonished by the host's promotion to admiral, receiving an evaluation of SS and earning the status of a mid-level Grandmaster Swordsman. Ding! Carp, too, was surprised by the host's ascension, receiving an evaluation of SS and acquiring level 5 hockey. A mysterious power surged through Roland's limbs, leaving him feeling utterly invigorated. Both his comprehension of swordsmanship and his mastery of hockey had ascended to new heights, dramatically enhancing his combat prowess. As Sengoku and Carp made their way toward the office, they suddenly sensed a chill in the air. Upon careful inspection, they discerned nothing amiss and chose not to dwell on it. "Carp, it seems the Gorosei are preparing to undermine our faction's influence," Sengoku remarked. "Ha, Sengoku, rest assured, that kid is definitely not someone the Gorosei can easily control. That I have fought against him. His heart is far more complex than it appears," Carp replied. Sengoku sighed. Choosing to remain silent, in the training grounds, Roland's lips curled into a subtle smile. Indeed, coming to Marineford was a remarkably astute choice, for it was rife with extraordinary beings. Any random item that emerged would be exceedingly rare. "System, please retrieve my detailed information." The following details were presented. Name: Roland. Skills: mid-level Grandmaster Swordsman, Grandmaster Flame Sword. Intent: Transformation Technique Max, level 5 hockey, level 4 Observation hockey, Beginner Conqueror's hockey, Flying Sword Technique, Light Song Nocturne, Waltz, Extreme Performance Rhapsody, Flame Feast, Inferno, Skills of Prometheus, Flame Jet, Celestial Fire, Giant Transformation, Special Form, Carrying, Giant Transformation, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, Imperial Flame of the Golden Emperor. Items: Supreme Great Blade 12, Mirror World Key, 6 billion berries. Photo of Chopper, Coca-Cola, Grilled Gluten, Grilled Sausage, Sword Pendant, Universal Recovery Potion, Atom Tree, a full set of Stussy's personal clothing. Roland instinctively overlooked the final item, Stussy's personal clothing, and addressed the system. "System, please retrieve the sword pendant for me to examine." A radiant glow enveloped the pendant, captivating in its brilliance, especially since there was no one around to witness it. Roland would never dare to do so otherwise. Extending his hand, he caught the pendant and scrutinized it closely. The shape of the pendant bore an uncanny resemblance to the Great Blade. Being a mere miniature version, the delicate string was embedded within the hilt, perfectly suited for hanging around his neck. This reminded him of Mihawk's black dagger. He too could adopt a similar flair, using the pendant to execute sword techniques that might astonish those around him, potentially yielding the discovery of rare treasures. Donning the pendant around his neck, he glanced down and found it quite fitting, exuding an air of sophistication. After securing the pendant, Roland retrieved the Universal Recovery Potion from the warehouse for inspection. "System, Does this item restore the body to its optimal state? He inquired. Indeed, host, came the reply. With this universal recovery potion in hand, he effectively possessed an additional life, no matter the severity of his injuries. He could restore himself. Ah, if only more of these were to surface, what would I have to fear? I could simply challenge anyone who opposed me, and if the odds were against me, I could pop a potion and leave my adversaries questioning their existence. Ha! In stark contrast to Roland's exuberance, Karp discreetly slipped away upon returning to the office, leaving Sengoku alone. Resigned, Sengoku summoned the high-ranking members of the Dove faction, which included Admiral Akiji and Vice Admiral Tsu. The group sat in a circle, silence enveloping them as they awaited Sengoku's address. Yet Sengoku, burdened by his thoughts, found the atmosphere stifling. Just as the tension threatened to linger indefinitely, the door swung open, revealing Akainu, the representative of the Hawk faction. Akainu, this is not a place for you, Sengoku warned, his gaze sharp as he admonished Sakazuki. Akainu surveyed the seated individuals, his expression somber. I have come to discern the Admiral's thoughts on this matter. The sudden emergence of a fourth Admiral will inevitably diminish our military funding, redirecting resources toward Roland. This poses a significant disadvantage in our battle against pirates, and justice cannot abide by this, nor will I. Therefore, I seek to understand your perspective, Admiral. Sengoku fixed a penetrating stare upon Akainu, who remained inscrutable, betraying no hint of emotion. With a sigh, Sengoku replied, Take a seat. Let us deliberate on how we should proceed regarding the appointment of this new Admiral. Having just taken a seat, Akainu spoke without hesitation. Marshal, I believe we should address the issue of military funding. As members of the Navy, it is our duty to combat piracy. However, all actions necessitate substantial military resources. If these funds are entrusted to someone who does not comprehend their proper utilization, it will lead to a tremendous waste of resources. Sengoku, well aware of Akainu's temperament, refrained from further comment and instead turned to his advisors. Eager to hear their opinions, Akiji, wearing his eye patch, appeared to be dozing off, while Tsuru seemed to be contemplating earnestly. As for Garp, he was entirely absent. Observing this situation, Sengoku could say nothing more. Akainu, let us engage in a thorough discussion on this matter. The following day, before dawn, an astonishing piece of news erupted within the naval base of Marineford. What? The Navy has suddenly gained a new admiral. The fourth admiral? How come we have never heard of this individual before? This person was none other than the one who had battled Vice Admiral Garp the previous day. What could the outcome of that confrontation possibly be? It couldn't be that Vice Admiral Garp was defeated. Otherwise, he could not have ascended to the rank of fourth admiral. Could he? The crowd exchanged opinions. Yet fundamentally, they were incredulous. The person they had never encountered before had suddenly become their superior, an esteemed admiral, even prompting the Navy to breach protocol to establish a fourth admiral. Many were filled with resentment. Among them was a prospective admiral in a room adorned with sword sheaths. A stunning woman sat cross-legged on her bed, her long hair cascading down her shoulders, her eyes shimmering with a captivating allure. A beauty mark graced the lower right corner of her lips, enhancing her charm. This individual was Peach Rabbit, who had just been promoted to prospective admiral. Naturally, she harbored ambitions beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, aspiring to ascend to admiral through her own prowess during the transition of ranks. Yet, her aspirations were about to be thwarted. Peach Rabbit could hardly fathom the turn of events. She vividly recalled her shock upon receiving the news last night. Despite Tsuru's constant urging to let it go, how could one simply dismiss such a matter? Pausing her actions, Peach Rabbit grasped her golden sword, her beautiful eyes glinting with a dangerous light. Her melodious voice resonated in the room. Roland, whether you can become an admiral depends on the sword in my hand. Roland was blissfully unaware that he had become the Navy's public enemy. Still peacefully slumbering in his temporary quarters by noon that day, he would officially become an admiral, complete with his own warship, room, and office in Marineford. He would finally have a stake in affairs, while lost in slumber. Roland suddenly sensed something. Jolting awake with sharp eyes that pierced the distance of the room, he beheld two figures clad in white robes, their faces obscured by peculiar masks, having inexplicably appeared within his quarters. Rubbing his eyes, he exclaimed, I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's just you two. What brings you here? He recognized one of them as the shield man from the previous day. The other, judging by the current situation, seemed to possess the ability to teleport. an ability that appeared rather troublesome. Roland, from this noon onward, you will become the only fourth admiral in the history of the Navy. Do you comprehend the burden that rests upon your shoulders? Roland shrugged and replied, to rid the world of evildoers, to slay pirates, and to establish my name. As Roland's words fell, the shield man's expression darkened. Just as he prepared to interject, Roland's discourse took an unexpected turn. All of this is impossible. Ridding the world of evildoers is unfeasible in a world governed by the survival of the fittest. The weak are destined to be preyed at as for slaying pirates. Please, new pirates set sail every moment. An endless pursuit. I have no desire for such endeavors. Establishing my name, I believe that when the news of my admiral status spreads worldwide, most will already be familiar with my name. Therefore, all I seek is a broader stage, boundless wealth, and supreme power. Can those behind you provide me with this? The gazes of the two CP0 agents, peering through their masks, turned cold as they regarded Roland. After a prolonged silence, one spoke. Of course, we can, provided you fulfill the tasks assigned to you by our superiors at that time, whether it be wealth, power, or a wider stage, we can grant it to you. But my desires are vast, Roland silently added. Compared to all this, what I truly yearn for is the head of those behind you that I suspect that when the time comes, those around me will surely unveil astonishing treasures. The two CP0 agents remained unaware of Roland's insatiable appetite and remarked, you are quite astute. Yet I fear you do not grasp our true identities. True identities? Roland feigned ignorance, his acting skill rivaling that of an esteemed actor. Do you believe we serve the Gorosei? Roland remained silent, desperately stifling his laughter. Seeing his lack of response, the shield man continued. Not at all. Our true master is the exalted celestial dragon, Saint Vendini. Among the celestial dragons, males are revered as saints, while females are honored as princesses. Our master differs from the other celestial dragons, harboring his own ambitions to cultivate his own power. Upon learning of, before the shield man could finish, Roland waved his hand dismissively, saying, just tell me what you need me to do and spare me the nonsensical details. I would rather use this time to catch some sleep. Rolling his eyes, Roland stifled a yawn. The shield man's fury surged, yet recalling Saint Vendini's orders, he said nothing further. He conveyed the mission and left behind a single transponder snail. Then, the individual who had stood silently at the side teleported away with him. Just as Roland had surmised, the person beside him was likely a user of the teleportation fruit, alone in the room. Roland reclined with his legs crossed, gazing at the ceiling. Everything unfolded as Roland or Sengoku had anticipated. They intended for him to stir chaos within the existing factions, allowing the Navy to undergo a reshuffling. In the meantime, that Saint Vendini would seize the opportunity to draw individuals into his own influence. Roland envisioned the potential events that might soon transpire, a smile gracing his lips. Saint Vendini, is it? I wonder if your heart differs from others. Should the opportunity arise, might I gain some insight? With this thought, Roland ceased to ponder further matters, closing his eyes to resume his slumber. Yet, scarcely had he shut his eyes when a knock echoed at the door. Sir, the Marshal requests your immediate presence to in an instant. The two CP0 agents arrived in Mary Geos, kneeling respectfully behind a man. How goes the task, my lord? Roland is quite compliant. However, the shield man organized his thoughts. His temperament is rather difficult to manage as long as there is desire. Nothing is truly uncontrollable. What he seeks, I can provide, provided he accomplishes what I require of him. Do you understand? My lord, understood. Dismissing the two, Saint Vendini toyed with his teacup, taking a delicate sip, and declared, let it descend into chaos. The more tumultuous, the better. Only then can I further develop my own power. By noon, the square in front of Marineford was teeming with people. A dense throng gathered. All naval soldiers present in Marineford had congregated here. Sengoku observed the tardy arrival of Roland, offering no further commentary, merely handing him a prepared script, stating, the manuscript is ready. You need only read it aloud when the time comes. Roland glanced at Sengoku, then at the script in his hand, his eyes narrowing slightly, before nodding in agreement. No problem. Watching the swift agreement from Admiral Sengoku, the tension that had been weighing on his heart began to dissipate. After a brief passage of time, the grand ceremony for the appointment of the Admiral commenced in earnest. Sengoku stood atop the heights of Marineford, flanked by the upper echelons of the Navy, including Karp, Tsuru, Zephyr, Akiji, Akainu, Kizuru, and of course, Roland. At this moment, Zephyr had yet to suffer severe injuries at the hands of Weevil and remained steadfast in his belief in the Navy. Sengoku gazed down at the naval soldiers below. Reflecting on the events of the previous day, he sighed deeply and approached the loudspeaker, his resonant voice echoing through the assembly. Noble soldiers of the Navy, the reason you have been gathered here today may already be apparent to you. Roland sat in a concealed location, clutching a script, garbed in the standard Admiral's uniform emblazoned with a prominent symbol of justice. If it weren't for the conspicuous pair of AJ sneakers on his feet, he might have appeared quite the part. The script was filled with dense, minuscule text, which, in Roland's own words, consisted entirely of official jargon that left him feeling quite overwhelmed and unable to absorb its contents. Once Sengoku had finished his interminable speech, he finally reached the crux of the matter, inviting the audience to extend their applause for the fourth Admiral, Roland. The applause that erupted from the crowd below was mixed with an undercurrent of discontent. However, would Roland take heed? No, he was utterly indifferent. Standing before the loudspeaker, Roland glanced at the script in his hands, flashed a mischievous smile, and promptly discarded it. The wind swept the script away, scattering it into the distance. Such audacious behavior left the onlookers in a state of bewilderment. My apologies, I slipped, Roland continued, but I'm certain none of you wish to hear the contents of that script, so let me speak candidly and share my thoughts with you instead. This unexpected turn of events rendered the crowd speechless. Was the script tossed aside just like that? How utterly nonchalant. Ding. The host's actions have astonished Sengoku. Evaluation. A. Reward. Supersized electric power device. Ding. The host's actions have astonished Vice Admiral Tsuru. Evaluation. A. Reward. Zoan-type devil fruit. Dog fruit. Rural dog form. Ding. The host's actions have astonished Akiji. Evaluation. A. Reward. Robin's life card. Ding. The host's actions have astonished Kizaru. Evaluation. B. Reward. Reflection mirror. Effective only against Kizaru's devil fruit ability. Uses remaining. 5. Upon hearing the system's electronic notification, Roland realized his action had indeed been a wise choice. Despite the inclusion of a peculiar fruit among the rewards, the other items were of considerable value. In addition to the rewards for these individuals, a plethora of trivial items was discovered among the distant naval soldiers, predominantly consisting of food. Roland's voice resonated through the loudspeaker. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Admiral Roland. Codename Black-Crowed, I am aware that many of you harbor grievances about why someone you have never seen before has suddenly ascended to the rank of Admiral. To this, I have little to add. After all, excessive words will only serve to annoy you without any other effect. It would be far better for you to simply express your discontent and challenge me. If you can defeat me, I will willingly relinquish my position as Admiral. Sengoku furrowed his brow, quietly warning Roland from behind. Roland, I will overlook your earlier indiscretion, but how can you treat the position of Admiral so lightly? This recklessness is unacceptable. Akainu, fuming from the rear, added, You are insulting the justice of the Navy. Kizaru, at the back, smirked with a hint of mischief. It seems matters are about to become troublesome. Meanwhile, Akiji remained aloof, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding drama, as he dozed with his eye mask on. Unperturbed by the remarks of those behind him, Roland continued, If there are no objections, I shall take your silence as agreement. Wait, I challenge you. A melodious voice suddenly pierced the silence of the square, leaving countless naval personnel dumbfounded. That voice, it's Peach Rabbit, Tsuru exclaimed, exhaling a sigh. This child, I spoke with her at length yesterday. Why is she so impulsive now? Tsuru, some matters cannot be resolved merely through counsel. It is best to allow her to confront her own feelings. Otherwise, her path as a swordsman will be fraught with difficulty. Tsuru lamented, hoping for the best. Carp, let's go check on her shortly to prevent any unforeseen incidents. All right, as long as you don't mind my aging bones, Carp replied boisterously. Roland regarded Peach Rabbit, recalling her information from his memories as a transmigrator. If he recalled correctly, since her promotion to Vice Admiral, she had never advanced to the rank of Admiral, even during the Navy's large-scale recruitment, where she was overshadowed by the direct appointments of Fujitora and Green Bull. It seemed she was indeed somewhat unfortunate. However, this also indicated that her strength had not yet reached the true level of an Admiral. Otherwise, the Navy would not have kept her in the Vice Admiral position. Still adopting his usual teasing tone, Roland remarked, Oh, isn't this the Vice Admiral? I thought someone was here to challenge me. Turns out it was you. Peach Rabbit's face flushed with embarrassment as she glared at Roland. Her teeth clenched. His words had struck a painful nerve. Silence. I will battle you, and should I win, I shall have no objections. Roland glanced at the individuals behind him before replying directly. Vice Admiral, shall we proceed to the training grounds? We wouldn't want to ruin this perfectly good square. With that, Roland vanished from the sight of the crowd, and Peach Rabbit swiftly followed suit, the two appearing at the training grounds almost simultaneously. Their speed nearly equal. This only deepened Peach Rabbit's disdain for Roland's abilities. Although she had heard from Tsuru that Roland had sparred with Vice Admiral Karp, she assumed Karp had not fought to his full potential, especially since he had ultimately held back. Thus, she felt it did not prove Roland possessed the strength of an admiral. With her determination solidified, Peach Rabbit unsheathed her sword, the Kinaro no Natsu, directing it at Roland. Let me see what level your strength truly is. Wait, Roland interjected as he observed Peach Rabbit's eagerness. What is it? Are you afraid? No. Vice Admiral, please refrain from using that title. The repetition of the title embarrassed Peach Rabbit, prompting a sly grin from Roland as he teased. In that case, I shall call you Peachy. Ha ha ha. Before Peach Rabbit could protest, Roland continued. Peachy, wouldn't a simple duel be a tad too mundane? How about we wager on this match? What do you propose? Simple. If you win, I will relinquish my position as Admiral and allow you to do as you please. If I win, Roland paused. If you lose, you will become my direct subordinate and follow my commands. That I absolutely refuse. Peach Rabbit began, but Roland interrupted her. Are you frightened? It seems that beneath it all, Peachy, you are still just a vice admiral lacking confidence. Roland utilized a taunting tactic, a mischievous grin on his face, as if the words I am the villain were inscribed on his forehead. I am not afraid. With Roland's provocation, Peach Rabbit conceded, albeit with conditions. Very well. But in this battle, we may only use swordsmanship and hockey, no other abilities. Do you dare? Quite clever. Agreed. But I trust you won't back out. I swear upon the way of the sword. I swear upon the way of the sword. With unwavering confidence in her swordsmanship, Tautu believed that against no more than two opponents, she would merely reach a stalemate, which indirectly attested to her prowess. Regardless of the perspective, it seemed she was the one reaping the benefits. And this was precisely why Tautu had consented. However, Roland remained oblivious to Tautu's thoughts. Had he known, he would surely have mocked her Nav-vet, which, in truth, was emblematic of her femininity. After the two reached an agreement, Karp and Crane made their entrance into the training grounds. Observing that the battle had yet to commence, Crane felt a slight relief, for she regarded Tautu as her younger sister, although she was somewhat older. Her concern for Tautu was genuine, fostering a strong bond between them. With both hands gripping her sword, Tautu declared to Roland, "Let us begin." Roland, amused by Tautu's readiness, slowly drew his gun wuzhui in the next instant. The blade sliced through the air with a swift, cutting sound, mercilessly aimed at Tautu. The speed of the strike was beyond the naked eye's capacity to perceive. The sudden attack did not startle Tautu, for she had long been prepared. Calmly, she positioned her Jinbaira above her head, and with a resounding clash, lightning struck. Tautu cast a surprised glance at Roland's weapon as her armed colors swiftly enveloped the Jinbaira, dodging the blade and retreating to create distance between them. Is your sword one of the legendary Duokai blades? Roland nodded, replying, "This sword is named Gan Wu Zhua. It shatters all that it touches, and nothing escapes its cleave. It is a fine sword. Do not take it for granted. For a swordsman, encountering a remarkable blade is a stroke of fortune. Thus, an inexplicable camaraderie often blooms between masters of the sword. Naturally, but if I were to choose between you and the sword, I would select you." Roland began to indulge in flattery once more. In the training arena, Roland and Tautu exchanged glances. Suddenly, Tautu sprang into action, closing the distance to Roland at an astonishing speed. Her raven hair billowed, and her attire fluttered fiercely. With the Jinbaira glimmering ominously, she lunged forward, but Roland anticipated her move and raised his blade to block. Yet, Tautu swiftly altered her attack from thrust to slash, leaping into the air to execute a downward cut. Crane's eyes lit up at this spectacle, inwardly exclaiming, "Tautu has won." Karp, observing the scene, shared the sentiment, though he found it perplexing. Having fought Roland the previous day, he knew him to be meticulous. Yet now, Roland appeared utterly unprepared for Tautu's change in strategy. Gan Wuzhua was unable to block the incoming strike in time, and Tautu's lips curled into a smirk, sensing Roland's inability to defend against her assault. With increased force, she declared, "You've lost." Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. and Tautu remained oblivious to the amusement flickering in Roland's eyes. A sharp clang echoed throughout the training ground. Tautu's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld the sword pendant in Roland's grip, cloaked in black-armed color, successfully halting her fierce attack. How could this be? Not only was Tautu astonished, but even Crane and Carp were taken aback by Roland's maneuver. They recognized that had it been a fraction less precise, it would not have merely been a matter of defending, but rather a direct risk to Roland's heart. Roland's audacity could only signify his terrifying mastery over his own abilities. Ding! Tautu's attack was thwarted by the sword pendant. Evaluation. A. Reward. 1 vial of potential elixir, which can enhance overall potential based on the user's capacity to endure pain. Ding! Carp's observation of the sword pendant blocking Tautu's strike. Evaluation. A. Reward. 1 sword heart, containing the lifelong insights of an unparalleled swordsman. Ding! Crane's awareness of the sword pendant's defense against Tautu's assault. Evaluation. A. Reward. 1 key to Tautu's private room. Roland remained unfazed by the system notifications, merely smiling without uttering a word. With a sudden upward thrust of the pendant, a surge of sword energy erupted skyward. In midair, Tautu hastily adjusted her balance, her powerful legs propelling her with astonishing force. This technique was none other than the moonwalk from the 6 styles. Unlike others, Tautu's moonwalk was swift, akin to an arrow released from a bow. Allowing her to evade Roland's cutting sword energy. Tautu, do not call me Tautau. Prepare to die. Upon narrowly escaping the sword energy's range, Tautu's eyes widened in fury at Roland's taunt. She dove downward, her momentum relentless as she aimed to strike at Roland. Peach blossom in full bloom. The Jinbira in Tautu's grasp transformed into a myriad of ethereal peach blossoms, drifting gracefully through the air. While beautiful, the blossoms concealed deadly intent. Roland unleashed his observation haki, perceiving the swirling sword energy surrounding them, eerily reminiscent of his waltz. Then let us dance. Roland promptly thrust Ganwujwa upward, unleashing a flurry of strikes. In an instant, the sword energy enveloped both Tautu and Roland in a waltz of their own. A thunderous clash erupted as their blades met, unleashing a torrent of air and swirling dust. Seizing the moment while Tautu was still airborne and unsteady, Roland, utilizing his momentum, executed a swift strike. Soft serenade. The silent blade, like a specter of death, extended its unseen hand towards Tautu, having attained the mid-tier of the unparalleled swordsman. Roland's prowess was beyond Tautu's observation haki's detection. The penetrating strike pierced through Tautu's left shoulder, blood gushing forth, and an agonizing pain surged through her mind. Tautu cried out, her blood staining her righteous cloak. Crane, witnessing this scene, felt an overwhelming urgency and swiftly appeared at Tautu's side, expressing her concern. Tautu, I will take you to the medical department at once. Roland, amused by Crane's actions, replied, without enduring pain, how can one hope to make progress? Dear Admiral, your actions may hinder Tautu's growth. With that, Roland sheathed his sword and turned to depart. He had further matters to attend to and did not wish to waste time here, perhaps even uncovering something valuable in the process. As Tautu watched Roland's retreating figure, her fists clenched in frustration, the mid-tier of the unparalleled swordsman. He has actually reached that level, while Tautu's eyes brimmed with resentment. Yet she felt powerless. She had believed that achieving the rank of unparalleled swordsman at this juncture would be an impressive feat. Yet she had not anticipated Roland's swordsmanship and innate talent to surpass her own. Tautu, do not be disheartened. You are the most talented swordswoman I have ever encountered. Do not lose heart, Crane urged from the side. At that moment, Roland's earlier words resonated within Tautu, and though she did not voice her thoughts, she silently resolved to persevere. But it was evident to Tautu that Roland was a mid-tier, unparalleled swordsman. And Carp certainly recognized it as well. This fellow, was he concealing his strength yesterday? Truly a formidable individual. Given time to develop, at his current age, he may well reach the heights of Mihawk or Shanks. I should inform Sengoku. It is best to avoid any conflict with such a person. Mihawk and Shanks possessed an understanding of swordsmanship that transcended ordinary limits, both having ascended to the pinnacle of unparalleled swordsmen. As Roland distanced himself, he suddenly received a notification from the system. Ding! Due to Carp's mistaken belief that the host was concealing strength, evaluation. S. Reward. Remnant bloodline of the sword god. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a critical evaluation. Rated SSS. Reward. complete bloodline of the sword god. This bloodline is immensely powerful, bestowing the bearer with extraordinary physical attributes, near-infinite stamina, and the ability to recover swiftly even from severe injuries. Moreover, his comprehension of the art of swordsmanship is remarkably swift, and his physique possesses the ability to infinitely store sword energy, which can be unleashed all at once when necessary, capable of causing catastrophic destruction in the blink of an eye. Ding! As the host activates the bloodline of the sword body. His mastery of swordsmanship ascends to that of a supreme grandmaster. Accompanied by the electronic sound of the announcement, a surge of mysterious energy radiates throughout his being, leaving Roland with an indescribable sense of exhilaration. Feeling as though he possesses boundless strength. At that moment, Roland's physical prowess is undoubtedly on par with the so-called steel balloon Big Mom, and from a certain perspective, even surpasses her formidable constitution. Ever since Roland effortlessly defeated the Peach Rabbit, the dissenting voices within the Navy have significantly diminished. Coupled with Roland's ever-present smile, he greets everyone with humility, which has rapidly garnered him considerable fame. Naturally, many of his admirers are female Navy personnel, for Roland's appearance is undeniably impeccable. With a face as chiseled as a blade and hair as dark as ink, he resembles a nobleman emerging from an ancient scroll. Exuding an indescribable charisma, especially with the Ganwu Zhuang strapped to his back, this is an undeniable source of allure for women, particularly within Admiral Crane's unit. Many have openly declared their admiration for Roland, leaving him in a state of mixed emotions, both pained and delighted. As time progresses, the name Roland, the fourth Admiral of the Navy, spreads across the seas. Almost everyone is aware that a mysterious fourth Admiral has emerged. Codenamed Black Crow, among those most concerned are the pirates that on the Moby Dick, a towering man with a crescent-shaped white mustache lets out a hearty laugh. This man is Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, a living legend. At this moment, Whitebeard is not adorned with various foredrips. Instead, he listens intently as Marco recounts the news from the newspaper. Gulalala, the Navy is becoming increasingly inept. Is there no one left? They have allowed someone to parachute in as an admiral. What a joke. Unlike Whitebeard's lightheartedness, Marco's brow furrows with concern. Old man, things may not be as simple as we think. Just the position of admiral speaks volumes. This person's strength is likely comparable to that of the other three admirals. Upon hearing his son's words, Whitebeard remains unfazed. Taking a hearty swig from his flask, he laughs heartily. Gulalala, no need to worry. As long as my family is unharmed, what does it matter how formidable he is? If he dares to harm you, no matter how strong he may be, I can bring him down. His boisterous laughter echoes across the sea, and Marco feels a sense of relief. Old man, your health is paramount. You shouldn't drink so much. In the West Sea, a pirate ship of moderate size sails across the waters. The ship bears a skull with a scar, flanked by crossed swords, the infamous vessel of the red-haired pirates. Red-haired Shanks leans against the ship's railing, holding a newspaper, and keenly senses the sword carried by Roland, exclaiming with gusto, I truly hope to encounter him soon for a duel, on Cake Island. Big Mom devours cake after cake, her eyes bloodshot from having maintained this state for quite some time. Katakuri holds a freshly arrived newspaper in his hands, declaring, Mama, regardless of what happens on the Navy's side, I only want to know where Prometheus is right now. Continue searching for Prometheus. His voice, harsh and grating, prompts Katakuri to open his mouth to speak, only to let out a sigh instead at a yes for Kaido. He is currently indulging in his own form of self-destruction, completely oblivious to the Navy's news. Roland remains unaware of the reactions from the four emperors and other pirates upon hearing his name. After all, he has not received any rewards, so he does not dwell on it this moment. He is sailing from the Sabati archipelago towards Marineford as night falls. Marineford remains ablaze with lights. Roland's warship gracefully docks at the harbor. Identical to those of the other admirals, exuding an air of grandeur. It is important to note that Admiral-class warships are equipped with numerous cutting-edge technologies, developed by the top scientists of Vegapunk under the control of Kizaru's scientific unit. Particularly in terms of propulsion, the speed is astonishing, requiring only 2 hours to traverse the distance between Sabati archipelago and Marineford. Roland carries a box as he walks towards the residential quarters at the back of Marineford. Skillfully unlocking Peach Rabbit's room, he places the box on the table. This is a top-tier delicacy he specifically purchased for her. Roland glances around the room. It is empty, save for the sound of water splashing from the bathroom. With a mischievous glint in his eye, Roland silently tiptoes toward the bathroom. Just as he arrives at the door, it swings open. Peach Rabbit's water-like eyes lock onto Roland, her body instinctively shivering. Clearly startled by his sudden appearance. "You rascal, how did you get in this time? I changed the locks." "Oh, did you? I didn't notice. I simply used the key." As he speaks, Roland displays the key in his hand. This key was a gift from the system, which claims it can unlock any lock Peach Rabbit changes, as long as it is her room. Sensing that Peach Rabbit is growing agitated, he quickly puts the key away and adds fuel to the fire, stroking his chin and saying with feigned seriousness, "I didn't expect your figure to look even better than usual, and your physical condition is quite impressive. Your wounds are healing remarkably well." Upon hearing this, Peach Rabbit pauses and slowly lowers her head, an overwhelming fury rising within her. "You bastard. Not only do you enter my room without permission every day, but now, you actually..." Peach Rabbit is clearly furious, at a loss for words. For her, speaking is less effective than taking action, as she swiftly grabs the sword sheath beside her, enveloped in armament hockey, and directs it at Roland. The sword sheath slices through Roland's clothing with ease, leaving a shallow wound that appears in Peach Rabbit's line of sight. "Why didn't you dodge? It's fine. This way, we're even, right? I see you. You see me, ha ha." Feeling somewhat guilty, Peach Rabbit rolls her eyes at Roland's words. But the next moment, something astonishing occurs. The wound on Roland's body swiftly begins to heal, completely mending within 5 seconds. "Are you a monster? Who knows?" Roland shrugs and responds, "By the way, aren't you cold? Or do you enjoy making me get lost, you bastard?" Peach Rabbit angrily retorts, quickly striding to the side to don her justice cloak. Despite Roland's sudden intrusion, Peach Rabbit strangely feels no aversion. In fact, she believes his presence adds a touch of spice to her monotonous life. Watching Peach Rabbit's retreating figure, Roland's lips curl into a slight smile as he muses, before crossing over. He had no idea what Peach Rabbit's personality was like, but based on their interactions so far, she seems to possess a predominantly youthful spirit. He is grateful to Crane. Without her indulgence, Peach Rabbit wouldn't have retained such an endearing character. However, your years of effort are about to go to waste, Peach Rabbit. I will claim you due to the host's words and recent actions causing Peach Rabbit's heart to flutter. Evaluation S. Gained. Peach Rabbit's favorability 80, reaching the status of someone important in her heart. Roland is startled by the sudden electronic sound, and as he reads the message displayed by the system, his smile grows even more radiant, though it might be just a tad too bright. Peach Rabbit, having changed into her clothes, sits blushing at the table, while Roland places the Ganwu Zhuang aside and sits across from her, pushing the box toward her. "This is your favorite tempura, specially purchased from the Sabaody archipelago. It's still warm. Go on, give it a try." Peach Rabbit finds herself utterly unable to resist the allure of delectable cuisine, especially when it comes to her beloved tempura. Casting aside the disturbances caused by Roland over the past few days, she shot him a glance, exclaiming, "At least you still possess a modicum of conscience." With that, she opened the wooden box, and in that instant, a golden light seemed to flash, the aroma of the food dazzling her senses, prompting her to eagerly indulge in the culinary delights. Witnessing the childlike demeanor that emerged from Peach Rabbit before him, Roland couldn't help but smile with delight. Pouring himself a glass of water, he remarked, "I plan to hunt down some pirates in the coming days to bolster my accomplishments, lest I be ridiculed later on. You shall accompany me." Though he spoke these words, Roland's true intention was to collect bounties from the heads of pirates, envisioning a mountain of trophies that would undoubtedly create quite the stir. After all, Roland was a man who prioritized profit above all else, rising only for gain. Peach Rabbit, oblivious to Roland's ulterior motives, retorted, "Why should I accompany you?" "Why, you ask? Have you forgotten our previous wager? You swore an oath upon your swordsmanship." Roland countered, "Do you intend to go back on your word?" Peach Rabbit's cherry lips parted, as if to protest, but she quickly recalled her solemn vows, a fledgling swordswoman just stepping into the realm of the supreme swordmaster. She would never allow herself to betray her promise. Choosing silence, she transformed her indignation into appetite, devouring the tempura one after another, her cheeks puffed out adorably like a little hamster. Roland, wishing to ruffle her hair, found his hand deftly avoided by Peach Rabbit. Undeterred, he continued, "In the future, steer clear of Crane. She will be an obstacle to your progress, but on what grounds? She queried. If you can comply, I could elevate you to the intermediate level of the Supreme Swordmaster in no time. Peach Rabbit fell silent, her expression inscrutable save for the rhythmic motion of her chewing. She pondered deeply. Ever since entering the realm of the Supreme Swordmaster, she had come to understand the formidable challenges of advancement within this tier. Yet, each stage of progression represented a qualitative leap, fueling her desire to ascend swiftly to the intermediate level. Unfortunately, despite her relentless efforts, her progress remained agonizingly sluggish, leading her to doubt her own innate talent. Can you truly elevate me to the intermediate level of the Supreme Swordmaster in such a short span? She inquired, a hint of hope lacing her tone. That depends on your performance, he replied cryptically. What does that mean? She pressed on. It's quite simple. You shall do as I instruct. If you succeed, I can assist you even to the pinnacle of the Supreme Swordmaster. Seizing the moment of her bewilderment, Roland playfully pinched her cheek, finding it delightfully soft. Give it some thought. I shall retire for the night. With that, he rose from his seat, slinging the weapon he had set aside back onto his back. Turning to leave, exiting Peach Rabbit's chamber, he paid no heed to the astonished gazes of the surrounding Navy officers. Rumors had already spread within the ranks about his passionate involvement with Peach Rabbit. And since she seemed unperturbed by it, he saw no reason to mind that moment. Peach Rabbit remained blissfully unaware of the gossip, as she had few friends, which allowed Roland to effortlessly infiltrate her life. Responding to the enthusiastic greetings of the Navy soldiers, Roland maintained a smile, nodding in acknowledgement. 3 simple gestures that could brighten their day for an extended period. Some even went so far as to block his path. Hoping merely to hear him utter an a gesture that left him bemused, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts. As he descended from the upper floors, he heard someone call out to him. He responded instinctively, then turned to see a man standing beside him, his brow furrowing slightly. If memory served him right, this was Vice Admiral Chavin. Black Crow, get away from Peach Rabbit at once. I am on the verge of catching up to her. What gives you the right to interfere? Oh, and then what? Roland yawned, his expression nonchalant. You scoundrel, don't provoke me. Chavin's lecherous demeanor was almost unbearable for Roland to witness. If Chavin was the epitome of sleaziness, then Roland believed Kizaru could only rank second. With the keen intuition befitting a high-tier Supreme Swordmaster, Roland sensed that Chavin possessed considerable strength, though it paled in comparison to his own. Yet, given Chavin's character, he suspected he was deliberately concealing his true abilities. Dismissing such thoughts, Roland resolved that rather than dwell on such matters, it would be more enlightening to engage Chavin in combat to discern whether he truly held back. With that in mind, Roland taunted, What do you mean by provoking you? Clearly, you're lacking in looks, strength, height, taste, and charm that you've professed your love to Peach Rabbit nearly 100 times, and the only response you've received is her consistent eye refuse, correct? The sensation of squeezing Peach Rabbit's charming face is utterly delightful, something you'll never experience, ha ha ha. Onlookers observed the exchange between the General and Vice Admiral Chavin with curiosity, drawing closer to witness the unfolding drama. Chavin clenched his fists. You scoundrel, you're pushing it too far. Oh, are you angry? Feeling resentful, are we? If that's the case, come and fight me. Prove you can defeat me. I, Chavin stammered, repeating himself yet failing to take action. In that case, I shall wield no blade. Get lost, Roland declared, tightening his fists before releasing an invisible blade of wind toward Chavin. Startled, Chavin leaped aside, tumbling and landing in a heap, covered in dirt. Ding! Bystander A is shocked at how effortlessly the host has left Vice Admiral Chavin in such a disheveled state. Rating it an A, and receiving. Off-branded shirt. Ding! Bystander B is astonished at the host's casual display of power against Vice Admiral Chavin. Rating it an A, and receiving. AJ Hook. Ding! Bystander C is impressed by the host's nonchalant strike that left Vice Admiral Chavin in disarray. Rating it an A, and receiving. HW Phone. Hearing the system's electronic notifications, Roland felt a wave of exasperation. Indeed, even those rated A yielded nothing of value, only an assortment of oddities, not allowing himself to be distracted by the system. Roland addressed Chavin. Why are you dodging? Why not engage? You are a Vice Admiral. After all, how could I possibly defeat you? Chavin lay on the ground, appearing to sulk like a petulant child. Was this a flaw in his character? Or was he deliberately playing up for show? If it was the latter, who was his audience? Roland found Chavin to be exceedingly peculiar. Sighing, he chose not to engage further. You can continue lying there. I am off to sleep. After all, with the system at his disposal, could Chavin ever surpass him? Why bother overthinking it? Gazing at Roland's retreating figure, Chavin's eyes flickered with resentment, yet beneath that resentment, something else seemed to stir. Soon enough, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Roland visited Peach Rabbit's room every night. From initial fury, she had grown accustomed to his presence, even allowing him to spend the night without protest just yesterday. After receiving 1,000 new recruits from Zephyr, Roland took Peach Rabbit aboard his ship, the Admiral-class warship. Though he had utilized this vessel for several days, seeing so many people aboard simultaneously was a first for him. It was quite a spectacle. Everyone stood at attention, tasks clearly delineated. The helmsman and navigator worked in harmonious concert, and thus, the warship set sail from Marineford. In a spacious cabin, Roland and Peach Rabbit sat across from each other. With his hands clasped behind his head, he appeared utterly relaxed, gazing at her as he inquired, "What have you concluded?" "Well, I've completed my contemplation," she replied. "Your answer is, I heed your command, yet I shall never act against my principles." "Oh." Roland rose abruptly, leaning in closely to gaze into Peach Rabbit's eyes. After spending several days together, Peach Rabbit had become somewhat immune to Roland. After all, he had taken all the liberties he could. So she thought, let him look as he wished. "Can you tell me what your principles are?" Roland inquired again. "If I were to command you to kill a crane, would you comply?" "Certainly not." "You scoundrel, is your mind perpetually occupied with such perilous thoughts?" Peach Rabbit's expression shifted, and in that moment, she swiftly drew her golden sword and pressed it against Roland's neck. Roland remained silent, a faint smile gracing his chiseled face as he slowly leaned towards Peach Rabbit, the blade now making contact with his skin. "You lunatic!" Peach Rabbit sheathed her sword, casting a disdainful glance at Roland. Now, he was quite close to her, his breath warm against her face. "Peach, it seems you are genuinely concerned for me." Seemingly satisfied with this response, a broader smile spread across Roland's face. Peach Rabbit wished to retort, but found that Roland had already stood up. "Peach, please refrain from calling me that. It is rather tiresome." Peach Rabbit sighed. She had uttered this countless times, yet Roland had never heeded her words. Roland chuckled, not responding to the matter at hand, instead donning a serious expression, one that Peach Rabbit had never seen on his face before. "I find your answer satisfactory. I shall promote you, but you must not disclose anything about what follows to anyone." After saying this, Roland's expression shifted again, his smile returning, adding, "Of course, if you do reveal it. I shall eliminate them all and then punish you severely. Ha ha ha. I promise you. That's more like it. Peach, this will be our secret. Now, let us not waste time. What must I do to ascend to the rank of a supreme swordsman?" Given Roland's nature, Peach Rabbit truly did not wish to comment further. It was utterly dreadful, quite simple. "You just need to consume these 2 items." As Roland spoke, a blue ethereal light appeared in his hand, revealing a potion and a thumb-sized sword. Witnessing this spectacle, Peach Rabbit's eyes widened in disbelief. "What the hell? Is this also your ability, Roland?" Roland smirked. He knew Peach Rabbit had almost called him a scoundrel just now. But reflecting on his actions over the past few days, he indeed had been rather rogue. Sort of. Just consume these 2 items. One enhances your potential, while the other encapsulates a supreme swordsman's lifetime of insights. Both of these are exceptional. Peach Rabbit glanced at Roland and then at the items in his hand, asking a rather classic question. "Roland, why are you being so kind to me? Such things should rightly be for your own use." "Because, you see, you are my subordinate, someone I care about." Roland pinched Peach Rabbit's cheek gently before placing the items into her hands and turning to leave. Peach Rabbit lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. Lost in thought. Could it be that Roland has feelings for her? He is indeed remarkable. Although his personality is somewhat peculiar, being by his side instills a sense of security. Glancing again at the items in her hand, Peach Rabbit silently added, "Moreover, Roland has treated her quite well. He had taken quite a few liberties with her these past few days, and marrying him seemed like a decent choice." Roland remained oblivious to Peach Rabbit's thoughts. If he were aware, he would likely just chuckle and say, "Peach, you truly are adorable." Only Roland knew the underlying implication of that statement. Sitting on Roland's bed, Peach Rabbit felt her cheeks warm. Contemplating the gift from Roland, she could not fathom why her heart felt so elated. She harbored no doubts about the items Roland had given her, and after opening the potential potion, she tilted her head back. allowing the potion to slide down her throat. Peach Rabbit focused her mind, sensing the changes within her body, feeling a fiery warmth gradually rising in her lower abdomen, circulating throughout her being as time passed. It grew hotter, increasingly so. Peach Rabbit felt as if she might be scorched. She discarded her navy uniform, desperate for relief. Just then, the door swung open, and Roland stepped inside. It seems I have stumbled upon something I should not have. Roland chuckled, continuing, I came in to remind you that after consuming the potion, your body will gradually heat up, but it appears I have arrived a tad too late. Roland, I feel so hot. It is quite normal. This is the potion working to expand your potential. If you can endure it, your future path in swordsmanship will be exceedingly smooth. Keep it up. I shall take my leave now. Oh, by the way, there is a bathroom in this room. With that, Roland exited the cabin once more. This level was accessible only to him and Peach Rabbit, so there was little fear of interruption. Upon hearing about the bathroom, Peach Rabbit's eyes brightened, and she swiftly utilized her technique to reach the bathroom, turning on the shower as cool water cascaded over her body. The refreshing water, upon contacting her skin, generated waves of steam. A testament to how scorching her temperature truly was. As time ticked by, the dark veil of night enveloped the sky, and Peach Rabbit's somewhat dazed eyes gradually regained focus. The pain in her body began to dissipate, replaced by an overwhelming sense of ease and hunger. Her skin became smoother than before, resembling flawless jade. A sight to behold. Gurgle, gurgle. Peach Rabbit's stomach rumbled. Had there been anyone else in the room, she would have been mortified. After hastily reclothing herself, she rushed from her room towards the ship's dining area. Upon entering the dining hall, Peach Rabbit discovered that Roland was the sole occupant, surrounded by an array of delectable dishes. Peach, how do you feel? I feel wonderful, unprecedentedly so. My body feels exceptionally light, and it seems even the hidden injuries I could not detect before have healed. That is to be expected. The increase in potential enhances your cellular vitality. And as the vitality surges, those hidden injuries naturally mend thanks to your body's recovery capabilities, Roland remarked, observing Peach Rabbit's slightly anxious demeanor, and chuckled. You must be quite hungry. Hurry and eat. All of this is prepared for you. You have prepared far too much. I could never consume this much. Upon finishing her statement, Peach Rabbit seated herself across from Roland and began to feast heartily. The food before her vanished at an astonishing pace. Devoured effortlessly, transformed into energy, and distributed throughout her body. For 2 hours, Peach Rabbit indulged, and with the limitless supply, she finally felt satiated. No longer hungry, she noticed the surrounding mess. Her face flushed. She quickly waved her hands at Roland, shyly exclaiming, Roland, actually, I usually cannot eat so much. With that, Peach Rabbit lowered her gaze, unable to meet Roland's teasing eyes. Observing her expression, Roland burst into laughter. Ah ha ha, Peach, you are simply too adorable. As he spoke, he gently caressed Peach Rabbit's hair. Peach Rabbit squinted her eyes, relishing Roland's affection. For reasons unknown to her, this time she did not feel the same aversion as before, instead experiencing a subtle sense of comfort. In the dining hall, only Roland and Peach Rabbit remained, and the atmosphere began to shift. If sensing the unusual tension, Peach Rabbit took the initiative to speak. Roland, will the other item you gave me also cause such pain upon consumption? The sensation she had just experienced was one that Tautu never wished to endure again. Her entire body felt as though it were being mercilessly gnawed upon by countless ants, painful, itchy, and unbearably hot. The mere fact that she managed to refrain from vocalizing her distress was a testament to her indomitable will. Rest assured, that object is called the Sword Heart. It encapsulates the lifetime experiences of a supreme sword master. Consuming it is akin to witnessing her life unfold from a third-person perspective. Tautu nodded thoughtfully. Roland, such a remarkable artifact. Where did you acquire it? Upon hearing Tautu's inquiry, Roland placed a finger to his lips and replied, Do not ask. To inquire is to remain ignorant. I understand now. I shall refrain from further questioning. Good, for I find obedient women most delightful. Roland continued, You should ingest it now. I will be here to observe. Tautu said nothing further, retrieving the small sword, no larger than her thumb, from her pocket and swallowing it whole. The sword heart dissolved instantly, as if it had vanished from her mouth. In the next moment, a torrent of memories surged into Tautu's mind, transporting her consciousness into another realm. In this world, she felt as if she had transformed into a pair of eyes amidst the void, quietly observing the events before her. There was a girl who had been profoundly unfortunate from a young age. Her village had been slaughtered, and she was the sole survivor. Covered in soot and grime, She wielded nothing but a kitchen knife. With this meager weapon, the girl struggled to survive among the ruins of her village. From various small animals to the wild beasts of the mountains, she relied on her innate talent for swordsmanship. Swiftly advancing from a novice to a swordsman, then a swordsman of renown, ultimately achieving the level of a grandmaster, a realm that many spend their entire lives striving to attain. For a mere girl to reach such heights was unfathomable in her era. Tautu watched as the girl grew on that desolate island, transforming from a little girl into a blossoming young woman. However, by this time, the island had become devoid of sustenance. The young woman fashioned a raft from the island's trees and set sail into the boundless ocean. Braving countless injuries, mastering numerous sword techniques, and developing her own unique style, ultimately awakening her own essence, her realm ascended from Grandmaster to that of a Supreme Grandmaster, marking the beginning of her legendary journey. Yet, as she observed the conclusion, Tautu was struck by the realization that the girl had remained utterly alone throughout her life, without friends, without smiles, her expression unchanged from beginning to end, dominated solely by endless cycles of slaughter and survival. A sudden wave of desolation enveloped Tautu, as if it sought to pull her into an abyss of despair, surrounded by bloodied arms, with terrifying beasts lurking within the depths. A dark visage began to coalesce. Unmistakably that of the woman from her memories, Tautu yearned to flee, but found herself utterly paralyzed. Someone, save me, stay away from me. Your talent in swordsmanship is formidable, yet you lack insights into life. This is why you have never ascended to the intermediate level of a Supreme Grandmaster. A sword may be a dear friend, but it is not the sole companion. Solitude and desolation, living alone. This essence does not resonate with me. Roland, help me. A sudden crack. Tautu heard another voice by her ear. And in the next instant, the abyss was no more. The bindings had vanished. Tautu opened her eyes to find Roland smiling at her at that moment. Her mind brimmed with countless insights into swordsmanship. Yet all other chaotic thoughts eluded her recollection. The stone from another mountain can serve to polish jade, but do not dwell in the worlds of others. Remain steadfast in your own essence. I believe you can go further. Tautu nodded. Her spirit was not as robust as Roland's, and she struggled to bear the influx of memories. She felt a heaviness in her head, and if a bed were available, she would surely collapse into sleep. It was evident that Tautu was genuinely fatigued, prompting Roland to suggest, "Come, let us retreat to your room for some rest. My bed is larger and more comfortable." Perish the thought. Who would want to go to your room? With that, Tautu turned and headed toward her own room, oblivious to the mischievous grin Roland wore behind her, summoning her remaining strength. Tautu opened her door to a well-decorated space filled with various sword sheaths. Although Tautu occasionally exhibited a childish demeanor, she was truly passionate about collecting sword sheaths, prompting Roland to decorate her room accordingly. Nonetheless, this room always left Tautu with a peculiar sense of something missing. That scoundrel Roland, he didn't even provide me a bed. Where am I supposed to sleep? Tautu lamented, feeling utterly unfortunate as fatigue washed over her like a tidal wave. She slammed the door and marched into Roland's room. Finding it empty. "Humph, you only wish for me to sleep in your room, and here I am fulfilling your wish," Tautu declared, locking the door behind her and reclining comfortably on the bed, quickly drifting off to sleep. Roland, after inspecting the conditions aboard the ship, returned to his room and turned the doorknob, only to find it unyielding. It seemed Tautu had indeed fallen asleep as he had anticipated. As long as she is resting. After witnessing the life of a Supreme Grandmaster, a bit of fatigue is only natural. With that thought, Roland retrieved a key from his pocket and unlocked the door, stepping inside. Tautu had no inkling that he would leave behind a key. Observing her asleep on the bed without having changed her clothes, Roland shook his head. Such a lack of decorum. Sleep is meant to restore one's spirit, to invigorate for the following day. Can one truly sleep soundly like this? With that, he gently unfastened her clothing, ensuring she could lie comfortably in bed. After some time, Roland finally tucked her in and headed to the bathroom for a shower, dressed only in trousers, exposing his muscular torso. Roland ascended to the highest point of the ship. The night breeze over the sea was brisk, and one could easily catch a chill, yet for Roland, it posed no issue at all. Lying at the summit, he cradled his head in his arms, gazing at the distant, mysterious starry river, which sparked a thought in him. If he recalled correctly, there was a self-proclaimed deity on the sky island who yearned for the infinite continent of the moon. Seeking to ascend to it aboard the Ark of Pronouncement, powered by his own electricity, to establish his dominion. To Roland, this seemed like a fanciful delusion. Nevertheless, aside from that folly, both the Thunderfruit and the Ark of Pronouncement, as well as the countless treasures on the golden country of the Sky Island, were undeniably enticing to him. With this in mind, Roland retrieved the legendary item, the Universal Doll, from his system. The night wind blew refreshingly. Roland produced the small Universal Doll from the system's repository. It was no larger than the palm of his hand, its body entwined with straw. Had the system not specified, Roland might have mistaken it for a cursed doll. The Universal Doll functioned as a robotic entity, designed to harness the powers of his Prometheus form, enabling him to accomplish tasks beyond the limitations of his current identity. The significance of this identity was underscored by the concentration of formidable and renowned individuals in Mariewa. Engaging in even the simplest of activities here could yield substantial rewards. System: infuse the powers of Prometheus into the Universal Doll. Ding, commencing infusion. 126766100. Infusion successful. As the system's electronic voice faded, the form of the Universal Doll underwent a remarkable transformation. The straw-wrapped body vanished, replaced by a blazing, fiery physique, retaining its diminutive size without any other alterations. Go forth. Seek out Enel on the Sky Island. Teach him a lesson that if you can subdue him, do so. If not, send him to his grave. Additionally, be sure to locate the Golden Country atop the Sky Island and establish a pirate crew. Do you understand? Prometheus nodded gently before soaring into the distance. Roland, sensing the connection he shared with Prometheus, realized that distance could not hinder his consciousness, and he immediately felt at ease. Let Prometheus grind and level up outside. When the time comes, boom, a thunderous roar echoed across the sky, the wrath of dark clouds manifesting. The thunder drowned out Roland's voice. Save for Roland himself, no one knew what he had just uttered. Upon returning to his room, Roland discovered that Tao Tao had awakened, cowering in the corner of the bed. Wrapped in a blanket, her body visibly trembling. Tao Tao, what has happened? As Tao Tao shivered, she heard Roland's voice and peeked out from her cocoon, gazing at his face, her heart calming slightly. Roland, I'm afraid of thunder, she replied, her soft voice tinged with tremors. Huh. Roland was momentarily taken aback. How could the future Commander Tao Tao be afraid of thunder? Are you certain you're not jesting? Yet, upon witnessing the panic in Tao Tao's eyes and the pallor of her cheeks, Roland did not believe she was feigning. Sighing, he approached her, wrapping her in his embrace. Initially, Tao Tao struggled a bit, but in the face of the rumbling thunder, she leapt into Roland's arms, clinging tightly. The security of Roland's broad chest offered her immense comfort, and she dared not let go. Roland gently patted Tao Tao's delicate back, whispering, It's all right. I'm here. As he spoke softly and patted her, Tao Tao drifted back into slumber, observing her obedient demeanor. A faint smile curled at the corners of Roland's lips, perhaps conjuring some wicked thought, his expression imbued with an indescribable allure. Outside, torrential rain poured down, the raindrops linked together like a vast net, cascading upon the deck and the sea, creating a melodious symphony. Roland, cradling Tao Tao, closed his eyes, immersing his spirit in this enchanting scene, and gradually succumbed to sleep. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. Sunlight streamed through the window onto the bed, causing Tao Tao's long eyelashes to flutter slightly as she sleepily opened her eyes. Suddenly, she was jolted awake, realizing she was in Roland's embrace. Had they truly slept together? Was yesterday not just a dream? The fatigue clouded Tao Tao's memory, leading her to believe that the thunder incident was merely a figment of her imagination. Tao Tao, are you awake? Roland's magnetic voice reached her ears. Tao Tao nodded adorably, her heart racing as she thought. Oh no. Roland must have seen how I was yesterday. I wonder how he will mock me. However, the anticipated ridicule did not come. Instead, Roland's warm hand gently ruffled her hair. It's getting late. Let us hurry to breakfast, he urged. Tao Tao, like a bashful young girl, lowered her gaze, unable to meet Roland's eyes. Roland paid it no mind, donning his Navy Justice cloak as he stepped out of the room. Upon reaching the deck, he discovered the navigator waiting for him, reporting, General, we have arrived at the target sea area and are ready to commence the mission. Understood. Once everyone has finished breakfast, have them disguise the warship as a merchant vessel for a fishing operation. Although the navigator did not grasp the concept of a fishing operation, it did not diminish his admiration for Roland. After the navigator departed, Roland pondered, stroking his chin as he gazed out at the boundless sea. The speed at which the battleship, classified as a general-level vessel, sailed at full throttle astonished him. That it had only been a day since their departure from Marineford, yet they had already reached the target area, a speed few pirate ships could match. With this thought, Roland's yearning for Enel's flying ark intensified. As for the mightiest battleship, The Pluto, he had no immediate plans. Currently, Crocodile was not yet a warlord of the sea, and who knew where Nico Robin was? Without someone knowledgeable in ancient scripts, even if the method to create Pluto were laid before him, he would be unable to comprehend it. Breakfast concluded swiftly, and under Roland's orders, the sailors efficiently disguised the warship to resemble a merchant vessel. A seemingly colossal merchant ship would surely attract the attention of formidable pirates. You should change your clothes as well. Those pirates are not fools. Dressed like this, they won't be deceived, Roland remarked, reporting, General, we have no other clothing besides our Navy uniforms. Hearing this, Roland helplessly rubbed his forehead and told them, then just stay in your rooms. Consider it a vacation. That is unacceptable. How can we allow you? This is an order. Yes, the sailors, left with no choice, returned to their quarters. At that moment, only Roland and Tauta remained on the deck. Tauta, tell me you have spare clothes. Of course, Tauta replied. Women are fond of beauty, and she always had a plethora of outfits on hand. Relieved by Tauta's words, they quickly changed and emerged. Tauta donned a dark red shirt paired with gray-blue cropped jeans, accentuating her tall figure with its graceful curves. Her long, slender legs were perfectly proportioned. Clad in brown knee-high boots, and her long hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, exuding an air of fresh elegance with a hint of nobility. Roland, on the other hand, wore a mismatched ensemble produced by the system. He sported a tracksuit emblazoned with an NKG logo, complemented by black skinny pants and a pair of AJ sneakers, creating a rather peculiar appearance, were it not for his good looks. It would have been challenging to pull off such an odd outfit. Tautau surveyed Roland's attire, unable to suppress her laughter. What on earth are you wearing? It's so bizarre. And what with the hook on your shoes? What is it for? Roland shrugged. Who knows? Perhaps it's fashionable in another world. Just as they were exchanging banter, a pirate ship in the distance spotted Roland. Captain, that vessel ahead looks like a merchant ship. A merchant ship? Hand me the binoculars. The man took the binoculars and peered ahead, discovering a man and a woman chatting merrily. The woman was breathtakingly beautiful, while the man appeared somewhat eccentric, as if not entirely sane. Damn it! Wealth has its perks. Dressed like a lunatic, and yet he has managed to find such a stunning woman. Men, full speed ahead. Kill the man and capture the woman. Seize that ship for me. Yes, Captain. This pirate crew, known as the Crossblade Pirates, was the dominant force in the region, and their captain, Rindalu, boasted a bounty of 199 million on the deck. Roland and Tautau continued to tease one another when they spotted a ship flying a pirate flag. Heading straight for them, it was evident they were the target. How is my fishing operation working? It has been long, and already we've hooked a big one. Tautau nodded, acknowledging its effectiveness, but added, though I'd like to think it's more about their lack of intelligence. Anyone with a semblance of sense should realize that such a large merchant ship would certainly have some security measures in place. Perhaps they are overly confident in their strength. Do you recognize this pirate crew? No. Tautau rolled her eyes, watching as the pirate ship drew nearer. Captain, they've seen our pirate flag and are frozen in fear. Especially that woman. She has moved a muscle since earlier. She must be terrified. The crew member's flattery brought great amusement to Rindalu, who laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Once I've savored her, you'll all have your turn to enjoy her too. Thank you, Captain. Upon hearing the words of Nishina Rafuku, the eyes of the younger subordinates below sparkled with excitement. Even trailing behind to sip some soup seemed a worthwhile endeavor, for truly, such a beautiful woman was a rare sight. On the ship, Roland yawned and addressed Tautau, saying, Tautau, I'm feeling rather lethargic. You take the lead. After all, you consumed the sword heart yesterday, and now is the perfect moment to forge ahead. Who knows? You might gain further insights. Very well. Just be careful not to become as lazy as a pig, Tautau replied, drawing her sword, Kimbira, which glimmered ominously in the sunlight. Captain, that girl has drawn her sword, one of the crew exclaimed. She seems formidable. Should we be cautious? The crew suggested to their captain. Ha ha ha, she is just a girl. Is there really a need to be so frightened? You must know that taming a rouge horse is my greatest delight. Now that's what makes it interesting. Nishina Rafuku retorted. Watch closely how she kneels before me, singing of submission. With that, he bent slightly at the knees and leapt forward like a cannonball towards the warship disguised as a merchant vessel. Oh, it seems we have an ability user. Be careful, came the warning. Are you expressing concern for my well-being? Who knows? The exchange between the two resembled that of playful adversaries, filled with warmth. if not for the presence of the rather unappealing Nishina Rafuku. He grinned, revealing his yellowish teeth, and even before he arrived, Cao Cao and Roland could already envision the magnitude of his arrogance. Des a girl. Cao Cao naturally preferred cleanliness. Without needing Roland's urging, she positioned herself between him and the approaching warship. Peach blossoms in abundance, Cao Cao declared, striking forth with Kanbira, unleashing a flurry of peach blossoms that danced through the air, each petal concealing deadly intent. The endless petals swirled in the wind, forming an intricate web that left Nishina Rafuku with no escape. His eyes narrowed, impressed by her prowess. Not bad, quite intriguing. He positioned his hands behind him, fists clenched, and unleashed a powerful blow. The thunderous explosion resounded as the air before him ruptured, scattering the blossoms and leaving only emptiness. Seizing the opportunity, Nishina Rafuku swiftly closed in on Cao Cao, his yellowish teeth bared once more. That was my explosive strength punch. I am a man who has consumed the elastic fruit, he boasted. Little girl, you should surrender. Unfazed, Cao Cao executed another strike, sending forth a cascade of flowing peach blossoms. The peach blossoms drift away, transcending realms unknown. If one cannot remain in this world, let them descend into hell, as she whispered. The formidable aura of a great swordsman surged, causing the very heavens to tremble. Peach blossoms rained down from the sky, an endless shower, leaving no refuge, no sanctuary. Even Nishina Rafuku gasped. What? A supreme swordsman? He could no longer afford to underestimate her. Calculating whether he should flee, few pirates had managed to survive in the waters near Marineford, especially one with a bounty of 19 million. Elsewhere, his bounty might well have soared past 300 million. The crew of the Crossblade pirates gaped in astonishment, jaws agape as if they could swallow an egg whole. Can our captain defeat that woman? She is incredibly strong. They could hardly believe that a woman's strength could reach such heights. Elastic vacuum blast. Nishina Rafuku's muscles bulged. As if something within him was stirring, he transformed his fists into palms, unleashing a rapid thrust that forced the air aside. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of 3 consecutive explosions filled the air, shrouding everything in smoke. Roland wore a satisfied grin, intrigued by the clash between Cao Cao and the Black Tooth. The elastic user before him momentarily reminded him of Luffy, the grandson of Carp, who had consumed the gum-gum fruit and developed an array of extraordinary abilities, including the formidable Gearforth. This man, in sheer explosive power, surpassed Luffy, yet in versatility, the Black Tooth was no match. Roland believed that despite Luffy's foolish demeanor, he was an unparalleled genius in combat. Cao Cao stood beside Roland, observing the changes within the black mist. Suddenly, a figure plummeted from the haze. Without a doubt, it was the Black Tooth. Panic etched across his face, his hands battered and hanging limply at his sides. Unable to mount any defense, he soared towards his ship, exclaiming, "Turn the ship immediately, we must flee." Cao Cao intended to pursue, but Roland halted her. "Leave the rest to me." He slowly clenched his fist before his chest and then released a powerful wave of sword energy. Roar! A resounding voice echoed, enveloping the area in a terrifying force that extended for miles. Countless sword lights surged skyward, while the ocean roared and thunder rumbled. The thunder frightened Cao Cao, causing her to dive into Roland's embrace. Watching him as he wreaked havoc, shielding her with one arm, Roland unleashed the sword energy stored within him, transforming it into a ferocious beast. In the blink of an eye, a vast expanse around Roland became a desolate wasteland. Fish floated belly up upon the surface of the sea. The Crossblade pirates disintegrated into ashes, leaving only the heads of the pirates behind, under Roland's conscious control. Ding. Cao Cao felt a surge of shock from the thunder and Roland's overwhelming strength, prompting her evaluation. Gaining Cao Cao's favorability at 99. Gazing at the floating heads, Roland feared they would drift away and sink, deviating from his expectations. Bring them all in, place them in the cold storage for safekeeping. I will exchange them for a bounty with Admiral Sengoku. Pirate hunters could exchange the heads of pirates for bounties at various naval bases, and although naval personnel who captured or killed pirates did not receive the full bounty, they still earned a considerable sum. Roland declared, "When the bounties are distributed, I will treat everyone to drinks. Thank you, Admiral." With this proclamation, the morale of the naval soldiers surged, and they gained a new understanding of Roland's generosity and character. They felt fortunate to have been brought here by Zifa to serve under Roland. Otherwise, they would still be aimlessly training. Not to mention feasting. Even purchasing new clothes had been a luxury. Ding. Naval Soldier A, astonished by the host's generosity and grandeur, evaluated. A, gaining loyalty at 100. Ding. Naval Soldier B, astonished by the host's generosity and grandeur, evaluated. A. Gaining loyalty at 100. Ding. Naval Soldier C, astonished by the host's generosity and grandeur. Evaluated. A. Gaining loyalty at 100. Everyone's loyalty had reached its maximum value, demonstrating that sometimes personal charisma could surpass monetary wealth. This realization intensified Roland's eagerness for Prometheus to locate the fabled land of gold somewhere in the Sky Island. With the countless treasures it held, he could swiftly establish a pirate crew rivaling the four emperors. As he contemplated this, Roland glanced at Tao Tao, who was admiring the sea view, a subtle smile gracing his lips. She remained indifferent to Roland's actions, neither enthusiastic nor resentful. After all, it was a matter of course for the Navy to hunt pirates, so even if Roland slayed countless foes, Tao Tao would not perceive him as a bloodthirsty individual. Time flew by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Roland, aboard the ship masquerading as a merchant vessel, captured countless pirates, severing their heads and placing them in cold storage. Throughout the vast ocean, Roland's reputation gradually spread, and soon, few formidable pirates remained in these waters. Tao Tao, how long have we been out? Roland inquired, instinctively wrapping his arm around her delicate shoulders. Tao Tao, as was her custom, offered a brief resistance, but upon realizing the futility of her efforts, she made no further objections. Thus, nestled within Roland's embrace, she replied, "It has been a month since we set sail." "Indeed, it has been a month. And you have successfully ascended to the intermediate level of the Supreme Swordmaster. In this vast ocean, you stand as one of the apex forces, as long as you do not encounter those monstrous beings. Even if we do, I shall vanquish them," Tao Tu declared confidently, striking a pose on her pristine neck. This habit, learned from Roland, was something she found rather amusing, so she decided to retain it. Curiously, Tao Tu and Roland's personalities and affinities have grown increasingly similar, to the extent that they even share the same sleeping posture. By the way, ever since that stormy night filled with thunder, Roland and Tao Tu have essentially entered a cohabitation state. However, what astonished Tao Tu was that Roland was surprisingly well-behaved. Aside from his fidgeting hands, he did not engage in any other activities. This left Tao Tu feeling both exasperated and comforted, an indescribable sentiment blossoming within her heart. Full speed ahead. Destination: the Shambadi Archipelago. "Roland, what has prompted this sudden desire to visit the Shambadi Archipelago?" Tao Tu inquired, perplexed. "Now that our mission is complete, shouldn't we be returning to Marineford?" Roland affectionately pinched Tao Tu's cheek. "Are you so eager to return? Don't you wish to savor some delectable delights at the Shambadi Archipelago before heading back?" Upon hearing about the delicacies, Tao Tu's eyes instantly sparkled. "Is it the same delicious tempura as last time?" "Absolutely, and there are fine wines and grilled birds there as well. It is quite a delightful place." Then it settled. "Before we return to Marineford, let us indulge in some food at the Shambadi Archipelago." "You retreating me, for I am out of money." Seeing Tao Tu so enthusiastic, Roland smiled. Who could have known that beneath Tao Tu's mature and alluring exterior lies a heart akin to that of a little girl? It seems that only I have witnessed this side of her. The speed of the battleship was astonishing. In roughly 4 days, Roland and Tao Tu arrived at the Shambadi Archipelago. The archipelago derives its name from the world's largest mangrove tree, the Rhizophora mangle. Due to its roots being exposed above the water, it formed the Shambadi Archipelago. The most distinctive feature of the Shambadi Archipelago is the special natural resin secreted from the breathing roots of the Rhizophora mangle, which expands in the air to form bubbles that ascend into the sky. This phenomenon has led to most of the buildings and transportation on the archipelago being constructed around these bubbles, making it a marvel of the world and attracting a multitude of visitors, resulting in a melting pot of diverse cultures. "Come, Tao Tu, I will take you to a rather unique tavern. It's not that kind of place." "Is it?" Tao Tu eyed Roland warily, her tone laced with teasing. "Sometimes, I truly wonder what thoughts occupy that little mind of yours. How could it possibly be that kind of establishment? I was merely asking." "Look at how excited you are." Tao Tu shrugged, though the smile at the corner of her mouth betrayed her. "Let us go. I can hardly wait to indulge in some delicious food." During our time on the ship, I truly felt like a bird deprived of sustenance, Roland said, taking Tao Tu's hand and leading the blushing girl into a bar named Xiaqi's Bar. Upon opening the wooden door of the tavern, Roland noticed the bar counter was empty, so he called out, "And Xiao, come out quickly, we have guests." Hearing Roland's voice, Xiaqi furrowed her brow and said to Rayleigh beside her, "He is back again. Hasn't he already?" Xiaqi hesitated, but Rayleigh could discern her unspoken words that it's fine. Just go take a look. If anything happens, I will intervene. But by then, I might have to go back to being a wanted criminal. I wonder if this old body can still run. Chuckling, Xiaoqi approached the bar counter. Isn't this Black Crow? What brings you to my humble tavern? Humble? A tavern with a name like Xiaoqi's bar is hardly inconspicuous in the vast ocean. Xiaoqi nodded in acknowledgement of Roland's remark. What would you and your little girlfriend like to eat? I am quite confident in my culinary skills. Upon hearing Xiaoqi refer to her as Roland's little girlfriend, Tao Tu lowered her head, unable to meet Roland's gaze, quietly standing to the side like a well-behaved girl. And Xiao, I naturally have faith in your cooking. Just prepare whatever you excel at. The decor of Xiaoqi's bar was rather exquisite, with soothing music playing in the background that relaxed the mind. Coupled with the enticing aromas wafting through the air, Tao Tu found her mouth watering uncontrollably. Here, this is the cheese crab pot. Give it a taste and see how it is. Xiaoqi presented the freshly made cheese crab pot before Roland. Not one to hold back, Roland scooped a spoonful, blew on it lightly, and then offered it to Tao Tu, saying, Tao Tao, hurry and try Aunt Xiao's cooking. Tell me if it's delicious. Tao Tu shyly glanced at Xiaoqi, and upon meeting her gaze filled with various meanings, her shyness intensified as she tugged at the hem of Roland's clothing, saying, Roland, please don't do this. It feels rather strange. Strange? Where is it strange? I find it perfectly normal, Roland replied with a mischievous grin. Seeing Roland's insistence, Tao Tu had no choice but to lean forward, gently parting her lips to take a sip. The rich broth mingled with the sweet taste of crab danced in her mouth, causing her beautiful eyes to light up as she exclaimed, It's so delicious. Is that so? As long as it's good, that's all that matters, Roland responded, giving Xiaoqi a thumbs up. Xiaoqi smiled without saying a word. Each dish she prepared was exquisite, each possessing its own unique charm. Black Crow, I seldom cook for others. Indeed, those who get to taste your cooking are typically not ordinary individuals. Huh? Black Crow, are you praising yourself? Xiaoqi covered her mouth, a gesture that appeared ladylike but was actually meant to hide her flustered demeanor. Who knows? What do you think? Tao Tu stared blankly at the two conversing before her, caught completely off guard by their exchange. Observing her bewildered expression, Roland chuckled and ruffled Tao Tu's hair. Aunt Xiao, let us call it a day. I'll take Tao and leave now. When the next opportunity arises, I'll come back to support you. Ha ha. As long as Black Crow welcomes us, we will naturally welcome you. Roland smiled without speaking, taking Tao Tu's hand as they made their way toward the exit. Oh, right, Black Crow, I forgot to mention, your total bill this time is 100 million berries. Tao Tu, who had understood their previous conversation, suddenly grasped the situation now. The food she had just consumed cost a staggering 100 million berries. Roland, that's far too expensive. Roland waved his hand dismissively. Unconcerned. For you, no matter how much I spend, it's worth it. He then turned to Xiaoqi, saying, I will have someone deliver the payment shortly. Enjoy such exquisite cuisine, even if you are charging me a premium. It has no problem at all. Ha 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 ha. As Roland and Tao Tu's figures gradually receded, Xiaoqi addressed the empty tavern. Rayleigh, come out. They have left. Upon hearing Xiaoqi's words, Rayleigh emerged from the back, with long, flowing hair and a beard adorning his chin. He appeared somewhat aged, yet his muscles exuded a sense of explosive strength. Can you sense Black Crow's power? Rayleigh shook his head. It's difficult. I can only feel him as a sword poised to unsheath, but I cannot discern the specifics of his strength. Xiaoqi sighed, beginning to silently clear the dishes. Meanwhile, Rayleigh took a large gulp of his drink. Didn't you go hunting pirates? What news did you gather? Upon hearing Rayleigh's inquiry, Xiaoqi unexpectedly produced a sheet of paper, densely inscribed with numbers, which she had painstakingly acquired through her own channels on the very first day Black Crow arrived in the target waters. He disguised his warship as a merchant vessel and annihilated the Crossblade pirates, decapitating them all. The following day, he launched an assault alongside Peach Rabbit against a grand pirate crew. Although their strength paled in comparison to that of the Crossblade pirates, their numbers were overwhelming. Terrifyingly, they accomplished the complete decimation in less than 3 minutes, severing heads without mercy. Rayleigh, upon hearing this, felt a cold sweat bead on his forehead. All decapitated? He asked. Indeed, all. Xiaoqi affirmed. Is this truly the conduct of the Navy? Are you certain they are not pirates? Rayleigh voiced his thoughts. Xiaoqi lit a cigarette, the smoke swirling upward as she took a deep drag and remarked, such occurrences are far from rare. At least as of now. The information I have indicates that pirate crews have been obliterated in an instant under Roland's command. It is estimated that approximately 1,000 pirate heads are aboard Roland's ship, with bounties totaling over 3 billion. Rayleigh gasped in astonishment, then burst into laughter. I wonder whether the Navy has found a pillar of strength or a demon this time. I truly anticipate what he will do next. I lean more towards the latter. Xiachi shared her thoughts with Rayleigh. As a woman who has seen her fair share of life, she couldn't deny that Peach Rabbit, standing beside Black Crow, had already harbored secret affections. However, this did not imply that Black Crow would reciprocate those feelings. What do you mean by that? Rayleigh inquired. I believe Black Crow is merely playing, approaching everything with a carefree attitude, prioritizing his own interests above all else. Do you not find such a person frightening? Coupled with his formidable strength, it is likely that this sea will descend into greater chaos. Ha ha ha. Isn't a bit of chaos delightful? After all, the captain originally sought to initiate the age of exploration. The decay of the Navy will inevitably be overthrown by the tides and laid bare before the world, unbeknownst to Roland, who was presently aboard his warship. Xiachi and Rayleigh were discussing him. He and Peach Rabbit swiftly made their way towards Marineford. The distance from the Sabaody archipelago to Marineford was not great, and soon Roland beheld the outline of Marineford. Peach Rabbit stretched lazily, showcasing her exquisite figure, much to Roland's delight. In a moment, I shall seek out Admiral Sengoku. The fleet admiral now. As for you, take a nice bath and rest a while, she said, her face flushing slightly as she nodded thoughtfully. Reflecting on their time at sea, Peach Rabbit felt that many events had transpired, necessitating a thorough review and adjustment of her emotions. Upon once again setting foot on the solid ground of Marineford, Roland experienced an unprecedented sense of comfort. The stability of land was far more suited to him than the constant rocking of the ship. If only I had the Arc Maxim right now, he mused inwardly, making his way towards Sengoku's office. Behind him, numerous Navy soldiers carried heavy boxes, their curiosity piqued about the contents within. As he walked, Roland greeted those who approached him with a smile, presenting an image of genteel elegance. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that this seemingly refined individual had slaughtered nearly 1,000 pirates over the past month. Before long, Roland ascended to the 4th floor, where he encountered the fellow Admiral, Akainu. Good afternoon, Admiral Akainu, Roland greeted, his cheerful demeanor starkly contrasting with Akainu's stern expression. Many within earshot privately lamented that Admiral Black Crow was much more approachable than Admiral Akainu, whose perpetually somber visage was rather intimidating. Unaware of their thoughts, Akainu cast a brief glance at Roland before shifting his gaze to the boxes. Being an admiral, he could easily discern the nature of the contents within. However, the sheer quantity left him momentarily uncertain. Pirates? Roland nodded, smiling as he replied. As expected of Admiral Akainu, you've deduced correctly. These boxes contain the heads of pirates. About 1,000, I believe. Ding. Akainu was taken aback by the host's determination to slay pirates. Receiving an evaluation of S and gaining the skill 8 gates. Ding. Congratulations to the host for a critical evaluation, doubling the rating to SSS, and acquiring the perfect 8 gates. This skill allows the host to temporarily unleash tremendous power by unlocking the meridian channels within, enabling the host to achieve tenfold strength when all 8 gates are opened. This skill is perfect, consuming only stamina without imposing any burden on the body. Upon hearing the system's electronic notification, Roland's eyes sparkled with delight. This truly was an unexpected boon. He silently gave a thumbs up to Akainu, whom he internally referred to as dog. Meanwhile, Akainu, having received Roland's confirmation, also offered a thumbs up in return, his tone revealing a slight shift. Just Navy officers. It is our duty to exterminate pirates. It is an honor that I did not anticipate that Admiral Black Crow could achieve such a feat. I apologize for underestimating your resolve. After apologizing, Akainu walked past Roland without looking back, his expression remaining impassive. Roland mused inwardly, wondering whether this indicated rigidity or principled behavior on Akainu's part. Nevertheless, such matters were trivial. What truly mattered was that he had unlocked the perfect version of the 8 gates through Akainu. According to the system, it enabled the user to unleash 10 times their inherent strength. While this might not be fully applicable in battle, the mere prospect was undeniably terrifying. Roland once again felt that staying at Marineford was an incredibly wise decision. Simply wandering around had led him to encounter a powerhouse like Akainu, yielding an SSS-level reward. Truly remarkable. Knock, knock. Roland rapped on the door before stepping inside, observing Sengoku diligently writing at his desk. As expected of the fleet admiral, Truly hard-working, Roland jested. How goes the mission? Fairly well, I suppose. Nothing too noteworthy, Sengoku replied without raising his head, his focus on the manuscript as he seized the opportunity to chastise Roland. Unfazed, Roland leaned forward, attempting to glimpse the manuscript. Just as he did so, Sengoku flipped the document over and looked up at Roland. Roland shrugged in exasperation. He had only caught a glimpse of a single character, yet it was evident that the document was of significant importance. Given Sengoku's seriousness and occasional frowning, Sengoku was unaware of Roland's thoughts. His attention was instead drawn to the boxes behind him. What could they contain? Roland squinted slightly, smiling as he remarked, Fleet Admiral, it seems you haven't engaged in battle for quite some time. Even your senses and instincts have dulled considerably. Can you still be considered an admiral? The other Navy soldiers present in the office, who had been carrying the boxes, gasped in shock at Roland's audacity to speak so to the Fleet Admiral. Sengoku's eyebrows shot up, his face growing grave as he slammed his hand on the desk with a thunderous bang, startling the soldiers behind him. What do you mean by that? Are you looking for trouble? Do you want me to record a demerit against you? Oh dear, I'm so scared. Roland feigned fear, crossing his arms and adopting a mock terrified expression. He then instructed the soldiers carrying the boxes, open the boxes. And then you may leave. Yes, Admiral Black Crow. The soldiers saluted and proceeded to open the boxes on the floor. As the boxes creaked open, the severed heads of pirates tumbled out, each one bearing a common trait, expressions of sheer terror. As if they had witnessed the apocalypse, the scent of blood permeated the room, and Sengoku abruptly rose from his seat, gazing in shock at the severed heads scattered across the floor and crammed into boxes. Had Black Crow truly beheaded them all? Was this gruesome display merely for his own amusement? This man was nothing short of a demon. Ding. Sengoku was taken aback as a notification echoed. Evaluation. S. Reward. Resurrection Potion. The Resurrection Potion had the power to revive the deceased, regardless of the time elapsed, as long as their remains were intact. However, those resurrected would lack the strength they possessed in life. Ding. The host is advised to be cautious, as the resurrected individuals may exhibit unpredictable side effects. How delightful. Another splendid item has emerged. Roland felt a surge of excitement, dismissing the potential side effects entirely. After all, what concern was there for side effects when one could resurrect the dead? His expression remained unchanged, the signature smile still adorning his face as he quietly watched Sengoku, softly stating, Marshal, you are quite right. Capturing pirates requires more than mere strength. Hence, I did not capture them. I killed them all. There are nearly 1,000 heads here. I hope you are satisfied. Ha! Roland's arrogant laughter echoed in Sengoku's ears. Even if Sengoku were typically laid back, encountering someone like Roland would not elicit any warmth from him. With a stern expression, Sengoku glared at Roland, gritting his teeth as he said, Admiral Black Crow, your accomplishments as a newly appointed general are commendable. Since you have eradicated so many pirates, you must have amassed considerable loot. Ensure that you report everything to the finance department. Understood. If it were any other admiral, Sengoku would not have uttered such words. But this was Black Crow. He represented the Celestial Dragons. He was sent by the Celestial Dragons to disrupt factions, and he must be firmly suppressed, leaving Roland no opportunity to flourish. But would Roland fear Sengoku? Absolutely not. On the contrary, he felt a thrill of excitement. Marshal, I must admit, I too am curious as to why there was not a single piece of loot aboard the ships of the pirates I eliminated. You suddenly want me to report to finance. Is that not an unreasonable request? Black Crow, are you challenging my authority as Admiral of the Navy? Marshal, you jest? I am merely teasing you. I slipped there. Please do not take my earlier words to heart. Black Crow, you will pay the price for your arrogance. Oh, and what might that price be? Do you think that because you have the Celestial Dragons backing you, you can disregard me? I will make you aware of the consequences of toying with me. Roland chuckled, reclining on a nearby sofa. Admiral Sengoku, it appears we are alone now. There are matters I wish to discuss regarding your earlier statement. Sengoku remained silent, his gaze fixed on Roland, awaiting his next words. You mentioned that I am supported by the Celestial Dragons, but please do not think that way. I have never considered them my allies. What do you mean by that? Roland did not directly answer Sengoku's question. Instead, he turned his gaze to the window, peering toward the Holy Land Marineford behind Marineford, and spoke softly. In truth, Admiral, you despise those Celestial Dragons as well. Do you not? They are nothing but parasites. Yet you are compelled to protect them, and no matter the heinous acts they commit, you must shield them from scrutiny. It must be a most uncomfortable position to be in. Sengoku was taken aback by Roland's sudden candor, yet it was evident that the words resonated deeply within him. After speaking, Roland did not linger, aware that prolonging the conversation could be detrimental to himself. Rather than waste time chatting with Sengoku, he preferred to seek out more pleasurable pursuits. Exiting Sengoku's office, Roland headed toward his own quarters. Sengoku stared blankly at the severed heads littering the floor for a long while before finally instructing the naval soldiers outside to enter and clean the office. "Burn these pirates," he commanded. "Yes, Admiral. Also, have the intelligence department thoroughly investigate Roland's activities during his mission." Just as the naval soldiers were about to leave the office, Sengoku added, "Oh, and inform the finance department to grant Roland a bonus this time." Sengoku approached the repaired floor-to-ceiling window, gazing into the distance at the Holy Land Mariawa, lost in thought. Since the conclusion of the last mission, it was now Black Crow's turn to be stationed at Marineford. And with no pressing tasks, Roland spent his days either eating or sleeping, occasionally being summoned by Peach Rabbit to practice swordplay with her. Marineford always required an admiral to be stationed there for unforeseen circumstances. The rotation system dictated that each admiral must remain at Marineford for 3 months before they could partake in their desired activities. Otherwise, they were confined to Marineford or the nearby Sabaody archipelago. For Roland, this was of little consequence, as he was rather lazy and never engaged in training. If boredom struck, he would simply visit the Sabaody archipelago or invite Peach Rabbit out for a meal. This arrangement solidified the budding romance between Roland and Peach Rabbit, though it had yet to be officially acknowledged. Due to this situation, Vice Admiral Tsuru repeatedly advised Peach Rabbit to keep her distance from Roland, fearing that she might become ensnared in a web of infatuation. However, the more Tsuru cautioned her, the more Peach Rabbit resisted, harboring discontent towards Tsuru's attempts to prevent her from getting close to Roland. Peach Rabbit was already troubled, and Tsuru's constant warnings about Roland only exacerbated her frustration, ultimately leading her to accept a mission to clear her mind. On the ship, Peach Rabbit stood on the deck, lost in thought, pondering why, despite her hints, Roland never took the initiative. Did it require her to be the one to make the first move? That scoundrel, Roland, of course, was blissfully unaware of Peach Rabbit's thoughts and did not concern himself with the matter. However, her absence rendered his already mundane life even more devoid of excitement. The sun hung high in the sky, mercilessly scorching the earth. For Roland, who had grasped the sword intent of fire, this temperature was merely a triviality, and he found it quite pleasant. Reclining on his sun lounger, Roland mused, "How shall I spend the day? Without Peach Rabbit, I cannot witness her bashful expressions. Must I resort to the Sabaody archipelago? Speaking of which," it seemed he had nearly exhausted all the sights there. Wait a moment, he realized he had never visited the auction house. He had heard it was quite intriguing. How could he not go? With that thought, Roland's figure vanished, and when he reappeared, he had changed into casual attire. Aside from his dark hair, he wore a mask that rendered him nearly unrecognizable as the newly appointed Admiral Black Crow. Posing in front of a mirror, he felt satisfied with his appearance. Rather than using a warship, Roland sought a secluded spot to stretch his body. 8 gates of the body, as he whispered the incantation. Golden red steam enveloped him, a manifestation of the sword energy stored within his sword god bloodline. Roland felt as light as a feather. With a mere step, he could cover dozens of meters, demonstrating immense power. Perhaps he should find someone to spar with, or else relying solely on the 8 gates for travel felt somewhat underwhelming. Fortunately, this was not the world of Naruto. Otherwise, one could only imagine how upset Guy would be upon discovering Roland's use of the 8 gates. Ha ha ha! With a hearty laugh, Roland bent his legs and leaped forth, his figure vanishing into Marineford. A ghostly shadow flickered across the vast ocean, slicing through the turbulent waves with astonishing speed that left one astounded. A golden-red aura enveloped Roland, each step capable of shattering the sea's surface. Accompanied by a powerful recoil, he was propelled forward. After approximately 10 minutes, Roland finally arrived at the islands of Shambaudi, once back on solid ground. He took a deep breath, dispelling the 8 gates of Duingia. A wave of intense weakness washed over him as he sensed a significant drain on his stamina. However, in an instant, his vitality surged back. Likely due to the lineage of the sword god, the combination of the 8 gates and the sword goddess bloodline was undoubtedly a formidable ace up his sleeve. Yet, this did not render him invincible. Roland noted that the brief moment of weakness experienced upon canceling the 8 gates could be exploited in battle, although swiftly compensated by the sword goddess bloodline. Such vulnerabilities could provide an opportunity for defeat among powerful adversaries. Nevertheless, Roland had begun to formulate strategies to conceal this weakness. Not wishing to dwell further on the matter, he strolled casually down the streets, his attire fully armed. The Shambadi Islands, a uniquely vibrant locale, teemed with life, yet was rife with both the virtuous and the nefarious. Thus, even in full battle regalia, Roland's identity went unnoticed. Finally a moment of tranquility, free from the need to smile, nod, or respond, with a sigh of relief. He purchased an ice cream from a street vendor, making his way towards the auction house. The ice cream melted deliciously in his mouth, its sweet flavor lingering delightfully. If Roland recalled correctly, the true mastermind behind this auction house in Shambadi was Doflamingo. The plans of the 7 warlords had yet to be set in motion, leaving Doflamingo to lurk within the shadows, unable to fully realize his grand ambitions. At this moment, he was merely a cunning pirate, having yet to ascend to the throne of Dressrosa. However, the thought of Dressrosa sparked Roland's interest in Violet, the user of the stare fruit. Her abilities in reconnaissance were undeniably potent, coupled with her status. She could remain close by without raising suspicions. In due time, he could approach Doflamingo to negotiate for her presence. Before Roland could fully contemplate this, he found himself standing at the entrance of the auction house. The throngs of patrons at the entrance piqued his curiosity. Was the auction house truly that lucrative? An elderly man with a curly white beard, having noticed Roland's dazed demeanor at the entrance, approached him and inquired, "Young man, is this your first time at this auction house?" Upon hearing someone call to him, Roland turned and was taken aback. It was none other than an old friend. What a serendipitous encounter. Although Roland recognized the man before him, he was clad in full armor, which likely obscured his identity. Thus, he responded in a subdued tone, "Indeed, everything has its first time. I lack experience. I wonder if the esteemed elder could serve as my guide. I am willing to offer berries for your assistance." Ha ha ha. This young lad seems quite savvy. Just so happens I have been craving fine wine lately and need some berries to procure it. So I would be delighted to oblige. At the entrance of the Shambadi Islands auction house, no one could fathom the terrifying identities and powers of the 2 seemingly comical figures standing there. One was the man known as Rayleigh, the Dark King, and the other was the Navy Admiral Black Crow Roland. Each of them, if unleashed, could shake the seas, yet now they strolled in camaraderie, as if they were long-lost friends. Shoulder to shoulder, entering the auction house together. "Young man, I must tell you, you have come at the right time today." Rayleigh's words made Roland smile. What did he mean by the right time? Was the auction house typically devoid of such crowds? Indeed, you are correct. While the auction house usually attracts many, it seldom sees such a turnout, Rayleigh remarked, taking a swig from a flask hanging at his waist. Today marks the 3rd anniversary of this auction house's establishment, and many valuable items are set to be sold. "And what, in your esteemed opinion, constitutes a valuable item?" Roland inquired. Rayleigh chuckled heartily, stroking his white beard. "The worth of an item is subjective. To me, fine wine is invaluable. Yet others may deem a renowned sword, or even slaves as treasures. It all depends on the individual. Then what do you think I might find intriguing?" Roland asked. Rayleigh scrutinized Roland from head to toe, noting how he was clad in layers, with even his eyes obscured by sunglasses. Aside from his dark hair, there were no discernible features, and even his aura was undetectable. This lack of presence caused Rayleigh to adopt a slightly more serious demeanor. In his eyes, this could signify either a concealed strength or an ordinary individual. Generally, those who could mask their presence were not weak. However, Rayleigh did not dwell on this. After all, few could capture his attention. "Could it be that you are a Navy Admiral, Black Crow? Young man, you seem quite robust. Surely you have an interest in renowned swords or martial arts." Roland shook his head. "Devil fruits?" Roland again shook his head. "Could it be that you have a penchant for bidding on slaves?" Roland shook his head once more, prompting Rayleigh's curiosity. "Pray tell, young man, if you have no interest in these, what brings you to this auction house? Are you merely here to broaden your horizons?" Roland shook his head again, revealing his true intentions. "Esteemed elder, I am quite greedy. I find all that you mentioned intriguing. It is precisely because the auction house offers a diverse array of items of good quality that I chose to come here. In my view, only children make choices. I desire them all." Rayleigh stared at Roland in astonishment, then burst into hearty laughter. "Ha, you are truly an amusing young man. I have high hopes for you, but do not let your enthusiasm lead you to reckless bidding." Rayleigh had shifted from calling him young man to brother, his amusement evident as Roland's words had genuinely entertained him to the point of tears. "Brother, in these vast seas, things are not as simple as you might think. If you wish to have it all, you must possess sufficient strength to protect it. Rayleigh, naturally assuming the role of a mentor, launched into a lecture that left Roland feeling overwhelmed. In desperation, Roland interjected, utilizing a topic shift. Esteemed elder, I shall not bid on anything exceeding its intrinsic value, unless I genuinely desire it. However, you speak of strength. What level of strength do you believe is necessary to acquire what one desires? As Rayleigh was on the verge of contemplating Roland's question, a sudden uproar erupted in the auction hall. The applause resonated like thunder, echoing endlessly. Both Roland and Rayleigh took their seats, lapsing into silence as they awaited the formal commencement of the auction. Their seating area, to put it plainly, could be described as the commoners section, where anyone could occupy a seat as long as it was available. Above them, however, lay the VIP lounge, entry to which required an invitation personally issued by Don Quixote Doflamingo. Unfortunately, the sphere of invitations distributed by Doflamingo did not extend to the Navy, leaving Roland disheartened at not receiving one. Nonetheless, despite this setback, he had come uninvited, pondering whether Doflamingo might feel a twinge of anxiety upon realizing his presence. At the center of the auction venue, a platform gradually ascended, revealing a stunning woman with cascading red waves of hair, captivating the attention of the assembly, which erupted into howls of admiration. Some ruffians even resorted to blowing wolf whistles. Esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the auction of the Sabaody Archipelago. I am your host for this event, Herona. We are thrilled to have you at our third annual auction, where we have prepared an abundance of surprises that will undoubtedly leave you with bountiful rewards. After delivering her introduction, Herona, clad in revealing attire, bowed to the attendees, igniting a fervor in the auction hall. Roland gazed in exasperation at Rayleigh, who was wiping drool from his mouth. Truly, this man was youthful at heart despite his age. Yet, what was so alluring about such a woman? Could she possibly compare to the likes of Toru? The answer was a resounding no. Roland realized he preferred the innocent charm of a girl, one whom he could mold into his ideal image, rather than the woman before him, who seemed perpetually intent on flaunting herself. His initial excitement for the auction waned significantly due to her presence. Today's auction featured a total of 50 items, with each bid requiring a minimum increase of 10,000 berries. Furthermore, any disruptions would result in immediate expulsion from the venue, a reminder all attendees were advised to heed. After outlining these precautions, the woman named Herona wasted no time, sensing the atmosphere had reached a boiling point, and declared the third annual auction officially commenced. Now, let us bring forth the first item for auction. Herona continued, the inaugural item is a treasure of the sea, the devil fruit of the paramecia type. As for its specific abilities, we have yet to acquire detailed information, making this its debut before the public. The starting bid is set at 100 million berries. The crowd erupted in astonishment. What a bold opening with a devil fruit. This annual auction promises to be worth attending, and one can only anticipate even rarer items to follow. Sitting in the corner, Roland's eyes sparkled at the prospect of the devil fruit. Upon arriving in this world, he had initially believed that acquiring a devil fruit would be a trivial endeavor. However, with the passage of time, he learned that such fruits were far from commonplace. Those who could procure them undoubtedly had formidable connections, indirectly affirming that Doflamingo, from a certain perspective, was indeed a king of the underground world. Raising the bidding paddle beside him, Roland called out, 500 million berries. Instantly, the room was engulfed in uproar. Is he serious? A first bid of 500 million, for a paramecia fruit of unknown ability? Is this merely a display of wealth? In contrast to the astonished crowd, Herona's eyes lit up at Roland's offer, exchanging flirtatious glances with him. Yet, he felt no inclination toward her and promptly closed his eyes, opting not to engage further, leaving Herona fuming as she stamped her foot in frustration. 500 million. It has now reached 500 million. This is a promising start, but I believe there are several big players present. Can it be that 500 million will intimidate you? Remarkably, Roland had never witnessed such a clumsy attempt at provocation, yet it seemed to resonate with some, as voices from various corners began to rise in bid increments. 510 million berries. 520 million berries. 530 million berries. Roland, observing the frenzied bidding, felt a sense of resignation. He now understood why Doflamingo had sent forth a host like Herona, for her beauty and provocative demeanor had incited the crowd into a frenzy. Little brother, I must say, I didn't expect such boldness from you. Starting at 500 million. I believe my fine wine is secure now. Rayleigh chuckled heartily, though his voice was quickly drowned out by the commotion. Seizing the moment, Roland remarked, Old man, I recently heard from a friend about a rather intriguing bar on the Sabeti archipelago, something about knocking on bamboo. After the auction, I would love to treat you to a drink there. What do you say? Upon hearing knocking on bamboo, Rayleigh's expression shifted. Without a second thought, he realized it was the sole establishment owned by Shuki on the archipelago, and he immediately lost interest on if Shuki could provide him with her exquisite wine. He would not need to step out at all. With an awkward smile, he replied, "Little brother, I was merely jesting. Please, do not take it to heart." Just as Roland was teasing Rayleigh, a voice resonated throughout the auction hall. 700 million berries. An unexpected elderly voice echoed in the ears of the crowd, causing Herona to glance toward the old man. Her brow furrowed slightly. He was exceedingly unattractive, with eyes that wandered too erratically, making her feel decidedly uncomfortable. She could intuitively discern the man's thoughts. However, as a mere employee, Herona could only perform her duties, sweetly announcing, "Congratulations to bidder number 721 for winning the first auction item, the paramecia fruit." Meanwhile, in the backstage area, Doflamingo lounged with his legs crossed, observing the scene through a surveillance snail, a sinister grin gracing his face. The first bid reaching 700 million berries bodes well. Investing 700 million in a fruit of unknown abilities. Was it audacity or folly? Rayleigh stroked his beard, pondering that perhaps others were not merely fixated on the devil fruit, but rather on the enchanting Herona herself. "Girl, what makes you assume it's a girl rather than a woman?" Roland mused, exasperated by the lecherous old man beside him. "Good sir, how old are you? Yet your thoughts linger on such trivial matters." Hearing Roland's words, Rayleigh raised an eyebrow playfully and replied, "Little brother, this is experience talking. In my eyes, this woman is undoubtedly the real deal, exuding allure while retaining an essence of innocence. She is truly exquisite." "Oh, so I was mistaken in my judgment." Roland reconsidered, redirecting his gaze to Herona, scrutinizing her presence and appreciating her charm. Surprisingly, Rayleigh's assessment held merit. Yet, as the right-hand man of the Pirate King, how could he allow his perceptions to be so easily swayed? Roland was genuinely impressed. One after another, auction items were presented, showcasing an array of jewelry, precious gems, and rare materials, none of which held any value for Roland. As for Adam's tree, he already possessed a superior version within his System S storage, an enormous specimen, comparable in size to a building, more than sufficient for crafting a magnificent vessel with plenty left over. Old man, one would presume that prior to an auction, a list detailing the items for sale would be distributed to inform attendees. "Do you have one?" "Indeed. Then why didn't you share it with me? You never asked." Rayleigh scratched his head, gazing at Roland in disbelief. It seemed the oversight lay with Roland after all, now that I've asked. "Could you kindly show me the list? I left it at home. I didn't bring it with me." Rayleigh appeared to feel somewhat uneasy about his previous remarks, and he added, "Nonetheless, I have perused the majority of items. Young brother, if there is something specific you wish to bid on, do share, and I shall consider whether it aligns with your desires." At that moment, Rowan regarded Rayleigh with a look akin to that of a bewildered individual. Could it be that this fellow was truly losing his wits, or perhaps he had indulged a bit too much? Taking a deep breath, Rowan adjusted his mindset. If he took this old rascal's antics too seriously, he would only be the one at a disadvantage. Are there any renowned swords or methods of sword forging? Upon hearing Rowan's inquiry, Rayleigh scrutinized him from head to toe. After a thorough examination, he discerned no sign of a sword. It is said that for those who wield a sword, it is an inseparable part of them. Young brother, you are not planning to wield one, are you? Indeed, it is for a gift. So it appears to be for a romantic interest. Who can say? Rowan had long since stashed the Ganwu Zhuo within the confines of his system space. Present. That sword was akin to his identity card. Regardless of how he disguised himself, the moment he bore that sword, he would undoubtedly be recognized. Thus, Rowan had no choice but to endure the plight of keeping his beloved sword hidden away. Noticing Rowan's reluctance to elaborate further, Rayleigh refrained from probing deeper, reflecting for a moment before stating, "If memory serves, there is indeed a renowned sword at this auction, likely around item number 30. What number is the current item?" "It appears to be item 25. Helena stood upon the stage, announcing the arrival of item 25. The guests present regarded this item as one they fervently desired, an everlasting contract. Signing this contract would allow them to take home 5 princesses they had trained, compelling them to serve. I trust everyone understands the implications of this, yes? Most importantly, these are indeed 5 genuine princesses, all daughters of the now extinct Katarad kingdom. thus possessing remarkably noble lineage. Just imagine having a princess, one who has never tasted the sweetness of spring water, donning a maid's outfit in one's home. How exquisite that would be! Helona's introduction of the 5 princesses was infused with rhythm and fervor, igniting a fire within the audience. Many eyes began to gleam with excitement, especially when Helona summoned the 5 princesses to the stage. The crowd transformed into a pack of wolves, howling incessantly, causing Rowan to wish he could silence them with a single blow. The starting bid for this item was set at 100 million berries. For those who fancy them, do not let this opportunity slip away. 200 million. Damn it, you think you can snatch them from me with 200 million? I bid 300 million. I offer 350 million. I bid 550 million. Everyone, shut up. 1 billion. Suddenly, a voice resonated from the VIP room above, causing a stir among the attendees. The occupants of the VIP room had finally made their move. To start with a bid of 1 billion, these individuals were truly not short on funds. It was rumored that several kings resided within the VIP room. One could only envy the wealth and power of such individuals. Rowan heard the surrounding chatter but paid it no mind. What did wealth and influence matter if one lacked true strength? Should they provoke him, Rowan wouldn't hesitate to teach them the meaning of demise. The 5 princesses on stage had long since abandoned any pride associated with their royal status. Their eyes were filled with trepidation for the future, having witnessed the fall of their kingdom. They had initially hoped for escape, only to be captured by a slave ship and subjected to Helona's terrifying education. Their spirits of rebellion had been extinguished. They now believed that encountering a relatively decent master would be fortunate, while the thought of meeting a cruel master with peculiar tastes filled them with dread. Wow, a bid of 1 billion from the esteemed VIP room. Are there any higher offers? Is there no one else? Once, Helona struck her gavel once more, continuing, these 5 princesses have undergone diverse training, particularly excelling in culinary arts. There truly no higher bid. 2 billion berries. Upon hearing the mention of culinary skills, Rowan's eyes immediately lit up, and he raised his paddle to place a bid. What? 2 billion? Sitting in the commoner section like us? Does he truly possess such wealth? Perhaps, but I hear that random bids can lead to severe penalties. Rumors suggest limbs may be severed. Hey, young brother, you must understand, this is 2 billion berries. Did you not seek a renowned sword? Bear in mind that such swords are exceedingly costly. Rayleigh exaggeratedly interjected from the side. Rowan waved his hand dismissively, interrupting Rayleigh, no matter how exorbitant the sword, I can afford it. Dear elder, you need not worry at that moment. Rowan was entirely captivated by Helona's mention of culinary expertise, but it was well known that the world of One Piece boasted an abundance of delectable cuisine. He had no desire to subsist solely on the limited offerings of the Navy's dining hall. The variety was far too scant to satisfy his palate. In light of this, securing the contract for these 5 princesses skilled in cooking seemed quite worthwhile. Ding! As the host made a bold move, Rayleigh was left astonished, earning an evaluation of A and receiving 100 billion berries. Well, it seems I've just gained a windfall. In the VIP room, a man clad in gold-threaded attire, with his hair disheveled and muscles bulging, slammed his fist onto the table in frustration. The force of his blow shattered the sturdy wooden table, sending its contents scattering and staining the opulent carpet. Despite his lavish attire, his words were laced with foul language, leaving others apprehensive. Foam, I want to kill that man, then turn him into mush and consume him bite by bite. A tall, slender man with a small mustache beside him stroked his gun, saying, Captain, it appears he's merely a wealthy merchant. There's no need for such rage. Once he leaves the auction, we can simply rob him, and those 5 beauties will still belong to you, Captain, the slender man continued. But do refrain from causing a scene during the auction. This is Doflamingo's territory, and behind him stands that person. Magro, you speak the truth that I'll heed your advice. I do enjoy a good robbery. This individual named Magro laughed boisterously in the VIP room, although his laughter seemed rather peculiar, resembling the calling of his own name. Despite its oddity, the crew members in the VIP room bore no mirth. Anyone who laughed out loud had met their end at the jaws of Magro. Kid, no matter who you are, once you exit the auction, you'll learn that in this world, only the strongest possess what they desire, while the weak face only death. Oh, is your lengthy speech due to a lack of funds? If so, then spare me your drivel. How tiresome. Rowan tapped his ear and disdainfully flicked his fingers toward the VIP room. In the background, Doflamingo observed Rowan's brazen demeanor, feeling somewhat astonished. Fufufu. This fellow is rather intriguing. He dares to challenge the esteemed guests of the VIP room. Has he consumed the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard? Sitting beside him, Rayleigh sensed the atmosphere within the VIP room and furrowed his brow slightly. Young brother, I advise you to depart swiftly. Perhaps forego those 5 princesses. Preserving your life is paramount. Thank you for your concern, dear elder. That I assure you, if he dares to come at me, he'll learn why flowers bloom so beautifully. Rayleigh sighed, reflecting, the impetuousness of youth. Upon further thought, he recognized a flicker of his own past self within Rowan's defiance. Should anyone truly attempt to confront him, he would indeed lend a hand. Helena paused momentarily. Yet her refined demeanor quickly brought her back from her state of shock. Was this fellow mad? He actually dared to bid against those in the VIP room. Although she thought this, Helena proceeded to strike her gavel decisively. Congratulations to bidder number 138 for securing the lifelong contract of the 5 princesses. The contract and the princesses will be delivered to your side shortly. Please wait. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man donned in a black suit arrived, escorting the 5 princesses to Rowan's side. Good day, sir. The total is 2 billion berries. How would you like to make payment? Swipe the card. Very well. As the elderly gentleman spoke, he produced a transfer phone bug from his person. Roland handed over his storage card, and after entering his password, the bug blinked its eyes twice, signifying a successful transaction. The utility of storage cards is limited, and this invention of the Navy is hardly widespread in these vast seas. Venture a little further, and one would find no one using them, with cash, in the form of berries, being the prevalent currency. However, the auction house is located in the Sabaody archipelago, quite close to the naval headquarters of Marineford, which explains why many merchants here accept card payments, stirring a sense of nostalgia in Roland, the time traveler. Yet, what left him most speechless was the existence of the transfer phone bug. It seemed to be a substitute for everything. After completing the payment and signing his name on the contract, the agreement came into effect. From this day forth, the 5 princesses would serve Roland for a lifetime. At this moment, the 5 princesses felt a twinge of anxiety, for they had not yet glimpsed Roland's face and were unaware of his character. However, they knew that their fates were now completely out of their hands, having already incurred the displeasure of someone in the VIP room due to their presence. Roland gazed upon the collars adorning their pristine necks. These were explosive collars, removable only by their master, Roland. The attention of the crowd shifted away from him and towards the stage, eagerly awaiting the auction items they sought. Roland addressed the 5 fallen princesses. These collars are rather unappealing. Once I remove them, you will stand behind me, understood? As the eldest among the 5, Astia's eyes widened in surprise as she gently inquired. Master, are you not afraid we might flee? Flee? Where would you escape to? It is no exaggeration to say that there is no place for you in this vast world, with no power of your own. You can only cling to the strong. Rather than gamble on an uncertain future, why not come to my home and assist me with chores? At this, Astia's mind struggled to comprehend. Master, you purchased us merely to cook and care for you. Who knows? But there's no need to ponder too much. Overthinking is futile. Roland observed the 5 before him with keen interest, amusement dancing in his eyes. Unable to withstand his gaze, they all lowered their heads. After approximately 5 minutes, Roland managed to remove the explosive collars from their necks, finding the task surprisingly challenging. All right, just stand behind me that I will acquire another item shortly, and then we shall return home. Home? At the mention of this word, the 5 young ladies bowed their heads, feeling the unprecedented lightness around their necks, a warmth flowing through their scarred hearts. Rayleigh glanced at Roland, and then at the 5 girls behind him, remarking, Little brother, I doubt your prize sword will be auctioned now. Do you mean that individual will target me? Upon finishing his sentence, Roland turned his gaze towards the VIP room. The glass of the VIP section was specially crafted, rendering it opaque. It matters not. Even if he does target me, what of it? I can simply relinquish it to him. Besides, did he not express a desire to kill me if he acquires the sword? And I vanquish him. Then the sword becomes mine without cost. What a delightful prospect. Hearing this, the 5 girls behind him felt ripples of curiosity. What manner of person was their master at the center of the auction venue? Herona mysteriously received a box from a server. The box was adorned with intricate, enigmatic patterns, radiating an aura of purity. Carefully wrapping the box in silk, she placed it on the display stand, and the phone bug projected its image onto the screen for all to see. Roland's expression brightened. Has it finally arrived? Hirona unveiled the box, revealing a knife that was entirely white in hue. Once the audience had gathered to observe, she began her introduction that I believe everyone here is aware that the 3 generations of the onigiri are renowned blades. The second generation, Onigiri Daisaku, ranks among the 21 finest at AS for the first generation. It is one of the 12 ultimate swords. The craftsman, Tengu Mountain Guki, feeling that he had forged too many demonic blades, sought to create another famed sword. This particular sword was privately kept by Guki during his lifetime. Thus it does not appear on the famous sword rankings, yet its power is not diminished. In stark contrast to the demonic Onigiri series, this blade is wholly white, imbued with a sense of sanctity. If the Onigiri might lead its wielder to madness, then this sword enables rapid enlightenment and progress. Its hardness and resilience rivaling that of the second generation Onigiri. This sword is named Holy Heaven, with a starting bid of 1 billion. I invite all to bid enthusiastically. Holy Heaven, what a melodious name. Roland thought, envisioning the joy it would bring to that little girl when gifted to her. 50 billion berries. Without hesitation, Roland raised his bidding card, causing a stir among the crowd once more. 50 billion berries. My heavens, how wealthy is this person? If they are so rich, why are they not in the VIP room? Is it truly worth spending such an amount on a sword of uncertain authenticity? Noticing the gasps around him, Roland furrowed his brow. System, is there not a single person astonished? This is 50 billion. Ding. Notification. This is an auction house. They have long been mentally prepared. Many are here simply to broaden their horizons. And excessive spending does not shock them. I see, Roland replied, feeling somewhat resigned. In the VIP room, Magrello chuckled sinisterly upon hearing Roland's bid. Magrello. Gale, offer 60 billion for Magrello. Our Magrello pirates are never short on funds. Understood, Captain, Gale responded, stowing his firearm and pressing a button beside him. 60 billion. Magrello, does he not desire it? Then let us ensure he does not obtain it. Is that understood, Gale? Yes, Captain, but if we truly aim to win the bid, we may need to plunder a kingdom again. Isn't robbing a kingdom the most exhilarating? Just imagining their terrified expressions and their pleas for mercy makes me chuckle. Magrello. Roland cast a glance towards the VIP room. Wearing a subtle smile, due to his mask, Rayleigh could not discern Roland's expression at that moment. This directed at me. Such generosity, increasing the bid by 10 billion. In that case, I shall raise it to 70 billion. 70 billion. Hirona's beautiful eyes glittered with excitement, pondering the substantial rewards she would earn, imagining the life of luxury she could secure after redeeming herself and hiring the Navy for protection across the seas filled her with joy. In the background, Doflamingo observed the surveillance phone bug, veins bulging on his forehead. Have you identified the true identity of this man in black? Beside Doflamingo stood Toribol of the Don Quixote family, draped in a blanket-like cloak adorned with circles, holding a cane marked with a plum blossom emblem, sporting a pair of small sunglasses and a stream of snot dangling from his nose. His hair was styled with bangs, while the lower section hung in a gel-like mess. And he wore shackles on his bare feet. His scruffy mustache and sparse teeth gave him an unappealing appearance. He leaned closer to Doflamingo and whispered, "Young master, it appears this individual suddenly appeared in the Sabaody archipelago. Our investigation revealed that he purchased an ice cream at a nearby dessert shop before arriving at the auction house. That so? Since we cannot ascertain further, we shall cease our inquiries. Let Magrello's crew handle him. Remember, they must not engage in battle within the auction house. Understood? Once a change in circumstances is detected, he must promptly summon the drought at this very moment. He is near the Sabaody archipelago. I have invested countless efforts into this auction, solely to establish our standing. Everything is for the family." Torpol's eyes brimmed with tears. "Everything is for the family. By the way, once the auctioneer, Helena, concludes with the last item, let us auction her off as well, just to add some flair." "Very well." After leaving, Torpol set off to attend to the matters assigned by Don Quixote du Flamingo. In the VIP room, Magrello's entire visage resembled a withered chrysanthemum. Appearing quite repulsive, Magrello suppressed that. "But Captain, if he relents, we would be the ones at a disadvantage. No one in our pirate crew is a coward." Fierce wind. "Do you wish to be devoured by me?" 7.5 billion. 8 billion. 8.5 billion. Helena sensed a tremor in her voice as the VIP room's patron raised the bid to 8.5 billion. "Is there no higher offer, sir?" This sword can be regarded as the final masterpiece of the ancient weapon, Tengu Mountain Escoche. Before Helena could finish her sentence, Roland interjected, "I apologize, but I am out of funds. I cannot compete with the esteemed guest in the VIP room. Let him have the sword in the VIP room." Upon hearing Roland's words, Magrolo's once wrinkled face finally relaxed, a smile breaking through. Magrolo felt immense joy, reveling in the fact that others were less affluent than he. However, Fierce Wind's expression was one of despair. Spending $8.5 billion on a sword was a heavy burden for the one managing the finances. Yet, thinking of Magrolo's capabilities, Fierce Wind felt a sense of relief. As long as it wasn't a formidable kingdom, with Magrolo's prowess, it would be a breeze. Their wealth was amassed through plundering nations. This was also the reason why Magrolo had a bounty of $15 billion. The auction items were quickly nearing completion, with only the final item remaining. Helena took a deep breath, striving to calm her excited heart. She believed everyone had been anticipating this moment for quite some time. The last auction item was anything but ordinary. All attention was drawn to Helena, leaving no one to notice Roland's subtle movements in the corner, nor the blush on Astia and the four maidens behind her. The final auction item was a map indicating the location of the legendary ancient weapon, the design of the Underworld King. Many present were pirates, and due to the intentional concealment of information regarding ancient weapons, few were aware of its existence. Thus, Helena reiterated her explanation in detail. If it were the actual design of the ancient weapon, Roland would not hesitate to eliminate everyone present to obtain it. However, a mere indication of the Underworld King's possible whereabouts was something Roland already knew without needing the map. After all, this was the advantage of being a transmigrator. What he required most was the emergence of Robin. Although his system storage contained the life card of Robin that had previously surfaced, it only provided a vague direction. Making the search laborious, it would be far easier to wait until Robin reached Sand Crocodile's location and then seek her out directly. As Roland toyed with Astia, time swiftly passed. Ultimately, the last auction item was sold for $13 billion. All right, let us prepare to depart. Just as Roland believed the auction had concluded, two individuals clad in black suits suddenly burst onto the stage, swiftly cuffing Helena's delicate wrists and placing an explosive collar around her neck. What is the meaning of this? Have you mistaken me for someone else? Why are you treating me this way? Helena cried out, yet no one spoke up to defend her. Please remain calm, everyone. This is the final auction item prepared by my family's young master. Indeed, this item is her. Helena, whispered the elder in the black suit. Do not resist any further. Helena, offer your last value to the family. The starting bid is 100 million berries. I encourage everyone to bid enthusiastically. This revelation was truly surprising. Roland chuckled, preparing to raise his paddle, only to find that the individual in the VIP room had raised the bid again, 500 million berries, an immediate increase of 400 million. Many had already acquired what they desired, thus refraining from further bids, and so, Helena was purchased by Magrolo for 500 million berries. Helena's gaze turned despondent. She yearned for freedom, believing that with the auction's proceeds, she could redeem herself and escape to a life of liberty. Little did she expect that Doflamingo never intended to release her, wanting to auction her off at the event's conclusion. How ironic that she had exerted herself so vigorously, only to become her own final coffin. Thus, Helena was led into Magrolo's VIP room. Upon seeing Magrolo's face, she felt a wave of nausea threaten to overwhelm her. Fortunately, Magrolo's attention was not on her at that moment. Fierce Wind, gather the men. Magrolo intends to confront that Boyd. He must be shredded and consumed. Understood, Captain. Fierce Wind followed closely behind Magrolo as they headed outside. Helena could do nothing but follow suit. The auction had concluded, and Roland intentionally lingered at the back. Little brother, it seems you truly intend to confront that individual. Huh? Rayleigh, you may leave first. Once I settle this, I shall join you for a drink. As most attendees departed the auction house, only Roland, Rayleigh, and 5 maidens remained. Roland, not bothering to lower his voice, patted Rayleigh on the shoulder and directly called out his name. That voice, you are. Rayleigh stared incredulously at the fully armed figure before him. If his memory served him right, the owner of that voice was. Shoo, Rayleigh, don't say it out loud. That would spoil the fun, wouldn't it? Ha ha. Little brother, you truly are toying with this old man that I wonder what expressions they would wear if they knew you were my companion. Ding. Rayleigh, astonished by the host's identity, rated S and gained Level 2 Conqueror's Hockey. The Conqueror's Hockey had finally improved. It had been a long and arduous journey, but he wondered how that red-haired fellow had managed to elevate his abilities to such an extent that they could affect the material realm. Truly terrifying. Don't speak in such a purple manner. I only fancy women, not men. Ha 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 ha. With that, Roland turned to leave, adding, as for you five, I do not insist. You may decide for yourselves whether to stay or leave. Having spoken, Roland stepped out of the auction house. The five maidens watched his retreating figure, uncertain of his true identity, yet reluctant to depart. You are the first man to encounter me. I have chosen you. We shall heed Aya's words. The four maidens behind Astia chimed in unison. Receiving their affirmation, Roland smiled and walked toward the exit of the auction house. What are you still dawdling for? Go witness the spectacle. With that, Rayleigh hastened to follow Roland, eager to grasp an opportunity to understand his capabilities, while also anticipating the reactions of others upon learning of Roland's identity. Rayleigh felt rather mischievous. Magrolo, finally you've arrived? I've been waiting impatiently. Roland approached Magrolo slowly. So, you are the one in the VIP room. You truly are repulsive, quite nauseating. They say appearance reflects the heart. Yours must be as black as night. Which piques my curiosity, Magrolo. An amusing little brat. I now wish to swallow you whole. Surrounding them were numerous onlookers, all of whom had not departed, for they awaited the unfolding of this splendid spectacle. It is a common trait of humanity to revel in the excitement of others' misfortunes. To their astonishment, the individuals within the VIP lounge turned out to be members of the Magro pirate crew. And the fate of this unfortunate soul was sealed. Magro, the one who consumed the power of a paramecia fruit, it is said that he once struck down a giant with a single blow. How terrifying. After all, we are speaking of a giant. How could such strength be attained, to be so fearsome? I have heard that if one is entirely devoured, their strength can be absorbed and transformed into that of Magro. Cannibalism, how dreadfully horrific. It is precisely for this reason that his bounty has reached an astonishing 15 billion berries. In Area 1 of Sabadi Archipelago, a lawless zone, no authority reigns here. Not even the Navy would dare to extend their reach. Magro, along with his crew, had waited here for an extended period, finally cornering Roland. Towering at nearly 3 meters, Magro loomed over Roland. Therefore, I hold a profound disdain for those who tower at such heights. You are not an admiral, so what purpose does such stature serve? As he spoke, Roland employed his transformation technique, reverting to his previous height of 3 meters, achieving the standard stature of an admiral. Surpassing even Akiji by 2 centimeters. Truly a height befitting an admiral. It is worth noting that Peach Rabbit also embodies the so-called admiral's height, undoubtedly exceeding 2.5 meters. Yet, the crowd did not perceive Roland's increase in size as a boost in strength. After all, Magro is a power user, and a mere punch from him could cause widespread fissures in the ground. Above, the sky was tinged with strands of gold and crimson, a gentle breeze tousling Roland's dark hair. You go by the name Magro, do you not? As an admiral, Roland remained prepared to astonish others, having memorized the visages of numerous notorious pirates. Thus, when Magro stood before him, Roland instantly recognized him. Magro, since you have heard my illustrious name, summon the lovely lady behind you, and I shall spare your life. Surrender her. Very well. A smile graced Roland's face, though obscured by his mask, leaving the onlookers unaware of his true expression. The 5 young women behind him wore expressions of despair. They had hoped to encounter a benevolent master and had even prepared for certain outcomes, yet they never anticipated that Roland would so readily acquiesce to Magro's demands. If their lives were to be an unending torment facing Magro's loathsome visage, they might as well end it now. But would Roland truly act thus? Of course not. Under the gaze of the crowd, Roland extended 3 fingers. 3 moves. Should you withstand my 3 moves, I shall take my own life on the spot. Ha. What do I hear? He intends to defeat Captain Magro in 3 moves. How utterly absurd. Is he trying to make a fool of me? This man must be out of his mind. Even in 300 moves, he could never best Captain Magro. Not only did Magro's crew incessantly mock Roland's arrogance and ignorance, but even the surrounding spectators deemed him delusional, lacking self-awareness. Even Rayleigh believed Roland was merely boasting. If he indeed possessed the strength of an admiral, he should be capable of defeating Magro, but it could never be as simple as 3 moves. If it truly were 3 moves, it would imply that Roland's abilities had surpassed that of an admiral. Nearing the level of the 4 emperors, or even achieving such status, it is known that 2 admirals are required to vanquish a single emperor, should Roland's power reach the caliber of an emperor. Rayleigh could only imagine the transformation of the seas. Go, Master, I believe in you. As the crowd remained skeptical of Roland, Astia and her companions, Astelo, Estina, Astilion, and Aste, stepped forward. Master, go for it. We believe in you. Roland was somewhat taken aback by the encouragement from the young women. Yet he raised a thumbs up, indicating his confidence, deeming Magro nothing more than a mere pig, unworthy of concern. Not far off, Magro's expression darkened upon hearing Roland refer to him as a mere swine. His aura swelling ominously. The onlookers, witnessing this transformation, hastily retreated, fearing the impending clash, for they were mere spectators, not participants in battle. Observing the crowd's retreat, Roland remarked, "You must all be pirates as well, should you not flee? Once I am done with him, you shall become my targets too. Ha ha ha. He must be a madman. One Magro is insufficient, and he dares to set his sights on us. Indeed, indeed. Even a single spit from so many of us could easily extinguish you." "Enough. Cease your incessant chatter," Magro roared, silencing the spectators before pointing a finger at Roland. "You, brat, should you fail to slay me within 3 moves, I shall pummel you into a bloody pulp with my fists, and then devour you bite by bite. Fear not. 3 moves shall suffice." Roland's lips curled into a smile. He had no desire to engage in further trivialities. The afternoon was waning, and he had yet to partake of his midday meal. "Once I dispatch you, I shall finally return to dine. It sounds quite delightful indeed," he murmured, as golden red energy began to emanate from him. Mirroring the hues of the sky, their energies resonated, had one not known they were engaged in combat. The scenery would have appeared quite beautiful. "Here it comes. First move. Daytime tiger," Roland uttered softly. Propelled by his physical prowess, he materialized before Magro, his golden red aura intensifying. This was an advanced martial technique unleashed after opening the 7th gate of the 8 gates of death. Roland's fists transformed into fleeting shadows, unleashing a concentrated barrage of super-speed punches upon Magro, compressing the air before expanding it in a single breath, forming a cannon of air, powerful as a tiger. The shockwaves unleashed during the attack mixed with a fierce wind, making it arduous for the onlookers to maintain their footing. How could this be? He is so formidable. Who on earth is he? He could not possibly be an unknown. Could Magro truly be bested? The gathered spectators shielded their heads with their hands, peering through the gaps in their fingers at the battlefield. Magro was momentarily dazed, unable to fathom Roland's overwhelming strength. Gritting his teeth, Magro felt the bones in his chest crack, suspecting internal bleeding. Armament hockey. Realizing the imminent danger, Magro hastily concentrated his hockey to shield his chest from further harm. It was too late. A smirk crept across Roland's face as he shifted his offensive. Evening Elephant. This was an advanced technique unleashed after opening the 8th gate of the 8 gates of death. However, Roland did not need to burn his blood like Kai. Through sword energies circulating within him, he could generate an even greater volume of golden red energy. His fist struck the air, generating a powerful air cannon. The speed escalating from 1 to 5, Magro felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him. He could not allow this punch to land. Power amplification, X2. Despairing strength punch, confronted by the ferocity of the air cannon. Akin to a raging beast, Magro summoned every ounce of strength within him, delivering a punch in an attempt to block it. Boom. In an instant, a mushroom cloud erupted at the center of the battlefield. The clouds above blown away, leaving only the golden red hues of the sunset. All who beheld this scene were left speechless. My goodness, how terrifying. Who is this individual? Could he be an even greater pirate than Magro? Ding! Due to the host's formidable combat prowess, the onlookers were left in shock, and the evaluation read: A. Rewards. Weakness fruit. Upon use, it grants the ability to induce overwhelming weakness in all who come into contact, rendering them powerless. Ding! Due to the host's formidable combat prowess, the onlookers were astonished. Rating: A, and received 1 ton of fresh ingredients. This included all the fresh produce available on the market. Ding! Because of the host's exceptional fighting ability. Onlookers C were equally stunned. Rating: A, and obtained military rations. Upon use, One would not feel hunger. The electronic voice echoed wildly in Roland's mind. However, he paid little heed to the spoils dropped by these minor foes. What truly occupied his thoughts were Rayleigh and the 5 women behind him. Ding! The host's mysterious body technique left Rayleigh in shock. Rating S, and earned an Esther's limited summoning card. Upon summoning, Esters from another dimension could roam freely in this world for 1 day. With a single usage, ding! A critical evaluation, rating SSS, awarded an Esther's infinite summoning card. After summoning, Esters could act freely in this world, whether as foe or ally, would depend on the host's actions. Ding! Due to the host's remarkable strength. Astia felt reassured, rating S, and received Astia dependency at 80. A fierce wind stirred the dust from the ground, rendering them unable to open their eyes. Once the tempest subsided, they gazed toward the center of the battlefield. Suddenly, they were all stunned. This visage, so familiar. If memory serves, it is none other than Admiral Black Crow. What Black Crow? Like a chain reaction, everyone stared in shock at Roland as he touched his face, mused. Could it be that my mask was blown away in the earlier gale? Oh dear, it seems my true identity has been revealed. You should have pretended not to recognize me. Then I wouldn't have to fulfill my duties as an admiral. But alas, you have recognized me. And I am the Navy, while you are pirates. After I deal with this fellow, you shall not escape either. Ding, ding. Another wave of electronic sounds filled Roland's mind, but the spoils were so chaotic that he decided not to look further. Magro, this is your last move. I hope you can withstand it. At this moment, Magro had rolled his eyes, yet through sheer willpower, he managed to remain standing, though it was evident he could no longer resist. His crew had long fled, leaving him alone, showcasing just how unpopular he was. Since you have uncovered my identity, I shall conclude this with my swordsmanship. After all, you were one of the more notable pirates I have slain. Ganwu Zhuang. As Roland spoke, he summoned Ganwu Zhuang from the system's storage space. The blade, glinting coldly in the sunlight, was poised. Flame feast. Flame ascend. Flame feast. Flame ascend. Flames erupted from the blade of Ganwu Zhuang, swirling and resonating with the essence of both soul and sword intent. With a single swing, Magro was decapitated. Now it is your turn, dear pirates. Having quickly dealt with Magro, Roland turned his gaze to the other onlookers. Run, flee, they cried out, am I dreaming? How could an admiral be here? Curse be my 2 legs. Watching the other pirates scatter in terror, Roland felt a wicked satisfaction. Sheathing Ganwu Zhuang, he approached the still-standing Helona. Your name is Helona, is it not? Why yes, Admiral. Helona's eyes widened in disbelief as Roland approached. Her cheeks flushed for reasons she could not comprehend. Oh dear, it seems my earlier actions startled you. Do not be overly frightened. After all, with Magro dead, and his crew fled, you are now free. Saying this, Roland effortlessly snapped the shackles from Helona's wrists, and as for the explosive collar around her neck, it had automatically deactivated upon Magro's demise. He tossed it aside. As Roland discarded the collar, Helona knelt before him, her eyes shimmering with tears, imploring, Master, could you take me in? I have nowhere else to go. Oh, take you in? But what use are you to me? Upon hearing this, Helona's eyes dimmed momentarily before igniting with determination. Master, those 5 young ladies you captured were all under my guidance. So your profession is rather unique. I can assist you in any way. Please, Master, take me in. With that, Helona bowed deeply once more. A slight smile graced Roland's lips. Then take up the name Saint Sky and stand beside Astia. Hearing this, Helona's heart soared with joy. She understood that Roland had accepted her fealty. At this moment, there was no one else around. Admiral Black Crow had effortlessly slain the notorious pirate Magro in merely 3 moves, sending countless curious pirates fleeing in terror. Indeed, who would dare remain in the presence of such a terrifying figure? Rayleigh, it seems you are the only one left. Ha ha ha, Black Crow, do you intend to capture me as well? When I have the time, let us share a drink and spar a little. Very well, as long as you do not mind this old bone of mine. With a wave of his hand, Roland chose not to say more. He retrieved a transponder snail from his chest and contacted his subordinates, instructing them to bring his warship to transport the 6 women back. One could say today was truly rewarding. 1 person came, and 6 returned. The days ahead should not be so dull. Roland was not the type to revel in solitude or engage in frenzied training alone. If he could have some beautiful women to brighten his abode and tend to his needs, that would constitute a true life, wouldn't it? The 5 women led by Astia regarded Helona with mixed emotions. They felt that life was indeed astonishing. One could never predict what the future held. It was akin to a roller coaster ride. After being purchased by Roland, they had feared for their master's life at the hands of Magro, only to witness him effortlessly severing their foe's head in mere moments. Most importantly, their master was the legendary Admiral Black Crow. This revelation provided them with ample reassurance. This sentiment was not exclusive to the 5. Even Helona found it hard to believe. If anyone felt the thrill of the day, aside from the deceased Magro, it was undoubtedly Helona. She glanced at the 4 women beside her, recalling how she had just taught them how to please their future master, only to find herself in need of the same lessons now. But such was the fate. Her master was Roland, the Admiral Black Crow. Relying on him was far better than depending on pirates. Unperturbed by the thoughts of the women, Roland removed his black cloak and wrapped it around Magro's severed head, planning to employ the same tactic and present it to Sengoku. He wondered if Sengoku would still be astonished. Soon, Roland's warship arrived at the port of Sabaody Archipelago. With many eyes around, Rayleigh had already distanced himself from Roland. "Let us return home." "Yes, home," the women replied in unison. On board the vessel, the women rarely displayed smiles, their curious gazes surveying everything aboard the warship, and even Helona was no exception. It was only natural, for they had never set foot on an admiral's ship before, and their curiosity was thus understandable. Roland, not wishing to restrain them, merely cautioned them to be cautious while observing and to refrain from unnecessary movement. Before reclining on a sun lounger to bask in the sunlight, the warm rays enveloping him soon lulled Roland into slumber. The warship sped across the ocean, heading swiftly towards Marineford, in Zone 1 of the Sabaody Archipelago, the auction house. Doflamingo scrutinized the intelligence in his hand, freshly delivered, detailing the recent confrontation between Magro and Roland. Fufufu, the Navy Admiral Black Raven. Who would have thought that person was him? At this realization, Doflamingo felt a twinge of fear. Fortunately, Black Raven had not engaged in any reckless behavior. Otherwise, his elaborate scheme would have been jeopardized. The notorious pirate Magro, with a bounty of 1.5 billion, had fallen in just 3 moves to Admiral Black Raven. Had he truly chosen to escalate matters, even with Doflamingo summoning calamity, it would likely have been futile. Contemplating this, Doflamingo instructed Treble to fetch the Din Din Mushi, a secure model requiring a password for communication, capable of shielding against eavesdropping, a rare breed among such devices. The auction concluded with some intriguing developments. In a dimly lit corner, Kaido leaned against a stone chair, his long black hair cascading over his shoulders, adorned with a pair of horns, and a lengthy beard reminiscent of dragon whiskers. His left arm bore dragon scale tattoos. His upper body bare, revealing a cross-shaped scar on his right abdomen. The purple garment draped around his waist accentuated by 2 golden chains. He appeared demonic as he listened to Doflamingo's revelations. His eyes increasingly filled with ferocity, he dispatched Magro in 3 moves. Intriguing. I must seize the opportunity to challenge him. At this moment, Roland remained oblivious to Kaido's interest, having just awakened from his slumber. "Have we arrived, Marineford?" "Indeed, Admiral. We have reached Marineford. Additionally, Fleet Admiral Sengoku called earlier, requesting your immediate presence upon arrival." "How vexing. I had hoped to sleep a while longer." Stretching languidly and stifling a yawn, Roland rubbed his bleary eyes and addressed the 6 women before him. "I shall have someone escort you to my quarters. Please tidy up and prepare a meal that I should return shortly." "Yes, master." Helona had also begun to address Roland as master, though he paid it no mind. Dressed in the attire befitting an admiral, Roland made his way to Sengoku's office, not forgetting to bring along Magro's severed head. Weighing the head in his hand, he muttered, "I sincerely hope you can silence Sengoku. I have no desire to endure his incessant chatter." Before long, Roland arrived at Sengoku's office and politely knocked on the door. "Enter." Upon pushing the door open, he found Sengoku engrossed in paperwork. Roland smirked slightly. "Fleet Admiral, your diligence is truly admirable. Every time I visit your office, you are engaged in the same task. What business did you have in the Sabaody Archipelago? Surely, Fleet Admiral, you are aware of my activities there, which is why you summoned me." With that, Roland casually took a seat on the leather sofa, crossing his legs, and tossed the head of Magro before Sengoku. The Fleet Admiral merely raised an eyebrow at this gesture. Saying nothing further, as the black cloak was opened, a ghastly visage stared back at him. Sengoku paused, looking up at Roland. "Magro, The one with a bounty of 1.5 billion. Indeed. I was merely enjoying myself at the Sabaody archipelago when this fellow sought to confront me. You cannot imagine how terrified I was facing such a burly man. My heart was racing to even threaten to eat me. It was truly alarming. Black Raven, please speak respectfully. Honestly, Fleet Admiral, don't you find this amusing? Roland teased, reclining against the sofa with his hands behind his head. I shan't elaborate further. The circumstances were rather convoluted, but suffice it to say, this fellow was all bluster. He fell to my 3 moves. What? 3 moves? Sengoku was momentarily taken aback. It was well known that the name Magro echoed in the annals of infamy. He frequently pillaged weaker nations, a testament to his formidable combat prowess. Sengoku had even dispatched 3 vice admirals to subdue him, only for them to return grievously injured. Allowing Magro to escape, a man of such notoriety could not withstand 3 of Roland's strikes. Could it be that Roland's true strength had reached the level of the 4 emperors? The thought sent shivers down Sengoku's spine, leaving him to ponder the true extent of Roland's capabilities. Ding! Due to Sengoku's astonishment at the host's strength, the evaluation was S, and the reward was the Golden Emperor's Flame LV. 3. The system directly infused the capabilities of the Golden Emperor's Flame into Prometheus. Guided by Navy soldiers, the 6 women arrived at Roland's residence, a standard admiral's abode akin to a modern villa. Albeit considerably spacious for one of Roland's stature in the world of One Piece, land was abundant, and thus every admiral was allocated a vast expanse. Within this space, one could do as they pleased. And Roland had designed his villa to resemble a contemporary home based on his recollections. Upon entering, the 6 women were awestruck. Wow, this is truly beautiful. Such architectural style is unlike anything we've seen before. Will we really reside here permanently? Even Astoria, formerly a princess, expressed her admiration, while Herona felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Though stripped of her freedom and relegated to a maid-like role, she believed her current life was far superior. For her master was indeed an admiral of the Navy. The villa spanned 3 floors. The first floor boasted a grand living room, adorned with a magnificent fountain featuring dragon and phoenix motifs, exuding opulence. The space was filled with an assortment of peculiar items, undoubtedly treasures acquired by Roland from the system. Aside from a few exceedingly bizarre artifacts, Roland had curated a collection of visually appealing objects to serve as decorations throughout the villa. Only the 6 women entered the villa. No others were present. They explored with the wide-eyed wonder of curious children. Inspecting every nook and cranny that on the first floor, they discovered the kitchen, which appeared larger than usual. Spanning nearly 200 square meters, stocked with a plethora of ingredients. Just how much does our master enjoy eating? They pondered. Despite their curiosity about the upper floors, they resolved to complete their master's requests promptly. Preparing a lavish feast before attending to other matters. Herona, wash your hands and come help, Astoria exclaimed, rolling up her sleeves and addressing Herona, who stood nearby. Herona shot a glare at Astoria. Astoria, have you forgotten how I schooled you previously? Do you wish to test me again? Having endured Herona's dominance for years, the younger 4 princesses, aside from the 18-year-old Astoria, still harbored a healthy fear of Herona. Humph, times have changed. We are now personally purchased by the master. While you are merely a trophy, with 5 of us against you alone, I trust you understand the disparity. Astia wore a mischievous smile, and her words left Helena momentarily speechless. In resignation, Helena mimicked Astia's actions, rolling up her sleeves to assist with the preparation of ingredients. Witnessing this scene, Astia's anxious heart finally found solace. She could be certain that in the days to come, her sole focus would be on her master. Without the complication of an additional Helena, it must be said that Astia was quite astute. It was likely her intelligence that enabled her to lead her 4 sisters out of their fallen kingdom. In the office, Sengoku and Roland fell into a contemplative silence. Grasping a cup of fragrant tea from the table, Sengoku took a hearty sip to steady his nerves. Haikyuu, I never imagined you possessed such capabilities. What capabilities? Roland replied. Admiral, you exaggerate that I believe there remains a considerable distance between us, you, and Vice Admiral Karp. Sengoku, uninterested in Roland's trivial words, resolved to have the intelligence agency investigate the matter concerning the Sabaody archipelago. Now that he was aware of Roland's prowess, it seemed he would be well suited for a particular mission. With this thought, Sengoku redirected his gaze toward Roland as if sensing something. Roland's body suddenly trembled. Admiral, you wouldn't be thinking, indeed. I intend to assign you. Admiral, that is unacceptable. I prefer women, not men. We are simply incompatible. The moment Roland uttered those words, the atmosphere in the office seemed to freeze. Countless symbols materialized on Sengoku's forehead, and his muscles tensed ominously. Haikyuu, if you dare utter such nonsensical remarks before me again, do you believe I won't deduct your entire salary for the next year? No. The next decade? Haha, I was just joking, Admiral. It's good to lighten the mood, don't you think? See, it's no longer awkward. Sengoku rubbed his temples, feeling a pang of annoyance. If he could, he truly wished to covertly recruit Roland into his faction, thus stabilizing the Dove faction and preventing it from becoming a mere tool for the Gorosei or the Celestial Dragons, an instrument of indiscriminate slaughter. Therefore, Sengoku granted Roland considerable leeway. Choosing not to dwell on the previous topic, Sengoku tossed a document onto Roland's sofa, saying, "Take a look at this document and share your thoughts." Roland picked up the relatively thin file, leaning back on the sofa, crossing his legs, and humming a tune. Under Sengoku's piercing gaze, he turned to the first page, which boldly proclaimed the Warlords of the Sea plan. These 5 words instantly reminded Roland of an earlier encounter in Sengoku's office, where he had seen a similar 7-character phrase. Could this be the very document? It seemed to have arrived sooner than he anticipated. Was it a chain reaction triggered by his own actions as a mere butterfly, without needing to scrutinize further? Roland understood the essence of the Warlords of the Sea plan. The so-called Warlords of the Sea were granted special powers and qualifications by the world government, not as a unified group, but as individuals acting independently. They could be described as mere lapdogs of the government. Although that was the case, once the Warlords of the Sea presented an opportunity, they would be swiftly eliminated by the world government. Ironically, despite knowing this, each warlord pursued their own ambitions, unwilling to relinquish their power and status, thus entering into a mutual exploitation with the world government. Roland feigned perusal of a few pages, his expression growing increasingly grim. The smile that usually adorned his face vanished, leaving Sengoku, witnessing this rare display, feeling an unusual sense of unease. This is nothing short of absurd. As representatives of justice, how can we tolerate darkness? Roland's righteous demeanor was so convincing that even he believed it. Let alone Sengoku at that moment. Sengoku refrained from maintaining a stern facade. He rose from his seat and approached Roland, personally offering him a pot of tea. The teacup, adorned with a few floating tea leaves, released a delicate fragrance. Haikyuu, there's no need to be so agitated. This is merely a last resort, Sengoku sighed. Continuing, you must know that ever since Joaldita Roger uttered his final words, the once calm seas have been stirred into tumultuous waves. Let us not even discuss the previous calamities. Take, for instance, the recent Prometheus incident, which alone is sufficient to warrant the initiation of this plan. Roland felt a wave of frustration wash over him. They had been engaged in a pleasant conversation, only to be dragged back into matters concerning him. Was it truly the case that his small actions, like a butterfly flapping its wings, had set off such a storm? Prometheus had somehow managed to defeat Big Mom and escape her clutches, leading the pirates of the sea to believe that the Yonko were not invincible, sparking a flurry of assassination attempts aimed at usurping their positions. Yet, reality proved that the Yonko remained formidable. Even some of the strongest pirates had met their demise at their hands. Isn't that a good thing? Many pirates have fallen to the Yonko, Sengoku nodded, acknowledging that it was both a blessing and a curse. The critical point was that after enduring this trial, the pirate crews under the Yonko had gained significant experience and power, with many reaching new heights. This, in turn, granted the Yonko greater strength to seize more territory. Consequently, during the recent World Conference, the Navy faced considerable condemnation, leaving them with no choice but to resort to such measures. Roland discreetly rolled his eyes, seizing the opportunity while Sengoku was distracted, dabbing at the corner of his eye to feign tears, adopting a semblance of heartfelt emotion. Admiral, I truly commend your efforts at the World Conference. Sengoku, taken aback by the sight of Roland's faux tears, suddenly realized that he had been so engrossed in his own narrative that he had overlooked Roland's antics, the sorrow contained within known only to him as the Admiral. Thus, upon witnessing Roland's tears, Sengoku felt a slight twinge of emotion within himself. Admiral, given what you've said, it seems that all of this turmoil traces back to that Prometheus. If given the chance, I shall seek him out and impart to him the true meaning of naval justice. Ah, speaking of Prometheus, he has been quite a headache for me. Ever since he defeated Big Mom, he has seemingly vanished from existence, and no matter how diligently we investigate, we have been unable to uncover his whereabouts. This concerns me. Perhaps he is plotting something even more sinister. Not so much a conspiracy, but his appearance will undoubtedly soon re-enter the public eye, Roland thought to himself, a habitual smirk creeping to his lips. Yet he quickly stifled it, remembering to maintain his facade of being moved. Admiral, please just tell me what I should do. I wish to lighten your burden. Understood. Admiral, I will do my utmost, Roland declared as he exited Sengoku's office. The moment the door clicked shut, a smile reappeared on his face. It was rare for anyone to be in the vicinity of Sengoku's office. Otherwise, should anyone catch a glimpse of Roland's grin, they would undoubtedly feel a chill run down their spine. Boya Hancock, Moonlight Moria, Sand Crocodile. Roland could scarcely believe that Sengoku had assigned him these three individuals. His task was to ensure that these pirates would promptly join the Navy upon the announcement of the Warlords of the Sea, thereby allowing the Navy to capitalize on this opportunity to suppress the pirate threat. Well, he had no particular aversion to this task. Regardless, he was genuinely curious about the ethereal beauty of Boa Hancock, whose charm could make fish sink and birds fall. As for Moonlight Moria, Roland also wished to procure a few items from him, believing that Moria would likely remain taciturn. However, dealing with the Sand Crocodile might pose a bit more of a challenge, given that it was the farthest location from Marineford, situated in the initial part of the Grand Line, requiring a lengthy voyage to reach. Lost in thought, Roland made his way back to his residence. Perhaps by the time he returned, they would have prepared a meal, allowing him to simply indulge in the delightful fare. He pondered whether they had cooked meat. The quality of meat among the straw pirates was unparalleled, and he began to understand Luffy's passion for it. The juiciness was simply exquisite, with every bite being a sheer delight. Just as Roland was daydreaming about the taste of meat, he suddenly spotted a woman with pink hair in the distance. His gaze was instantly drawn to her. It must be said, having pink hair in the Navy was exceptionally eye-catching. Even from afar, Roland could see her clearly. Admiral Black Crow, the girl with pink hair, noticing Roland's approach, promptly executed a standard military salute, nudging her elbow against the side of Smoker, who stood nearby. Smoker quickly responded with a proper salute as well. I recognize you. You are Major Tina, correct? Roland inquired. Tina felt honored that the Admiral was familiar with her. Observing Tina before him, with her striking light pink hair styled in a stylish middle part, adorned with purple-tinted sunglasses, and a cigarette delicately held between her lips, it was evident that her demeanor remained unaffected, exuding a unique charm. Her attire, a self-modified fuchsia professional outfit paired with the Navy's Justice Cape and deep purple gloves, was remarkably fashionable from any angle. Indeed, women have an innate love for beauty. Extinguish that cigarette, Roland said with a smile, albeit his tone was somewhat frosty. Though Tina was reluctant, the authority of rank prevailed, especially given the disparity in their positions. Thus, she extinguished it. With the absence of smoke, Roland felt considerably more invigorated. Did you just come from Zifa's training camp? Yes, Admiral, we just exited Zifa Sensei's training camp, Tina replied, adding, Smoker is about to head to Logtown to suppress pirates. So I accompanied him to observe Zifa Sensei once more. Roland glanced at Smoker and then back at Tina, remarking, Oh, your relationship seems quite amicable. Could you perhaps be a couple? Upon hearing Roland's words, Tina's previously defiant face instantly flushed crimson, and she quickly waved her hands in denial, exclaiming, No, no, Admiral. Tina and Smoker are merely friends. Absolutely. We could never be a couple. Smoker had initially gazed at Tina with a hint of hope, but upon hearing her words, a fleeting disappointment crossed his expression. Yet even that moment did not escape Roland's notice. Observing the two before him, Roland couldn't help but entertain a mischievous thought. All right, Tina, I was merely jesting. Look at how flustered you are. Even if Smoker were indeed a possibility, you needn't voice it. Such honesty can be rather heart-wrenching, Roland teased, sprinkling a bit of salt on Smoker's already wounded pride. Smoker managed a forced smile, stating, Admiral, you jest. Just as Tina mentioned, we are truly just friends, both now and in the future. However, as he spoke, he couldn't help but notice the glimmer of resentment in Smoker's eyes. Roland chuckled softly, choosing to remain silent, understanding that these few words would inevitably create fissures in their relationship, regardless of its current state. He truly was rather mischievous. Tina, lead me to Zifa, please. I was intending to seek him out shortly. And since I have encountered you, let us attend to this matter in advance. Tina was quite curious about the Admiral's intentions with Zifa, considering that Zifa was merely a teacher now as one of Zifa's former students. She held a deep admiration for him. Instinctively ruffling Tina's hair, Roland smiled. Rest assured, I won't impose any tasks upon Zifa that he dislikes. I merely need a small favor. Tina, however, was too flustered to fully absorb Roland's words. Clutching her head and blushing, Admiral, please refrain from patting Tina's head. She dislikes it. All right, I understand. It was merely a habit, haha. Roland laughed heartily, following Tina as they made their way towards Zifa's training camp. Smoker trailed behind. Clenching his fists tightly, the resentment within him was something he alone understood, that I must become stronger. Only then can I earn Tina's trust. With this thought, Smoker felt an even greater urgency to head to Logue Town and hone his strength against pirates. Yet, as he pondered the idea of training in the seas, he questioned whether it would truly benefit him, considering that many there were unaware of hockey, without the pressures of life and death. How could one expect to break through? This led to Smoker's unfortunate status as the weakest natural devil fruit user in the original story. From the very outset, he had chosen the wrong path. Tina, do you know how old Zifa is now? Admiral, I believe I heard that Zifa-sensei is already 63 years old. 63? That still counts as middle-aged. Indeed, in the world of pirates, 63 is hardly considered old. One's strength is just beginning to wane. As the former Admiral Zifa, he undoubtedly possessed his own training methods, allowing him to significantly mitigate the decline of his strength despite his advancing age. Roland stretched lazily, gazing at the setting sun in the distance. I truly wish to spar with Zifa. Upon hearing this, Smoker's brow furrowed slightly. Admiral, Zifa-sensei is incredibly strong. Oh, but I believe I am not weak either. Roland replied. His interest peaked as he observed Smoker, speculating on his current thoughts. Smoker glanced at Tina, then back at Roland, saying, Tina, what do you think? Tina found both individuals formidable. She refrained from delving deeper into Smoker's question, as either declaring Roland or Zifa as the stronger one would likely offend the other. Moreover, she held a slight grievance towards Smoker for placing her in such a position. Hearing Tina's response, Smoker's lips twitched slightly. I believe Zifa-sensei is the strongest. Is that so? Roland's eyes narrowed, a smile spreading across his face as he regarded Smoker. What was your name again? Reporting to Admiral, I am Smoker. The rank of lieutenant. Ah, that explains why I did not recognize you. There are simply too many lieutenants in the Navy. My apologies. Unlike Tina, who is a major at such a young age, if she continues to strive, perhaps she could be the next Admiral. At Roland's words, Tina's face turned crimson, complementing her pink hair, creating an enchanting visage. I will work even harder, Tina declared. Smoker, witnessing his childhood friend blush, felt a pang of discomfort and, in a moment of impulsiveness, challenged, Admiral, dare you to wager against me? A wager? Hop, 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 Smoker. What authority do you possess to challenge me? Smoker opened his mouth, but was interrupted by Roland. Tina, let us not waste any more time. Otherwise, it will be dark soon. Tina led Roland to Zifa's office. At that moment, Zifa was perusing information about a certain group of academy students, contemplating how best to train them in order to expedite their development. In this regard, Zifa was undoubtedly a highly competent instructor. After all, among those who graduated under his tutelage were 3 formidable individuals and numerous rear admirals. Knock, knock, knock. Upon receiving Zifa's permission, Roland entered the office. It has been quite some time, former Admiral, he exclaimed heartily. Please refrain from calling me Admiral. I am merely an instructor now. Just call me Zifa, he replied, amused to see Roland, though uncertain of the purpose behind his visit. Smoker, observing this exchange, couldn't help but think, Tisich, what a hypocritical man. Of course, this sentiment was directed at Roland, not Zifa. In that case, I shall comply with your request, Roland responded. The sun is nearly setting. I wonder what brings you to me today. Roland smiled and said, I initially intended to wait a while longer before troubling you, Zifa-sensei. However, I happened to encounter Tina on my way here, prompting me to seize the day and visit you instead. I hope you do not take offense. Taking a seat on the sofa in Zifa's office, Roland continued. How shall I put this? I have come to discuss 2 matters with you. Zifa remained silent, waiting for Roland to elaborate. Without delay, Roland proceeded to state, the first matter concerns my desire to recruit several trainees from you, Zifa-sensei, to practice aboard my ship for a duration of 2.5 years. After that period, it will be up to them to decide whether to stay or leave. If their talents are commendable, I would like to take them on as my direct disciples. Black Crow. Zeph mused. Such aspirations are quite rare within the Navy. You have only recently ascended to the rank of Admiral, and yet, you wish to take on disciples. He contemplated whether Roland's actions were indicative of a desire to cultivate his own faction. But he could not fathom why he would seek recruits from his own camp. Roland, however, had already prepared a response to Zeph's unspoken question. You see, Zeph-sensei, as you may know, I harbor a deep-seated animosity towards pirates. I find their existence utterly abhorrent. In my view, relying solely on my own strength is entirely insufficient, as it is far too inefficient. Yet, if I were to dedicate my time aboard the ship to mentoring promising newcomers, fully nurturing their potential, then after 2.5 years of training, wherever they may go, they can contribute to the Navy and bring light to this world. Tina, standing behind Roland, listened intently, her eyes sparkling with admiration. The ideals of Black Crow Admiral truly resonated with her. She resolved to make him her role model, striving to align herself with his values in every aspect. Smoker, oblivious to Tina's thoughts, glared at Roland's back. Feeling a sense of helplessness wash over him, he was merely a lieutenant, while the man before him had already attained the rank of Admiral. Could he truly catch up? No, he needed to be more confident and believe in his own potential. Silently, Smoker cheered himself on. Zeph, seated in his chair, gazed into Roland's eyes, aware of Roland's prior exploits, including delivering 1,000 pirate heads to Sengoku's office. He found himself in agreement with Roland's vehement disdain for pirates. Black Crow Admiral, I concur with your proposition that I will support this endeavor. There are indeed far too many pests upon these seas, and we require more formidable individuals to eradicate them. Thank you for your support. Zeph-sensei, Roland beamed, fully anticipating this outcome. When it came to loathing pirates, few could rival Zeph, whose family had been slain by them. Thus, leveraging this shared animosity, Zeph would undoubtedly not refuse and would even assist Roland in establishing his reputation among his students. How clever of him! And what of the second matter? Roland inquired. The second matter may require a bit more of your assistance. Zeph-sensei do tell that I have recently come to grasp a new skill and seek a strong opponent to hone my techniques further. However, Fleet Admiral Sengoku is exceedingly busy, and Vice Admiral Garp has been elusive lately. I have heard that your formidable black arms are unparalleled, which is why I wish to challenge you. At that moment, Zeph's fists were still in prime condition. He had not yet encountered the man who claimed to be Whitebeard's son, so his strength remained unscathed. However, Roland's desire to test his skills was not entirely genuine. His ulterior motive was to astonish others. Just imagine the shock that would ripple through those who had long viewed Zeph as invincible, should he be defeated. With this thought, Roland turned to glance at Smoker, contemplating how he might instill a sense of invincibility within him, thereby hindering his progress. Was this not a multifaceted advantage? Of course, Zeph-sensei, you are free to decline if this request is too sudden. Sudden? Ha! Black Crow Admiral, you truly underestimate me that I have not had the chance to stretch my limbs in quite some time. What harm is there in engaging you in battle? Zeph continued, shifting his gaze to Smoker. He instructed Tina and Smoker to inform the trainees currently in training to gather at the training grounds. A former admiral. Zeph's treatment remained distinct from others, even as a teacher to the Navy's recruits. The training ground was specifically allocated to him by Sengoku for the purpose of instructing students, a training ground solely for Zeph. The trainees quickly assembled, some panting, while others maintained resolute gazes, standing tall. Have you heard? Black Crow Admiral is going to battle with Zeph-sensei. Is that true? Can Black Crow Admiral truly match Zeph-sensei? I have no idea. After all, Zeph-sensei was once an admiral and commanded great respect across the seas. Indeed, Zeph-sensei's reputation is not something a newly appointed admiral could rival. Many of these students still bore traces of youthful innocence. Most were orphans whom Zeph had discovered and brought into the Navy. It was easy to imagine that, in their eyes, Zeph was indeed invincible. Once the majority of the trainees had gathered, the figures of Zeph and Roland finally appeared before them. In an instant, nearly all eyes were fixated upon Roland. Despite his considerable fame within the Navy, where he was rumored to be humble and genteel, the number of individuals who had truly met him was still comparatively few. After all, they had been entrenched in their arduous training while Roland was speaking. Zeph, both kind and stern, evoked a complex mix of love and resentment among the students. Wow, Black Crow Admiral is really handsome. Indeed, especially his eyes. They seem to contain the stars. Truly beautiful that I shall surely marry Black Crow Admiral one day. None of you can compete with me. Should I prepare you a pillow? You can dream of anything. Most of those making such comments were young girls. They comprised a significant portion of Zifa's students. Among them, the girl who stood out was Ayn, with her cascading waves of sea blue hair. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, instructor. During the training, they commonly referred to teacher Zfa as instructor, a term that was both convenient and crisp, ringing out with clarity and strength. Surely, everyone is already aware of the identity of the person standing beside me. Indeed, he is none other than one of the Navy's admirals, Black Crow. The hour is late, so I shall refrain from further rambling and get straight to the point. Shortly, I will engage in combat with Admiral Black Crow, and you must observe diligently. Afterwards, each of you is to write a reflection on the experience. Is that understood? Understood. Instructor, standing beside them, Luo Lin felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. It seemed that in any world, there are reflections on experiences, which was quite enlightening. Furthermore, once our battle concludes, you will undergo a test, from which Admiral Black Crow will select outstanding individuals to join him on his ship for a rigorous training period of 2.5 years. If you demonstrate sufficient talent, you may even become his disciple, with a future that knows no bounds. You must summon your utmost strength. Is that clear? Understood, instructor. This time, the eyes of all the assembled students sparkled with excitement. The prospect of interning aboard the Admiral's ship was undeniably superior to training here, not to mention the invaluable resources available aboard the Admiral's vessel, which would far surpass those of the training camp. Luo Lin surveyed the eager students from his elevated position, his gaze finally landing on a girl with striking blue hair. Ayn. The primary reason for his presence this time was Ayn, yet she appeared somewhat disheartened. What could be the cause of her gloom? Zfa instructed the students to take their seats further back in the stands, both for their safety and to allow them a moment to rest after an entire afternoon of training. Amidst the anticipation of the crowd, Luo Lin and Zfa took their places at the center of the training ground. Come, Black Crow, let me witness the extent of your prowess, as you wish. Teacher Zfa, I certainly hope not to disappoint you. Fear not, I shall exert my full strength right from the beginning. Then let the battle commence. As Luo Lin's words fell, a smirk curled at the corner of Zfa's mouth. And with a powerful push of his legs, his formidable figure surged behind Luo Lin in an instant. Armament hockey enveloped him. With a mighty shout, he unleashed a punch, sending a fierce blast of air hurtling towards Luo Lin's back. The sound of the explosion echoed through the air, as if the very atmosphere had been shattered by the force of his strike. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Luo Lin's eyes. Indeed, he was coming in full force right from the start. With this realization, Luo Lin immediately coated his back with armament hockey. Bang! A dull thud resonated across the training ground as Zfa's punch obliterated Luo Lin's shirt. The fabric billowing in the wind and revealing his robust physique. His 8-pack abs were chiseled and striking. Facing away from Zfa, Luo Lin remarked, Teacher Zfa, your punch is rather heavy. You were not injured? How could I possibly be unscathed? I have merely recovered. Indeed, even with Luo Lin employing level 5 armament hockey for defense, considerable force still penetrated to his internal organs. Yet, thanks to the might of his sword god lineage, his internal injuries were mended as he spoke. Truly, such a formidable constitution. Zfa's arm swelled as he readied another punch. Then come, let me test your strength. I will not let you succeed. Luo Lin chuckled lightly. And in an instant, Gan Wuzhuo appeared in his hand. He executed a slashing strike, flying thunder god technique. In a flash, Luo Lin's figure darted to the location of his strike with astonishing speed. Wow, such a stylish movement. And so swift, it was a bewildering display. One could only marvel at such skill, befitting an admiral. The students' eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. The battle between the two had only just begun. Yet their blood was already surging. Indeed, the romance of man lies in combat. As the electronic sounds echoed in his mind, Luo Lin could not help but feel exasperated, mentally berating the system. Could you not produce something of value? Do you really think I would require something like Okamoto number 17? Ding! This system has evaluated various aspects such as influence, significance, strength, charisma, and overall capability. Please do not be perplexed, host. Hearing the system's self-righteous tone, Luo Lin felt utterly speechless. Not wishing to engage further with the system, he focused his gaze on Zafa in the distance. Teacher Zafa, to be careful. Fear not, Black Crow. My physique is not as feeble as you might imagine. Light song, Night Serenade. A delicate arc sliced through the air, the sword blade retracting as a silvery thread drifted silently towards Zafa. Ever since Luo Lin ascended to the rank of Supreme Swordmaster, his understanding of Light Song, Night Serenade had become increasingly profound. At this moment, the slashing silver thread appeared to meld seamlessly with the surrounding environment, imperceptible to the naked eye, since it was invisible to the naked eye. It must be perceived through observation haki. With this in mind, Zafa dispersed his observation haki, yet still found nothing. A thought surfaced in his mind. Had Luo Lin truly unleashed a strike? Just then, a ripple coursed through the air. What? To the left, so close. At that moment, the distance between the silver thread and Zafa was but 3 fingers width, and only then did the thread reveal its lethal intent. A terror to behold. Damn it, he cursed inwardly. Without hesitation, Zafa infused armament haki into his wrist, blocking Luo Lin's attack at an impossible angle. Here it comes, the black arm of Teacher Zafa. That previous move was indeed the black arm short strike, the technique reputed to unleash tremendous power at extremely close range. This was my first time witnessing it. A new student, who had only recently arrived, watched the scene with fervor, marveling at how effortlessly Teacher Zafa had deflected Admiral Black Crow's attack, while the upper garment of Black Crow was left in tatters by Zafa's punch. Indeed, Teacher Zafa is even more formidable. Black Crow, your previous strike was truly impressive, and yet it was easily countered by Teacher Zafa, was it not? With a casual wave of his hand. Zafa replied, Black Crow, there is no need to flatter me. Let us continue our duel, for I can feel my blood beginning to boil. Shave. As Zafa murmured, his figure vanished from before Luo Lin. Only a drop of blood remained suspended in the air. This blood had dripped from Zafa's finger just moments ago, while countering Luo Lin's attack. His finger, coated in armament haki, had been injured. It is well known that Zafa is called the Black Arm for a reason. His armament haki is exceedingly powerful. While it may not rival that of Carp, it is still formidable. Yet, even such powerful haki was unable to completely resist Luo Lin's strike, which had drawn a thin line of blood, an indication of Luo Lin's substantial progress in the art of the sword. Indeed, in the realm of Supreme Swordmasters, each advancement represents a significant leap. Zafa surveyed the area around Luo Lin, searching for a weakness. Meanwhile, Luo Lin remained centered, fingers lightly gripping the hilt of his sword, the blade resting against the ground. This was the preparatory stance for the dragon soaring flash from the flying sword style. Now, found it. Just as the crowd's curiosity peaked, both fighters moved simultaneously. Luo Lin swung upward, delivering a slash from below, pushing the blade further with his other hand to amplify the upward momentum. Found it. An opening. At that moment, Zafa's figure also appeared before Luo Lin. This time, Zafa was particularly aggressive, closing in on Luo Lin. This was indeed the correct approach. Although Ganwuzhua is one of the supreme great swords with an extensive blade, it excels at long-range combat, but in close quarters, its adaptability is not as fluid as other blades. Black Arm Shatter. Zifa's armament color darkened his arms, particularly at the fingers and wrists, enveloping them in an inky blackness, more profound than the night itself. Witnessing this spectacle, a wave of anxiety washed over all who beheld it on behalf of Roland. The combat experience of Admiral Zifa was truly formidable, as he had anticipated the movements of Admiral Black Crow, closing the distance with remarkable swiftness. With such an elongated sword, once engaged in close quarters, it would indeed be a challenge to wield it effectively. Unlike the less experienced trainees, Tina and Smog furrowed their brows at this moment. They had caught sight of Roland's smile. This is bad. Teacher Zifa, be cautious, Tina shouted, attempting to draw Zifa's attention. But alas, it was too late. That instant, Roland's sword had already ascended, revealing an opening ahead. Yet despite this, Roland smiled. Extreme Rhapsody. The sword, originally elevated, was suddenly forced down by Roland, its momentum peaking at that moment. That a wild gust of energy tousled Zifa's violet hair, and he sensed an overwhelmingly powerful pressure descending from the heavens. In the past, Zifa would have opted to trade injuries for injuries, but now he contemplated his current physique and Roland's monstrous physique. Should he proceed with such a tactic, it was certain he would be left without the means to retaliate. Therefore, let us gamble on this. Let us see if I can shatter it. Zifa raised his fist, stepping forward, the ground cracking beneath him as he unleashed a fierce punch aimed at Roland's descending sword. Boom! Bang! A tremendous shockwave erupted from the center of the training ground. Even at a distance, the trainees could still feel the overwhelming force of the blast. Many of them, caught off guard, found their white hats whisked away by the fierce wind. How is Teacher Zifa holding up? Is that Black Crow really that powerful? Just now, there was a significant opening. Could it have been a trap? The trainees exchanged remarks, each deeply focused on the unfolding drama at the center of the training ground. Amidst the swirling smoke, Roland's figure swiftly retreated, the sword in his hand. Ganwu Jua swung repeatedly, sending arcs of sword energy slicing through the air toward the heart of the smoke. Bang! 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 The sound reverberated from within the smoke. The generated air currents dispersing the mist, revealing Zifa's silhouette. Blood dripped from Zifa's knuckles, each streak a mere surface wound. Yet, these wounds were shallow, quickly sealed by the diligent efforts of his platelets. Ha ha ha, it has been ages since I've enjoyed a battle this exhilarating. Black Crow, shall we continue? Haven't we been doing just that? Roland positioned Ganwu Jua before his chest, his fingers caressing the blade, and behold, golden red sword energy emanated from its surface. This scene captured Ain's attention. Having just arrived, she was still unfamiliar with her surroundings, only aware that Teacher Zifa treated them kindly, yet lacking a clear objective. However, as she beheld Roland wielding Ganwu Jua, she was reminded of Zifa's words. Ain, you must not solely rely on the fruit's abilities. You must emphasize your own strength. With this thought, Ain grasped the knife at her waist, feeling a newfound sense of purpose. Flame feast, ignite, as Roland murmured. The sky seemed to be painted with vibrant colors. An overwhelming sword intent surged forth like tumultuous waves, descending with a single strike. The golden red sword energy, infused with searing flames, bore down mercilessly upon Zifa. Yet, Zifa remained unfazed, narrowing his eyes as he shouted, "Bring it on." In an instant, Zifa transformed into a projectile, his fists pressed together above his head, executing the black arm hammer. Boom! Another deafening sound erupted, one that the trainees had grown accustomed to, their eyes fixed on the clash between Roland and Zifa. That last move from Admiral Black Crow was truly magnificent. Not only was it impressive, but did you feel that intense heat? Even from the edge of the training ground, it was unmistakable. Some expressed their disbelief, saying, "So what if Admiral Black Crow is formidable? Isn't it true that he hasn't laid a scratch on Teacher Zifa?" Remember, Teacher Zifa is the strongest. Indeed, in this world, no one can harm Teacher Zifa. Given the abilities of these trainees, they remained oblivious to the minute traces of blood on Zifa's fingers, and their blind admiration seemed entirely justified. Is this your strongest skill? Admiral Black Crow, you are undoubtedly powerful, yet relying merely on this will not suffice to defeat me. Is that so? Teacher Zifa, since you've said as much, I suppose I must unleash my trump card. So do be careful. Fear not, this old body can still endure. In that case. 8. Gates. Dune. Open. A golden red aura erupted from Roland, his dark hair standing on end, resembling a scion in form. This power? Unbelievable. Zifa gazed at Roland from a distance. Feeling an immense pressure akin to that of Mount Tai above him, this sensation was truly alarming. Instinctively, Roland infused his conqueror's haki, doubling his already formidable presence. Onlookers at the edges of the training ground were sent sprawling. Only Tina, Smog, Ain, and a strangely dressed child managed to hold their ground. This aura was monstrous. Smog squinted, gripping his thigh tightly, his nails digging through his trousers into his flesh, blood seeping out and staining a large area. Through the pain, Smog gritted his teeth, fighting to stay conscious. Otherwise, he feared he would never surpass Roland. I cannot faint. In contrast to Smog's agony, Tina and Ain found the experience relatively manageable, as if beset by waves of drowsiness that they could easily endure. This was not due to their abilities, but rather Roland's deliberate control to spare them from the brunt of his conqueror's haki, a rather biased gesture. As for the oddly dressed child nearby, he appeared utterly unfazed. In the center of the training ground, Roland's figure abruptly vanished from Zifa's sight, moving silently and in an exceedingly peculiar manner. That shave? No, it is not. This is merely ordinary movement. Yet it surpassed shave by a significant margin. Zephyr squinted, observing Roland's fleeting figure, desperately spreading his observation hockey to catch sight of him. Teacher Zephyr, I am about to strike. Do take care. After all, this is not a genuine battle. So a word of caution might be prudent to avoid giving any leverage to my opponent. With Ganwu Zhuo in hand, Roland suddenly appeared behind Zephyr, executing a waltz. The tempest of sword energy enveloped Zephyr. And without pause, Roland reappeared to Zephyr's right, employing the same technique, and likewise to the left and front. Countless arcs of sword energy swirled around, transforming the atmosphere, while a fierce wind arose, creating a terrifying sword energy tornado. Within this maelstrom, Zephyr, typically safe in the eye of the storm, found himself in grave peril. It was as if trapped in a juicer, surrounded by countless blades attempting to slice him apart, enhanced by the 8 gates. The power of the waltz surged, with 4 amplified strikes unleashed by Roland in less than a second. How terrifying. If it were Tina, she would have already. Tina gasped in astonishment. How infuriating. This pretentious man is truly too powerful. Smog exclaimed in shock. Admiral Black Crow. Ein stood aside, murmuring softly, lost in thought, her cheeks flushed. Yet all three were profoundly astonished, their emotions detected by the system, which promptly evaluated their reactions. Ding. Due to the host's overwhelming strength. Tina felt astonished. Evaluation. S. Reward. Soul of the sword. Ding. The host's formidable strength instilled terror in Smoker, resulting in a rating of S and the acquisition of the remnant soul of the ship. Ding. The host's extraordinary prowess has established a powerful image in Ein's heart. She will regard you as her most revered figure, with a rating of SSS and the attainment of the complete manual for fruitability training. Ding. Critical evaluation. SSS. Awarded. Complete sword soul. Ding. Critical evaluation. SSS. Awarded. Complete ship spirit, also known as the spirit of the ship. The electronic voice of the system resonated in Roland's mind, filling him with delight. Setting aside Ein's fruitability training, which held little significance for him, it was a treasure for Ein herself. As for the ship spirit, it was an even greater boon. He could direct other naval soldiers to various vessels while allowing the ship spirit to operate directly. It is worth noting that when the ship spirit reaches a certain level of power, it can not only control the ship, but also enhance its defensive capabilities, akin to cheating. System. What is the sword soul? Is it a sword spirit? Ding. Indeed. Host. Using it will randomly grant a sword spirit. Is the ship's spirit the same? Ding. Yes. Host. The ship spirit, like the sword soul, will randomly grant a ship spirit upon use, with the system's response. Roland felt that his luck today was simply extraordinary. It was an exhilarating sensation. Ding. Zephyr was astonished by the host's exceptional swordsmanship. Rating. S. Awarded. A premium sword heart. The sword heart requires no introduction. It is undoubtedly an incredibly overpowered item that can significantly enhance a swordsman's strength, enabling rapid ascension to the pinnacle of swordsmanship, even allowing those who have reached a certain stage to advance further. Regardless of the system's bountiful rewards, Roland gently caressed the sword's blade, which trembled lightly, and a silver thread swept through the swirling sword energy, dispersing it in an instant. After utilizing the lullaby, Roland deactivated the 8 gates of Duanjia. Sheathing Ganwu Zhuang and striding towards Zephyr at that moment, Zephyr was half kneeling on the ground, his body marred with countless lacerations, resembling someone who had emerged from a sea of blood. Roland, I never expected your strength to truly match that of the 4 emperors. Zephyr exclaimed, abandoning the title of Admiral Black Crow to address him directly, clearly acknowledging Roland's prowess. Teacher Zephyr, are you all right? Do you need to visit the medical unit? You underestimate me. Kid, if you give me one more minute, I would absolutely shatter your tornado. Ha! He added, as for my injuries, I know them well. I may appear battered, but they are merely minor wounds. Roland contemplated whether to extend a hand to assist Zephyr. But the blood covering him made Roland furrow his brow slightly. Just as Roland was pondering this, Zephyr exerted himself and stood up, misinterpreting Roland's frown as concern for his injuries and no need to worry. Roland, Zephyr laughed heartily, thumping his chest, I'm perfectly fine. With Zephyr's assurance, Roland felt relieved. After saying this, he turned to observe the viewing platform, only to find that a number of the trainees had fainted en masse. Who told you not to control your conqueror's hockey? But it is truly incredible that you managed to awaken it, Zephyr remarked in astonishment. Perhaps my fervent desire to eradicate all pirates from the seas was simply too profound. Roland admitted, unabashedly drawing attention to himself. Strangely, Zephyr believed him, nodding in agreement. That is indeed a possibility. Those who awaken Conquerors Haki possess an unparalleled conviction, much like Big Mom, whose primary motivation for awakening it was her desire to create a world that embraces all races. After a brief conversation with Zephyr, Roland made his way towards the viewing platform. Roland, what do you plan to do now? Zephyr pointed to the unconscious trainees, observing them drooling and occasionally mumbling in their stupor. Feeling somewhat speechless, however, Zephyr did not chastise them. After all, they had just begun their training, and most had never even faced a pirate. How could they possibly withstand the might of Conquerors Haki? Yet, as he thought of this, Zephyr glanced at Ein and another strangely dressed boy, giving them a thumbs up. Your resolve is remarkably strong. It deserves commendation. Roland smiled and addressed Zephyr. Teacher Zephyr, given how things have unfolded, I feel somewhat embarrassed. I noticed that this little girl has a short sword at her waist, and it just so happens that I wield a sword as well. I sense a connection. I wonder, would you be willing to part with it? Ha ha ha, Roland, do you take me for a miser? However, it matters not what you say, as long as she agrees. I have no objections. Zephyr clapped Roland on the shoulder before approaching Tina and Smoker, instructing them to awaken the unconscious trainees and escort them back to their dormitories. Roland then approached Ein, a gentle smile gracing his face as he slowly crouched down, though he still towered over her considerably. Ein looked up at Roland, her big, watery eyes sparkling with a unique brilliance. Admiral Black Crow, Ein's soft voice echoed in Roland's ears, as melodious as a lark, quite delightful to hear. Roland tousled Ein's blue hair. At that moment, she was merely a little girl, far from the mature beauty she would become 7 years hence. Yet even now, her round, cherubic face hinted at the stunning beauty she would undoubtedly grow into. Feeling Roland's large hand caress her head, Ein closed her eyes in contentment, resembling a kitten, utterly adorable that Roland's heart raced at the sight. Without a second thought, he scooped her into his arms, gently tickling her delicate nose. Would you be willing to join my ship as an intern? Ein appeared startled by Roland's question, pausing for quite some time. Roland did not rush her, simply holding her petite form in his embrace, gazing into her eyes. Finally, after about 5 minutes, Ein came to her senses. Admiral Black Crow, am I qualified to intern on your ship? I know nothing. I've only eaten a fruit, and my ability is poorly developed. Currently, it can only revert someone's age by a year, which is hardly useful in combat. Little girl, what are you saying? Is this a lack of self-confidence on your part? I nodded. She had only just arrived, and many were stronger than her. Why would Roland choose her over others? This thought filled her with both joy and anxiety, fearing that everything before her was merely an illusion that could vanish in an instant. Roland merely smiled at Ein's concerns, gesturing to the trainees sprawled around them. Little girl, please do not doubt yourself. Look around you. Under my aura, they lie defeated, while you stand here. That alone attests to your uniqueness. Upon hearing Roland's words, Ein blinked her sparkling eyes and glanced at the oddly dressed boy nearby, asking, but he didn't faint either. Why? Because he is not one of us. Roland sought to bridge the emotional gap with Ein. One of us? Yes, indeed. From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I noticed the short sword at your waist. You should know that I am well versed in swordsmanship, and I have made notable achievements in this area. Thus, we are kindred spirits. Most importantly, we are fated to meet. Your ability to remain standing while others have fallen, combined with your short sword and youthful age, all demonstrate that we share a profound connection. A profound connection, Ein echoed, her cheeks flushed as she lowered her gaze, unable to meet Roland's eyes. However, it must be said that Roland's attempts to establish closeness were indeed effective with Ein. She nodded, responding, I am willing. Then from today onwards, you need not refer to me as Admiral Black Crow. You may simply address me as Master. Yes, Master. After conversing with Ein for a while, Zephyr approached. How is it? Did you enjoy your chat? Ha! Teacher Zephyr. I believe I have discovered an exceptional talent. She has consented, and I intend to cultivate her as my disciple. Is that so? This is wonderful news, Ein. Remember, once a teacher, always a father. From now on, you must heed Roland's words. Understood? Ein nodded and replied with a crisp, understood. Very well, Ein. Please return and tidy up your belongings. I shall come to fetch you tomorrow, if that suits you. All right. As Ein was set down, Roland displayed a satisfied smile. I am truly grateful for your assistance today, Teacher Zephyr. When the opportunity arises, I would be honored to treat you to a meal. Certainly, as long as you provide the drinks. The two shared a hearty laugh, their jovial sounds echoing across the training grounds. That moment, the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of dusk. A few seagulls glided gracefully above, while clouds drifted lazily. Roland departed from the training area, heading towards his residence, stretching languidly. The weather was pleasant, and his spirits were high. Indeed, today felt like his lucky day. The thought of returning home to a sumptuous feast made Roland's stomach grumble, prompting him to quicken his pace. Ein, I have had my eye on you for quite some time, Roland murmured, casting another smile at Ein's visage. It is crucial to note that Ein possesses the Paramecia type reverse fruit, which, as her abilities develop, allows her to reverse the time of people or objects. What is the utility of such a power? It is, of course, the pursuit of immortality. With this fruit, Ein could, in the years to come, reverse her own age, maintaining her physical prowess at its peak. If this ability were utilized on Whitebeard, it could restore him to his prime, rendering his hidden injuries virtually non-existent, and he would remain the mightiest man upon the seas. Presently, Ein's capabilities go unnoticed amidst Zifa's numerous disciples. Otherwise, the opportunity to recruit her could slip away. Having traversed into the world of One Piece, Roland sought not merely to exist until death, but harbored desires, ambitions for eternal life. In this realm, methods for achieving longevity are limited. The first involves the powers of devil fruits, such as the Paramecia type immortal fruit, the Zoan type mythical beast vampire fruit, the Paramecia type surgery fruit's ultimate ability, immortality surgery, the Paramecia type reverse fruit, and the soul fruit's ability to absorb lifespan. The second method entails seeking the mythical Millennium Dragon, crafting potions from its bones to attain immortality. The third involves pure gold. Any item or substance crafted from this unique metal significantly extends lifespan and slows aging. Among these, Roland's greatest desire is pure gold. However, its whereabouts remain a mystery, lost within the depths of a colossal lanternfish. Thus, Roland devised a two-pronged strategy from the onset. First, by acquiring Ein, he secures an assurance of eternal life through her fruit's abilities. Yet, as this power does not belong to him, Roland endeavors to expand his influence, enlisting his subordinates to assist in the search. Before any of this unfolds, Roland must ensure Ein's loyalty, as long as he can guarantee that Ein will not betray him and will remain obediently by his side. He is willing to employ any means necessary. After all, Roland is, by nature, a selfish individual. Moistening his parched lips, he utilized the shave technique and arrived at his dwelling just before nightfall. Upon opening the door, Roland was greeted by Astia and her sisters, kneeling on the floor, eagerly awaiting his return. Master, welcome back. That moment, the kneeling Helona chimed in. Master, would you prefer to dine first or indulge in me? Ignoring Helona's remark, Roland addressed Astia. There is no need for such formality. How long have you been kneeling? It is of no concern, Master. We are willing to do so. Astia raised an eyebrow at Helona, clearly pleased, before respectfully rising to assist Roland in changing attire. Clad in comfortable black loungewear, Roland felt an immense sense of relief. Very well, carry on as you please, as long as you prepare meals punctually. Of course, Master. Astia's soft voice lingered in Roland's ears. Instinctively, he compared Astia's voice to Ein's. Astia's had a hint of magnetism, while Ein's was sweet and gentle, each possessing its own charm. Soon, an array of delectable dishes adorned the long table, leaving even Roland momentarily dazzled. It was evident that great care had gone into the meal preparation. Seated at the dining table, Roland skillfully wielded his familiar chopsticks, savoring the culinary delights that he couldn't help but reflect on his previous life, where he subsisted solely on steamed buns and pickled vegetables, a painfully monotonous existence. Truly, in this world, power grants one the liberty to indulge in desires. As he relished the feast, Roland turned to Astia, who stood nearby, and said, Please introduce your sisters. It seems I am only acquainted with you. Hearing Roland's inquiry, Astia began to introduce them one by one. This is my second sister, Astalo, aged 16, renowned for her desserts. My third sister, Estina, 14, excels at frying and sawed indi. The fourth sister, Astilian, and the fifth sister, Astia, are twins, both 12, skilled in frying and stewing. Astia spoke with a hint of nervousness, stumbling over her words, yet Roland was not bothered by it. After her introduction, Roland found himself both amused and bemused. Turning to Helona, he remarked, Helona, I am genuinely curious how you managed to go through with it back then. Taken aback by Roland's comment, Helena quickly regained her composure. In response to my master, I was merely a tool at that time, forced by my mother to learn from a young age. I had no choice. Helena began to feign innocence, realizing that within this villa, she was hardly a match for the five sisters. She now had no option but to place her hopes on Roland. Otherwise, in due course, she might find herself serving both Roland and the five sisters, an outcome Helena dreaded. Competition was ever present, and Roland could discern their thoughts. However, he remained indifferent. Regardless of their squabbles, the ultimate beneficiary would be him. Thus, he chose to disregard their rivalry as for whether they would truly engage in any improper conduct. Roland was unperturbed. At worst, he could resort to disciplinary measures. With narrowed eyes, he regarded the gathered women, warning, "While I am away, please refrain from any actions I might find displeasing. Otherwise, disciplinary measures will be invoked." The women shivered at his words. Although they were unaware of what disciplinary measures entailed, they sensed it must be something dreadfully severe. "Yes, master, we will not disappoint you." Satisfied with their response, Roland chose not to dwell on them further. As their primary purpose was to prepare meals and maintain the household, and he had no intentions beyond that, shifting his focus entirely to savoring the exquisite dishes, time slipped away unnoticed. As night descended, the stars twinkled brilliantly, resembling silver silk draped across the sky, illuminating the radiant moon. The symphony of cicadas and the whisper of the wind created an enchanting atmosphere. Roland reclined before the floor-to-ceiling window, allowing the moonlight to cascade over his face. His long, powerful fingers gently traced the blade of his weapon, harmonizing with the sounds of the wind and the chirping of insects. System: activate Sword Soul. Ding! Sword Soul activation completed. Ding! The evaluation of the Sword Soul is SSS. Named Decay. Should it be merged with Ganwuzhua? System: what changes will occur after the fusion? Ding! The Sword Soul represents the essence of the sword, capable of awakening its own consciousness, evolving into a unique sword soul that reflects the characteristics of its host based on companionship, spirit, and willpower. The SSS grade Decay possesses boundless potential. Once merged with Ganwuzhua, it shall transcend to become one of the 12 supreme great blades, endowed with its own extraordinary abilities. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Lauren's expression turned slightly peculiar. Is this not akin to the Zampiket of the Shinigami? Ding! The Zampiket is a manifestation of one's own soul, whereas Decay shares a connection with the host soul, but is not the same. Therefore, the combination yields far greater malleability than a Zampiket. In that case, let us proceed with the fusion. Before his words could fully escape his lips, a ghostly white mist appeared before Lauren, gently drifting toward Ganwuzhua in his hand. It gradually enveloped the sword, seeping into it. Lauren remained half reclined before the floor-to-ceiling window, lightly plucking the sword's blade, producing a melodious tune. As time passed, the sound he played began to transform. The maids observing Lauren from behind felt a chill run down their spines at the resonant notes emanating from the blade, a haunting clarity that sent shivers through their souls. Dimly, they envisioned a pale world, an intertwining of white and gray, the very hues of decay. Lauren, too, sensed a similar aura behind him. Gently caressing the blade of Ganwuzhua, he felt a profound connection, believing that as time flowed, Ganwuzhua would grow in strength and affinity with him. With this thought, Lauren sheathed Ganwuzhua. Night had deepened. It was time to rest. Remember to prepare breakfast punctually tomorrow morning. With that, Lauren departed from the living room. It was only when the sound of Lauren closing the door echoed from upstairs that the maid snapped back to reality. How terrifying. Is that truly a manifestation of the master's power? I wish never to witness such a world again. The maids exchanged glances, instinctively brushing aside the recent events. Time flew by, and soon it was the next day. After emerging from his room and refreshing himself under Astia's attentive care, Lauren found that Helena and Astia's sister had already prepared breakfast, patiently awaiting his arrival. This life is indeed intoxicating. After enjoying a sumptuous breakfast, Lauren donned the standard attire of a Marine Admiral and made his way towards the dormitory of the Zephyr Academy students. The dormitories were divided into male and female sections, yet the management was identical. Even upon entering early in the morning, Lauren encountered only well-trained Marines. Expanding his observation hockey, he sensed the movements of everyone within the building and effortlessly located Ein in room 4052 on the 4th floor. If others knew that Lauren utilized his observation hockey merely to locate someone, Would they scoff at him for using a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Upon seeing the Black Crow Admiral enter the dormitory, the female Marine stood at attention along the corridor, saluting him. Loren maintained his pleasant smile, nodding as he proceeded to the 4th floor. Soon, he arrived at Ein's door. Tapping gently, the door swung open, revealing Ein's crimson eyes. Ein, what troubles you? Crouching down to meet her gaze, Loren furrowed his brow slightly. Master, I am fine. As soon as Ein uttered these words, tears began to well in her eyes, as if ready to spill over at any moment. What has transpired? Ein, do not attempt to hide it from me. If I truly wish to uncover the truth, I could do so swiftly. Master, truly, there is nothing amiss. Ein's choked sobs tugged at Loren's heart. Yet he recognized an opportunity to deepen their bond. Ein, we are master and apprentice, the closest of companions. Surely, you would confide in someone so dear to you. Gently, Loren wiped away the tears that threatened to fall from Ein's eyes. Softly, he said, since you are unwilling to speak, I shall investigate on my own. With that, Loren stood, preparing to turn away. Ein panicked, grasping Loren's sleeve, and said, Master, I will tell you. Hearing this, Loren's lips curled into a slight smile. But as he turned back, his expression grew serious. Take your time. There is no need to rush. Loren embraced Ein, stepping into the dormitory and closing the door behind them. Within the room, only Loren and Ein remained. As the other roommates seemed to be absent, feeling secure in Loren's arms, Ein gradually calmed down, her voice trembling as she recounted. Yesterday, when I returned, the older girls in the dormitory, upon learning that I had been chosen by you. What happened next? They said. Ein, do not say any more. I already understand. Loren tightened his embrace around Ein, hoping to offer her warmth and comfort for her troubled heart. Ein, I know you feel wronged. Now, let me give you your first lesson. Ein gazed into Loren's eyes, her own swollen with tears, eagerly awaiting his words. This world is one of survival of the fittest. As long as one possesses sufficient power, they may freely reprimand those who bring them discomfort. Yes, they may be stronger than you for now, which is why you find yourself at their mercy. After Loren spoke, he inquired, Did you resist yesterday? Ein opened her mouth, then clenched her fists as if steeling herself, declaring, Yesterday, they called you a pervert with peculiar preferences, and at that moment, I struck one of them. Ein raised her small fist, smiling at Loren. Though the smile bore a hint of strain, they fought back. Did they not? As Loren spoke, he pulled back Ein's shirt slightly, revealing her soft belly marked with a blue bruise. Excellent. They did well to incite my anger. Ein, who do you believe is stronger, me or them? Of course, it is you, Master. In that case, I shall accompany you to reclaim your dignity. I will show them the terror of death. Before he could finish his sentence, the tightly shut door of the dormitory was suddenly thrust open. Zephyr strode in, followed by 2 tearful girls. They resembled swollen pigs, their faces bruised and battered. Black Crow, let us see if you dare to bully them in my presence. Zephyr glared at Loren, his anger palpable. Leaving Loren quite perplexed, Zephyr, what has transpired? What do you mean by this? What do I mean? You still have the audacity to ask, Black Crow. Zephyr clenched his fists, shoving the 2 battered girls toward Loren, demanding, repeat to Black Crow what you just said, so he knows just how vile that girl beside him truly is. As soon as one of the girls was pushed forward by Zephyr, tears streamed down her face, and she pointed at Ein, exclaiming, Admiral, it was she. After you took her as your apprentice yesterday, she became insufferably arrogant, boasting upon her return, and when she looked down on us, she hit us. We dared not retaliate and sought out Teacher Zephyr the next day. The other girl clutched Zephyr's sleeve, pleading, Teacher Zephyr, you must stand up for us. Ein stared in disbelief at the 2 girls before her, asserting, No, I did not do that. They were perfectly fine when they left this morning. Did you not strike them? Zephyr's eyes blazed with fury. He was appalled to discover that such a petty individual existed among his students. Although Ein possessed great talent and seemed kind-hearted, how could she commit such acts? Ein was momentarily taken aback. She nodded and replied, Yes, but they initiated it first. Now that the confrontation has occurred, it's easier to discuss. Hey you must not be deceived by this little girl. Although her talents may be remarkable, her character is undoubtedly questionable. I never anticipated encountering such an individual among my students. Zephyr felt a profound disappointment in Ein, akin to a blacksmith lamenting over brittle iron. Indeed, who would have imagined that within your ranks, Zephyr, such a presence could exist? Upon hearing Roland's words, Ayn felt as though she had plunged into an endless abyss, her heart aching as if it were about to shatter. However, Roland swiftly changed his tone, adding, "Zifa, I am astonished that among your students, there are two such shameless individuals who would even bully kind-hearted Ayn. This is intolerable." Zifa stepped forward, demanding, "Hey you, what do you mean by this? Are you suggesting that you would shield her despite knowing her guilt?" Initially, Zifa's ire was directed solely at Ayn, yet upon witnessing Roland's attitude, his fury intensified. "Zifa, you are far too trusting and benevolent towards your students, which has rendered you vulnerable to the manipulations of these two scheming girls." Roland considered himself a person who would go to any lengths to achieve his goals. Thus, he could readily discern the true nature of various females. However, Roland's insights did not guarantee that Zifa would share the same clarity at that moment. The two girls beside Zifa exchanged astonished glances upon hearing Roland's comments, then immediately burst into tears, exclaiming, "Great General, we speak the truth." Ayn, clenching her delicate fists, retorted, "It was you two who first bullied me and insulted my master. How can you now slander me so brazenly? Do you not have a shred of conscience?" Zifa hesitated for a moment upon hearing Ayn's words, but when he caught sight of the two sobbing girls beside him, his resolve hardened. He addressed Roland. "Hey you, do you truly intend to believe the words of that little girl?" "I believe, for I know that in this world, I am the only one willing to trust her. Her kindness and her heart are beyond your comprehension." "Hey you, I shall use my fist to bring you to your senses. Coincidentally, I will subdue you with my strength and then deal appropriately with these two wretches. At that point, I expect you to apologize to Ayn." As Roland's words fell, both he and Zifa vanished, only to reappear simultaneously in the training grounds. Early in the morning, the soldiers had just arrived at the training grounds when they witnessed the figures of Roland and Zifa materializing. "Isn't that great General Heyu? And is that Zifa?" The appearance of the two sparked speculation among the soldiers. Surely they were not here to brawl. It must be said that some among the naval soldiers possessed quite keen instincts. Quickly surmising the intentions of the two, both maintained their balance in the air using moon steps. Roland had no desire to engage in lengthy dialogue with Zifa. His nature dictated that unless he unveiled the true faces of those two girls, Zifa would perpetually cling to the notion that the girls were innocent victims of Ayn's bullying. "Zifa, I do not wish to be labeled as a bully of the elderly. I may not wield a sword, yet I can still render you powerless. Ha ha ha. Hey you, not only have you been played for a fool by that little girl, but you are also being utterly careless. Allow me to teach you a lesson." Roland did not respond, but instead activated the 8 gates of Duanjia, the stored sword energy surging within him. It was not that Roland was overly confident in foregoing the use of Gon Wuxia. Rather, he was currently merging with the withering sword soul and feared that employing it might disrupt this fusion, leading to an incomplete outcome, something Roland wished to avoid. Boom, boom, boom. Having fought once previously, Roland and Zifa wasted no time and immediately unleashed their full strength upon each other. The sound of their fists colliding echoed across the training grounds, leaving everyone in stunned silence, jaws agape, as if they could swallow an egg whole. This was truly astonishing. Great General Heyu, even without employing sword techniques, was able to match Zifa in physical prowess. The naval soldiers present were utterly astounded by the spectacle before them. Waves of information echoed in Roland's mind. Yet the quality of what emerged was so dismal that he dismissed it without a second glance. Silencing the system, Zifa grew increasingly alarmed as he felt his hands tingle and his arms tremble. Was this the true extent of Roland's power? Even without the enhancement of sword techniques, his raw physical strength was so formidable. Zifa's brow furrowed deeply. He knew he could not continue exchanging blows like this and must resort to skill. Meanwhile, in the female dormitory, Ayn was vocally confronting the two girls before her. "Why have you done this?" Ayn, her face flushed, gazed at the two girls who now resembled bruised fruit. "Why have we done this? Ha! It is simply because we cannot stand you. Why should you be favored by the great general while we are not?" "Exactly. But now you are finished. Even if the great general still has faith in you, a rift has already formed between you." The malicious taunts of the two girls echoed relentlessly in Ayn's ears, causing her to clench her fists tighter. "And what of your heads? Surely, they are meant to bolster your credibility. If you do not make yourselves appear pitiful, how would Zifa-sensei ever believe us? Wouldn't you agree?" The two girls exchanged mischievous glances before bursting into laughter. "Is that so?" Ayn murmured, lowering her head, her voice trembling. "I have always referred to you as sisters. When you asked me to fetch water, I fetched it. When you asked me to prepare meals, I complied. I was the sole one responsible for cleaning our dormitory, and even the meager stipend we received each month, you took from me without a word. Even so, why must you be so cruel to me? Because of you, my master is now embroiled in battle with Zifa-sensei, when it need not have been so. This roar unleashed the pent-up emotions Ein had long endured under the oppressive weight of the two girls. Yet, to the girls, Ein's words only fueled their laughter, for the attention of the crowd had shifted entirely to the battle between Roland and Zifa, leaving Ein's plight unnoticed. Ha ha ha. And what of it? This is the Navy. As long as we stand on the moral high ground, no one dares to touch us. On the training grounds, Roland wore a cold expression, each punch delivered with full force, enveloped in a golden-red aura. Resembling a war god descended upon the earth. Zifa, you are far too kind. Once hailed as the merciful Admiral, what has it brought you? A life of solitude, wandering the world alone. Even now, you remain blind to the true natures of your students. Manipulated by them, misjudging the good. I know you feel indignant, but soon, the truth shall unfold before your very eyes. Hey you scoundrel, how dare you speak of others' pasts? Sighing, Roland realized that for the time being, communication with Zifa was futile. It was imperative to defeat him and earn the right to speak. Night Kai. This technique, the ultimate secret of the 8 gates of Duenjia, was invoked after the use of the evening symbol. Roland, at the cost of his sword energy, summoned a golden-red steam that coalesced into a dragon form, wielding enough power to distort space and delivering a devastating kick to Zifa. That, of course, Roland had no intention of killing him. He merely sought to incapacitate him enough that he could no longer retaliate. The golden-red dragon roared through the air as Roland spun, launching a kick that soared towards Zifa with breathtaking speed. Can this fellow truly unleash sword energy with his feet, even in the absence of a sword? This thought flashed through Zifa's mind, but he did not succumb to despair. With his arms enveloped in Busashoku, he declared, Black Arm Smash. The strength behind Zifa's punch could not possibly alter the trajectory of Roland's golden-red dragon. After all, this was the highest secret of the 8 gates of Duenjia, Night Kai. It was certainly beyond Zifa's current capabilities to easily withstand. A torrent of sword energy pierced through Zifa's body, causing his internal organs to ache as if they were being ground to pieces. Had it not been for Roland's lack of murderous intent, Zifa would have met his demise rather than merely sustaining some internal injuries. Are you calm now, Zifa? Upon hearing Roland's words, Zifa gritted his teeth and retorted. Heya, you will surely regret this in the future. She is not worth your efforts. I recognize that your intentions are for my benefit, but I also understand that your methods are flawed. Allow me to rectify your errors now, and remember to apologize to Ein once this matter is resolved. Without further ado, Roland grasped Zifa by the collar and marched towards the female dormitory. At that moment, the two women in the dormitory witnessed Roland's victory over Zifa, yet they were not the least bit afraid, for they were the oppressed party, even if Zifa had been defeated. Others would surely intervene to halt Roland. As the situation unfolded as the two women anticipated, they had barely taken a few steps when the figure of Sengoku emerged from the crowd. Roland, are you attempting to rebel? Sengoku's expression was grave. Should Roland truly harbor such intentions, he would find himself in considerable trouble, for he had witnessed Roland's battles numerous times, each showcasing an ever greater prowess. To the extent that Sengoku himself doubted his ability to vanquish Roland. Upon seeing Sengoku before him, Roland's face lit up with a brilliant smile. Commodore, please do not perceive me in such a negative light. I have no desire for rebellion. I merely detest that Zifa was toyed with by two deceitful students, and I sought to help him regain his composure. Sengoku glanced at the feeble Zifa and inquired, Is this your method of helping Zifa calm down? Roland shrugged helplessly and replied, Commodore, you may inquire with Zifa. Just moments ago, he had no intention of sitting down for a discussion. To him, that little rascal Ein seemed akin to a demon. How about you accompany me as a witness, Commodore? Sengoku regarded Roland thoughtfully before nodding. I shall accompany you both to observe. Zifa, being dragged along by Roland, felt utterly humiliated. After all, he and Sengoku were comrades of the same era. And to be seen in such a disheveled state was a direct affront to his dignity. Heya, put me down. You aren't planning to strike me again, are you? Roland feigned a fearful demeanor. Oh no, but I am curious to see what you will present. You will find out soon enough. Roland released Zifa onto the ground and handed him a small pill. This pill was a minor stamina supplement that had been obtained long ago from an unknown soldier. It should help Zifa recover somewhat. Without hesitation, Zifa consumed the small stamina pill Roland offered. Instantly, he felt a comforting warmth in his abdomen, invigorating him. Before long, Zifa stood up, brushed off the dirt from his clothes, and endured the pain as he addressed Roland. Let us proceed. Very well. But once you learn the truth, I hope you do not become enraged. If you collapse as a result, I will bear no responsibility. At this moment, Sengoku interjected coolly, rest assured, regardless of whether Zifa collapses, you shall face consequences. After uttering those words, Sengoku turned to his old comrade, Zifa, you too. While Roland's antics may be excusable, your own misbehavior cannot be overlooked. Therefore, do not expect to evade repercussions this time. Feel free to deduct my salary. I won't protest. After all, when I can no longer afford meals, I shall simply come to you for sustenance. Zifa spoke boldly. That sounds like an excellent idea. Commodore, do you mind if I join you for meals? Sengoku raised an eyebrow. Do not think I am unaware of your recent dealings. Are those maids in the villa still manageable? Commodore, your accusation is misplaced. My thoughts are entirely innocent. I assure you, I have done nothing. Roland stated earnestly, for he indeed had not taken any action, though what the 6 women might be scheming was beyond his speculation. After catching his breath, Zifa turned to Roland. As for your earlier words, I return them to you. I trust that those 2 students would not deceive me. Is that so? I hope you can maintain that conviction. Soon, the trio arrived at Ein's dormitory, where Ein sat in a chair, head bowed. Her small hands tightly clenched. It was only upon Roland's arrival that a smile graced her face. Meanwhile, the 2 women rushed towards Zifa. Kneeling before him, Teacher Zifa, how did you sustain such severe injuries? How could General Heya treat you this way? At this moment, both women turned their gaze towards the Commodore. Commodore, you must stand up for us. Indeed, I shall advocate for you, but there is no need for the Commodore to intervene in this matter. Roland interrupted their performance. Their acting was impressive, yet Roland saw through it entirely. With a yawn, he addressed Ein. Ein, the time has come. Please bring forth that item. The room fell silent as everyone was bewildered by Roland's words. What item? Zifa inquired, having only recently regained his strength, yet now his attention was entirely on Ein. Curious about Roland's unwavering confidence. Could it be that he was mistaken? Zifa shook his head internally. That was implausible. He was certain that the injuries on their faces were genuine. Of course, it is the item we prepared in advance. Roland stood before Ein, gazing at the 2 women. Will you not confess? If you admit your guilt now, your punishment may be mitigated. What crime? We have committed no wrongdoing. The 2 women stubbornly denied any culpability, convinced that Roland was merely attempting to deceive them. Oh, is that so? I must admit, you possess quite the backbone. I genuinely hope you retain this courage. Do not falter now. General, we have done nothing wrong. If you truly believe it was us, then produce your evidence. Sengoku, who had remained silent, furrowed his brow and said to Roland, stop dawdling. If you have something to present, do so swiftly. Roland shrugged. Very well. The Commodore has urged me. And you no longer have an opportunity. Turning around, Roland crouched before Ein, a gentle smile gracing his face as he tousled her blue hair. Have they confessed? Yes, they have. Ein replied, producing a phone bug under the watchful eyes of the others. General, is this the item you referred to? It is merely a phone bug. What evidence does this provide? One of the women sighed in relief upon seeing the phone bug in Roland's grasp. Roland paid no heed to their reactions, his gaze directed at the 2 women as if they were mere jesters. This is your final chance. If you do not confess now, it will be too late. Zifa and Sengoku exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up at the sight of the phone bug, particularly Zifa, who, upon seeing it, felt a sinking sensation in his heart. You truly have done nothing wrong. Recognizing one's mistakes can lead to great improvements, allowing one to start anew. This time, Zifa turned to counsel the 2 women. They exchanged glances. Teacher Zifa, please do not fall for General Heya's slander. He has been bewitched by that rascal Ein. Oh, is that so? You are not wrong. Ein is indeed charming, and I have been captivated by her, especially since you 2 are so vile in both appearance and spirit. Roland retorted. Do you think I am merely holding a phone bug for no reason? Let me clarify. This is a high-grade phone bug known as a recording phone bug, compact in size and capable of storing a wealth of conversations for up to a year. Will you still refuse to confess? As Roland's words echoed in the ears of the 2 women, their expressions grew increasingly frozen. It is impossible. We could never have done such a thing. There must be nothing incriminating within that device. You are certainly attempting to deceive us. Ah, has the formality vanished entirely? Could it be that you were flustered? No. Who claims we are in disarray? We merely did not act, thus we have nothing to fear. A clear conscience fears no shadow. Witnessing the unrepentant demeanor of the two women, Roland's lips curled into a broader smile. Zephyr, do you mind if I impart a lesson upon you? Observing Roland's unwavering confidence. Zephyr seemed to glimpse the future, nodding in agreement. Speak, I am listening. The lesson is to never place excessive trust in one's students, for you cannot ascertain whether they are merely feigning their demeanor. With this statement, Roland pressed the play button on the recording device. The voices of the two women began to emanate from the device. Zephyr listened, his hands clenched tightly, overwhelmed by a sense of betrayal. He felt as though he had been used as a pawn, a mere tool wielded by two cunning women to stab a remarkably kind-hearted girl. The ground beneath them began to reveal subtle cracks. Witnessing this scene, Sengoku abruptly patted Zephyr on the shoulder and said, Zephyr, such individuals are ultimately a minority. Just be more cautious in the future and reflect a bit more. Embarrassed, Zephyr nodded. Then, as if struck by a thought, he bowed deeply to Ein, saying, Ein, this time it was my fault. I made assumptions without investigating the matter thoroughly. I allowed myself to be manipulated. This is my error, and I shall bear the consequences. Yes, I apologize. Hearing Zephyr's apology, Ein opened her mouth as if to respond, but found herself too nervous to articulate her thoughts. Zephyr, Ein is quite frightened by you, but I believe she has already forgiven you. Right, Ein. Upon hearing Roland's words, Ein hurriedly nodded. She knew Zephyr was a good teacher, thus she bore him no ill will. However, the emotional wound inflicted by him was one that no amount of apologies could mend. Had it not been for Roland, she might have. With that thought, Ein gazed at the person standing before her with admiration. Ein, this is the second lesson. When one is weak and unable to achieve their goals through force, perhaps it is wise to adopt a different perspective and engage one's intellect. There may well be a better solution. As Sengoku observed Zephyr departing from the dormitory, he realized that the matter would likely fade into obscurity. Watching Zephyr's despondent figure, Sengoku felt a pang of sympathy. He intended to offer some consolation to Zephyr, but before leaving, he issued a warning to Roland. Roland, far too much has transpired around you of late. Remember, you are an admiral. Every action of yours is scrutinized by countless eyes. Do not hastily seek sparring. If you truly wish to engage in combat, seek out the four emperors instead of constantly practicing in the training grounds. Do you understand? Roland chose not to respond to Sengoku's concerns directly, instead asking, Marshal, does this mean these two are to be left in my hands? Indeed, they are entrusted to you, Sengoku replied while stepping towards the exit. Remember to expel them from the Navy. Our ranks cannot accommodate such individuals. Roland instinctively disregarded the latter part of Sengoku's statement, grinning wickedly as he scrutinized the two women before him. Ever since he had pressed the play button, the expressions of the two women had remained unchanged, their faces retaining a look of stupor. It was only when Roland's gaze returned to them that they seemed to regain their senses. They glanced around, realizing that both Zephyr and Sengoku had departed, leaving them alone with the menacing Roland. Admiral, we recognize our mistakes. We were merely envious of Ein, which compelled us to act in such a manner. If you can forgive us, we will comply with whatever you wish. Upon hearing their plea, Roland reached out to ruffle Ein's hair and said, This is what you have asserted, that I may do as I please with you. Yes, you may do anything. The women's eyes gleamed with a spark of hope, and they began to disrobe. At that moment, Roland halted his hand above Ein's head and slowly spoke. Ein, yes, master. Ein was momentarily taken aback. Uncertain of Roland's intentions, her instincts momentarily leading her to pause. Are we preparing for the third lesson? Yes, I am ready, Ein responded in her soft voice. Then the lesson for the third session is to execute them. The moment those words left his lips, the two women froze, only to erupt into frantic protests. Black Crow, you cannot do this. The marshal said we would merely be expelled from the Navy. This is an abuse of power. Roland tapped his ears and flicked his fingers as if to clear them. What are you saying? I cannot hear you. Observing Roland's actions, Ein hesitated to act. Are you afraid of killing? A little, Ein replied bashfully. This response only served to further amuse Roland. Ignoring the two women, he crouched down to meet Ein's gaze and asked, So, Ein, are you willing to kill them for me? I am willing to be the sword in Master's hand. Excellent, Ein, I am quite fond of you. Upon hearing this, Ein felt her grip on the knife grow stronger, realizing that Roland and Ein were indeed contemplating their demise. The two women wasted no time in turning to flee. A swollen face does not equate to sluggishness. Under the looming threat of death, their bodies felt remarkably lighter. Without my permission, do you think you can escape? Roland's voice suddenly resonated before them, as if he had appeared from thin air, standing above the two women with a mocking glint in his eyes. Black Crow, you are cornering us, with no exit in sight. They redirected their focus towards Ein, hoping to capture her as a hostage, believing that this would deter Black Crow from taking rash action. Observing their desperate maneuver, Roland shook his head, arms crossed, and sighed. Had I known this would be the outcome, I would have acted differently. He held no concerns regarding Ein's abilities. Despite her youth, she was among the strongest of the students. As the two women charged at him, Ein took a deep breath, focusing intently on their movements. She could not afford to fail. She must not disappoint her master. The battle must be executed flawlessly. Roland watched Ein, noticing the determination in her eyes. And a gentle smile graced his typically stern visage. It seemed that his influence on Ein had indeed grown significantly in a short time. As Ein observed the approaching women, she swiftly sidestepped, her hand brushing against one of them. Rewind. With Ein's whispered command, the girl regressed by an entire year, her corresponding abilities reverting to those of yesteryear, rendering her movements considerably slower. The knife drawn from Ein's waist swiftly struck, severing the head, which rolled across the ground, leaving a trail of blood and eyes filled with resentment fixed upon Roland. Meanwhile, the other was swiftly dispatched by Ein as well. Her movements were crisp and decisive, prompting Roland to nod in approval. After performing a flourish with the knife, Ein sheathed it. Roland nodded, remarking, "Your execution was swift and decisive, demonstrating your growth." Upon hearing Roland's praise, Ein's previously expressionless face flushed crimson. Lowering her head and fidgeting with her clothing, she shyly stated, "Because I promised to become Master's sword, I must fulfill that promise." Roland nodded, choosing not to elaborate further, as he prepared to leave the dormitory with Ein. However, he sensed an unusual shift from Gan Wuxia, as if it were attempting to communicate with him. "Are you suggesting I claim their souls?" Roland pondered within his heart. Gan Wuxia trembled slightly, as if in response to Roland's thoughts. This made Roland smile wryly. It seemed that Diaoling was indeed hungry. System, with the enhancement of Diaoling, will she become uncontrollable by me? Ding. As Diaoling's power increases, she will nourish the host's soul, rendering it purer and stronger, but she will not become uncontrollable by the host. Hearing the voice of the system, Roland's eyes brightened. If that is the case, what harm is there in entrusting her souls to you? Drawing Gan Wuxia from behind, Roland, under Ein's astonished gaze, swiftly plunged it into her own head. In an instant, wisps of white gas seemed to appear in the air, only to be absorbed by Gan Wuxia and dissipated. After Gan Wuxia completely devoured the souls of the two women, their bodies turned to dust, effectively erasing all evidence. Roland received feedback from Gan Wuxia, contentedly sheathing it once more, and spoke to Ein. In the previous lesson, unless there is a special purpose, dispose of the bodies cleanly. This way, no evidence will remain, and we can assert that we have driven them out of Marineford. Understood? Understood, Master. Holding Ein's small hand, Roland exited the female dormitory. As they emerged, the dormitory was empty. Everyone had gone out for training. Thus, Roland felt no fear of being seen. Hand in hand with Ein, he headed towards his residence. The atmosphere between the two was somewhat ambiguous. Ein, yes, Master. Do you think I am too cruel? Not at all. Why? Because Master cares for me. Only you are willing to always believe in me. Indeed, I will always believe in you. So Ein, are you not afraid that I am merely using you? Upon hearing Roland's words, Ein paused, her cherry lips slightly parted, saying, Ein halted her steps, feeling the strength of Roland's hand. Roland turned to face Ein, who spoke. If Master is using me, then please, Master, continue to use me. For you, I would willingly sacrifice my life. Roland's heart quivered at Ein's words, her expression immediately turning serious. Ein, you must not speak such things again. I will never let you take risks. I hold your life in the highest regard. Master, hearing Roland's concern for her, Ein's eyes immediately glistened with moisture. Embracing Ein's soft form, Roland thought, yes, I will definitely protect you. For only by safeguarding you can I continue to live indefinitely, until I find the pure gold. Yet I can also sense your heartfelt intentions. I will ensure you live without worries. As a form of my compensation, gently patting Ein's back, Roland said, let us go. In my villa, there are many top chefs whose dishes are delicious and sweet. You will surely love them. In a few days, we shall set sail for a mission. A mission? Ein blinked, curiously gazing at Roland. as if inquiring about the nature of the task. Yes, the 7 Warlords plan. To have pirates attack pirates. However, this plan has far too many loopholes. Ayn did not press further, knowing that even if she asked, she would not comprehend it. It was better to remain silent. Soon, Roland led Ayn to the villa. Gazing at the grand and luxurious abode, Ayn felt her worldview shift. Master, your residence is truly beautiful. Hearing Ayn's praise, Roland felt quite pleased. Indeed, I designed it myself. Master is truly remarkable, Ayn exclaimed with genuine admiration. Giving Roland a thumbs up, to Ayn. Roland seemed capable of anything. Not only was she exceptionally caring, but her strength was formidable, having defeated teacher Zafa, and she was also multi-talented. No, rather, she was multi-talented beyond measure. As they entered the villa, they were greeted by Astia and others, kneeling in wait for Roland's arrival. Despite having reiterated this countless times, they showed no signs of change. Welcome home, master, seeing the 6 women. Each with their unique charm, uncovered her small mouth, glancing between Roland and them, feeling inexplicably uneasy. It was as if a beloved toy had been taken away by others. Ruffling Ayn's hair, Roland introduced, "This is my disciple Ayn." I need not elaborate further, right? Master, we understand. Welcome, little master, home. Ayn had never encountered such a scene before. Her mind went blank, and her ears turned crimson. Do not call me that. Just call me Ayn. It feels too formal to be addressed as little master. As if hearing Ayn's murmurs, Roland interjected, "All right, do not mind it. They mean well. There must be a title. Otherwise calling you by name feels too disrespectful." Roland said before Ayn, "Remember, your status is far above theirs." Upon hearing this, the 6 women felt a pang of bitterness in their hearts. Indeed, in the end, we are merely servants. This is precisely why they yearn to change their identities. Astia glanced at her younger sisters, making a silent resolution in her heart. Meanwhile, Helona's eyes darted back and forth, seemingly contemplating something. After dinner, Roland instructed Ayn to stay in the villa, while he proceeded to Sengoku's office. If one were to inquire about the easiest person to find in Marineford, it would undoubtedly be Sengoku. As long as you sought him, he would always be in his office, never absent. Knocking on the door, Roland politely entered the office, greeting Admiral Sengoku, and then he could no longer maintain his facade. He plopped down on the sofa in front of Sengoku, grabbing a rice cracker from the desk and popping it into his mouth without hesitation. "Black Crow, when did you start learning from carp to eat others' food without their permission?" "Admiral, you truly are being formal. What relationship do we have? One day, I shall treat you to a grand feast. No need." Sengoku replied coldly, not even lifting his eyes. Engrossed in reviewing various documents sprawled across his desk, Roland observed in silence, choosing not to say much. After all, he had been so mundane lately that it felt as if Sengoku and the others had developed immunity to him. Thus Roland decided to refrain from being overly frequent. It was tiring and troublesome. Just then, Sengoku had assigned him a mission, to seek out the 7 warlords, and upon returning, there would be no issue in continuing his usual antics. This time, he had come for that very purpose. Without uttering a word, Roland stayed in Sengoku's office for the entire afternoon until Sengoku completed all the documents for the day and finally turned his gaze to Roland. His eyebrows shot up in surprise. "Roland, you have eaten all my rice crackers." Upon hearing this, Roland feigned innocence. "Did I not inform you?" "You did not respond, so I took it as your consent." As he spoke, Roland produced a din mushy from his pocket, saying, "If Admiral does not believe me, I can show you. I recorded it all. Have you become addicted to this, Black Crow?" There was no helping it. The din mushy was simply too amusing. "Now, tell me, what precisely do you seek from me this time? You should know, apart from Sakazuki, your frequency of appearing in my office is unparalleled. What an honor it is for me." Upon seeing Sengoku finally getting to the point, Roland wasted no time in uttering, "Admiral, I would like you to approve a Vice Admiral level warship for me. The reason, the Warring States period seems to be as succinct as gold," uttering only 2 words. Roland paid it no mind, of course, for it was merely to provide a better living environment for the naval soldiers aboard my ship, otherwise confined in a single dormitory with several grown men. I feared they might entertain unsavory thoughts. "Now, is there any distinction between your ship and others?" "Certainly, there is a significant difference. One must understand that out of sight, out of mind. Once I transfer to another warship, I shall no longer see them, and whatever they choose to do thereafter would be their own affair. At most, I shall extend my blessings to them. Then why not simply remove those individuals and reassign them elsewhere? Very well, my esteemed Marshal. As long as you believe it won't lead to unwanted gossip, I would not mind if it were to spread that the naval commander was subject to unfair treatment. Embarking on a voyage without any other soldiers, having to manage everything personally that a new flagship is set to arrive from the warring states. A feat not easily accomplished, requiring much persuasion from Roland. Though this persuasion was primarily used for indulging in rice crackers, accompanied by Ein and the 6 maidens of the villa, Roland boarded the new warship, after instructing them to find their respective quarters. He summoned the system in his mind. System, activate the previous ship's spirit. Ding, initiating activation. Congratulations, host. You have acquired an S-rank ship spirit. Would you like to merge with the battleship? Of course, to in an instant. It felt as though the battleship beneath Roland's feet had acquired a soul of its own. He could sense its life force. From this day forth, you shall be named Black Crow. Roland gently addressed the battleship. Though there was no visible reaction from the vessel, he could feel the joy emanating from Black Crow. Now, let us set sail. Upon hearing Roland's command, Black Crow began to move of its own accord, heading out of the harbor. Following closely behind was the previous warship, brimming with naval soldiers. The 2 vessels sailed in tandem towards the outer reaches of Marineford, with their first destination being the legendary Nine-Snake Island, shrouded in tales of a nation of women. Roland was indeed quite curious about the customs and culture of this fabled land. On board, Roland and Ein savored the exquisite dishes prepared by the 6 maidens, transforming what would have been a monotonous journey into one filled with anticipation. Each day, they would present a variety of delectable meals for Roland. In no time, his palate had become quite discerning. The flagship sailed swiftly, even through the calm seas, with its hull reinforced with sea stone, which served to significantly diminish the likelihood of attacks from sea kings. Yet, misfortune seemed to follow Roland. Even drinking water seemed to bring him bad luck, for on the very first day in the calm zone, they were ambushed by a sea king. A colossal creature suddenly emerged from the depths. Roland, who had been instructing Ein in swordsmanship, helplessly covered his head. Alas, your massive form obscures the beautiful sunlight. How am I to maintain a pleasant disposition while teaching the lovely Ein? What punishment do you deserve? Upon hearing Roland's murmurs, Ein's cheeks flushed crimson. She was unsure how many times she had felt shy that day, as being near Roland had seemingly normalized her bashfulness. The enormous sea king, resembling a reptilian beast, raised its head above the water, revealing its row of sharp teeth and its yellowish body, with drool seeping between its jaws. Based on Roland's experience, this sea king measured approximately 3,000 to 3,500 meters in length, categorizing it as a mid-sized specimen among its kind. The creature, its foul yellow hue evident, perceived Roland and Ein's conversation as an affront, its eyes turning a furious red, with a deafening roar that accompanied a powerful sonic boom. Roland instinctively shielded Ein's ears. Once the Sea King had finished its bellowing, Roland addressed Ein. This is our 6th lesson. For creatures with tough skin and thick flesh, ordinary attacks are futile. They feel no pain. Therefore, in such circumstances, you may choose to target their eyes, as nearly all beings possess vulnerabilities there. Do you understand? Ein nodded in response, saying, I understand, master. Observing Ein's docile demeanor, Roland nodded approvingly, unsheathing the weapon strapped to his back, and launched a swift strike at the Sea King's head. This strike was remarkably precise and swift, cutting through the air with almost no resistance, heading straight for the Sea King, with a sound resembling fabric being torn. The foul yellow Sea King's body was cleaved in two, a torrent of blood gushing forth, swiftly vanishing beneath the waves. The surrounding waters transformed from azure to a ghastly crimson. Well done, Ein. The problem is resolved. Let us resume our sword practice. Do you remember the grip I taught you? Be sure to retain it. Do not develop any bad habits. After issuing these instructions, Roland contacted the following warship via a transponder snail, instructing them to procure some meat from the Sea King's carcass and store it in the cold storage, so that Helena and Astia could prepare a feast later. Unbeknownst to Roland, his earlier actions had left the naval soldiers utterly astounded. After all, that was a Sea King, a ruler of the ocean. Some powerful Sea Kings could obliterate entire nations with a mere swipe. Toc, this seemingly invincible creature cleaved in twain by their commander was a testament to his terrifying strength. Roland, aware of their astonishment through the system, noted that their highest evaluation was merely a B, failing to yield anything remarkable, prompting him to silence the system's notifications that in Roland's eyes, those naval soldiers were merely for trivial tasks. Swiftly capturing minor pirates, as a commander, one must maintain a certain stature. While evoking astonishment was essential, it depended on the audience. He held little regard for weak pirates, preferring to delegate such matters to them. Under the pretext of allowing them to gain more experience, the permanent pointer to Nine Snake Island was exceedingly rare, as few had ever set foot on its shores, making the collection of its magnetic field data a formidable challenge. This permanent pointer had been brought back a century ago by a woman who had inadvertently stumbled upon the island. Within all of Marineford, there were only 3 such permanent pointers this time. Roland was granted one due to his mission, for if he succeeded, spending a few days on Nine Snake Island would allow him to forge his own permanent pointer. Roland had no intention of resorting to underhanded tactics to acquire this pointer. That would be utterly distasteful, and he would never stoop to such levels. After approximately 3 days of sailing through the calm zone, having slain the 5th Sea King, they finally beheld the outline of an island. If all went as expected, the distant island should be the legendary Nine Snake Island, a realm devoid of men, where men were forbidden to enter. At long last, they had arrived. Roland could hardly comprehend the misfortune that had befallen them. In the brief span of 3 days, they had encountered 5 Sea Kings, and most troubling was that, aside from the first encounter, all subsequent ones had occurred at night, making the ordeal all the more exasperating. Reflecting on how he had barely settled into bed before being roused to slay monsters, only to return and repeat the cycle, he felt quite miserable. Black Crow, accelerate. We must reach Nine Snake Island within 10 minutes. I can scarcely contain my eagerness to set foot upon its soil. Upon receiving the command, Black Crow hastened its pace. For this automated vessel, Roland explained to Owen and Helena that it was the latest naval technology, featuring voice control and autonomous navigation, a must-have for leisurely travels. Though they understood he was likely jesting, they were sensible enough not to probe further. Owen, you and Astia stay aboard the ship. I will go ashore to assess the situation. Once I'm sure it is safe, I will bring you both to the island. If any Sea Kings appear, Owen, you may simply use your fruit ability to revert them to their juvenile state. Since I entrusted you with the complete development of that ability, you should now be able to regress them by a decade. Master, just yesterday marked the completion of 11 years. Another year has passed, which is quite splendid. Roland gave Owen a thumbs up, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from the warship. The golden-red aura enveloped Roland, and in an instant, he arrived at Nine Snake Island. Indeed, Roland had once again unleashed the 8 gates of Duanjia to expedite his journey. His speed was so remarkable that he carved a straight line across the sea, plop, with a neat landing. Roland felt a solid connection with the earth beneath him, which brought him great comfort. He was not fond of lingering on ships for too long, even though he had brought Astia and the others along. It did not change his preference. Roland held immense reverence for Mother Earth. As he walked upon Nine Snake Island, surrounded by tropical trees, he momentarily felt as if he had returned to his previous life in Sanya. Shaking his head, he banished such unrealistic thoughts from his mind, pushing through the waist-high weeds as he ventured deeper into the island. That moment, in the heart of Nine Snake Island, within the grand palaces. Boa Hancock was seated before her vanity mirror, gazing at her reflection. With her hands cradling her face, Hancock, lost in rapture, declared, I am truly exquisite. Snake Princess, the coronation ceremony is approaching. Do not waste any more time, urged the ever-watchful Giurliosa, who held a serpent staff. Hancock cast a disdainful glance at Giurliosa and retorted, how tedious. With my beauty, I shall be forgiven for anything I do. Wouldn't you agree? The 2 sisters behind Hancock nodded in agreement, affirming that as long as she was their sister, she would be pardoned for any misdeeds. Indeed, who could blame her for being so stunning? Hancock tossed her hair back, leaning back dramatically, which only served to accentuate her unparalleled figure. Her curves were simply perfection. Giurliosa sighed as she observed the Snake Princess before her. She recalled how helpless and pitiable Hancock once was, and it astonished her how much she had grown in just a few short years. Though she understood that Hancock's current facade was merely a mask, a guise she wore, it still stirred a pang of discomfort within her heart. Old hag, you must have been pondering something terribly disrespectful just now. Giurliosa, being shorter than Hancock and overshadowed by her long, elegant legs, looked up into Hancock's eyes and swallowed hard. Snake Princess, I am a descendant of the Emperor from 3 generations ago. Surely you understand the concept of respecting your elders. Before Giurliosa could finish her sentence, Hancock delivered a swift kick, sending Giurliosa flying outside the confines of Nine Snake Island. The force of the blow could easily have killed a weaker pirate. However, Giurliosa managed to flip in midair and landed, albeit unsteadily, on her head. Oh dear, I am just too beautiful. No matter what I do, everyone will forgive me. Hancock repeated her earlier exaggerated gesture, then returned to her vanity to continue her preparations. Meanwhile, Roland, walking through the woods, paused as he noticed a strange arc cutting through the air and instinctively exclaimed, "What sort of demon or creature is that?" He crouched down, peered closer, and picked up a nearby twig. Poking at the peculiar entity, upon realizing it was still alive, he pulled it out as though he were harvesting a radish. Finally saved. Thank you. Guroliosa breathed in the fresh air around her, feeling immensely relieved, and hurriedly expressed her gratitude to Roland. However, as soon as she finished speaking, her expression froze. A man, having ventured beyond the island, Guroliosa was well aware of what men looked like, despite Roland's inky black hair. His chiseled and handsome face was unmistakable to her. I've been recognized. Roland squinted at Guroliosa, who he had lifted to eye level, and grinned oddly. He had known exactly who she was from the moment he laid eyes on her, and he was not at all surprised by her sudden descent. After all, he was well aware of the Snake Princess's capriciousness. As Guroliosa broke free from his grasp, she regarded him with a wary gaze. Snake Island does not welcome men. Regardless of how you entered, you must leave immediately. Otherwise, if discovered, it will be your undoing. Oh, is that so? I must say, I am utterly terrified. Ha 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 ha. Roland burst into laughter, and Guroliosa failed to detect any fear in his demeanor, tone, or actions. Is that so? Then do not blame me for expelling you. Guroliosa raised her serpent staff, which instantaneously shimmered with a coating of haki. Roland paused, but soon felt at ease, knowing that Snake Island had specialized training methods for haki. The women on the island, except for children and the elderly, were all formidable warriors, and Guroliosa, as a former empress, would not be lacking in skill, although she appeared somewhat aged. Roland never underestimated the combat abilities in the world of One Piece. Unless he truly understood the situation, he would not act recklessly. Guroliosa, are you certain you wish to confront a current admiral? If you proceed, Snake Island might face a massacre order. When Guroliosa heard Roland accurately call her name, she was taken aback, especially when he revealed his identity. Her face became as stiff as a flower. Ding! The host's words have shocked Guroliosa. Evaluation, reward. Imperial secret technique. This technique elucidates the path of emperors, detailing what an emperor must accomplish. By following the prescribed steps, one could undoubtedly establish a superpower. Disregarding the item, Roland believed that in the world of One Piece, strength was paramount. He knew he could overturn those so-called powerful nations in a short time with his own might. Guroliosa's pupils dilated, and her body stiffened as she realized that Snake Island resided in a windless zone, rarely receiving information from the outside world. Thus, she spent 100 berries daily to purchase newspapers from the paper seagull, serving as her information channel. Recently, she had seen Roland's visage most frequently, referred to by the Navy as the most monstrous admiral, Black Crow. With formidable strength, he had made a direct descent. Previously a secret weapon of the Navy, 1,000 slashes, ruthless and unyielding, he was unequivocally dedicated to eliminating pirates. All of these were evaluations of Roland. From this, Guroliosa understood that the person before her was not jesting. He truly possessed that capability. Immediately, Guroliosa laughed heartily and retracted her haki. So it is Admiral Black Crow. Truly, a long-awaited encounter. No matter. It's never too late to extend a warm welcome. Ah ha ha ha. Guroliosa smiled wryly, reflecting on how, as a former empress, she could not muster any retort upon hearing Roland's words, indirectly indicating that he bore some audacity. Where is the Snake Princess? I wish to see her. She is currently occupied. Admiral Black Crow, would you care to visit my humble abode? Guroliosa suggested with a smile. Roland replied, still grinning, sorry, I'm not available. Without further regard for Guroliosa, he continued toward the center of Snake Island, simultaneously savoring the scenery along the way to eye in the world of One Piece. Each island told a different story, requiring careful appreciation to uncover its hidden beauty. Having been in this world for nearly half a year, he had begun to adapt to the environment, yet he did not wish to become a heartless machine of shock. Now, he sought quality over quantity. He had no desire for the chaotic trivialities. Thus, he aimed to allocate more time to explore other islands within this world, particularly the final island, which was one of his ultimate goals. Admiral Black Crow, wait for me. Let me guide you. Guroliosa let out a bitter laugh as she walked ahead of Roland, wishing to show him around Snake Island. She intended to wait until the coronation of the Snake Princess was complete before introducing Roland to her. lest his sudden presence cause unrest among the island's inhabitants. However, while her aspirations were grand, reality proved to be quite the opposite. Roland paid no heed to Gloriosa's suggestions and made his way directly toward the heart of Nine Snake Island. Understanding her inability to deter him, Gloriosa resorted to subtle inquiries. "Admiral Black Crow, may I ask what brings you here alone?" she continued. "I have come to discuss an important matter with the Snake Princess. One that would be beneficial for both you and her." Beneficial? It is worth noting that Nine Snake Island is a pirate kingdom where resources are primarily acquired through plunder. The reason the Snake Princess enjoys such renown lies in her formidable strength, which ensures the people are well fed, a significant factor in their adoration for her. Of course, her beauty plays a substantial role as well. As this thought crossed his mind, Roland quickened his pace. He could hardly contain his eagerness to behold Hancock's visage. Curious if it would leave him momentarily entranced. At that moment, Hancock descended gracefully from the palace stairs, adorned in an opulent crimson robe that accentuated her curvaceous figure. An ordinary person, merely gazing upon her might induce a fainting spell. The crowd erupted in cheers and jubilant leaps as Hancock made her entrance. Raising her chin, she surveyed the throng below, proclaiming, "Did you hear their cheers?" "Indeed, sister," came the response. "It is because I am simply too beautiful." As she spoke, Hancock struck a pose once more, inciting even greater fervor among the onlookers. According to tradition, the Snake Princess was required to present a substantial amount of resources to demonstrate her capability to improve the lives of the people of Nine Snake Island. After all, this was a pirate kingdom, steeped in wild customs. "Present the offerings," she commanded. "Yes, sister." At Hancock's behest, her sisters promptly summoned individuals to bring forth the treasures from the palace. These were no ordinary riches. They were precious spoils Hancock had amassed over the years in preparation for this day, acquired through the plundering of pirates, merchant vessels, and even nations. This treasure represented her capital and a testament to her strength. As more and more treasures accumulated in the center, glistening under the sun's rays, the eyes of all the women sparkled with excitement. It is well known that women possess a greed that rivals even that of Western dragons. They share a fondness for all things glittering. "Truly, our queen is remarkable," exclaimed one. "I never expected her to achieve such heights. We are indeed proud to have such a queen." There were countless such remarks, and Hancock began to feel a sense of elation. Standing atop the highest point, she gazed down at her fervent subjects, vowing silently, "From this moment forth, I shall be the queen of Nine Snake Island. No longer the slave who was once bullied. The dark past shall be but a memory. Only boundless brightness lies ahead. I shall use my strength to ensure the prosperity of the island's residents and elevate the Nine Snake Pirates to greatness upon the seas." She knew she could accomplish all this because she was simply too beautiful. With that declaration, her voice resonated throughout Nine Snake Island. Roland glanced at Gloriosa beside him, curiosity piqued. "What a coincidence. Is there a special event today that I might partake in?" A sly smile graced his lips. Gloriosa sighed, leaning on her serpent staff, trailing silently behind Roland. They were now entering the offering segment, a crucial moment to showcase Hancock's capabilities. If Black Crow were to disrupt this event, it would undoubtedly deal a significant blow to Hancock's standing. As the former emperor of Nine Snake Island, Gloriosa could not allow Hancock to falter at such a pivotal moment. "Admiral Black Crow, I am unaware of your true intentions for visiting Nine Snake Island alone, but I must implore you to refrain from seeking out the Snake Princess for now." Hearing Gloriosa's words, Roland smiled, his charming demeanor captivating, exuding an undeniable aura of heroism. "Oh, since you have asked so earnestly, I must see for myself what this is all about." "You," Gloriosa sighed, her resignation palpable. What could she do? Nothing at all. Nine Snake Island had always been a pirate realm, and its location in the doldrums allowed it to remain relatively unscathed by the world government. However, with advancing technology, the Navy could now attach sea prism stone to their ships, indicating that, should they choose to invest, even Nine Snake Island could face obliteration. Furthermore, with an admiral like Black Crow present, the stakes were even higher, regardless of whether Roland was truly alone. Gloriosa lacked confidence in keeping him on Nine Snake Island. To do so might invite a calamity. A bitter taste filled her heart, and this feeling weighed heavily upon her. At the height of the palace, Hancock's stunning features were slightly furrowed in concern, accentuating her commanding presence. "Sister, what troubles you?" Her sisters, attuned to her emotions, immediately sensed the change in her expression. Hancock felt a subtle unease creeping in, a sensation that intensified with each passing moment. Be vigilant, she instructed. "Yes, esteemed sister." The two sisters straightened their faces, remaining watchful of their surroundings. If anything were to transpire at this moment, Hancock vowed she would not easily forgive it, gazing at the fervent crowd below. She spoke in her cool, resonant voice. In the meantime, the grand palace at the center of Nine Snake Island slowly came into Roland's view. The palace was indeed splendid. Its golden walls shone dazzlingly in the sunlight, while red-tiled roofs adorned the top, evoking a sense of nostalgia reminiscent of the Dragon Kingdom. As he looked up, beyond the city walls, he beheld colossal stone serpents, seemingly carved by nature's own hand. Devoid of any trace of human craftsmanship, such a sight could only be found in a world of pirates. Roland mused silently. Let us proceed, Gloriosa, and uncover what event warrants such nationwide jubilation. Gloriosa walked beside Roland, watching as he resolutely ventured inward. With a sigh, she darted to a nearby island, stating, Admiral Black Crow, I shall inform them. In an instant, her figure vanished into the alleyway. Observing her swift departure, Roland smirked, astonished by her remarkable speed. It was hard to fathom how such a petite form could move with such agility. Not overly concerned about Gloriosa's absence, he continued leisurely down the street, savoring the classical ambience around him. To truly immerse oneself in the essence of an island can be a profound experience for both the heart and the sword. The cobblestone streets were lined with wooden houses, their roofs adorned with the same red tiles as the city walls. The streets were devoid of people, yet distant sounds of celebration echoed nearby. It seemed the entirety of Nine Snake Island had gathered for this occasion. Indeed, Roland lamented his misfortune, having encountered 5 sea kings within 3 days. And now, entering a land famed for its women, he had yet to see anyone aside from Gloriosa. If that is the case, I shall venture directly to the center. Upon reflection, a golden-red aura emanated once more from Roland. The 8 gates technique, lamentably, had once again devolved into merely a menial skill. Gloriosa hastily darted along the pathway, taking a shortcut to reach Hancock first. Hancock, trouble, something has happened. However, before Gloriosa could finish her words, Hancock swiftly turned, her long, elegant legs striking Gloriosa squarely in the face. It was uncertain whether Gloriosa was caught off guard or simply too careless. She was sent flying yet again, tracing an arc through the air towards the city walls. Roland, moving rapidly through the streets, furrowed his brow and halted, his eyes narrowing. Enhanced by the 8 gates technique, his vision reached astonishing heights. He observed Gloriosa, her eyes swirling, soaring past him overhead. If nothing unforeseen occurred, Gloriosa would likely land in the same spot as before. It remained to be seen whether this time she would hit the ground head first, paying no further heed to Gloriosa's impending fall. Roland knew she would ultimately be unscathed. In a flash, he vanished into the alley once more. Dear sister, it seemed she had something to say. Regardless of what it was, it mattered little, no matter her actions. She would be forgiven. Hancock, consumed by her own vanity and possessing a notoriously foul temperament, paid little mind to Gloriosa's fate. Perhaps she understood that her earlier kick was no significant matter. Upon hearing her words, Roland smirked, lost in his own thoughts. That's so? Truly domineering. Indeed, seeing is believing. It appears the pirate empress is not so formidable after all. In the heavens above, Roland's figure materialized before the crowd of women. Looking down upon them, his voice echoing in their ears. Who dares to make such noise? Following the sound, Hancock glanced up at Roland, their eyes locking for the first time. The intensity of their gaze was sharp, as if sparks might ignite from their mutual scrutiny, exuding an intimidating aura. This moment, Roland bore no golden-red mist. He had long since dispelled the 8 gates technique, maintaining his balance in the air with moonwalk. Ha ha, Snake Princess, your tongue is indeed venomous, Roland remarked nonchalantly, his cold eyes surveying Hancock, nodding occasionally as if he were quite pleased with her figure. Hancock clenched her fists, a surge of fury igniting within her. Wretched man, who are you? Why? Never mind, questioning is futile. You have disrupted my grand ceremony, so I shall see you perish here. Eliminate him. With Hancock's command, her followers unsheathed their bows and arrows, synchronizing their efforts with their beloved snake. Unleashing a barrage of arrows enveloped in armament hockey, ruthlessly aimed at Roland. The deluge of arrows was nothing short of theatrical. We have barely exchanged greetings, Hancock. That vile man is unworthy to utter my name. Ha 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 ha, how amusing. Truly delightful. I am eager to witness the look of utter despair upon your face. A gleam ignited in Roland's eyes, evidently concocting a mischievous plan. As the storm of arrows rushed towards him, Roland remained unfazed. With a flick of his left hand, a tempest of sword energy materialized, encasing him in a protective barrier. The arrows struck, only to be shattered instantly, while their might may not have been overwhelming. The arrows simply could not penetrate, showcasing the terrifying mastery Roland possessed. 9 Snake Island, truly a land where all are warriors. Astonishing that everyone possesses armament. Hockey, how fearsome indeed. And there is something even more fearsome. Following Roland's words, Hancock pointed forward. Sandasonia, Marigold, dismantle that insolent fool above. Yes, sister. Obediently, the sisters complied with their elder's command. Indeed, you have raised 2 loyal hounds. No, snakes, haha. At this moment, Roland brimmed with arrogance, finding Hancock's nature utterly tiresome, surpassing even his own malevolence in some respects. Enough of this frivolity, Snake Princess. I have matters to discuss with you. To converse with my sister, you must first pass through us. Humphed. A smile curled upon Roland's lips, but as Hancock beheld it, her heart raced unexpectedly. Her enchanting eyes narrowing instinctively. Be careful. Yet it was too late. Hancock's sisters collapsed to the ground, identical wounds gaping from their abdomens. Through those gaping holes, the residents of 9 Snake Island could even glimpse the twitching of their organs. Frozen in shock, the sisters, who had once seemed invincible, now lay defeated by Roland's single strike. Roland now stood before the Empress, blood slowly trickling down the blade of his sword. Ganwuzhua. Ding. Resident A of 9 Snake Island is left in shock by the host's actions. Evaluation. S. Rewarded with 100 tons of 9 Snake Island specialties. Ding. Resident B of 9 Snake Island is left in shock by the host's actions. Evaluation. S. Rewarded with a non-toxic giant python. Ding. Hancock, seeing her sister grievously wounded by the host, is shocked. Evaluation. SSS, gaining a 99 hatred level. Upon receiving the system notifications, Roland sheathed Ganwuzhua behind him, unfazed. For he had indeed gravely injured her sisters. Truly, the Zoan-type devil fruit offers remarkable physical enhancements. That previous strike merely incapacitated them. They seem on the verge of awakening, perhaps, Roland mused, chuckling softly, while observing Hancock's expression closely. Roland's disappointment. Hancock's expression revealed no trace of the despair he had anticipated. Instead, her lovely visage was adorned with an unparalleled frostiness and fury. You vile scoundrel, how dare you commit such an atrocity? Die. The nearby onlookers, witnessing the collision of Hancock and Roland, snapped back to reality from their earlier astonishment. So terrifying. That speed. I couldn't even see how he drew his sword. Enough of this chatter. We must rush to our esteemed ladies. But, my ladies, we are far too close to the Empress, with our strength. We cannot hope to approach. The crowd was thrown into disarray, unable to comprehend how this day, intended for national celebration, had been abruptly disrupted by an uninvited man who had interrupted the coronation ceremony and grievously wounded 2 esteemed ladies. Perhaps hearing the murmurs below, the Empress, after unleashing her kiss of the serpent, deliberately withdrew from the battlefield, eager to tend to her injured sisters. In those dark days, it had been her sisters who stood by her side, offering encouragement and support, enabling their escape from that hellish place. Thus, she would never forgive Roland for harming her sisters. Roland, however, had already sensed Hancock's intentions, unaware that she was unwittingly falling deeper into his scheme. Fragrant legs, with Hancock's low command, her exquisitely long legs, capable of captivating countless admirers, surged towards Roland. Unperturbed, Roland extended his arm to grasp the Empress's ankle, yanking her towards him and effortlessly executing a split in midair. Ha 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 ha, Hancock, your skin is truly unparalleled. So smooth. Roland's flippant remarks only served to heighten the blush of indignation upon the Empress's face. You might want to worry about yourself instead. Before the last word fell, Roland seized Hancock's arm, and the process of petrification commenced, advancing with alarming rapidity until it reached her arm. The petrified limb appeared exceedingly fragile, prompting Hancock to forcefully withdraw her long, elegant leg. In that instant, Roland's left arm was reduced to a fine powder. You arrogant fool. I shall make you acquainted with true suffering. To the point where you wish for death, I will shatter your body piece by piece, allowing you to perish in despair. Ha! Roland laughed maniacally. Initially, Hancock's words struck him as peculiar, but upon reflection, he realized they echoed his own frequent sentiments. Hancock, I seem to have developed a modicum of interest in you. Perhaps we can engage in a different form of communication. A different form of communication? You dare to say that after injuring my sister? Hancock retorted, seething. I wonder who instigated your people to attack me from the outset. I had no choice. Roland shrugged, his expression tranquil, displaying no concern for his left arm. Regardless of what I do, it will be forgiven, because I am simply too beautiful. Once I sever your head, I shall display it atop the palace for 3 days of exposure. Beauty, indeed you are striking, which only intensifies my desire to confine you, to make you wholly mine. Roland confessed, his thoughts laid bare. For reasons unbeknownst to him, the sight of the Empress's visage ignited a longing to witness her unraveling. An overwhelming urge. Thus, the two found themselves unwittingly embroiled in battle, their hurried exchanges and skirmishes lending an air of urgency to the encounter. You should be more concerned about your own well-being, Hancock suggested. Concerned for myself? What do I have to fear? Are you referring to my arm? That is of no consequence, for it shall regrow shortly. As soon as the words left his lips, the powdered remnants of his left arm began to sprout flesh buds at an astonishing rate. Bones gradually forming, all visibly accelerating before their eyes. Witnessing this spectacle, Hancock felt an immense pressure mounting. Who on earth are you? Finally willing to inquire about my name. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Roland. Codename Black Raven, and I hold the rank of Admiral. Upon concluding this statement, Roland's left arm had fully restored itself, and he flexed it, finding it no different from before. The bloodline of the sword god is indeed terrifying. He mused inwardly. Conversely, Hancock was taken aback upon hearing Roland's introduction. Ding. Boa Hancock is astonished by the host's identity. Evaluation. S. Reward. Petrification fist. Usage count. 1. Hancock recalled a fleeting familiarity with Roland's face, reminiscent of a newspaper she had been forced to view by the ancient Gorlio, which now matched the visage before her. This realization sparked concern, yet the memory of her sister's grievous injury at Roland's hands ignited an insatiable fury within her. What of the Admiral, should he dare to harm my sister? He will pay dearly for it. Hancock voiced her sentiments, her form flickering as she rapidly approached Roland. Arrow of captivation, with a mere brush of her fingers against her lips, she conjured a massive, pink heart-shaped projectile, drawing it back like a bow before unleashing a flurry of pink arrows. Some of these arrows struck various surfaces, instantly petrifying everything they touched in a terrifying display, that you possess an extraordinary constitution. I shall shatter your body in an instant, and I refuse to believe you can recover from that. As the barrage of pink arrows surged towards him, Roland felt a twinge of concern. He reached backward, gripping Ganwujwa tightly, and with a sudden motion, drew it forth. A searing wave of fiery energy erupted, ascending skyward and engulfing the encroaching arrows and flames, igniting the primordial forest around him. Below the palace, the women laid Hancock's sister on the ground, gently applying a hemostatic powder to the gaping wound. Although the bleeding had ceased, the wound remained open, and if left untreated, both would surely succumb to their injuries. A nearby physician sighed and called upon a few individuals to assist. You must continuously call their names. Only then will their willpower sustain them. Is there truly no hope? One lamented. Their injuries are far too severe. I find myself wondering, are all men of such formidable prowess? If so, I now understand why the late emperor forbade our interactions with them. Indeed, men are quite fearsome, another concurred, but a swell of unease rippled through the crowd. But under the physician's directive, they fell silent, casting their gazes upon the two women lying at the center, silently wishing for their recovery, hoping that with the Empress's return, they could initiate partial petrification to preserve their lives. Gradually mending their wounds, suddenly, a colossal pillar of fire erupted from the depths of the primordial forest behind the palace. The inferno was so immense that even Ein and the others stationed outside Snake Island could see it clearly. Little master, do you think the master will? Master shall be fine. After all, he is an admiral, and no mere pirate could ever hope to defeat him. Ein expressed unwavering confidence in Roland in the primordial forest. As Roland unleashed the flame feast, the inferno incinerated all the pink arrows, setting the entire forest ablaze. The heat caused Hancock to perspire profusely, saturating her garments, and the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Roland gazed at Boa Hancock with an appreciative glint in his eyes, a flicker of unnameable thoughts crossing his mind. Roland, Hancock's voice was calm, yet carried an unusual weight, akin to the stillness before a tempest. Hancock, Roland echoed softly. In a moment of uncanny synchronicity, they unleashed a formidable clash of conquerors' hockey. Intertwining their fierce wills in a fierce confrontation, the resultant turbulence extinguished the flames surrounding them. How could this be? He possesses conqueror's hockey. Hancock was astounded. Her pride had stemmed primarily from her own mastery of this power. a symbol of her royal status, a source of comfort that allowed her to embrace her past and live with confidence. Having never encountered another with such prowess, the revelation of Roland's haki left her utterly astonished. Yet, the surprises did not cease there. Leaning on Ganwu's joie, Roland beamed at Hancock, his aura coalescing until it reached the pinnacle of the second level of Conquerors as Hancock's presence began to eclipse his own. Roland remarked casually, "I never expected that a former slave could ascend to the status of Empress. It truly is remarkable." Initially, Hancock reveled in her burgeoning pride as she sensed Roland's waning strength. But upon hearing his words, she felt as if thunder had struck her ears. Her momentum dissipated, and she crumpled to the ground in a state of utter exhaustion. "Why, how could you? Why do you know?" Hancock stammered. Roland interjected smoothly. "You wonder how I know, don't you?" "Yes," she replied, bewildered. Roland shrugged innocently. "I truly have no idea." "Ha, surely I can't reveal that I am from another world, for who would believe such a tale? They would likely think me mad. Oh dear, as a former slave, reaching this level is commendable, but what would your subjects think if they knew?" Hancock, lying limp on the ground, felt enveloped by an abyss of darkness. "No matter what I have done, they will forgive me, because I am simply too beautiful," she thought, laughter echoing in her mind as if she had heard the grandest of jokes. "Indeed, they may forgive you, even for national disgrace. But what of the celestial dragons? If they were to learn that the pirate empress was once their slave, how do you suppose they would react?" With these words from Roland, Hancock's memories drifted back to the past, a stark reminder of the sordid and cruel nature of the celestial dragons, who had the audacity to call themselves descendants of gods. How utterly absurd. "Are you planning to hand me over to the celestial dragons? After all, you are a Marine Admiral, their lackey." The wounds of the past were brutally reopened, and Hancock's fighting spirit had all but vanished. "Hand you over to the celestial dragons? Surely, you jest. I merely wish to engage in a meaningful dialogue with you. However, some individuals require special methods to be coaxed into compliance. The Empress is one such individual, and Zephyr is another." Roland approached Hancock, crouching down and firmly grasping her delicate chin, locking eyes with her. "I am not a lackey of the celestial dragons. In my eyes, that loathsome breed is utterly repugnant. I only wish to forge certain agreements with you." Upon hearing that Roland had no intention of exposing her, a glimmer of hope flickered in Hancock's eyes. She gazed into Roland's. The disdain she once felt began to wane, especially at his recent derision of the celestial dragons as a detestable species. Without uttering a word, Hancock quietly awaited Roland's next statement. "The Marines are planning to establish the Warlords of the Sea organization, and I wish to extend an invitation for you to join. In doing so, you will gain legal rights to plunder and a host of other benefits. All you need to do is respond to the call when the Marines issue it." Hancock struggled slightly, the pressure on her chin causing discomfort, yet Roland's grip remained unyielding. She realized she could not kill him, and any attempt to escape would likely result in her disgrace being made public. "But what benefit does this hold for you?" "Benefits? Of course, there are benefits. You will understand in due time." "Ha ha ha." Roland's voice took on a mischievous tone. "May I steal a kiss from you?" "Absolutely not." "Then what if I said I could make the celestial dragon's mark upon you vanish? Would you then be willing to grant me a kiss?" Roland dropped yet another bombshell. Yes, the very source of Hancock's dread lay in that mark, like a vicious curse. It relentlessly reminded her of her unpalatable past. "Can you truly help me rid myself of the celestial dragon's mark?" At that moment, Hancock's eyes sparkled with unprecedented brightness. Roland produced a vial from his possession, a universal recovery potion capable of restoring a person's body to its optimal state. Such a potion would easily eliminate a branding mark. After explaining the potion's effects to Hancock, her heart raced with anticipation. "Is it truly as you claim? What benefit would I gain from deceiving you? I seek long-term development, not fleeting gains, and since you just rebuffed my previous request, it has now become 10 kisses." You, with a clever mix of allure and insight into her past, coupled with the tantalizing universal recovery potion, Roland had Hancock firmly ensnared. Desire for beauty is universal as a member of this world. Roland harbored his own ambitions towards Hancock, yet he differed from others in that he sought to help her through coercion, aiming to control her completely, ensuring she could not escape his grasp. As he observed Hancock slowly falling into his trap, a smile crept across his face, reminiscent of pure, intoxicating wine. "Is that the only potion you possess?" Hancock inquired, pointing at the vial in his hand. Roland rolled his eyes, saying, "Of course. Do you think this is a common commodity?" Hancock lowered her gaze, lost in thought. while Roland, unhurried, casually sat before her. Pulling her into his embrace, a shiver ran through Hancock as memories of her past surged forth, prompting her desire to flee, only to find Roland's grip tightening. Her pride forbade her from allowing a vile man to tarnish her, yet this man held leverage over her. The primal forest had its charred remnants from a consuming fire. Juxtaposed with the refreshing breeze, Hancock soon relinquished her resistance and found herself nestled within Roland's embrace. Her voice trembled as she spoke. "Roland, I agree to your terms, but could you first grant me the potion?" "Oh," Roland's tone lifted playfully. "Why would I do that? I wish to use it to save my sisters, administering half to each. I do not seek their swift recovery, merely to extricate them from this crisis." Before Roland, Hancock's once lofty demeanor had diminished. Hearing her plea, Roland gently patted her back. "The price will be higher, you know. For my sisters, I am willing to pay any price." Ding. The host's despicable behavior has shocked the system. Rating: SSS. Gaining. Hancock's hatred level 999. The electronic voice echoed in his mind. Was this a warning to tread carefully? Ha ha ha. Observing the beauty in his arms, Roland's eyes glimmered, concealing the depths of his cold gaze. He would not grant Hancock even the slightest opportunity. On the contrary, he was confident in his methods. It seems my recent actions have grown increasingly nefarious. Roland sighed inwardly. Alas, this is the pirate world, where the strong prey upon the weak. I am merely adhering to this principle. Beneath the palace, a throng of women encircled Hancock's sisters, their gazes often drifting toward the primal forest behind the palace. Hearts filled with hope for the Empress's swift return. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Last. They beheld the Empress's silhouette. Last. The Empress has emerged. Truly, she is our Empress. With her protection, our lives will undoubtedly improve. The Empress has arrived. Our two lords shall be saved. Hancock walked slowly toward the palace, her complexion flushed, her lips faintly stained with blood. She had just engaged in a verbal skirmish with Roland, whose combat prowess was overwhelming. Hancock, encountering such matters for the first time, was no match for him. Clutching the potion Roland had given her, she approached her sisters. "Empress, we salute you." "Empress, long live the Empress," as Hancock drew near. The women offered their utmost respect. Paying no heed to those around her, she reached her sisters, gazing at them as they lay on the ground. Each bore a wound of the same size on their abdomen, pale and sprinkled with hemostatic powder. After such a steep price, how could they have done that? Hancock's fists clenched in frustration, then relaxed. Once this ordeal passed, she would retreat to train vigorously, striving to attain the strength to easily defeat Roland. But for now, her immediate priority was to save her sisters. "You, come here, and feed this to them, half for each." "Yes, Empress." The woman, obediently, knelt partially before Hancock, her hands raised above her head as she respectfully accepted the potion. Under the watchful gaze of the onlookers, she bent down before the two esteemed figures, cautiously administering the universal healing elixir into her own mouth. The effect soon manifested as a shimmering green light began to ripple around the two women, clearly visible even in the daylight. In a matter of moments, approximately within a minute, the gaping wounds on their abdomens began to mend at a visibly astonishing speed. Before long, they were completely healed. At Hancock's gentle beckoning, the two women opened their eyes. In that instant, a brilliant light erupted from their gazes. Simultaneously, they transformed into colossal serpents, their serpentine hair surging with vigor. "Sister, what happened to that person just now?" "That person has already departed." Hancock's eyes reflected a hint of astonishment. Had her two younger sisters truly awakened? "Now, retract your forms, and let the ceremony continue." "Yes, sister." Upon hearing Hancock declare that the person had left, they naturally assumed that he had been vanquished by the Empress, for she was indeed an undefeated force. What they remained oblivious to, however, was that the battle between Hancock and Roland had resulted in no clear victor. With Roland having bested Hancock through mere words. In the depths of the primal jungle, Roland stretched languidly, casually adjusting his disheveled attire while yawning and making his way towards the jungle's edge. This was his first attempt, and the experience was rather pleasant. "Hancock, I'll allow you to gradually repay your debt once I've concluded my tasks. For now, relish the hard-won freedom you have," Roland whispered softly. Yet Hancock, in the distance, felt an unsettling chill. "Sister, is something amiss?" The two sisters, now standing beside Hancock, were perplexed by her earlier shudder, uncertain if they had misperceived the moment. "Nothing at all, merely a bit fatigued." "Then, dear sister, you should swiftly rest in the palace. We shall handle the remaining matters." Without uttering another word, Hancock subtly nodded and turned toward the palace. Meanwhile, Roland had reached the outskirts of the primal jungle, where he encountered the ancient Gloriosa, who was struggling to extract her head from the ground. Roland chuckled. "I never imagined Hancock would excel at kicking things. Have you tumbled into this pit a few times?" With that, he effortlessly pulled her out as if uprooting a radish. "Thank you, Grand Admiral Crow," Gloriosa continued. "I wonder if the Grand Admiral has finished discussing matters with Hancock. Indeed, we had a delightful conversation. Ha ha ha. I shall return again in due time." Without further engagement with the grounded Gloriosa, Roland proceeded towards the coastline, slightly bending his legs before propelling himself forward with tremendous force, the powerful reaction propelling him ahead. In mere seconds, he arrived aboard the Black Crow. "Master, Mistress." Upon returning to the Black Crow, Roland was greeted by their voices. "Let us depart. They were conducting a ceremony just now, so we shall not take you to the island this time. We will head directly to our next destination, the terrifying three-masted ship." Roland's voice resonated within the ship. Within the navigation room, a mysterious force automatically selected the pointer for the terrifying three-masted ship from the array of permanent pointers adorning the walls. The vessel began to slowly change course. Gloriosa trotted along, following the direction in which Roland had departed, and soon caught sight of two Admiral-class warships sailing gently into the distance. Her heart trembled. She realized that the Navy Admiral could not possibly have come to Nine Snake Island alone. From afar, Gloriosa could not discern the number of troops aboard, but the deployment of two massive Admiral-class warships suggested formidable combat prowess. However, given the current circumstances, it appeared that Hancock had been enjoying her conversation with Roland. Reflecting on this, Gloriosa concluded that Hancock was not as tyrannical as she had initially perceived. At least, she seemed to possess a considerable sense of the larger picture. Nodding to herself, Gloriosa felt she had reached a sound conclusion and resolved to commend Hancock upon her return. Upon entering the palace, Gloriosa made her way directly to Hancock's chamber. The room was spacious yet sparsely furnished, giving it a somewhat desolate ambience. As she opened the door, Gloriosa beheld Hancock lying on the bed, her body occasionally twitching, as if muffled sobs echoed within the chamber. Filled with suspicion, Gloriosa approached the bedside. What could have transpired for Hancock to be in tears? Possibly sensing her presence, Hancock rubbed her face against the bed, as if to dry her tears, before turning to face Gloriosa with an impassive expression. "Gloriosa, what do you wish to achieve by entering my chamber unannounced? Do you seek to fly once more?" At that moment, Hancock's voice was frigid, as though she were an ice mountain. Gloriosa, her face contorted with disbelief, pressed on. "What on earth has happened? What did you discuss with the Grand Admiral Crow? Why are you crying?" Hancock's recollection of Gloriosa's fervent inquiries rekindled her previous disdain. However, she could divulge nothing. Such matters were hers alone to bear. To speak of them would only bring shame, and no one could assist her. There was no one capable of doing so. "Gloriosa, you are no longer a queen. There are certain things you need not concern yourself with." Hancock inhaled deeply, "and I merely had a grain of sand in my eye, which caused the tears. Do not overthink it." "Hancock, enough. Gloriosa, exit my chamber this instant. I desire solitude." Hancock, feeling increasingly agitated by Gloriosa's insistent questioning, wished for nothing more than to be alone. Gloriosa opened her mouth, but said nothing more, sighing as she turned to leave. Since Hancock chose to remain silent, she would seek counsel from the two sisters instead. Initially believing there to be no significant issue, Gloriosa now sensed that Hancock was likely entangled in some trouble. Watching Gloriosa's departing figure, tears once again streamed from Hancock's eyes. Clenching her fists tightly, she rose from the bed, changed into a fitted outfit, and leapt through the window, swiftly making her way into the primal forest below. She needed to train herself fervently. Roland, having departed from Nine Snake Island, set sail towards the terrifying three-masted ship, unaware of the profound impact he had on Hancock. Even if he were to learn of it, Roland would remain indifferent. Whatever he desired, he would stop at nothing to obtain. And since it belonged to Roland, he would protect it for a lifetime. Such was the simplicity of his conviction. After all, akin to the rumors circulating within the Navy, Roland was indeed a fiercely protective individual. On the deck, Roland cradled the small form of Owen, basking in the sunlight. Sunshine was a rare commodity on the Grand Line, famed for its unpredictable weather. One moment, the skies could be clear, and the next, one could find oneself besieged by hail the size of houses. Innumerable pirates met their demise due to the treacherous weather each year. The Navy, equipped with advanced technology aboard their ships, could roughly estimate nearby weather changes, significantly reducing mortality rates, a feat largely attributed to Vegapunk's contributions. The mere thought of Vegapunk made Roland's head ache. He cherished such talent dearly. Yet, that was a double-edged sword. As Vegapunk currently resided within the scientific division under Kazari's command, acquiring him would prove exceedingly troublesome. Rumor had it that Vegapunk possessed wisdom surpassing that of 500 years of modernity, with his technological advancements being not only irreplicable, but also remarkably potent. Even Roland himself is quite envious. System, why did you grant me an Esdeath Infinite Summon card back then? It's not like it would obey me upon summoning. Considering her powers, I now hesitate to even call her forth. Who knows if the Sword God bloodline can still survive after being frozen in time and space, even with a shattered body? Why didn't you give me a scientist instead, like Bulma? Or Koyama Harushige, or Shinozaki? If that were the case, I wouldn't need Vegapunk at all. Ding. As long as the host performs more astonishing or shocking feats, there is a certain probability of obtaining character cards. Roland expressed his desire to cease conversation with the system. What kind of nonsense is this? One must understand that there are things the system cannot possibly generate, and who knows what the odds of obtaining a scientist are. Fine. I'll do my best if possible. Could you also slightly increase the probability of obtaining character cards? The system did not respond, and Roland fell silent. Ein, have you had any insights regarding the swordsmanship lately? Hearing her name called by Roland, the bashful Ein in his embrace quickly snapped back to attention and replied, yes, a little. Oh, do share. What insights do you have? Ein tilted her little head, pondering for a moment in Roland's arms. Before saying, Master, I'm not quite sure how to articulate it, but I know that whatever you ask of me, I shall do. I am the sword in your hand. I will continuously improve myself, striving to become the sharpest sword by your side. Oh, is that so? Is that how you feel, little Ein? I nodded, her eyes filled with determination. But what if Master were a very wicked person? Suppose one day in the future I might betray the Navy, become a pirate, or even seize a mountain and rule a territory. Would you still be willing to be my sword? Ein did not ponder for long before replying. If one day in the future, Master, you were to do such a thing, there would only be one possible reason. That is, they were wrong. In my eyes, whatever Master does must have a reason. I will always believe in you. Upon hearing Ein's words, Roland affectionately stroked her hair and said, then if one day, I command you to raise your sword against the common people, would you still be able to lift it? This time, Ein was taken aback, unsure how to respond. If she said she was willing, would Master think her cold-blooded? But if she refused, would her standing in Roland's heart diminish? The dichotomy of outcomes made Ein feel quite troubled. Observing Ein's silence, Roland mused, it seems I still haven't done enough. Could it be that I must resort to such methods? Yet, she is still too young, and I cannot foresee any lasting repercussions. That is certainly not what I desire. While Roland was similarly lost in thought, Ein resolved to express her true feelings to him. Master, I don't know how my next words will change your perception of me, but I want to say this. No matter what Master asks me to do, I will comply. As long as it is Master's command, I will execute it without hesitation, whatever Master envisions. I will steadfastly uphold. Even if it means raising my sword against the common people, I would unhesitatingly strike them down. That is my swordsmanship. The 6 girls surrounding them were struck with profound shock upon hearing Ein's declaration. They had previously harbored jealousy towards Ein for becoming Roland's disciple at such a tender age, achieving heights unattainable by many in an instant, placing her above them, which had stirred discomfort within them. However, upon hearing Ein's words now, they felt it was only rightful, for they now understood that all the weight in this little one's heart was solely occupied by her master. In her eyes, he was her sky, her earth, her everything. Little Ein, rest assured, I will not force you to do anything you do not wish to do. After all, he is the one who can allow you to live infinitely in this world. The Sword God bloodline, while formidable, offers only minimal enhancements to longevity. That it is known that the average lifespan in the world of One Piece hovers around 100 years. Those with a bit of power can easily reach this age. Thus, Roland estimated that after transforming and binding his soul to this flesh, with the slight enhancement from the Sword God bloodline, he could potentially live to 200 years. Beyond that, it is beyond Roland's knowledge. Little Ein nestled against Roland, gazing up at his face, feeling a profound sense of fulfillment and happiness. When she first joined the Navy, it was her master who always believed in her, warmed her heart, and taught her the principles of being a person. For instance, always listen to your master. He will not harm you. and as long as you heed his words, you will be a good child. Helena. Master, I am here. Helena suddenly heard her name called and hurriedly bowed, even though Roland, standing further ahead, did not see her. What about the sword I recorded earlier? Reporting to the master, that sword is currently in my room. Bring it here. Yes, master. Helena replied and walked towards her room. Upon reaching her chamber, she retrieved the box hidden beneath her bed, then approached her desk and opened the topmost book. Helena skimmed through the table of contents. Noticing the title, How to Subtly Make People Like You. After a quick glance, she took the sword box and exited her room. At this moment, Roland had released Ein from his embrace, and the two were sipping juice. Awaiting Helena's arrival. Master, the Holy Sky Sword is inside the box. Helena respectfully handed the box to Roland, but her hand was restless, playfully brushing against Roland's palm as she presented it, while casting a flirtatious glance his way. Exuding an indescribable charm, Roland regarded Helena with a neutral expression, quietly observing her. Initially, Helena felt a surge of excitement, thinking the book had indeed spoken the truth, but as time passed, Roland's eyes remained as calm as a still lake. And her heart began to race. The silent pressure exerted by Roland weighed upon Helena like a mountain. Beads of sweat glistened on her forehead, revealing her inner turmoil. Master, I will take my leave now. Helena hastily retreated behind Astia, hoping their figures would shield her from Roland's gaze. Amused by Helena's amusing behavior, Roland chose not to comment further. He slowly opened the sword box, gradually revealing the true form of the Holy Sky Sword. Although Roland had not initially intended to gift this sword to Ein, upon further contemplation, he reconsidered. His next destination was none other than the fearsome Three-Masted Ship, which also possessed a renowned sword. In comparison to the Holy Sky Sword, that blade was equally formidable, making both contenders for greatness. Ein, do you know about the ancient sword Tengu Mountain? I do not, master. Seeing that little Ein was unfamiliar with the name, Roland gestured towards Astia, who stepped forward gracefully. Little master, Tengu Mountain is the forger of the Demon Sword series. This sword was crafted alongside the second generation of Demon Sword. It is said that those who wield this sword can achieve rapid enlightenment and progress. Its hardness and resilience are on par with the second generation of Demon Sword. Although it has not entered the list of famed swords, it is by no means inferior. Ein listened to Astia's introduction. Her eyes sparkled even more brightly. Her radiant gaze fixed upon Roland. She contemplated thoughtfully, suppressing her joy, and said to him, Master, this sword is truly too precious for me. What if it is precious? Can anything truly compare to your worth? For little Ein, I would not hesitate to procure even the legendary ghostly blade for you. Upon hearing these words from Roland, everyone, except for Ein, who was blissfully unaware, was left in stunned silence. During their time in the Navy, they had heard numerous rumors, including the fact that one of the 5 elders wielded the ghostly blade. Roland's statement had unmistakably conveyed his stance. Suddenly, the familiar electronic voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Due to the host's words, Herona feels astonished. Evaluation. Reward. A set of restraint clothing. Size applicable only to Herona. Ding. Due to the host's words, Astia feels astonished. Evaluation. Reward. 1 task card. Among the 2 most intriguing rewards were those from Herona and Astia. Setting aside the rather peculiar restraint clothing, Roland was no fool. He understood when such items should be utilized. However, he currently held little interest in Herona. After all, they were all his possessions, and there was no rush. On the contrary, the task card that had emerged from Astia's reward caught Roland's attention. This was the first time he had received such an item. System, what is this task card, and how should I use it? Ding. Each task card has a unique effect. This task card is named Trial of Weather. The sky will unleash numerous large hailstones. By shattering them, the one who breaks them will gain certain insights, which is to say, experience, serving as a rapid method to enhance oneself. It offers little benefit to me. Ding. It does not provide much benefit. It is nearly negligible. Upon reflection, Roland realized that if it were merely a hailstorm, he could easily manipulate the weather with a single stroke of his sword, rendering the task card's presence almost irrelevant. It had been a moment of false hope. Nevertheless, this task card is not entirely without merit. Ein, would you accept this gift I present to you? Roland extended the sword box forward once more. Ein blinked her sparkling eyes, her expression slightly agitated as she reached out her delicate hand to accept the sword box. The box was not particularly light, but for Ein, who had undergone Roland's training, it was not overly burdensome. She examined the holy sword within the box, its pure white scabbard perfectly aligned with little Ein's aesthetic. Carefully, she grasped the holy sword and slowly drew it from its box. Setting the box aside, and gently unsheathed the holy sword, and as she did, a soft, radiant sound emerged. The sunlight reflected upon it, exuding warmth rather than coldness. "Oh, beautiful," she exclaimed instinctively, and then, as if recalling something, her cheeks flushed slightly. Stealing a glance at the smiling Roland beside her, she seemed to have made a silent determination. Resheathing the holy sword, she leaned closer to Roland and softly pressed her lips against his cheek. Gentle, fleeting, indescribable. "Thank you, master." After uttering these words, little Ein lowered her head, unable to meet Roland's gaze. Roland was momentarily taken aback. Gently caressing the spot where Ein had kissed him, feeling a surge of happiness that it dawned on him that he had become increasingly significant in Ein's heart. Observing Ein's demeanor, he recognized that her affection towards him had reached a substantial level. "Ein, come here." "Yes, master." Ein nodded and approached Roland, who embraced her in his arms. Holding the soft little Ein, Roland looked into her eyes and asked, "Do you like the gift your master has bestowed upon you?" "I do." "Thank you, master." "No need for thanks, little Ein. Remember our relationship. There is no need for such formalities. Saying thank you may even create a sense of distance." Roland's words struck Ein, causing her to cover her mouth in surprise. A faint voice escaped through her fingers. "Master, I'm sorry." Master, Ein felt foolish. Her master had just mentioned that their relationship should not be so distant, yet she had just apologized. Would he be angry? Seeing Ein's anxious expression, unsure of how to respond, Roland burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, little Ein, it's all right. Ha ha ha, you are simply too adorable." Not only did Roland find it amusing, but even Astia and the others couldn't help but join in the laughter. The sounds of mirth echoed throughout the Black Crow. After a moment of laughter, Roland wiped the tears from his eyes and discreetly activated the task card. In an instant, the previously clear sky was engulfed by dark clouds. The cold wind howled, stirring up the tumultuous waves of the sea. "Bring." Roland's din mushy rang, reporting to the Admiral, "For unknown reasons, the weather has exhibited severe fluctuations. The detection devices aboard the warship cannot ascertain the cause." "All right, that's fine. With me here, we can merely slow our sailing and proceed with caution." "Yes, Admiral." After calming the bewildered Navy soldiers, who had no real responsibility aside from menial tasks, Roland turned to Ein and stated, "Little Ein, if I am not mistaken, this will be a significant hailstorm that I entrust you with the duty of protecting the Black Crow. Utilize the holy sword I just gave you. You have confidence in this task." "Master, do you really think I can do it?" At that moment, gigantic hailstones began to plummet from the sky, each the size of a car and falling in dense clusters. If left unchecked, they would undoubtedly damage the warship's hull. "Ein, you must believe in yourself. Remember, no matter what happens, I will always be behind you." "Yes, I understand, Master." As if feeling the encouragement from Roland, Ein's eyes filled with unwavering determination. Observing this, Roland thought, truly a little girl, needing a boost of confidence before battle. However, he had no intention of altering this habit. The more she relied on him, the more unlikely she would escape from his side. Ein unsheathed the dagger tied at her waist and handed it to Astilion, who stood nearby. The two shared a similar age and often bonded with Ein, so she felt comfortable entrusting her dagger to her. Receiving the dagger from Ein, Astilion cheered, "Little mistress, you can do it." "Yes, I will." With those words, Ein drew the holy sword, bending her legs and leaping into the air, executing the moonwalk technique. This was a key skill that Roland had trained Ein in, as flying was incredibly vital in this world. Therefore, aside from developing her fruit abilities, Roland had also emphasized the techniques of shave and moonwalk in her training. Watching Ein ascend into the sky, Roland turned to the maid squad beside him and said, "Once we return to Marineford, in addition to your regular duties, I expect you all to train as well." "Master, do we have to train too?" Astia asked, seemingly in disbelief. Repeating his statement, Roland nodded. "Having a degree of self-defense capability will not harm you. If anyone demonstrates diligence, resources will be readily available." Upon hearing Roland's assurance, Herona's eyes lit up. Ever since the previous incident, she had come to realize that in this world, only strength could earn one respect. With that thought in mind, Herona declared, "Yes, Master, I will not disappoint your expectations. As long as I don't die from training, I will train with all my might." Roland cast a surprised glance at Helena, as if astonished by her profound realization. However, it did not shock him too greatly. "Well, keep it up," he said. redirecting his gaze to Ein, who hovered above in the sky. The clouds were ominously dense, concealing an unknown quantity of hailstones. One by one, massive hailstones, akin to the size of automobiles, plummeted toward the sea, accompanied by a drizzle of rain. If one of those were to strike an ordinary person, they would likely be reduced to mere pulp. Despite the terrifying weather, Ein's expression remained unchanged. She had already absorbed Roland's encouragement. At this moment, her heart was set solely on forging ahead. The holy sword radiated with a pure, sanctified aura as Ein, without hesitation, delivered a downward slash, unleashing a powerful strike. The sword aura howled and surged, evaporating any raindrops that dared to touch it, transforming from a pristine white to a deep blue as it sliced through the descending hailstones. Ein was determined to eliminate every hailstone within the vicinity of the Black Crow and the other warship. Missing even one could spell disaster for the naval soldiers aboard the latter. With a swift, tearing sound akin to paper being ripped, the sword aura cleaved through the hailstone. Yet this was not the end. Although the hailstone was split in two, it remained substantial, with each strike. Ein practiced her swordplay, and finally, she shattered the first hailstone that posed a threat to both the Black Crow and the other warship, reducing it to fragments no larger than a fingertip, thus neutralizing its menace. As long as she avoided direct contact, she was relatively safe. Breathing heavily, Ein was uncertain whether the moisture on her forehead was sweat or rain. The combined exertion of her moonwalk and sword aura was taxing her stamina beyond its limits. But what did that matter? She vowed not to retreat until the very last moment. After all, her master was Roland. She could not afford to disappoint him. She must prove herself worthy of his mentorship. At that moment, the mission card's power activated, and a faint insight surged into Ein's body, restoring a modicum of her energy. A look of surprise flickered in Ein's eyes as she sensed her fatigue diminish slightly. But she did not dwell on it, for another hailstone was on the verge of descending. With utmost seriousness, she gripped the holy sword that Roland had gifted her, feeling as though her master was with her in spirit. Light whisper, Ein murmured, launching another attack at the hailstone. It was evident that the sword aura she released was remarkably similar to Roland's OWN. It seemed that Ein's light whisper was a mimicry of Roland's lullaby serenade. On the deck of the Black Crow, Roland observed this scene with a slight smile, his thoughts drifting elsewhere. Standing beside him was Astia, who held an umbrella to shield him from the rain and wind. Roland did not comment on his maid's actions. After all, he had already purchased them, and it would be unreasonable to withhold their wages. Wait, who says that's impossible? Roland mused aloud. Astia. Yes, master. Once we return, I'll grant you all a day's leave and give each of you 10,000 berries to spend on whatever you desire. Thank you, master. But is 10,000 berries really? That's an order. Yes, Astia replied on behalf of the maid group, expressing their gratitude to Roland. The Ein's light whisper was an imitation of Roland's technique. It still fell short of his silent mastery. At present, Ein's abilities were merely at the pinnacle of a swordsman, not yet having entered the realm of a grand swordsman. Nevertheless, to be able to unleash such sword aura was already impressive. When the sword aura collided with the hailstone, the sound was not reminiscent of tearing paper. Instead, the hailstone shattered outright. Elated, Ein raised her hand in triumph. She had succeeded, observing Ein's exuberance as she struck at the sky. Roland felt a sense of joy, especially when she executed her slashes with such fervor. Hail continued to fall, reminiscent of a fruit-slicing game. Only this time, hailstones replaced the fruit, and a swordsman took the place of a ninja. Essentially, the essence remained unchanged on the other warship. The naval soldiers stood agape, utterly astonished by the spectacle unfolding before them. Had anyone suggested that such a young girl could wield such power, they would have scoffed at the notion. However, the scene before them was undeniably a slap in the face to their disbelief. Is this truly the apprentice of the Admiral? Remarkable. I haven't even mastered Soru, let alone moonwalked. No wonder she is the Admiral's student. At such a tender age, she possesses such remarkable skills that it seems she is destined for greatness with the Admiral as her support. The naval soldiers, witnessing this astonishing display, were filled with a profound sense of awe. Though the system did not record their astonishment. As Ein continued to wield the holy sword, she felt her body achieving a wondrous equilibrium, each strike seemingly channeling vitality back into her. Although Ein was unaware of the mechanics behind this phenomenon, she recognized it as a positive development. With every swing of her sword aura, she grew increasingly adept in her execution. In a brief span, she reached the apex of a swordsman's prowess, only needing an opportunity to ascend to the level of a grand swordsman. A grand swordsman of such youth would undoubtedly create waves of excitement should her capabilities be revealed. At that moment, the opportunity presented itself, the clouds in the sky roiled, and a hailstone, nearly the size of a house, slowly emerged. Witnessing this, the naval soldiers felt a surge of alarm. Such a colossal hailstone could only be thwarted by the Admiral himself. Surely, even if the Admiral's apprentice was formidable, could she truly withstand an assault of this magnitude? Yet, why had the Admiral not intervened? Surely he will act, the soldiers thought, their anxiety mounting. They understood that if the young girl failed to hold her ground, Roland would undoubtedly step in. However, merely watching the monstrous hailstone descend filled them with dread. It was no wonder that Roland referred to them as mere lackeys. Having ascended to the rank of Admiral with such a lack of foundational strength, he had no effective forces at his disposal, and those he could command were predominantly of this caliber. Roland felt utterly exasperated. Little Ein, channel all your insights into your sword and attempt to unleash the most powerful strike possible, he called out from the deck. Ein, her expression one of vigilance as she gazed at the hailstone, slowly closed her eyes upon hearing Roland's words. As she stood there, eyes shut, she sensed the transformations within her body, recalling the sword aura she had just unleashed. Roland was in no hurry. After all, that enormous hailstone would not fall immediately. Suddenly, Ein opened her eyes, and with a flourish, the holy sword danced in her hands, each movement amplifying the sword's momentum. The colossal hailstone descending from the sky offered no mercy to the smaller ones. Accompanied by a fierce, biting wind, it roared like an ancient beast, instilling terror in the hearts of the naval soldiers aboard the warship, leaving their faces pale with fear. Where is the Admiral? Why hasn't he shown himself yet? Surely he wouldn't leave that little girl to face such a massive hailstone alone. Impossible. That young girl could never withstand such a force. Quickly, use the transponder snail. We need the Admiral to shatter it at once, or we shall all perish in the sea. Fear invariably drives one to madness, and as time ebbs away, the demon known as fear begins to consume their hearts. Roland stood upon the deck, acutely aware of the chaos aboard another warship. Initially, adhering to the principle that no one could be left without support, Roland requisitioned a warship for himself. However, he did not anticipate that it would not be long before their true nature was revealed. In light of this, upon their return, he resolved to send them away to in the heavens. Ein's swordsmanship had reached the caliber of a grand master, yet whether it was due to exhaustion or some other reason, her delicate visage grew increasingly pale. Hailstones loomed perilously close, leaving no room for Ein to falter. With unwavering resolve, she calmly gazed at the merciless hail descending upon her, raising the holy celestial sword high. Suddenly, a beam of white light erupted from the holy celestial sword, illuminating the grim weather like a beacon. Wind-carving whale swallow, Ein shouted from the sky, striking down with her sword. The sword's aura whirled like a tempest, transforming into countless blades, resembling a colossal whale from a distance. This whale-shaped sword energy appeared to open its immense maw, devouring the massive hailstone in one fell swoop. Witnessing this scene, Roland could not help but smile with satisfaction. In the sky, Ein observed as the hailstone, the size of a house, shattered into fragments in an instant, releasing the tension that had gripped her heart. That a wave of weakness surged through her, and she could no longer bear it. Plummeting from the sky, the hail had been reduced to a fine powder, cascading down from the heavens alongside Ein's petite figure. In that moment, it was as though an angel had descended to the mortal realm. Her flowing blue hair danced in the air, harmonizing with the crystalline particles, while the heavens bore a gaping hole from Ein's strike. Sunlight streamed through this aperture, casting a picturesque glow upon Ein. Unarmed flow, updraft. Roland clenched his fist and then thrust it forward, releasing a small yet potent surge of pure sword energy that formed a powerful updraft, slowing Ein's descent. Gradually, Ein's delicate form floated down into Roland's embrace like a feather. Thank you for your hard work, Ein. Roland gently kissed her forehead. At that moment, Ein, with her eyes tightly shut, had succumbed to a profound slumber due to her exhaustion. What? That little girl managed to shatter hailstones of such magnitude. This was truly astonishing. Although it was merely hail without any enhancements, achieving such a feat was not something an ordinary swordsman could accomplish. Could it be that the great general's disciple had ascended to the level of a grand master? Impossible. She was merely a young girl. Yet the one mentoring this girl was none other than the great general. Instantly, silence enveloped the room. Indeed, the one guiding this girl was the great general, who could easily elevate her to the realm of grandmasters in a short span of time. Ding. Task card. Task completed. Participants. Ein. Evaluation. S. Reward. Grandmaster experience. Ding. Ein has absorbed Grandmaster experience and successfully ascended to the realm of Grandmasters. Upon hearing the system's notification, Roland's eyes brimmed with affection. Ein, you did splendidly. You have now successfully entered the realm of Grandmasters. If you diligently refine your body and build a solid foundation from this point onward, your future accomplishments will undoubtedly rival mine. As if responding to Roland's voice, Ein's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. Lying in Roland's arms, she felt the warmth and gently reached out to caress his cheek, saying, Master, I hope I did not disappoint you. Roland shook his head. No, not at all. On the contrary, you performed exceptionally well, especially with that striking move. Based solely on that attack, you have already reached the pinnacle of Grandmasters. Upon hearing Roland's praise, Ein smiled brightly, her joy alleviating some of her fatigue. Does that move have a name? Ein nodded and replied, Wind-carving whale swallow. Wind-carving whale swallow, is it? What a splendid name. So vivid, Roland remarked as he walked toward his quarters. Carefully placing Ein onto the bed, he changed her into fresh garments, discarding her damp attire to the side. Throughout this process, Ein's cheeks flushed crimson. Had she possessed even a modicum of strength, she would have likely fled. All done with your change, little Ein. Now rest for a while. We shall discuss everything upon your awakening. Yes, master, Ein replied as Roland spoke. Any lingering embarrassment faded, replaced by an overwhelming sense of fatigue that washed over her. Within moments, she drifted off to sleep once more. Roland stood at the bedside, gazing at the slumbering Ein, a faint smile gracing his lips. After observing her adorable sleeping face for a time, he turned and exited, murmuring to himself, but his voice was lost amidst the howling winds. The weather trial had concluded, as indicated by the system, and the hail ceased to fall from the sky. However, the biting cold persisted. Roland had witnessed the harshness of the weather on the Grand Line numerous times, and it was indeed quite vexing. As he made his way to the deck, the maid's squad was busy gathering the sun loungers and various items. Upon noticing Roland's arrival, they paused their tasks, their gazes fixed upon him with curiosity about his purpose on the deck at this moment. With one hand pressed against his forehead, Roland surveyed the overcast sky and remarked, This weather is truly unbearable. As if in response to his words, the sky dramatically unleashed a bolt of lightning, thick as a serpent, frighteningly powerful. The thunder rumbled ominously, exuding an air of divine wrath. Yet Roland was wholly unfazed. In the world of One Piece, there was no concept of divine retribution or tribulation. Drawing his sword, Ganwuzhua, he held it aloft, the sword energy swirling around him. Before long, white mist began to rise. This was the characteristic of the withering spirit, a foreboding white vapor enveloping Roland, transforming his very essence in a matter of moments. Master, both Helena and Astia felt a chill at this sight. Not to mention the four younger girls, who were equally apprehensive. Relishing the enhancements granted by the withering spirit, Roland felt elated. With each use of sword energy to nurture it, the spirit had grown at an astonishing rate, developing its own consciousness in a remarkably short time. One sword intoxicates 1,000, one sword withers a myriad. To live in a dream, a fleeting moment. This sword is the dirge of the soul. With a single swing, the crescent-shaped sword energy cleaved through the air, dividing the sky in two. But this was not the end. The sword energy carried an icy chill, the foreboding white mist causing the dark clouds above to crystallize instantly. As the onlookers beheld this scene, the maid squad stood in stunned silence. In the next moment, the ice shattered, the clouds dissipated, and sunlight poured down upon the sea, warming the air as the cold retreated. Witnessing this transformation, Roland sheathed Ganwuzhua. Black Crow, accelerate our voyage. Upon returning to the chamber, Roland chose not to disturb Ein, who was peacefully slumbering in bed. Instead, he seated himself beside her and poured himself a cup of tea. Savoring a delicate sip, the essence of decay was frigid, a penetrating cold that seeped into the very marrow. As decay matured to its final form, Roland could sense that any ordinary person who dared to touch it would instantly be encased in shattering ice. A truly terrifying prospect. The recent slash he had executed stemmed from the abilities of decay, without Roland infusing his own sword intent into Ganwuzhua. His sword intent was that of flame. A manifestation separated from Prometheus, it remained uncertain whether the two could be harmonized. Yet as a transmigrator, Roland naturally harbored such hopes. Fire represented the sun, while ice embodied the moon. One was yin and the other yang, each countering yet complementing the other. Ultimately, it all hinged on whether the two could attain a state of equilibrium, and speaking of balance inevitably brought to mind the concept of Tai Chi. The more Roland pondered, the the more he felt overwhelmed by the myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind, unable to suppress the urge to press his palm against his forehead. Alas, while Decay was an SS-ranked sword soul of considerable strength, its attributes simply did not align. Roland murmured to himself, gazing at Ganwu Zhuozhua, which he had set aside, feeling somewhat exasperated. Perhaps it was best to allow Decay to evolve further, once it could bear the weight of his sword's will. He would then endeavor to explore the fusion of these two forces, transforming them into new traits or even more formidable power. Perhaps this was the burden of happiness. With a sigh, Roland downed the tea he had set aside before shedding his garments and heading towards the bathroom. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During this time, Roland, accompanied by the maid brigade, journeyed to an island to procure supplies, as the provisions aboard the ship had been nearly depleted by his appetite. Acquiring some fresh ingredients was undoubtedly a prudent move. After approximately 3 more days, as the Black Crow sailed at full speed, Roland finally caught sight of the ominous three-masted ship belonging to Moonlight Moria at the edge of the sea. Though referred to as a sailing ship, in Roland's eyes, it resembled a floating island, shrouded in an eerie atmosphere. For some reason, it was perpetually cloaked in dark clouds, occasionally buffeted by chilling winds, and enveloped in fog. Resembling a ghost town, this mission appeared to be relatively straightforward, as Moonlight Moria's crew consisted primarily of lowly minions, lacking any formidable experts. "Who wishes to accompany me?" Roland called out to the maid brigade and Ein from the deck. However, no one expressed a desire to venture onto the dread three-masted ship, primarily due to the island's sinister aura. No ordinary girl would find such an environment appealing. Therefore, they did not exhibit the same enthusiasm they had shown on Nine Snake Island. It was worth noting that Nine Snake Island boasted the Empress, renowned as the most beautiful figure among pirates, and many longed for a glimpse of her in reality, yet opportunities were scarce. Roland shrugged, observing the reluctance among the girls, and he made no attempt to compel them. In that case, you may remain here. Should anything arise, simply contact me via the snail phone. He handed a personal snail phone to Ein as a small gift, which delighted her immensely. As far as she knew, she was the sole recipient of Roland's personal snail phone, making her feel particularly special. The thought alone filled her heart with joy. Roland then retrieved a small boat from the Black Crow, settled into it, hoisted the modest sail, and set course for the ominous three-masted ship. The dread three-masted ship was often hailed as the largest pirate vessel in the world, yet Roland did not entirely concur with such claims. While it was indeed large, it paled in comparison to the ship of the Golden Lion. In his prime, the Golden Lion could effortlessly elevate entire islands to serve as his airborne pirate ship. Such mobility vastly surpassed that of sailing on the sea, which explained why the Golden Lion had remained elusive since his escape from the deep-sea prison. One could only speculate that he was currently roaming the skies somewhere. As Roland sat on the small sailboat, he felt that his current demeanor was not unlike that of Mihawk. The small vessel drifted alone upon the sea, swiftly approaching the dread three-masted ship. Now shrouded in fog, Roland could clearly see the pirate flag fluttering from the dread three-masted ship. The flag depicted a skull with Moria's fiery onion-shaped hairstyle and a pair of bat wings, exuding an unsettling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Yet, to Roland, this flag seemed entirely incongruent with Moonlight Moria's true capabilities. That a mere defeated foe who had escaped Kaido's grasp, Roland regarded him with disdain, far less favorably than he felt towards Sand Crocodile. The moment Roland set foot on the dread three-masted ship, countless zombie hands emerged from beneath numerous gravestones, propping themselves up as they clawed their way from the earth. They were either grotesquely decayed or severely disfigured, each a unique testament to a variety of gruesome fates. Roland mused that if a museum of bizarre deaths were to be established, Moonlight Moria would undoubtedly reap significant profits. As Roland contemplated these absurdities, he regarded the sluggish, utterly non-threatening zombies with indifference. Any ordinary person should be able to dispatch these slow-moving creatures with ease. Effortlessly maneuvering around the zombies, Roland strolled through the dread three-masted ship. Surrounding him were withered branches and decaying leaves. Every step he took sank into the soft ground, and the air was thick with an unpleasant odor that instinctively drew a grimace from him. "I must conclude this swiftly and depart. This place is hardly fit for human habitation," Roland declared, increasing his pace. After circling the perimeter of the dread three-masted ship several times, Roland could not locate the vessel where Brook was said to reside. He had initially intended to eliminate Brook, for that skull could injure his Prometheus form. The sooner he could deal with him, the better. However, Given the current circumstances, it seemed Brooke had yet to arrive in this region of the sea. It was indeed a lamentable tale. Since Brooke was nowhere to be found, Roland hesitated no longer. Emitting a golden-red aura, his garments billowed as if caught in an unseen breeze, affording him an undeniably dashing appearance. 8 gates release. In the next moment, Roland's figure vanished from sight, and simultaneously, the surrounding zombies were enveloped in a cloud of crimson mist, descending upon the thick carpet of leaves below. The instant he activated the 8 gates. Roland unleashed a barrage of piercing strikes upon each zombie, the force of his attacks dispersing them effortlessly. These once dead beings could no longer move. May the departed rest in peace. In a series of swift movements, Roland's silhouette flickered through the ghostly forest, arriving at a colossal structure at its center. If one did not inform Roland otherwise, he might have mistaken it for the castle of Grey Wolf. For the two structures bore a striking resemblance. Roland made no effort to conceal his presence. As he approached the castle, he was immediately detected by one of the 3 freaks, Absalom. Without delay, he activated his transparent fruit ability, rendering himself invisible to all. This fruit was indeed a boon for the reclusive, a tool for voyeurism. However, to Roland, it was merely a trivial trick. Upon arriving, Roland sensed Absalom's presence immediately. Unbeknownst to Absalom, Roland was acutely aware of his approach. The latter crouched low, stealthily inching towards Roland's rear, hoping to catch him off guard. Yet Absalom's appearance was so ridiculous that, despite his invisibility, Roland's observation hockey allowed him to perceive clearly that it was utterly embarrassing. With such feeble abilities, he dared to emulate a surprise attack. Roland mused, placing his palm down as silent sword energy surged forth, no sword style. Get lost, accompanied by a low murmur from Roland. Absalom indeed rolled sideways, and with a thunderous crash, he slammed into a tree. The tree, seemingly drained of life, was already withered beyond measure. The impact from Absalom caused it to crack and slowly topple to the side. A large dent appeared at the back of Absalom's head, leading to a profuse hemorrhage from the fissure, blood flowing incessantly from the wound. Roland did not even glance at the fallen Absalom. His hands hung limply at his sides, his eyes devoid of sparkle, as blood gushed forth uncontrollably, suggesting that, barring any miraculous intervention, Absalom would soon succumb to death. Shaking his head, Roland sighed. This is truly tiresome. Moonlight Moria, come out at once. As time dragged on, Roland's sense of boredom and irritation intensified. The vicinity offered nothing but dreary corners and various nocturnal creatures, devoid of any beauty or scenic vistas. Do you hear me, Moonlight Moria? If you do not emerge, I shall lay waste to your castle. Roland's voice resonated loudly, quickly spreading across the terrifying 3-masted ship, having disembarked from the small boat not long ago. Roland yawned, his boredom now leading to a sense of drowsiness. Inside the castle, Moonlight Moria was presently in his laboratory, toiling alongside Hogback over a corpse clad in a black robe. This corpse, adorned with a kimono bearing dragon motifs and traditional Japanese wooden sandals, bore a striking resemblance to Zoro in life, albeit with a topknot. Just as Moonlight Moria was about to delve deeper into his work, Roland's voice echoed from outside. Upon hearing this, Moria's expression shifted to one of fury. Who dares to board my pirate ship and brazenly challenge me to my face? Truly, they must be oblivious to the consequences. Hogback chimed in. Captain, it seems to be another group of insolent little pirates attempting to defy your authority. His embellishments only stoked Moria's wrath further. Moria placed the oversized scissors behind him and strode toward the castle entrance, eager to discover who had managed to evade his meticulously laid zombie traps. If it were merely a nameless wretch, he would be transformed into a zombie. If they possessed any semblance of strength, he would sever their shadow, claiming them as his own, just as Roland prepared to draw his sword and cleave the villa in two. Moonlight Moria's imposing figure materialized before him. Towering at an astonishing height of 6.92 meters, Moria loomed approximately 4 meters above Roland, surpassing even the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma. Adding to the absurdity, Moria sported a hairstyle reminiscent of a flaming scallion. His visage akin to that of a demon, with 2 protrusions on his forehead, pointed ears, and sharp teeth, his head and neck adorned with cross-stitch-like scars, draped in a shirt with bat-like collar and Gothic attire. His ensemble truly extravagant, Roland's gaze fixated on Moria's hair, that scallion-like coiffure eliciting a chuckle. Standing before Moonlight Moria, Roland seemed utterly unfazed by the dangerous glare directed at him, bursting into laughter amidst the eerie silence of the terrifying 3-masted ship. Indeed, as someone once remarked, he truly resembled a grand scallion head. Moria felt his rage simmering. You insolent fool! You dare to intrude upon my pirate ship, and yet carry on so brazenly. Did you wish to experience the hellish terror of the afterlife? Moria's eyes blazed with fury, as though he wished to swallow Roland whole. Unperturbed by Moria's anger, Roland dismissed him as merely a grand scallion head, wondering what threat he could possibly pose. That I am Admiral Roland. Codename Black Raven, here to inform you that you must consent to join the 7 warlords of the sea. Huh, an admiral? Are you jesting? I know of the 3 monsters within the Navy, but I have never heard of an Admiral Black Raven. The Navy and pirates have always been at odds. For me, a distinguished pirate, to participate in a Navy scheme is sheer folly. It seems you are indeed deluded. If so, allow me to send you to your grave. Another fool, oblivious to the world outside his secluded existence. So, you refuse to comply. Roland gazed up at Moonlight Moria, unable to detect any emotion in his tone. Moria shot a puzzled glance at Roland. Aren't you afraid? Afraid of what? You? Let me ask one last time. Will you join or not? You're as good as dead. Is that so? Then let us dispense with idle chatter. I shall compel you to agree through force. Roland spat onto the ground, muttering, what a nuisance indeed. With that, his figure vanished before Moonlight Moria, heightening Moria's alertness. 8 gates of Duenjia opened. Golden red energy enveloped Roland. And his voice echoed from above Moria's head. Armament hockey. Finger gun. Seizing the fleeting moment of Moria's distraction, Roland executed a swift series of movements. His fingers darkened, armament hockey enveloping them, rendering them both black and hard. Piu. The sound echoed like a bullet slicing through the air. In the next instant, Moria felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, blood streaming from the wound onto the ground. How could this be? I sensed nothing. A chill coursed through Moria's body, just as he began to gather his thoughts. Roland used Shave to appear behind him, delivering a powerful kick. The force sent the nearly 7-meter-tall Moria hurtling through the air, rolling several times before crashing heavily to the ground, covered in dust and looking utterly disheveled. Spitting out leaves from his mouth, Moria's eyes glinted with resentment. You forced my hand. I had no intention of resorting to this move. Shadow assembling. This was Moonlight Moria's ultimate technique, utilizing the power of his devil fruit to absorb all the shadows under his control into his body. The pitch-black shadows, under Moria's command, traced an arc through the sky before being devoured, causing his already towering figure to swell grotesquely. Roland remained patient, waiting for Moria to complete his technique. After approximately 1,000 shadows had been absorbed, Moria's form reached a critical mass. Roland, sensing the surge of power emanating from Moria, recalled the description from the narrative, recognizing that its destructive force could shatter an island with a single strike. However, this technique demanded immense mental fortitude to control. Without sufficient mental power, the user would lose consciousness or go berserk. Moonlight Moria, your excessive reliance on powers not your own is ultimately a misguided path. Neglecting your own training has led to your current predicament. You can no longer control it, can you? You've gone berserk, haven't you? Roland observed with keen interest as Moria's eyes fluctuated between crimson and rolled back, presenting a comical sight. Despite this, his aura had undeniably intensified. Yet, his opponent was Roland. Did it matter? Not in the slightest. If he was going berserk, then Roland would simply beat him back to his senses. A glimmer of brutality flashed in Roland's eyes. The target before him was overwhelmingly large, and due to his excessive absorption of others' powers, he had lost any technique beyond instinct. In other words, he was merely a massive target. For Roland, such an adversary was most welcome. The thrill of the fight was undeniable. Finger gun, 100 fingers. Instantly, 10 holes, each the size of a finger, appeared in Moria's massive abdomen, appearing like mere pinpricks against his gigantic form. Roland wore a sinister smile on his face, akin to poking at dough, which he found to be exceedingly amusing. With fingers cloaked in the aura of Haoshiku, he transformed them into phantoms, puncturing the abdomen of Moonlight Moria with 100 holes in the blink of an eye. In his rampaging state, Moonlight Moria seemed to finally experience pain, letting out a roar as countless bats erupted from the shadow beneath him. This was Moonlight Moria's skill, bat dispersal, which allowed him to split his shadow, creating a multitude of bat shadows that could both fend off Roland's attacks and gnaw at his opponent, devouring them. Too slow. Without even glancing back, Roland swiftly appeared behind Moonlight Moria. Inhaling deeply, he prepared his finger gun. 1,000 fingers. Accompanied by a murmur from Roland, the rampaging Moonlight Moria sensed a fierce wind howling behind him, a premonition of impending doom creeping into his mind. The sound of fingers piercing into Moonlight Moria's body echoed as shadows began to drift away under Roland's assault. As the shadows within him continued to evaporate, Moonlight Moria gradually shrank back to his normal size, his rationality returning at that moment. He felt excruciating pain coursing through him, particularly in his abdomen, despite his reduced size. The wounds still bled profusely. Nearby, Perona, observing the battle in a spectral form, was so terrified that she immediately fled through the wall back to her room, covering her mouth to stifle any sound. Fearing that Roland, this formidable deity, would notice her. This was their captain, after all. To think he could be so effortlessly defeated by a stranger was chilling, although she had a penchant for the macabre. It did not imply a desire for death. Her eyes brimmed with fear and dread, despite his earlier loss of control. The memories remained intact upon regaining his rationality. Roland's ghostly figure and his nearly invincible finger gun attack plunged Moonlight Moria's heart into despair. How could he possibly defeat such an opponent? Stop, 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 halt. I concede. I am willing to believe you are a Marine Admiral now. I wish to participate in whatever plan you mentioned, just as Roland was preparing to unleash his 10,000 fingers. He halted his movements, gazing disdainfully at the curled-up figure of Moonlight Moria on the ground. Had I known it would come to this, I wouldn't have bothered. To be frank, if it weren't for the items you possess that I need, I wouldn't have come here at all. Hand over the autumn water to me, Roland declared, delivering a harsh kick to Moonlight Moria, eliciting a pained cry. Autumn water? What autumn water? Moonlight Moria clutched his head. Bewildered, you still think you can deceive me? One final choice. Will you choose death or surrender the autumn water? Roland drew the Ganwu Zhua from his back, pressing it against Moonlight Moria's neck, his chilling aura causing a shiver to run through him. If the aura of his terrifying three-masted ship was fearsome, then the presence of this sword instilled an even greater sense of despair within Moonlight Moria, a sensation that deterred any treacherous thoughts. Just by its presence, Moonlight Moria felt he had met his matched My Lord. Admiral, I truly do not know what the autumn water you speak of is. Observing Moonlight Moria's expression, which seemed genuine, Roland sheathed the Ganwu Zhua and addressed him. You must have acquired the body of Ryuma by now. Where is his sword? Upon hearing Roland's words, Moonlight Moria's heart trembled. He had never disclosed that information, so how did he know Ryuma's body was with him? It's important to note that Ryuma was a hero of Wano, and he had been exceedingly cautious during this endeavor, fearful of drawing the attention of the crazed individuals from Wano who might come seeking him. Almost everyone in Wano is a swordsman, and while they are not a member of the world government, none would dare provoke them. I see now. Admiral, if it's Ryuma's sword, I have it right here. I'll fetch it immediately. Fine, hurry up. I have urgent matters to attend to. Do you understand? At that moment, Roland resembled a rogue, exuding an air of nonchalance, which made Moonlight Moria wish he had more legs to flee faster. Watching Moonlight Moria hastily retreat in fear, Roland's expression remained impassive. He increasingly reminisced about Hancock from Nine Snake Island. Reflecting on their gentle verbal sparring, he felt the current environment was pitifully inferior. Indeed, he was becoming more discerning, though this was only natural. Differing circumstances lead to differing considerations. When he first arrived in this world, he pondered how to attract more attention and acquire greater abilities to bolster his strength. Though he still harbored such thoughts, the urgency was no longer as pressing. Now, while he might not be the strongest in this world, he certainly could not be easily slain by just anyone. If he couldn't win, he could always escape. Roland had no qualms about preserving his life for the sake of a single matter. At this moment, his mindset began to shift, yearning to savor more of life's exquisite offerings. Perhaps this was truly him. Insatiable, selfish, ha ha ha. As Roland's laughter echoed, Moonlight Moria reappeared before him, respectfully presenting the long sword he held. Accepting the black blade autumn water from Moonlight Moria's hands, Roland, disregarding the latter's gaze, slowly withdrew the blade. Autumn water, belonging to the black blade, is one of the great swords of the 21. With a chaotic serrated design, the blade shimmered in dark purple, adorned with red jagged patterns. This sword is remarkably resilient, showing no sign of bending even under the weight of a dinosaur. It boasts a higher density, making it heavier than blades of comparable size. It is the prized weapon of the swordsman Ryuma, forged through countless battles, and is revered as a national treasure of Wano. At that moment, this illustrious blade in Roland's hand seemed to emit a gentle hum. It is often said that a person chooses a sword, but conversely, a sword also chooses its wielder. Upon encountering a suitable master, it can resonate with a tremor of excitement. Of course, this tremor is not a literal shaking, but a profound connection between hearts. However, the enthusiasm of the black blade autumn water did not translate to Roland's own excitement. He simply drew the Ganwu Zhua from his back and placed it beside the black blade. A faint white mist enveloping the sword. In an instant, the autumn water fell silent, as if it had died. It seemed to be intimidated by the Ganwu Zhua. Master, may I consume it? The voice of the sword spirit, Jiao Ling, resonated within Roland's mind. Jiao Ling's voice was ethereal, reminiscent of a melodious female, soothing and even cooling the atmosphere. Perhaps another time. This sword is intended as a gift. Very well, master. Roland sensed Jiao Ling's reluctance. Gently stroking the blade as a means of comfort, after the Ganwu Zhua made its appearance, the black blade autumn water ceased its peculiar movements. Roland sheathed it once more and turned to Moonlight Moria, stating, "It's done here. You may return to your affairs. Just remember what I told you earlier." "Very well. And you? I will take one more person and leave shortly. You need not worry." Upon hearing Roland's words, Moonlight Moria felt a cold sweat bead on his forehead. Was this not a clear act of abduction? However, he felt utterly powerless against Roland, who was undeniably stronger. Thus, his words held truth, leaving no room for rebuttal. For to argue would mean death. As he watched Roland's departing figure, Moonlight Moria recalled Roland's earlier admonition, always relying on the strength of others while neglecting to hone his own. Could it truly be the case? In light of this, let us endeavor to cultivate ourselves, striving to become ever more formidable. Roland remained unfazed by his thoughts. In this moment, utilizing his extraordinary perceptive abilities, he located the room wherein Perona was situated. With a forceful shove, he broke through Perona's door, eliciting a sharp scream from her as he beheld the young girl within. She was huddled beneath her covers, curling herself into a tight ball. While two ghostly figures with sausage-like mouths watched Roland intently. At last, he had found her, the user of the ghost fruit, Perona. As Roland surveyed Perona's room, he noted that it was utterly unlike that of an ordinary girl. He had initially thought that Peach Rabbit's room, filled with sword sheaths, was peculiar, yet compared to Perona's, it was but a triviality. Her chambers were cluttered with an array of bizarre items, piles of skulls in the corners, flickering ghostly blue candles upon the table, cobwebs draping the walls, and a teddy bear adorned with numerous patches. From any angle, the scene was undeniably eerie and unsettling. However, the girl who reveled in such a sinister environment now trembled in fear at the sight of Roland approaching. "Why you? Hello. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am not delicious," Perona stammered, seemingly so frightened that her words tumbled out in disarray. Clutching her teddy bear tightly, she cautiously peeked out from under the covers, her eyes wide as Roland drew nearer. Roland, following her lead, licked his lips and replied, "How could one ascertain your flavor without a taste? Wouldn't you agree?" As he uttered the last words, he leaned in close to Perona's ear. The sudden proximity startled her, causing her to jump. Ding. Due to the hostess' actions, Perona felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Evaluation. Reward. Purification Halo. Ding. The Purification Halo affixed itself to Roland's pendant, granting protection from malevolent forces. Before Roland could fully comprehend the nature of this newfound artifact, Perona, in a panic, commanded the nearby floating ghosts to charge at Roland. Negative ghosts. Roland recalled this ability vividly. It was precisely why he sought out Perona. Her powers were indeed fearsome, particularly the negative ghosts, an ability that exerted absolute control over its victims. Anyone who fell victim to these phantoms would be rendered hopelessly despondent, losing their combat prowess entirely. If Roland's memory served him right, in the near future, Perona would deploy this power to annihilate the Straw Hat Pirates, sparing only Usopp, as she systematically dealt with each member, an utterly terrifying prospect. As the realization dawned on him, Roland felt a chill of apprehension. He was uncertain how he might fare after being penetrated by a ghost. Just as he contemplated whether to evade, a radiant white light emanated from the pendant around his neck. The Purification Halo activated, casting a gentle illumination throughout the dim room, causing the two negative ghosts to dissipate into vapor upon contact with the light. Perona gazed in astonishment, her eyes wide in disbelief. "The ghosts, they've vanished," she muttered, as if struggling to grasp the reality before her. Noticing that he remained unscathed, Roland marveled at the system's efficacy, then turned to Perona, saying, "If they've disappeared, then so be it. After all, having two ghosts trailing a little girl is hardly endearing. We can always conjure them again when the need arises." Roland continued, "From this day forth, you are under my command, and you must obey my every directive." Otherwise, before he could finish, his aura surged, and he unleashed a significant portion of the sword energy he had been accumulating. The energy roared forth like a primordial beast, consuming the left side of the castle entirely, leaving even the formidable three-masted ship's left half in ruins, reduced to dust. Perona stood agape, watching the scene unfold before her, her previous concerns about the ghosts forgot. She nodded vigorously and cautiously emerged from her bed, clad in a frilly Lolita dress, standing beside Roland with an innocent demeanor. "I'll listen to you. Please don't kill me." Roland nodded and proceeded toward the exit, with Perona trailing closely behind. This excursion aboard the terrifying three-masted ship had proven fruitful. He had acquired the autumn water and the ghost fruit user, Perona, aside from sparing Brook. He had accomplished nearly everything he set out to do. With this thought, a wave of satisfaction washed over him. Turning to Perona, he inquired, "Do you have anything to say?" Perona blinked her large, pleading eyes at him and asked, "What should I say? Aren't you worried about what I might do to you?" With an expression of pure innocence, she continued, "Your strength is so formidable. If you desired to harm me, what could I possibly do? Since resistance is futile, I may as well enjoy it, but this is my first experience. So please be gentle." Roland, exasperated by Perona's obliviousness, lightly tapped his forehead. He mused inwardly. Truly, she was no ordinary girl. After all, what typical girl would be drawn to ghosts, skulls, and other macabre curiosities? Fear not. I find you quite intriguing, yet your current state leaves much to be desired. Perhaps we shall revisit this matter in a few years. For this unconventional girl, Roland opted for flattery, knowing that it bore no responsibility while also enhancing his rapport with her. "Perona, don't you wish to escape? Why would I want to run away? I heard you claim to be an admiral. Shouldn't I be the one reaping the benefits of being by your side? Who knows, I might even leverage your name for my own ends." As if struck by a thought, Perona's cheeks flushed a vivid crimson. "Aren't you concerned I might imprison you in the underwater prison?" Her expression remained unchanged as she replied, "If you truly wish to confine me there, then I'm left with no recourse but to await my fate. I forgot that you are indeed a rather eccentric girl." Roland chuckled, though he held no anger toward her, recognizing her potential utility. "For the next few days, pretend to be mute. I'll seize an opportunity to hand you over to a pirate. A pirate? Aren't you an admiral?" "Indeed, I am an admiral, which is precisely why you think I can wander freely with you. Aren't you afraid of being captured? What of that pirate? Oh, the pirate you speak of is named Prometheus. Consider him my avatar, or perhaps my true self." Suddenly, the atmosphere grew tense, as if time itself had frozen. Perona stood still, her expression one of bewilderment. Roland halted as well, the chilling wind swirling around them. Had she truly heard what she thought she had? Did Roland just claim that the pirate was, in fact, himself? Like a machine, Perona slowly turned her gaze toward Roland, her voice trembling as she asked, "Were you serious just now?" "Of course I was. Why would I say otherwise?" Roland flashed a dazzling smile, revealing his pearly white teeth. Perona felt as though her entire worldview was on the verge of collapse. Just as she was about to press for more answers, Roland interrupted, "Don't be too astonished. Some truths will reveal themselves in due time. Remember to act like a mute, and in a few days I shall see to your departure." With an adorably naive expression, Perona trailed behind Roland and boarded the Black Crow ship. Under the powerful propulsion of the vessel, they swiftly departed from the ominous three-masted ship. Unlike the suave Roland, Moonlight Moria was far from composed at that moment. He stared in disbelief at the left side of his ship, rubbing his eyes in astonishment. Swallowing hard, he grappled with the reality before him. His ship was gone. The left side of the hull had vanished. It was crucial to understand that, from a certain perspective, his ship was akin to an island. Yet, this island-sized vessel had been utterly obliterated by a single blow from that individual. Had the attack been directed at him, Moonlight Moria could hardly fathom the fate that awaited him. Perhaps he would leave no trace in this world. My ship. The lament of Moonlight Moria echoed in the air. But Roland had already walked away. After Roland introduced Perona to the women, Achio inexplicably sneezed. Ayn, who had initially regarded Perona with hostility, softened her tone and asked Roland with concern, "Master, are you feeling all right?" Upon hearing Ayn's concern, Roland instinctively embraced her, playfully rubbing his nose as he remarked, "It must be someone speaking ill of me behind my back." "Master, who do you think is speaking ill of you?" "I will certainly teach them a lesson," Ayn declared earnestly. "Ha ha ha. Ayn, your intentions are appreciated," Roland replied, planting a gentle kiss on Ayn's cherubic cheek. Delighted by Roland's affection, Ayn winked at Perona, as if to assert her presence. Observing the interaction between the two, Perona recalled Roland's earlier words and felt a twinge of fear. However, remembering Roland's command, she refrained from speaking, Though her inner thoughts began to stir, she promptly bounded over to Roland, a smile adorning her face, and clung to his leg, resting her head against him, seemingly reveling in the moment. This was a playful rivalry between two young girls, which Roland chose to overlook, recognizing it as a form of balance. After all, he had learned such tactics from the Imperial Heart technique dispensed by the system. Roland held a fondness for this book, which detailed various methods of subjugation, particularly the chapter on controlling others, which he had read over 10 times. All right, enough of this mischief. Dinner is about to be served. Do you intend to skip your meal? Roland announced. Master, I want to eat. Ein wants to grow up quickly. Ein exclaimed. Perona remained silent, clinging to Roland's leg as they entered the dining hall together. Inside, the maid brigade had already prepared a sumptuous array of delicacies, the enticing aromas wafting through the air long before Perona and the others arrived. The delightful scent caused Perona's eyes to widen in astonishment. It was her first encounter with such an enticing aroma. It was hardly surprising that Perona had never experienced such delights before. After all, Moonlight Moria's circumstances were quite dire. Had he fared better, Perona would not have displayed such an expression upon seeing the feast, with her cheeks flushed and drool escaping from the corner of her mouth. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, resembling an infatuated girl. Perona, if you're hungry, do indulge yourself. If it's not enough, we can always have the sisters prepare more, Ein suggested, momentarily setting aside her earlier reservations upon hearing Ein's words. Perona instinctively glanced at Roland, and upon seeing him nod, she eagerly seized a nearby spoon and began to feast heartily. For the first time in her life, she discovered that beyond the bizarre, she also had a penchant for exquisite cuisine. In the first half of the Grand Line, within the palace of Alabasta, Cobra sat upon the throne. At this moment, Alabasta was flourishing, the citizens' faces brimming with smiles despite the harsh environment. Vivi, I heard that Admiral Roland's next destination is Alabasta, Cobra announced. Really? Father, you mustn't be joking. Is Admiral Black Crow really coming to our country soon? Vivi exclaimed excitedly. Cobra, observing his daughter's enthusiasm, smiled warmly and nodded. Of course, would your father ever deceive you? However, Vivi, momentarily disillusioned by her father's words, rolled her eyes at him and retorted, I wonder who keeps tricking Vivi. Humph, if you're lying this time, I shall never speak to you again. All right, Vivi, I assure you, your father would never mislead you. I know how much you admire Admiral Black Crow, so I have been keeping a close eye on his whereabouts, Cobra reassured her. Then, Father, why is Admiral Black Crow coming to our country? Vivi inquired. Cobra paused, contemplating, before smiling wryly. Vivi, there are matters beyond my knowledge, perhaps some top-secret mission. Rest assured, your father will ensure you meet your idol. Vivi beamed with joy at her father's promise. You must keep your word. Father, you said it. Fear not. With my connections, I should be able to invite Admiral Black Crow. Cobra replied. By the way, didn't you have plans to meet Koza? The appointed time is nearly upon us. You mustn't be late. That would be quite rude. Cobra reminded her. It was only then that Vivi recalled her impending appointment with Koza and hurriedly dashed from the palace, changing into casual attire as she raced to the meeting place. Watching Vivi's retreating figure, Cobra smiled contentedly, shaking his head as he pondered how to extend an invitation to Admiral Black Crow to visit the palace. Ever since Black Crow had become the 4th Admiral of the Navy, the newspapers had been abuzz with news of him throughout the Grand Line. Vivi, upon encountering articles about Admiral Black Crow, had become infatuated, daydreaming about meeting him, much to Cobra's chagrin. However, he refrained from discouraging her. For under the Navy's propaganda, Admiral Black Crow was depicted as a paragon of justice, and Cobra could never oppose such a noble character. Returning to his study, Cobra retrieved a golden transponder snail, pondering for a moment before taking a deep breath and resolutely dialing a series of numbers. Meanwhile, in the office of Sengoku in Marineford, the transponder snail on his desk rang abruptly, moments later. The call connected. Admiral Sengoku, this is Cobra. Cobra, I recognize you. You are the king of Alabasta. What can I do for you? Sengoku responded, recalling Cobra's identity due to his status and reputation as a good king. Cobra sighed, thinking of his beloved daughter Vivi. Admiral Sengoku, I truly appreciate you taking the time to speak with me amidst your busy schedule. I've heard that Admiral Black Crow will soon arrive near Alabasta, and I would like to invite him to the palace for a visit, to engage in conversation and extend our hospitality. What do you think? King Cobra, could you share the reason for this invitation? Sengoku inquired. I feel quite embarrassed to say, But my daughter Vivi has been utterly captivated by Admiral Black Crow since she saw him in the papers. Her room is adorned with articles and posters of him. And meeting Admiral Black Crow has been her dream. I simply wish to fulfill this wish of hers. Upon hearing Cobra's request, Sengoku felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. He had never anticipated that a mere newspaper article could so enchant a young girl, especially a princess. King Cobra, I will reach out to Admiral Black Crow, but I cannot guarantee that he will accept the invitation. That is quite all right. I am already grateful for your assistance, Admiral Sengoku. Cobra replied. After concluding his conversation with Zhang Guo, Cobra hung up the golden Din Din Mushi, a special communication device typically reserved for summoning the Navy. However, he had made an exception this time due to his daughter's wishes, leaving him feeling rather helpless. After all, he was not only a king but also a father. Vivi's mother had passed away when she was very young, which made Cobra determined to give everything he had to his only daughter. Rubbing his face to dispel the weariness, he knew he needed to prepare for the imminent arrival of Admiral Black Crow, ensuring he received the highest standards of hospitality if Black Crow were to decline. Cobra could only imagine the commotion Vivi would cause. It puzzled him why she was so obedient at times, yet became uncontrollable when it came to Black Crow. Meanwhile, Vivi arrived at the designated meeting point with Ko Sha. Upon seeing him, she excitedly exclaimed, Ko Sha, did you know? Admiral Black Crow is coming to Alabasta soon, and I will finally get to meet him. Her face radiated joy, her brows lifting in delight, observing her enthusiasm. Ko Sha asked, is this news truly credible? Are you sure your father isn't just teasing you? Absolutely not. This time, father is serious, and I trust he will make it happen. Ko Sha was baffled by Vivi's excitement. Why are you so enamored with Black Crow? What makes him so special? Vivi retorted. What is wrong with Admiral Black Crow? He is handsome, charismatic, incredibly powerful, and embodying justice. The newspapers say he donates half of his salary to charity. There was even an elderly man who was cast out by his own children, and Admiral Black Crow personally funded a home for him. He still visits that old man regularly. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled brighter, envisioning the perfection of such a man. How wonderful it would be if Admiral Black Crow were to marry her. Ko Sha, unaware of Vivi's feelings, felt a twinge of discomfort. Perhaps this is all just exaggerated hearsay. From what I've seen, Black Crow's smile seems quite sinister. He could be selfish beneath that facade. Vivi could not ignore Ko Sha's remarks. Her smile vanished, replaced by a serious expression as she said, Apologize, Ko Sha. You must apologize to Admiral Black Crow, or I will never forgive you. Humph. If you won't forgive me, then so be it. I refuse to apologize to someone who smiles so deceitfully. To Ko Sha. This was merely Vivi throwing a tantrum, one that would surely pass in time. However, he did not realize that this time, Vivi was uncharacteristically resolute. With a stern face, she retreated to her room, the words Ko Sha had spoken igniting her anger. Once inside, her expression softened slightly as she collapsed onto her bed, gazing at the walls adorned with various pictures of Black Crow. She felt an unprecedented sense of happiness at the thought of finally meeting him. Her cheeks flushing, burying her face in her pillow, she soon drifted off to sleep. In her dreams, Vivi envisioned herself marrying Lauren and having a daughter who, like him, possessed beautiful black hair. They appeared blissfully happy together. On the Black Crow ship, Lauren lounged on a sun chair, a straw in his mouth connected to a glass of rum, basking in the afternoon sun. He welcomed the warmth, having mastered the essence of the flame sword, which rendered the sun's rays merely pleasant rather than oppressive. Xiao AI, come take a break, you've been training for quite some time, he called. But master, I believe I can push on a bit longer. Very well, but when you do tire, make sure to rest properly, understood? Understood, master. In contrast, Perona lay on another sun chair, licking an ice cream cone like a contented cat, exuding cuteness. During this period, she had indulged herself, consuming an abundance of food. Her weight had undoubtedly increased, yet it did not show. Her figure remained appealing, as the nourishment was distributed appropriately. A few years older than AI, her body was starting to mature. And in terms of feminine allure, AI could not compete with Perona. At that moment, Astia approached Lauren with a Din Din Mushi in hand, saying, Master, a call for you. Recognizing the distinctive seagull hat on the device, Lauren understood who was calling. Hello, Marshal. What brings you to call me now? Black Crow. Cobra wishes to invite you to Alabasta for a visit. His daughter is quite fond of you and wishes to meet you. Oh, is that so? Lauren knew of Cobra and was aware that his daughter was Vivi, who was noted for her stunning beauty. Compared to AI's slightly deeper blue hair, Vivi's lighter locks were even more attractive. As AI practiced her swordplay nearby, the news from the Den Mushi made her heart skip a beat. She quickly set down her wooden sword and moved closer to Lauren, eager to hear his response. Unbeknownst to her, she had developed a strong dislike for any woman who appeared near Lauren, a feeling akin to jealousy. Despite her attempts to suppress these thoughts, AI found them increasingly difficult to control. Lauren, oblivious to AI's turmoil, simply replied, "Why should I go, Marshal? You should know I am currently engaged in a mission. Do you truly think I have the time for a visit? Black Crow, do me a favor." "Marshal, it's not that I don't want to go. I genuinely have no time. I'll arrange for a 3-month break upon your return." "Marshal, do you think I am the kind of person who would be swayed by money? Double your pay. Actually, I might be able to squeeze in a little time. Triple your pay. Deal. We are approximately 3 days' journey from Alabasta. Marshal, please provide me with King Cobra's Den Mushi number so I can contact him directly." After Astia noted down the number, Lauren ended the call with Zhangguo. "Master, are you truly going to visit Alabasta? Will you have enough time?" AI immediately approached Lauren, concern etched on her face. "That won't be an issue. After all, it was Zhangguo who suggested it. If we need to delay, we can do so without worry. Oh, all right. AI's emotions were evident on her face, but Lauren remained unaware. He turned to Astia, instructing, "Please dial the Den Mushi number we just recorded." Upon receiving his order, Astia gracefully extended her fair hand and made the call. In the palace, Cobra was reviewing documents when he suddenly heard the Den Mushi ring. Quickly rising, he composed himself and answered, "This is Cobra. Whom am I speaking to?" "Hello, King Cobra. This is Lauren." "Lauren? You mean Black Crow?" With that realization, Cobra sprang up, clutching the Den Mushi and rushing to Vivi's room. Vivi, Black Crow is on the line." Wei Wei was initially somewhat drowsy, struggling to comprehend what had transpired. However, upon hearing the words of her father, the Emperor, she immediately became alert. Dressed in a sky-blue attire, her long, azure hair cascaded casually over her shoulders. At this moment, she gazed at the telephone bug in Kabura's hand, her eyes shimmering with fervent excitement. "Wei Wei, the Black Crow is calling." Sensing her enthusiasm, Kabura quickly addressed Roland on the other end of the telephone bug, saying, "General Black Crow, I sincerely apologize. I hope I did not startle you." "Rest assured, King Kabura, I am not frightened in the slightest," Roland replied with remarkable composure, further endearing him to Kobuya. It is often said that seeing is believing. And it now appeared that the capabilities of the Black Crow exceeded Kabura's expectations. "General Black Crow, may I let my daughter take the call? She is quite fond of you, and our room is adorned with your pictures." "Of course, King Kabura, it would be my honor." Hearing her father divulge her secret admiration, Wei Wei felt a wave of shyness wash over her. She extended her hands, eagerly cradling the telephone bug in her palms. In a voice that echoed the sweetness of youth, she addressed the device. "Hello, may I speak with General Black Crow?" "Ah, Princess Wei Wei, greetings. I am Roland, codename Black Crow. You may call me Roland." Ein, standing beside Roland, was captivated by the charming voice of the girl. Her cheeks rosy and round, pondering her thoughts. Roland, may I ask when you will arrive in Alabastan?" It was Wei Wei's first conversation with her idol, and the unprecedented nervousness made her cheeks flush a deep crimson. "We are about to enter the territorial waters of Alabastan. We should reach your capital in approximately 2 days. There's no rush. Roland, please ensure your safety." "Understood." As the conversation progressed, Wei Wei found herself at a loss for words. Her face still flushed as she lowered her gaze, lost in thought. Sensing his daughter's anxious demeanor, Kabura took the telephone bug from her, addressing Roland. "General Black Crow, I have arranged a banquet in the capital to welcome you with the highest honors, and I await your arrival. Then I shall express my gratitude in advance, King Kabura." After concluding the call, Roland stood from his sun lounger, eyes closed in contemplation. The others refrained from interrupting him, aware that he was deep in thought. Today had been a completely unexpected occurrence. Even Roland had not anticipated Wei Wei's profound admiration for him. Just through their brief communication, he could sense her excitement. Without a doubt, Roland recognized the prowess of the Navy in cultivating this public relations success. Their capabilities were truly remarkable, comparable to those of ordinary individuals, with only Morgan standing out as a contender. This unexpected opportunity had arisen, and it seemed he might need to leverage his charm in due course. A more promising idea took shape in Roland's mind. If realized, it could pave a better path for him in the future. The impact of such a revelation might prove even more profound. At that moment, Anne approached Roland from behind, gently tugging at his garment, her large, glistening eyes blinking up at him. Turning around, Roland looked down at Ein and inquired, "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Little Ein, "Master, if you were to find someone you like in the future, would you abandon me?" Upon hearing Ein's question, Roland responded with unwavering determination, "Absolutely not. I would never forsake you. I doubt my affections for someone else do not diminish our bond. You will always remain my most special apprentice, do you understand?" I nodded vigorously. "I understand, Master." However, Roland was not inclined to let the matter rest, crouching down to her level. "Now, little Ein, tell me, if in the future you find someone you like, would you forsake your place by my side and seek solace in another's embrace?" "No, I would never do that. I will always belong to Master. I will forever cherish only you." Roland chuckled, affectionately pinching Ein's cheek. "It is perfectly fine, Ein. Even if you develop feelings for someone else, it is of no concern." Ein opened her mouth, ready to assert her loyalty to Roland, but he added, "Because, no matter who you fancy, any man other than me shall face dire consequences." "Yes, Master, I will only love one person in this lifetime." Little Ein did not feel disheartened by Roland's possessive declaration. Rather, she reveled in the happiness it brought her, as it further solidified her uniqueness in his eyes. Soon, aboard the Black Crow, Roland swiftly approached the capital of Alabaston. From a distance, he observed the port adorned with red ribbons and ceremonial cannons, all signifying a most noble welcome. At the port, Kabura and Weiwei stood in royal attire, positioned before the soldiers, surrounded by curious villagers. Kabura had chosen not to isolate the villagers, confident that his subjects would honor Roland appropriately, a testament to his faith in their character. Indeed, Kabura's trust proved justified. As the Black Crow neared the harbor, the cannons roared, and the crowd erupted in cheers, creating a lively atmosphere. Weiwei, on her tiptoes, eagerly looked towards Roland, who stood on the deck of the Black Crow, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, yearning to stand before her idol. Yet, surrounded by the populace, as a princess, she could not abandon her royal dignity and composure. She remained poised, awaiting Roland's arrival. "Has Herona hidden herself?" "Yes, Master, she is currently concealed in your chamber." "What about provisions?" "There are supplies sufficient for a few days. They can be consumed for 3 days while ensuring freshness. And the kitchen refrigerator is stocked with ample meals. That will suffice. For now, Herona should not be in public view. After all, she is a pirate and would tarnish my reputation." "Master, what if Herona attempts to escape?" "Escape? That's impossible. She would never dare." Meanwhile, in Roland's chamber, Herona was nestled, dreaming as she clutched Roland's sword, Ganwuzhua. The moment she sensed the aura emanating from the blade, she was instantly enamored. The atmosphere surrounding Ganwuzhua resonated with her favorite essence. And her current life was delightful, eating, sleeping, and indulging in exquisite cuisine, far superior to her time aboard the terrifying three-masted ship. Roland descended from the Black Crow with his apprentice Ein and the maid troop. "As for the soldiers on the other ship, I apologize, but they are unworthy. Let them remain aboard." At this moment, Vivi's gaze was entirely fixated on Roland, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied her mind. Ein felt a sense of wariness towards the princess before her, for she had learned through the snail phone that Princess Vivi harbored a deep admiration for her master, akin to that of an ardent fangirl. Moreover, she bore an uncanny resemblance to Ein herself, with her splendid sky-blue hair that outshone Ein's own, tightening the latter's heart with unease. In a bid to assert her claim, Ein reached out to grasp Roland's hand, desiring his reassurance. Roland, aware of Ein's intentions, chose not to elaborate further. Affection must still be shown. He promptly took Ein's hand and proceeded towards Cobra. Upon witnessing this scene, Vivi's brows knitted slightly, though she felt no displeasure. As Roland's little admirer, she had naturally gleaned privileged information through Cobra, her father, that others could not access. For instance, the individual Roland held was indeed his apprentice, and it was said that Roland valued Ein's talent immensely, fiercely protective of her, leaving no one daring to provoke her. The women standing behind Roland were all part of his maid troop, skilled in domestic duties, and from what had been gathered, their culinary talents might surpass even those of her royal chef. Hand in hand with Ein, Roland approached Cobra, addressing the king. "Your Majesty Cobra, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, and I convey greetings on behalf of the general from the warring states. Thanks to the relentless efforts of the Navy over the years at sea, we, the allied nations, have been spared from the troubles of pirates." The two exchanged pleasantries before Cobra remarked, "Admiral Black Crow, after your arduous journey, I have arranged a grand feast in the palace. I kindly invite you to join me for a meal. Thank you, King Cobra. This marked Rowling's inaugural conversation with the king. And indeed, Cobra was as humble as the rumors suggested, evoking no feelings of disdain. Along the way, Cobra presented his daughter Vivi to Rowling, introducing her with a smile. Admiral Blackcrow, please call me Rowling. Very well, Rowling. This is my beloved daughter Vivi, who holds you in the highest esteem, dreaming of the day she could finally meet you. With this, Cobra turned to Vivi and said, Vivi, now that Rowling stands before you, do you have anything to say? Do not let your excitement lead to any missteps. Ha ha ha, King Cobra, you jest. Princess Vivi possesses a beauty that could make fish sink and birds fall, and from those lively eyes, I can discern her intelligence, which undoubtedly surpasses that of ordinary folk. Thank you, Admiral Rowling, for your kind words. Upon hearing such praise from her idol, Vivi's already rosy cheeks blushed even deeper, resembling a ripe apple, evoking an irresistible desire to take a bite. After Cobra's introduction of Vivi, Rowling too responded, King Cobra, Princess Vivi, this is my apprentice. Do not be misled by her current clinginess. Her prowess is formidable. Rowling raised a thumb in endorsement. Naturally, I relished Rowling's commendation. I truly envy Miss Ein for having the opportunity to learn alongside Admiral Rowling. Such chances are rare indeed. Ein, still a mere girl, found her hostility towards Vivi waning after a few compliments. For as Cobra had remarked, she was Rowling's cherished disciple, and no one could usurp her position, not even if that person were a princess. Soon, under guidance, they arrived at the Palace of Alabasta, the Alabasta Palace. While not as resplendent as Marineford, nor as grand as Dressrosa in Rowling's memory, possessed its own unique charm. Guards clad in armor wielding long spears decorated with Alabasta's flag stood every few paces. Part of the welcoming ceremony, and such high-standard reception greatly pleased Rowling. Uplifting his spirits, Vivi frequently turned her head to gaze at Rowling and Ein, yearning for Rowling's hand as well, but fearing to leave a poor impression on him during their first meeting. She resisted the impulse. Upon entering the palace, Rowling and Ein took their seats at Cobra's warm invitation. Due to Cobra's humble nature, they did not adhere strictly to dining etiquette, but rather sat a tad closer. Cobra occupied the head seat, with Rowling and Vivi beside him, and Ein to Rowling's right, while the maid troop stood uniformly behind him. Thus, the arrangement had Rowling and Vivi facing each other. However, it seemed they could only maintain this arrangement, as any shift in seating would not align with their respective statuses. Admiral Rowling, this time I have directly ordered the royal chef to prepare Alabasta's specialty dishes. You must savor them. Rowling, a connoisseur of fine cuisine, was always eager to indulge. Indeed, I can already envision their delectable flavors. In response to Rowling's words, Cobra merely smiled, remaining silent. Soon, exquisite dishes were presented before Rowling, not adhering to the royal protocol of serving them one by one, primarily due to the cumbersome nature of such an approach, which would be excessively time-consuming. From his understanding of Rowling, Cobra knew that while he relished food, he abhorred wasting time on it. Therefore, he had arranged things in this manner. It could be said that for the sake of his daughter Vivi, Cobra had meticulously familiarized himself with Rowling's preferences and habits. It was quite commendable, for had it been Rowling, he would have likely opted to simply bind her, claiming her presence first, before winning her heart. The oft-repeated phrase of dramas, "You have my body but not my heart," is utterly nonsensical. If you possess her body, you may very well have the chance to capture her heart. If you cannot even secure her presence, how can you expect to win her affection? Besides, has it not been said that love grows over time? According to Rowling's understanding, humans are peculiar beings, often difficult to control. You may know that a particular path is right and leads to success, yet you choose a different route. Why? It is simply a matter of self-control. One may aspire to enter prestigious universities like Tsinghua or Peking University, and then reflect on their current institution to understand the disparity. Ultimately, it all boils down to one word: strength. If, at present, Vivi were to employ Rowling's irresistible strength, she could easily bind him, rendering him powerless. Perhaps content to become her devoted companion. Of course, these were merely Rowling's musings. As the dishes were presented, their enticing colors and fragrant aromas sparked Rowling's appetite. Vivi, blushing, picked up a clean fork to offer Rowling some food, saying, "Rowling, try this. It's desert golden chicken, tender and springy, truly delicious." Ein, puffing up with indignation, also addressed Rowling, "Master, I think this one looks great too. You should give it a try." Cobra, observing this scene from his seat, chuckled heartily. Indeed, the charm of Admiral Rowling was undeniable. Not only did Vivi admire him, but even his apprentice was profoundly reliant on him. "Haha, I take great care with this apprentice." Roland graciously accepted Cobra's praise. Yet he was taken aback by what transpired next. Cobra glanced at Vivi and then at Roland, cleared his throat, and inquired, "Admiral Roland, may I inquire rather boldly if you have someone you hold dear?" Hearing this question, Roland cast a peculiar glance at Cobra, yet his mind began to ponder. "King Cobra, what do you mean by that?" Vivi seemed to sense something amiss, casting a look of disbelief towards her father. "The king, General Roland, there is no need for anxiety. We are merely engaging in casual conversation." Kabura waved his hand dismissively and added, "I wonder what you think of my daughter." Vivi at Roland's gaze flickered. Princess Vivi was the most delightful young lady I had ever encountered. Her beauty was akin to that of a blooming flower. Captivating and enchanting. From my observations, Princess Vivi is remarkably kind and intelligent. I dare say anyone who lays eyes upon her would inevitably develop a fondness for her. Upon hearing such praise for his daughter, Kabura nodded with satisfaction and solemnly addressed Roland. "In that case, would you consider entering into a betrothal with my daughter?" At her father's words, Vivi's fair face flushed crimson, her heart racing as she furtively stole glances at Roland. Inwardly hoping he would acquiesce, Roland was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Kabura would broach such a subject. When had Kabura become a matchmaker, especially for his own daughter, as he beheld the bashful Vivi before him? A whirlwind of thoughts raced through his mind. King Kabura, is this not a bit premature? Moreover, what of Vivi's own feelings? Just as Roland voiced his concerns, Vivi eagerly interjected, "I am willing." Roland found himself at a loss for words. After all, with Kabura playing the role of matchmaker and Vivi expressing her willingness, how could he respond? Although agreeing would bring him myriad benefits, it was certainly not the right moment to give his consent. Especially with a certain little someone observing him closely, to avoid offending either party in this delicate situation was indeed a challenging endeavor. One might say Roland was being rather greedy in a fleeting moment. He concluded his thoughts and discreetly gestured to Ayn, signaling her to remain calm. Ultimately, his choice would still be Ayn. The advantages she brought to his life were simply too significant. In a world like that of the Pirate King, one must always look to the long term to ensure survival without future tribulations. Just as Roland prepared to decline, a sudden ringing from Astia's transponder snail interrupted the moment. The sound shattered the tension in the air, and Vivi's hopeful expression flickered with disappointment. Just as Roland was about to provide his answer, why did the transponder snail have to ring at this inopportune moment? Conversely, Kabura, sensing something amiss, quickly remarked, "General Roland, the transponder snail is ringing. It must be urgent. I sincerely apologize for this interruption, King Kabura." With that, Roland gestured for Astia to connect the call, and a cacophony of chaos erupted from the other end. A man's voice emerged, stating, "General, this is Yekis. We are at the port, and an unfortunate incident has transpired." Roland's brow furrowed as he glanced at Kabura, whose expression mirrored his own concern. After all, this was his kingdom, and the port was a crucial location that demanded attention. "What has happened?" The man took a deep breath before continuing. "General, not far from the port, a sea king has suddenly appeared, and for reasons unknown. Its eyes are glowing red, devoid of reason, causing a stampede of kung fu sea cows into the port, creating chaos. It seems the Sea King's target is the port itself." "What? A Sea King has appeared near the port?" Kabura's anxiety heightened upon hearing the voice from the transponder snail. This was the port of Alabasta's capital, a vital area, and any destruction could lead to widespread suffering. Roland recognized the gravity of the situation and immediately rose from his seat. Addressing King Kabura, "Leave this matter to me. General Roland, I entrust this matter to you." Vivi, observing Roland's serious demeanor, expressed her concern. "Roland, please be careful." The Vivi's shyness manifested as she inadvertently added an extra syllable to his name, which left Roland bemused. However, her endearing nature made it difficult for him to feel annoyed. After casting a glance at Vivi, Roland nodded in affirmation. Vivi's heart swelled with joy upon receiving his acknowledgement. Swiftly forgetting the earlier interruption from the transponder snail, Kabura, witnessing this exchange, sighed. Considering Vivi's fondness for Roland and Roland's commendable character, entrusting her to him seemed a fortuitous decision. Yet, the circumstances now appeared far from simple. Though Kabura was known for his humility, he was still a king and understood the implications of Roland's earlier intentions. "Ayn, come, this shall serve as your training." Ayn, who had felt a tinge of jealousy, nodded vigorously upon hearing this. "Master, you can rest assured. I will demonstrate the fruits of my recent efforts." With that, the two figures vanished from the palace, leaving Astia and the others behind. King Kabura, Princess Vivi. Do not fret. Our master is formidable and will surely return shortly. The sudden appearance of the Sea King made Roland wish to give it a thumbs up. He had initially intended to boost Ein's favorability, with thoughts of Vivi postponed for later. However, at this moment, he had neither hurt Vivi's feelings nor diminished Ein's admiration for him, which was simply splendid. Soon enough, he would ensure that the Sea King met a fitting end. With such thoughts in mind, Roland and Ein swiftly made their way to the port. As they arrived, the scene was utter chaos. Numerous kung fu sea cows were rampaging through the port, seemingly attempting to escape the pursuing Sea King. Roland's sword, Gan Wuzhua, was with Perona at that moment, leaving him without a suitable weapon. Realizing this, Roland promptly called upon the system to retrieve Chioshui. He had not anticipated needing it again. Roland sighed. Defeating each kung fu sea cow was proving to be quite a hassle. So he opted for a waltz. Murmuring softly, Roland unleashed the black Chioshui, and in an instant, the sword's aura enveloped the kung fu sea cows, rendering them incapable of resistance, leaving them to lie helplessly on the ground, awaiting recovery. The previously panicked onlookers gasped in astonishment as they witnessed Roland effortlessly restoring order to the chaotic scene. Is this the might of a general? He has defeated the formidable kung fu sea cows. Indeed, so many kung fu sea cows fell before the general without even a single strike. To the ordinary folks, kung fu sea cows were already deemed powerful beings. After all, they possessed a tendency to challenge formidable opponents, with some being even stronger than certain pirates. Of course, this was merely hearsay that Roland had come across. Whether it held any truth, he could not say. Ein, go forth. That Sea King is yours to handle. At that moment, the Sea King was drawing near the port. Based on Roland's estimations, this Sea King measured approximately 500 meters in length and appeared to be in its juvenile stage. It was perplexing why such a young creature would abandon its home in the sea to wreak havoc on the surface, bullying kung fu sea cows. I nodded at Roland's command, placing her hand upon the hilt of the holy sword. Her previously adorable expression replaced by a serious demeanor. Master, leave it to me. I will not disappoint you. With that, Ein activated her moonwalk, soaring into the sky. The holy sword was drawn, its resounding sound echoing through the heavens. Hey, your opponent is me, Ein shouted from above, viewing this as a splendid opportunity for Roland to witness her progress. The faster she improved, the happier her master would be, and as long as her master was happy, so too was she. The Sea King's eyes glowed in ominous crimson as it disregarded the hovering Ein, continuing its frenzied assault on the sluggish kung fu manatees that had yet to reach the harbor. To this diminutive Sea King, it seemed that only the figures of the kung fu manatees mattered. Observing that the creature was utterly indifferent to her presence, Ein felt a surge of discontent and promptly unleashed a blade of sword energy. Under the rigorous training of Roland, she had made significant strides in her physical capabilities. Although she was still at the initial stage of a great swordsman, she could effortlessly release slashes without succumbing to the fatigue that had previously plagued her after only a few attempts. The sword energy roared as it cleaved towards the Sea King, targeting its eyes. As Roland had previously instructed Ein, the eyes of most creatures are typically one of their vulnerabilities, and indeed, the most fragile among them. However, despite being in a state of rage, the Sea King instinctively evaded Ein's strike. The blow landed upon its body, leaving a shallow imprint that Ein's attack, while not as fearsome as Roland's, successfully captured the creature's attention. Its red gaze turned towards Ein, a brutal aura surging toward her, an aura that would be insufferable for an average individual. But who was Ein? She was Roland's disciple. She would never bring shame to her master. With the holy heaven sword dancing in her hands, a series of waves rippled through the air as a sword energy, resembling a whale, lunged toward the Sea King, a technique aptly named whale swallowing the wind. Unlike her previous single slash, Ein opted for multiple strikes this time. This approach demanded less physical exertion and consumed less energy, allowing her to avoid the fatigue that followed a single swing. Albeit at the cost of diminished power, the sword energy, like a massive whale, crashed heavily against the Sea King. In an instant, blood stained the surface of the sea, the creature's front reduced to a pulp. Chunks of flesh plummeted from the Sea King, crashing into the water and stirring up considerable waves. The harbor, previously chaotic, now settled into a semblance of calm as many gathered to witness the spectacle. After all, the great general had arrived at the harbor. The populace firmly believed that these beasts would pose no threat to them. Light mist melody. Ein pressed her advantage and unleashed another blade of sword energy. Elegantly refined, as it ruthlessly aimed for the creature's eye. This time, Unsucceeded. Her strike connected directly with the Sea King's eye, penetrating through to its very core. Upon witnessing this, the gathered crowd erupted in joyous cheers. Truly, she was the disciple of the great general. Despite her youth, her strength was formidable, effortlessly dispatching the terrifying Sea King. However, questions lingered. How had this Sea King arrived here, and what had transpired in the depths of the ocean? Had something occurred in the deep sea? The crowd murmured among themselves. Descending gracefully from the skies, Ayn landed beside Roland, throwing herself into his embrace, nuzzling against him before lifting her charming face to ask, Master, am I impressive? Roland recognized her desire for a reward, and he was more than willing to oblige. He gently kissed her forehead and replied, Little Ayn is fantastic. I never expected your progress to be so swift. Without relying on your fruit abilities, you managed to best this Sea King with ease. Ayn playfully stuck out her tongue, fully aware that Roland was praising her, a sentiment she welcomed. Yet, she humbly replied, But I have not yet reached your level, Master. Compared to the Sea Kings you have slain, the disparity is like that between a snake and an earthworm. Roland noted Ayn's modesty and nodded approvingly. Just then, a commotion erupted in the harbor. The previously bustling atmosphere fell silent in an instant. Kabira and Princess Vivi, flanked by guards, approached the harbor. Upon spotting Roland, Princess Vivi rushed toward him, momentarily abandoning her royal decorum. With wide eyes, she inquired, Roland, how are you? Are you hurt? Rest assured, Princess Vivi, I am unscathed. Cradling Ayn in his arms, Roland gave Vivi a thumbs up. Kabira soon joined them, exhaling a sigh of relief. All was well if anything had happened to Roland. Kabira would bear a share of the responsibility, especially when it came time for the World Conference, where additional funds for the Navy might be required. After all, he had invited Roland to Alabasta. It felt rather embarrassing to have a distinguished guest assist in eliminating Sea Kings to protect his country. Clearing his throat, Kabira addressed Roland, General Roland, I truly appreciate your help now that the situation has been resolved. Shall we return to the palace? I have arranged some entertainment for you. However, upon hearing Kabira's words, Roland did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he furrowed his brow slightly. Kabira continued, General Roland, are you dissatisfied with this arrangement? If so, it might not be as you think. Perhaps the situation has not been resolved at all, but rather has become exceedingly dire. Initially, Kabira did not comprehend Roland's implication, but in the next moment, a massive wave surged from the distance, soaring skyward. Torrents of seawater cascaded down, enveloping the area in a fine mist. Panic rippled through the crowd as they glimpsed two colossal creatures engaged in a fierce struggle within the mist. Each impact unleashed a thunderous roar, reverberating through the air. Roland gently set Ayn down and turned to Kabira's guards, instructing, Protect your king and princess. Two formidable foes are upon us. The guards, keenly aware of Roland's authority, swiftly shielded Kabira behind them, while he grasped Vivi's hand tightly. Gazing at the towering waves, Roland sighed. He had intended to enjoy a moment of tranquility in the palace, but instead found himself embroiled in chaos with these colossal Sea Kings. Did he inadvertently provoke them? Without further contemplation, he realized that if he continued to ponder, the downpour could very well swallow the harbor whole, drawing forth his blade, autumn water, which shimmered with an inky luminescence. Roland felt a delightful tremor emanating from the sword. This was the joy that resonated from the weapon itself. Flame feast, flame ascend. As he murmured these words, Roland effortlessly swung his sword. The sword energy erupted, a searing torrent that instantaneously evaporated the descending seawater. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Princess Vivi, her eyes sparkling with excitement, witnessed the spectacle before her, her heart racing. She witnessed Roland's awe-inspiring display of power firsthand. Truly, he was so handsome. If she could one day marry General Roland, her life would be complete. In the depths of Vivi's innocent heart, Roland's commanding presence filled every corner. The flames consumed the seawater entirely, revealing the unfolding scene upon the ocean's surface. The colossal kung fu manatee battled against another serpent-like Sea King, its body covered in glistening scales. The serpent resembled the Sea King that Ayn had just slain. It was likely its mother. Roland's lips twitched slightly. Such occurrences were rare for him. He turned to Kabira and asked, King Kabira, were you aware that such enormous kung fu manatees and Sea Kings existed in these waters? The kung fu manatee was as massive as a skyscraper, while the other Sea King was no less impressive, its scales shimmering with an eerie glow, though it lacked the kung fu manatee's finesse. Its formidable defense rendered it impervious to harm. Neither creature could overpower the other. The situation was undeniably precarious. With waves crashing relentlessly, stirring up turmoil upon the sea. The time had come to put an end to their rampage. Regardless of the potential panic it could incite, the destruction they wreaked could not go unpunished. Did General Roland possess the confidence to confront them, the reminders of the Sea Kings and the Kung Fu manatees? Even the formidable Cobra could not ascertain whether the formidable Roland, as a general, could indeed defeat them. However, Vivi held unwavering faith in Roland. In her eyes, he was a deity capable of anything. "Roland, I believe in you," Vivi proclaimed, raising her thumb in a gesture reminiscent of Roland's earlier encouragement, her gaze brimming with trust. Nodding, Roland instructed Ein to escort Princess Vivi away, for the ensuing spectacle might be rather violent. In an instant, Roland vanished from the harbor, reappearing amidst the clash of the two Sea Kings. What a commotion over mere Sea Kings! Do they not know how to create a ruckus in the sea? With those words, Roland swung his blade, Autumn Water, unleashing a disc-like wave of sword energy aimed at the arm of the Kung Fu manatee. Though it was his first time wielding Autumn Water, Roland's mastery of various techniques allowed him to effortlessly command such a renowned sword. With a resounding crack, the sword energy flickered, and the Kung Fu manatee's arm was instantaneously severed, disintegrating into fine particles that drifted into the air. "Incredible," observed Bell, the deputy of the Royal Guard, as he witnessed Roland's effortless dismantling of the manatee's massive arm, his pupils contracting in astonishment. Could this truly be the legendary power of a general? It was utterly terrifying. Contemplating his own abilities, Bell clenched his fists in frustration. "Bellow," the Kung Fu manatee roared, its coarse, grating voice echoing through the air. The other Serpentine Sea King, while lacking in intelligence, instinctively sensed the overwhelming strength of Roland. If the Kung Fu manatee, which was of similar might, crumbled under Roland's assault, even its own formidable defenses would likely prove futile against such a force that it sought to flee. But would Roland allow a beast to escape so easily? The answer was, of course, impossible. Ultimate Rhapsody. The overwhelming sword intent surged upward, painting the sky in hues of gold and crimson, as if divine wrath descended to punish the Sea Kings. Boom! A torrent of blood gushed from the Sea King's back. Its scales long vanished. Only pain surged relentlessly into its diminutive brain. The Kung Fu manatee and the Sea King, both beasts, could not withstand even a single strike from Roland. This compelled them to momentarily set aside their mutual animosity and unite their ire against him. At that moment, Roland's mood soured. Sea Kings. I detest Sea Kings. The thought of continually encountering these creatures tested even Roland's patience. Enough of your antics. Now, I command you to explode on the spot. One sword. 1,000 souls intoxicated. One sword. 1,000 bones withered. Lost in a drunken stupor. A mere flick of the finger. This sword shall be the dirge of the departed. With a single slash, a crescent-shaped wave of sword energy surged toward the two wretched beasts. In an instant, the golden-red sky faded, and snowflakes began to fall from above. Yet this was not the end. The sword energy carried a bone-chilling cold that struck the two beasts, instantly transforming them into icy statues. A cold wind swept in from the sea, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Ding! As the host displayed his terrifying prowess before the crowd, Cobra was left astounded, receiving a rating of S and a reward of Bone Spirit Cold Fire LV. 1. This peculiar flame combined extreme cold and extreme heat. Ding! The display of horrifying strength also astonished Bell, earning him a rating of S and a reward of the animal system, bird form, the lark fruit, which would grant him the abilities and enchanting voice of a lark upon consumption. Ding! Vivi was filled with delight, receiving a rating of SSS and the reward of the will of the infatuated. This bestowed upon her an unwavering determination akin to that of an infatuated admirer, relentlessly seeking to win the host over, unshakable. Aside from these three seemingly favorable rewards, Roland paid no mind to the others. However, what was this nonsense about the infatuated admirer? System, are you trying to mock me? Ding! The system operates solely in the host's interest and will never enact anything that might cause the host discomfort. Then what of Vivi's situation? Ding! This signifies Princess Vivi's will. After system evaluation, it will have a profoundly positive impact on the host, thus reinforcing her resolve. No matter how the host neglects Princess Vivi, she will always find reasons to justify his actions. Enough. I do not wish to hear your voice. With a growing headache, Roland longed for rest. Gazing at the colossal ice sculptures surrounding him, he extended a finger and gently touched one. In an instant, the ice shattered, transforming into powder that danced in the air. Descending from the sky, Roland approached King Cobra. Cobra, let us cancel all arrangements. I am rather fatigued and wish to rest. Indeed, after such arduous efforts, General Roland deserved a moment of respite. Cobra turned to Bell, saying, "The matter has been resolved. Please escort General Roland to his quarters." "Yes, Your Majesty." Roland followed on, trailing behind Bell as they made their way to the resting palace. Shortly thereafter, Roland's maid troop arrived. The palace is quite spacious. Choose a room you fancy and rest well. If all goes according to plan, we shall return to Marineford tomorrow. Yes, master. Upon hearing Roland's intention to return to Marineford the next day, Ein felt a surge of joy, for this meant Roland could distance himself from Princess Vivi. Ein found it difficult to warm up to Vivi, as they were nearly comparable in both appearance and hair, making Ein particularly wary of her. Observing everyone retreating to their respective rooms, Roland too settled into bed. Lying there, he shifted his consciousness to Prometheus. When Roland opened his eyes once more, he found himself aboard a grand pirate ship. Its flag emblazoned with a design of half ice, half fire, surrounded by floating musical notes, with a long sword resembling Gon Wuxia at the rear. This was the pirate crew, the Anthem Pirates, which Prometheus had established upon receiving his mission. Transforming into flickering flames, Prometheus departed from his room, quite conveniently. Upon reaching the deck, he was greeted by a throng of fierce-looking individuals milling about. However, upon spotting Prometheus, their menacing expressions faded, replaced with a demeanor akin to docile lambs. "Captain, you've awakened. What brings you up so early today?" They had all witnessed Prometheus's formidable strength and harbored no thoughts of rebellion. Well aware that this deity had once vanquished Charlotte Linlin, his power was undoubted, and it could be said that the moment the Anthem Pirates were formed, a transcendent and formidable crew had officially come into being. Roland wasted no time and directly inquired of the navigator, "How long will it take to reach Alabasta from here?" Alabasta, the navigator, recognizing the name, hastily retrieved his sea chart to search for the answer. After about a minute, the navigator provided Prometheus with a reasonably accurate estimate. 3 days. 3 days? Suddenly, Roland realized where he had erred. This ship beneath him was not the Black Crow, lacking the same potent propulsion. To reach Alabasta in 3 days was already commendable. If it were the Black Crow, they could indeed arrive within a day. With a sigh, Prometheus declared, "Regardless, we must expedite our journey. This is our chance to showcase the might of the Anthem Pirates." "Captain, are we too?" The crew's eyes brightened at Prometheus's words. It had been far too long since they had stirred chaos aboard the ship, and their hearts, symbols of freedom, felt stifled. Targeting the Marine Admiral Black Crow. "Our vice captain awaits us." "What Black Crow?" "We are going to hunt one of the admirals." "Black Crow?" "Captain, might this be too reckless? We could start with some captains or commanders. There's no need to jump straight into such high difficulty." The crew was suddenly thrown into a state of panic. To them, the concept of an admiral felt utterly distant, compounded by the Navy's tendency to exaggerate in this regard. This particular admiral was indeed formidable, leading to a widespread belief that he was an unbeatable force, with rumors suggesting that Navy admirals possessed the strength of the 4 emperors. But is that truly plausible? If such were the case, the Gorosei could simply borrow a few individuals from the celestial dragons, combine their might with that of the admiral, and effortlessly eliminate the 4 emperors without such convoluted schemes. Prometheus, also known as Roland, gazed coolly at the assembly. Although he was the sun, the atmosphere around him grew increasingly frigid. "Those in agreement to slay Admiral Black Crow, raise your hands." The crowd exchanged glances, and only a scant 2 individuals lifted their hands. "In that case, aside from those 2, you are of no use to me." With that, flames erupted from Roland, enveloping the remaining pirate crew under his control. In an instant, agonized screams pierced the air, and the scent of roasting meat wafted through, soon transforming into the acrid aroma of charred remains. Ultimately, nothing was left of the other pirates. Only the 2 who had raised their hands trembled uncontrollably on the desolate deck, if I recall correctly. "Both of you possess seafaring skills. You must reach your destination within 3 days. You understand?" "Understood. Understood. You can leave it to us, Captain." At that moment, the 2 recalled that this man, no, this son, Prometheus, was the one who had once vanquished Big Mom. How could a ruthless individual allow dissent? They were immensely relieved by their earlier choice. Otherwise, they might have met their demise. Ding. Due to the host's ruthlessness, crew member A was left in shock, earning the evaluation A. And gaining Karma Inferno. As the host slaughters more in Prometheus form, the burden of karma increases, thus amplifying its power. Ding. Due to the host's ruthlessness, crew member B was left in shock, earning the evaluation A. And gaining Fragment of Grand Fusion Technique 13. This technique allows the host to merge all flames in Prometheus form, granting the ability to wield them at will. One thought can scorch the heavens. Another can freeze the abyss. System: what is the evaluation for the complete Grand Fusion technique? Ding. The complete Grand Fusion technique is rated SSS. Upon receiving the system's response, Roland's eyes sparkled. This was indeed a valuable asset. It seemed he would need to carve out some time in the future to utilize Prometheus form for various endeavors, potentially uncovering many secrets previously unattainable. However, he was not in a hurry. Transforming into flickering flames, Prometheus returned to his chamber. Meanwhile, within the palace where Roland rested in Alabasta, his previously closed eyes opened once more. It was evident that the duality of his identities was advantageous at this moment. A grand feast necessitates extensive preparations. Roland stifled his excitement as he exited the palace, assuring the women along the way not to fret. In return, he promised to accompany them on a shopping excursion upon their return. Much to Ain's delight, as she had never shopped with Roland before, time flew swiftly, and soon night descended. Princess Vivi, accompanied by her aide Belle, arrived at Roland's quarters and knocked on the door, answered by Ain. Despite Ain's considerable animosity towards Princess Vivi, she maintained the necessary decorum. After performing a standard military salute, Ain addressed Vivi. Your Highness, Master is currently in a deep slumber. May I ask what you require? Originally intending to invite Roland for dinner, Vivi quickly waved her hands upon hearing he was asleep. No, it's nothing. That I shall return once Roland awakens. Watching Princess Vivi retreat, Ain closed the door and returned to the empty room. Her cheeks flushed. She leapt onto the bed, burying her pretty face in the pillow, inhaling Roland's lingering scent. At that moment, Roland had arrived in the Rain District of Alabasta, a city not far from the capital. Utilizing the Eight Gates technique, he swiftly reached the Rain Feast. Recently constructed, the establishment was funded by Crocodile. Roland was unconcerned with the secrets surrounding Crocodile. His priority lay with Robin, who was in close proximity. From the system's storage, he retrieved Robin's life card, a precious item obtained through the system. Now, in the Rain District, he could significantly reduce the difficulty of locating Robin, observing the direction of the life card. Roland deduced Robin's approximate location. Robin, you shall not escape my grasp. As someone knowledgeable in ancient script, Robin's significance was paramount to Roland's plans. However, he opted to see Crocodile first. Roland's figure vanished, only to reappear within the Rain Feast. Though newly established, the venue was already teeming with patrons, all clamoring loudly, proclaiming small, and big, amidst a cacophony of gambling chatter. Truly, it was the largest casino in Alabasta. Roland weaved through the throng, moving deeper, disliking the oppressive atmosphere. Stop! You cannot enter here. Suddenly, a rough-looking individual barred his way. Likely a bouncer for the casino. I need to speak with Crocodile. Please step aside. Who do you think you are? If you want to meet our boss, go find him yourself. Get lost, or I'll show you what a real beating feels like. Ignoring the man, a flicker of sword energy flashed as Roland continued onward. The man stood there, dumbfounded, his eyes reflecting despair. As Roland stepped into the inner chamber, the door's tremor caused the man's head to roll from his shoulders. Blood gushed forth, like a crimson fountain, splattering those nearby, leaving many shocked and stained. A murder. It's brother who? He's dead. Confusion erupted as patrons fled, terrified of being embroiled in the chaos. The commotion quickly reached Crocodile's ears. His gaze deepened. Even he felt a twinge of anxiety at that moment. Creaking, the door swung open to reveal a casually dressed figure approaching him. Crocodile furrowed his brow and rose from his seat, addressing the figure. Are you Admiral Black Crow? Roland was not surprised that Crocodile recognized his name or knew he sought him out. He had little interest in pondering such matters. Standing before Crocodile, Roland spoke in a low tone. Sand Crocodile, will you join the plan of the 7 Warlords? Though Crocodile was unaware of the specifics behind the 7 Warlords plan, he had gleaned some information through his unique channels. Without hesitation, he nodded. I am willing to join. Crocodile's prompt response elicited a nod from Roland. He was decisive and forthright, a person capable of great accomplishments. Roland scrutinized Crocodile closely, stating, I am aware of your ambitions and your intended course of action, but one thing you must not transgress. The daughter of Cobra, Vivi. Under no circumstances may she be harmed. Or else. Roland placed his hand upon the desk, and a surge of sword energy erupted directly from his being, shattering Crocodile's desk into fragments. Witnessing this spectacle, Crocodile's conviction in Roland's unfathomable depths only intensified. Though he was capable of effortlessly demolishing the desk, The ease with which it was reduced to dust prompted Crocodile to ponder the gravity of the situation. I assure you, the 7 Warlords plan will soon commence, and you will be notified of various benefits and requirements by designated personnel. As he spoke, Roland's peripheral vision caught sight of a corner where a delicate, pink ear was eavesdropping on the conversation between him and Crocodile. My task is complete. I shall take my leave. Oh, and I truly apologize for the unfortunate incident at your newly opened casino. With that, Roland's figure vanished from Crocodile's sight, leaving him alone in the room. Lost in contemplation, the pink ear in the corner also disappeared silently after Roland's departure. In the room opposite Crocodile's, Robin sat before a desk, the curtains drawn tightly, allowing no sliver of sunlight to penetrate. The room was rather austere, devoid of embellishments, and somewhat dim. A slight furrow in Robin's brow lent her an air of intellect. The mention of the 7 Warlords plan, Admiral Black Crow. This was the news Robin had just overheard. Regardless of the specifics of the 7 Warlords plan, the mere association with Admiral Black Crow underscored its significance. It must be noted that Black Crow had been parachuted directly into the Navy as the 4th Admiral. Despite being ranked 4th, he was rumored to possess extraordinary strength, surpassing even the other 3 admirals, though this remained unverified. Why would such a figure arrive here, having grown up amidst deceit and treachery? Robin approached every whisper of wind with caution. Could it be that he has discerned my true identity? Contemplating her own identity, shadows clouded Robin's gaze. She had been on the run since childhood, perpetually betrayed, and it was evident that such a sensation was far from pleasant. Yet, she felt utterly powerless. Remembering Saul's words, Robin murmured, "When will I find my comrades upon the vast seas?" The notion of comrades felt all too distant. "Comrades? How about I become your partner instead?" A man's voice suddenly echoed in the previously empty room, startling Robin. She recognized the voice. Admiral Black Crow. Jerked from her thoughts, Robin sprang from her seat, pressing herself against the wall as if seeking solace in its solidity. "What is it? Did you not express a desire for comrades? I can be your partner." Roland's figure appeared before Robin, gradually closing the distance. As he approached, Robin bit her lip, her entire body tense with apprehension. "Admiral, you jest. You are a Navy admiral, and I am but a mere woman. How could I possibly be your partner? Surely, your partners must possess formidable strength." This moment, Roland stood mere inches from Robin, his breath brushing against her delicate face. Yet she found herself devoid of any extraneous thoughts. Her heart raced, lending an unnatural flush to her cheeks. "Compared to others, I am far more intrigued by you. The child of the devil." As Roland uttered these words, Robin, who had been contemplating her escape from this predicament, felt as though she had plummeted into the depths of despair. She had been discovered. After years of evasion, she could not elude the Navy's scrutiny any longer. Surely, this so-called 7 Warlords plan was a ruse. Their true target had always been her. With this realization, Robin lowered her gaze. There was no escape. The man before her was an admiral. How could she possibly contend with him? If she could, she would not have been forced to endure a life of betrayal. What is it? Why the silence? Robin lifted her head to meet Roland's gaze, taking a deep breath. "Admiral, have you perhaps made a mistake? I do not fully comprehend your earlier statement regarding the child of the devil. Have you confused me with someone else?" As if hearing the most ludicrous of jokes, Roland grasped Robin's chin tightly, forcing her lips to pout. "Robin, I could never mistake you. You were born in the renowned archaeological haven of O'Hara in the West Sea. Your father passed away early, and your mother, a wanted fugitive, roamed in pursuit of the historical text in O'Hara. You were shunned by neighbors and relatives alike, branded a monster. Roland's words resonated like a devil's whisper, echoing relentlessly in Robin's ears. She stared in disbelief, her eyes wide, frozen in place as if encased in ice, unable to move. What? How do you know my past? Accompanying her question, an electronic chime resonated in Roland's mind. Ding. Due to the host's words causing Robin to experience shock, evaluation, SSS, reward, nature type flower fruit. Upon consumption, it can coexist with other fruits. Upon hearing the system's voice, Roland's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was indeed a remarkable find. He had deemed Robin's capabilities far too weak, and this would significantly rectify that. Looking at Robin, Roland inquired, "Do you believe in destiny?" "Destiny? I do not know. I have no understanding of what destiny is. All I know is that it has never favored me." As she spoke, resentment laced Robin's tone. Roland chuckled, a genuinely joyful sound. "Then allow me to enlighten you. The destiny is to obey my every command." And I am your destiny. Robin remained silent, feeling the pressure on her jaw from Rowling's grip. Robin, do you doubt my words? No matter. I will make you believe I am your destiny. With that, Rowling released her cheek and extended his hand. A dazzling light flashing as he produced a fruit resembling a pineapple. Robin recognized it as a nature-type fruit. Admiral, are you suggesting I eat it? Robin gazed at Rowling, astonished. But I am already a devil fruit user. Precisely why you must consume it, Robin. You must understand that no one can consume a second devil fruit. The curse of the sea is not something everyone can withstand. It is for this reason that I want you to use this fruit to comprehend that I am your destiny. You are but a pawn in my game. Robin realized that she could not escape this fate to her. This was merely Rowling's roundabout method of eliminating her, albeit a rather costly method. With that thought in mind, Robin took the fruit from Rowling's hand, closed her eyes, and swallowed it in several large bites. The familiar taste, one that resonated deeply within her soul, prompted tears to stream down her cheeks. Glistening tears cascaded from her eyes, tracing down her face and falling to the ground. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. A full minute passed, yet the agony and death she had envisioned did not arrive. Instead, a new understanding of the flower fruit emerged in her mind. Mirroring the nature type. Robin, do you realize, from the moment of your birth, you have been ensnared in my grasp. As Rowling spoke, he produced Robin's life card. Upon seeing it, Robin sensed its familiar aura, one that mirrored her own. Yet, she had never crafted a life card. How had it ended up in Rowling's possession? As if interpreting Robin's confusion, Rowling remarked, curious, are we, about why your life card appears in my hand? Rowling nodded slightly. To be frank, I am also unaware of the specific events that transpired. All I know is that long ago, upon awakening from a dream, this life card appeared before my eyes, and that dream happened to recount events from your childhood. Do you now believe that fate has brought us together? Rowling increasingly felt he possessed the potential of a seer, weaving elaborate tales with ease, and coupled with his strength and prophetic advantage. He projected an air of sincerity, as if he had no reason to deceive her. In truth, Robin genuinely believed, for the scene unfolding before her seemed exceedingly surreal, despite the fact that O'Hara had sunk, leaving no survivors but herself. Rowling was aware of the events from his own childhood, and this alone was enough to convince Robin. Not to mention, Rowling also held his life card and the fateful gamble that allowed him to consume a second devil fruit. Concepts that Robin had previously deemed unimaginable. Perhaps it truly is destiny, Robin murmured, her gaze toward Rowling now imbued with something profound. From this moment forth, you are mine. Understand? Rowling declared. Such is fate, and so it shall be. I will heed your words. Upon hearing Robin's response, Rowling nodded, rewarding her with a gentle touch upon her silky hair. Before handing her the comprehensive guide to fruit abilities, this tome was a divine manuscript, detailing an array of fruit capabilities, with steps and intricacies meticulously recorded, ensuring that no errors could be made during training. When Rowling acquired this book, he personally made 5 copies, storing them in his system space for the use of his allies. You must diligently train your body. You are now a dual fruit user, and in the first half of the Grand Line, you should be relatively secure. However, never let your guard down, should anything arise. Invoke my name, understood? Robin gazed into Rowling's eyes, lost in thought for some time, until he grew impatient and she finally accepted the book from his hands. For reasons unknown, her heart felt warm. Never before had anyone treated her with such kindness. This sensation was indeed addictive for Robin, prompting her to wish that time could stand still, preserving this moment indefinitely. Rowling, however, remained somewhat apprehensive, for Robin was a pivotal piece in his grand strategy, and he would rather exercise caution than risk even a slight mishap regarding her safety. Gently, he removed a pendant from around his neck and placed it upon Robin's fair throat. The once unadorned neck, now graced with Rowling's pendant, emanated an air of mystery. If they doubt us, present this. It is my personal accessory, known to those familiar with me. And take this snail phone, but only call if it's urgent, understood? Robin's eyes glistened with unshed tears, a poignant reminder of her fragile heart, which had begun to mend under Rowling's tender words. Her mindset was gradually transforming, much like the sun in the sky radiating its unique warmth. What do you need me to do? Robin asked Rowling. Her gaze now filled with trust. This was nothing short of miraculous for Robin, who had survived through a life of betrayal. Yet now, she found herself effortlessly placing her faith in Rowling. His extraordinary measures had led her to believe in the existence of fate, and more so, that Rowling was her destiny. Yet, the most crucial aspect was Rowling's formidable power. which instilled in Robin an unparalleled sense of security. After all, how many could truly rival Roland in strength? Gently cupping Robin's face, Roland spoke with a hint of earnestness. All you need to do is be yourself, be myself. Indeed, for so long, you have not taken the time to truly relax, go, and unwind. Afterwards, focus on honing your body and abilities. Should anything arise, I will inform you via the snailphone.mm. Thank you. As my possession, you need not express gratitude. Robin did not contest Roland's statement. After offering further comfort, Roland departed from her chamber, his task now thoroughly accomplished. The next phase required him to play his part well, for a grand performance awaited. After stealthily observing from outside Robin's room, Roland finally took his leave. As for Robin, he did not fully trust her. In his eyes, it mattered little whether she believed in him, provided she possessed sufficient strength to protect herself. Regardless, Roland could foresee certain elements of the future. Although he had initiated the butterfly effect, the most significant aspects remained unchanged. Yawning, he soared towards the capital, leaving behind only fleeting shadows that attested to his swiftness. With 2 days remaining until Prometheus's pirate ship arrived, Roland had no intentions of engaging in battle in Alabasta, as the potential for widespread destruction was far too great. Instead, he preferred to rest for a day and then set off, feigning an encounter with Prometheus. He would delegate Perona to his avatar, allowing it to train her thoroughly, thereby ensuring that Prometheus's presence once again captivated everyone's attention. All of this was for the sake of paving the way for the future. Roland mused on his own cunning. Indeed, he was willing to resort to unscrupulous means to achieve his goals. Clearing his mind of distractions, he resolved to savor the local culture and the delightful Princess Vivi for the remaining day. By the time Roland returned to the palace, night had fallen. A chill wind swept through the air, and few souls were out and about. Entering through the window of the palace, Roland's gaze immediately fell upon Owen, who lay peacefully on his bed, unslept soundly, a smile gracing her lips, and he could faintly discern the glimmer of drool upon her cheek. Shaking his head, Roland thought, how can a young lady of her age still drool in her sleep? Little did he know that Owen's drool was a result of dreaming of him. After chatting with Astia and learning that Princess Vivi had sought him earlier, Roland changed into formal attire and made his way to Cobra's palace. However, he had not taken many steps before he spotted Princess Vivi approaching him gracefully. Vivi had initially intended to stroll near Roland's quarters, but was pleasantly surprised to encounter him. A spark of joy lit her features as she hurried toward him. Roland, have you awakened? Are you tired? Would you like to rest a while longer? Vivi expressed deep concern for Roland's well-being, as in her eyes, nothing held greater importance than his health. This cascade of concern was a testament to her devotion. And Roland found it quite gratifying. Princess Vivi, men cannot admit to fatigue. I plan to stay in Alabasta for a day. Might you accompany me tomorrow to explore the capital? Upon hearing that Roland would only remain for a day, Vivi felt a twinge of disappointment. However, upon receiving his invitation to explore together, she leapt toward him, clinging to him like a koala. Her cheeks flushed crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple, and this was her first bold act. Yet she harbored no regrets. Burying her face in Roland's embrace, only her sky-blue hair remained visible. Gently, Roland wrapped his arms around Vivi and whispered near her ear, Princess Vivi, I am willing to accept King Cobra's previous proposal. The round, luminous moon hung high in the sky, surrounded by stars that seemed to pay homage to it, casting a silvery light through the colorful windows upon the two. Vivi's heart fluttered as she recalled King Cobra's words. Will you pledge yourself to Vivi? Initially interrupted by the Sea Kings, she had not received an answer, yet here she was, hearing Roland utter those very words tonight. Could it be that all of this was guided by fate? Guiding oneself to the vicinity of the palace where Roland rests, encountering him. Could this not be the manifestation of one's destiny? Roland, I am fond of you. From the very first moment I laid my eyes upon your likeness in the newspaper. My admiration for you has grown exceedingly, until today, when you have arrived in Alabasta, aiding us in resolving a considerable predicament. I believe I may have genuinely fallen in love with you. Is that true? Princess Vivi, I hold great affection for you as well. Roland, please call me Vivi. I wish for you to address me as such. Vivi, this matter is a pact between the two of us. I would prefer to keep it from others. If you would be so kind. Vivi, who had been brimming with excitement, was momentarily taken aback by his words. Why? Vivi, you must be aware of my status as a naval admiral. Vivi nodded in acknowledgement. Roland, cradling Vivi's tender form, approached the stained glass, gazing at the luminous moonlight, and spoke. As a naval admiral, I bear certain responsibilities, primarily to uphold the virtue of justice that stands behind me. However, It is precisely because of this that I face an overwhelming darkness. Should we recklessly expose our relationship? I fear. Without needing Roland to finish his sentence, Vivi comprehended his concerns. She lifted her gaze to meet his eyes and said, Roland, I understand. It is all right. I can wait. Releasing Vivi from his embrace, Roland gently tousled her hair, and together they beheld the silvery moon in the night sky, exclaiming, Vivi, your understanding truly warms my heart. For Roland is the one I cherish above all. Yet, unbeknownst to Vivi, as Roland uttered these words, his eyes betrayed no flicker of emotion. Immersed in blissful joy, Vivi grasped Roland's hand, wandering through the empty palace, apart from the occasional guards. The vast palace was devoid of any presence. Only the moonlight shone brightly, accompanied by the chirping of birds in the gentle breeze, alongside Roland and Vivi. Vivi, holding Roland's hand, enthusiastically introduced him to every detail of the garden. Roland, this is my favorite garden. One of the bases for Koza and me. By the way, I must tell you, the San Brigade, which Koza and I established, has him as the leader and me as the deputy, just as Vivi was eagerly elaborating on everything. She was interrupted by Roland. Roland was well aware of who Koza was and the lack of any significant bond between him and Vivi. Yet, was this not an excellent opportunity for a lesson? A chance to make Vivi more inclined to heed his words. Vivi, do you think I would enjoy hearing about another man from your lips? Vivi opened her mouth to respond, but Roland interjected. Vivi, is it not true that your relationship with Koza is quite good? No, Roland, my relationship with him is exceedingly poor. Do elaborate. He called you a small man today, and I was infuriated, thus I vowed to never speak to him again henceforth. Vivi, filled with fervor, feared that Roland might doubt her, which would surely break her heart. Oh, is that so? Roland smirked. I hope you can uphold that promise. I shall certainly do so, Roland. Roland chose not to speak further. Instead, contemplating Koza, whether out of jealousy or instinct, Koza's assertion that he was a small man was not entirely unfounded. It seemed prudent to address Koza properly. He must not be allowed to jeopardize Roland's good fortune. With this thought, Roland refocused on Vivi. I am quite jealous. How do you intend to soothe my troubled heart? Vivi, blushing and glancing shyly at Roland, felt her pulse quicken. She stepped forward, standing before Roland, gazing at his cheek. And on tiptoe, under the moonlight, softly pressed her lips against his face. Observing Vivi's obedient demeanor brought joy to Roland's heart. Vivi, what are you doing? Suddenly, a voice rang out in the garden. Vivi's eyes widened in shock. She recognized that voice. It was Koza's. Turning to face him, her gaze reflected her reluctance. She did not wish to engage with Koza. She had made a promise to Roland. If Vivi remained silent, Roland likewise chose to keep his silence. He fixed his gaze upon Vivi, eager to see how she intended to navigate this situation. Vivi seemed to grasp Roland's unspoken thoughts. She recognized this as an opportunity to prove herself before him. And she was determined to seize it, resolutely refusing to disappoint Roland. Koza, why are you here? Where are the guards? Did they not stop you? Koza frowned, his gaze toward Roland filled with malice. Vivi, is it not your privilege that allows me free entry into the palace? Vivi faltered, unable to refute this statement, for indeed, she had spoken those words to the head guard, and her father had granted his consent. Then what brings you here at such a late hour? Vivi's small face bore an unusual seriousness, causing Koza's heart to tighten. Without answering Vivi's question, Koza addressed her. Vivi, you should distance yourself from this man. I can sense he is not a good person. Not a good person? Koza, what nonsense are you spouting? Have you come down with a fever? It seems rather severe. Koza had never before heard Vivi speak to him in such a manner. The arrival of Roland had transformed their relationship. With all blame resting squarely on this man before them, just as he was about to reply, Vivi interjected, Koza, you persistently claim that Roland is not a good person. I implore you to cease this jest. It is not amusing. Roland is a naval admiral, the embodiment of justice. How could he possibly be anything but good? Roland stood to the side, rubbing his nose, pondering if he had just been branded as a good person. Before Vivi could finish her thought, she continued, moreover, even if Roland were not a good person, what of it? I like him, I love him. That is sufficient. We have already signed a betrothal contract, for all eternity. I am his. These words struck Koza like a hammer, causing his face to darken with despair. Roland knew he could no longer remain silent. He stepped beside Vivi, shielding her behind him, playfully pinching her cheek, and said, all right, Vivi, do not be upset. That would not be charming. Roland then turned to Koza, narrowing his eyes, and remarked, you are Koza, correct? Do not take offense. What Vivi just expressed was merely her heartfelt sentiments, and I trust you will not hold it against her. Will you? Roland's protectiveness was evident. Whether it was toward those dear to him or those he wished to utilize, he was unwaveringly loyal. If he intended to take advantage, then it would be for a lifetime. As was Roland's principle, the same words, when spoken in Vivi's ears, were the most beautiful declarations of love in the world. Who does not yearn for someone to lean on? In meeting Roland, Vivi felt she was the happiest person alive. Hearing Roland's unreasonable remarks, Koza's gaze turned fearsome. If looks could kill, Roland would surely be gravely wounded by now. You scoundrel, do not use sweet words to deceive Vivi. It is despicable. Koza clenched his fists tightly, his eyes brimming with anger as he glared at Roland with intense hatred. However, Roland feigned ignorance, continuing to smile as he regarded Koza, as if he were merely an amusing spectacle. Vivi, one day, I will ensure you see this man's true colors. Koza, filled with indignation, declared as he swiftly turned on his heel and departed, unwilling to linger in that place for even a second longer. It had shattered his heart, whether it be the garden, Wei Wei, or Roland. Roland observed Koza's retreating figure, his smile growing ever more radiant. Wei Wei, indifferent to Koza, turned her gaze towards Roland, seeking his approval. Roland, did I perform well just now? Are you satisfied? Indeed, I am very satisfied. Wei Wei, you did splendidly, he replied with a warm smile. As long as you wish for me to do something, I shall strive to fulfill it. As long as you don't despise me, I can do anything. At this point, Wei Wei felt a tinge of shyness. The meaning behind her words was clear to Roland, yet it only strengthened his resolve to refrain from acting against her. He adhered to his own principles. The black clouds obscured the moonlight, and the stars vanished from the night sky. The night breeze bitingly cold. Roland draped his coat over Wei Wei's shoulders and guided her back to the palace. Wei Wei, it is getting late. Please rest well, and remember your promise to me. You too, Roland, be sure to get some rest. Tomorrow, I will take you shopping to explore the streets of Alabasta's capital. It promises to be delightful. With many intriguing sights, Roland nodded, a smile gracing his lips as he watched Wei Wei retreat to her chamber. At that moment, clouds enveloped the sky, casting an ominous shadow over everything. Upon leaving Wei Wei's palace, Roland did not return to his own quarters. It was still too early, and he had an important task yet to accomplish. He had not eliminated the one who deserved to die. Roland had no habit of leaving threats for the following day. His figure flickered as he melded into the shadows of the night, undetectable to anyone. Koza walked briskly, soon exiting the palace. He was merely a commoner, having once encountered Wei Wei during her secret escapades from the palace. From the moment he laid eyes on her, he resolved to devote his life to protecting this innocent girl. Yet, everything that transpired today left him in profound anguish. Why? Why could Wei Wei not see through Roland's true nature? That face exuded an unmistakable aura of danger. Wei Wei was undoubtedly deceived by that fellow. Otherwise, she would never treat him this way. Koza's heart brimmed with resentment, yet he could not voice it aloud. Only able to scream internally. However, such suppression only fueled his anger, rendering his eyes bloodshot. The streets lay deserted, the alleyways exuding an eerie atmosphere, the rustling leaves adding to the unsettling ambience. Yet, Koza had traversed this path countless times before, and thus felt no fear. Are you pondering why Wei Wei chose not to believe you, but rather the first person she met? A light, ethereal voice drifted from nearby, sending a shiver through Koza's body. He trembled, mechanically turning his head to the side, where he found Roland leaning against the wall, gazing at the sky. Black crow, he muttered, realizing the darkness enveloping the night, where the scythe of death swung menacingly. And the crows silently observed it all. This is my interpretation of that moniker. What do you think? Koza barely registered Roland's words, his entire being felt frozen. The once familiar streets now appeared utterly alien. Roland made no move, merely watching Koza intently as he continued. Do you understand love? Wei Wei has merely encountered her true affection. However, in my eyes, she is but a loyal follower, and you are merely her shadow. Yet, I find quite a fondness for Wei Wei, while she harbors nothing but disdain for you. Can you hear me, Koza? Roland's words were starkly real, instilling a sense of panic within Koza, though he did not grasp the term loyal follower. He recognized that Roland mirrored his expectations. He did not truly care for Wei Wei, but if he did not care for her, then why approach her? What could Roland, with his status, possibly gain from Wei Wei? Countless questions flashed through Koza's mind, yet no satisfactory answers emerged no matter how hard he pondered. As anger and frustration surged, Koza found his courage, reasoning that Roland, being a naval officer, likely would not take action against him. With this thought, he stepped forward, confronting Roland. What is your true intention in approaching Wei Wei? You vile scoundrel. Roland leaned against the wall, listening to Kosha's outburst. Thank you for your kind words, but I believe you are overthinking it. My interest in Wei Wei stems from a simple admiration for her compliance. Such behavior is something you have likely never witnessed. After all, Wei Wei does not favor you, but rather me. Roland's taunting voice echoed through the deserted street. Audible only to Kosha. Filled with shame and fury, Kosha retorted, I will not permit you to insult Wei Wei in such a manner. You are unworthy of her devotion, but she willingly gives it. Does she not? I have merely provided her with an opportunity, while you have not even been granted one. Roland's words dripped with venom, each syllable striking at Kosha's heart, leaving him feeling increasingly unhinged. That it was akin to loving a girl who favored another. A man whose vices were glaringly apparent, attempting to warn her only resulted in accusations of sowing discord. The frustration was enough to drive one to despair. Kosha, it seems your tolerance is commendable. Despite my provocations, you have yet to lose your composure. Roland had anticipated Kosha's ire would lead him to strike, yet reality proved that Kosha possessed far more composure than he had imagined. Hearing Roland's words, Kosha, on the brink of losing control, suddenly regained his clarity. I understand your intent. You wish to provoke me into action, allowing you to strike me down. After all, a commoner attacking a naval admiral is a capital offense. Humph, Black Crow, I shall not allow your scheme to succeed. No matter how you provoke me, I will remain unperturbed. Your efforts are futile. Oh, do you truly believe that is my intention? I merely wish to see your reaction and indulge my own wicked amusement. Before he could finish speaking, Roland's figure appeared before Kosha, towering over him. In Roland's eyes, Kosha resembled a mere child. Employing a transformation technique, Roland adjusted his height to a more imposing stature of 6 feet 3 inches, making his perspective of Kosha considerably more favorable. At least now he would not strain his neck. Kosha, do you think anyone would notice if I were to end your life right now? Kosha scoffed at Roland's words. You wouldn't dare. You are a naval admiral, the embodiment of justice. You could never commit such an act. Oh, is that so? You are mistaken. As you have said, I am a rogue. In comparison to my title, I would much prefer to eliminate you. Roland withdrew a blade from the system's storage, its black sheen blending seamlessly with the darkness, yet the chilling aura it exuded caused Kosha to involuntarily shiver. With a slight smirk, Kosha replied, Surely you jest? Jest? No. I genuinely wish to kill you. Kosha forced a laugh, suppressing his fear, attempting to convey an air of nonchalance. If you truly intended to kill me, you would have done so long ago. Why waste your breath? You see, I merely wish to observe your reaction, while simultaneously satisfying my own twisted sense of humor. However, in this present day, one's morbid curiosity has been satiated, and thus, without so much as a moment's pause, a chilling glint flashed, and the blade's aura silently glided to the neck of Kosha. The sword's energy surged forth, soaring into the heavens. Dark clouds were dispersed by the sword's force, revealing the cunning moonlight. Blood erupted like a fountain, echoing the moon's glow. Oh, how I wish the system could provide me with a camera, for there are countless moments I yearn to preserve within its confines. As for the telephone bug, it was summarily dismissed by Roland. Such a contraption seemed far beneath his dignity. The notion of using a telephone bug to capture images of things he cherished was a sentiment Roland found utterly unacceptable. Gazing upon the headless corpse sprawled upon the ground, Roland let out a sigh, assuring, Fear not, I shall ensure no one discovers your departure. With that, he retrieved a powdery substance from the system's storage. This substance was aptly named the Vanishing Powder. Indeed, as its name suggests, upon sprinkling it upon an object, that object would vanish from sight. Through the paper wrapping, Roland cast it directly upon Kosha's body. And in an instant, a miraculous event unfolded. Kosha's corpse disappeared entirely, along with the blood that was swiftly concealed beneath the powder's cover. Not a trace remained. It was as if nothing had ever transpired. Stretching languidly, Roland stifled a yawn. With this matter resolved, another task awaited him. Unable to succumb to slumber just yet, he dragged his weary form aboard the Black Raven. Upon entering his quarters, his gaze fell upon Perona, who lay in utter abandon, embracing the delicate form of Gon Wuxia, entirely unclothed. Startled, Roland hastily draped a blanket over Perona. Exasperatedly, he chided, Perona, it has been an entire day. Don't tell me you spent the whole time here sleeping. Upon hearing Roland's voice, Perona groggily opened her eyes and spotted him standing nearby. Roland, you're back? She murmured. Indeed, I have returned. Had I not, I would have never fathomed that you could sleep the entire day away. untouched by the surrounding food. And why do you prefer to sleep in the nude? Roland continued. Do you realize that I nearly had a heart attack upon entering? Hee. Perona seemed still lost in her dreamlike state. Appearing somewhat daft. What can I say? The aura of Gan Wuxia is simply too comforting, she replied, her fascination with the supernatural and eerie drawing her irresistibly to it, particularly the chilling essence emanating from Gan Wuxia, which left her feeling addicted. This further solidified Roland's resolve to keep her within the ranks of the Song of the Sea pirates a while longer, hoping his presence could help her acclimate to the warmth of sunlight. Indeed, it was better for young women to possess a sunny disposition. Well, I shan't elaborate further. I've come to inform you that we shall depart the day after tomorrow. En route, a sun-like figure will challenge me and attempt to whisk you away to the ship. Do you understand? Only then did Perona grasp the implications, exclaiming, Are you saying that sun-like figure is you? Upon hearing this, Roland chuckled. Indeed, it is also me. By the time Roland departed the Black Raven, the night had deepened. Upon returning to his resting palace, he cradled Ayn and succumbed to slumber, having grown accustomed to her presence in his embrace. It wasn't long before dawn broke, and after dining with Cobra and Vivi, Roland was led away by Vivi, leaving behind a sulking Ayn, who fumed in the room alone. However, there was little to be done. As Vivi had only invited Roland's most exceptional student, Ayn refused to act in a manner unbecoming. After changing into a more approachable attire within the palace, Roland and Vivi ventured into the bustling marketplace outside. With Roland's presence, Cobra felt reassured about Vivi's safety. Strolling side by side, the din of vendors filled the air, captivating Vivi, who had spent so long confined within the palace walls. Yet, her focus remained solely on Roland. Roland, look, that's candied hawthorn. It's delicious, Vivi exclaimed, tugging at Roland's sleeve, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Just as she prepared to pay, she realized she had no guards accompanying her, nor had she brought any belly. This left her feeling quite embarrassed. Roland smiled. Unfazed, he reached into his pocket, retrieved some belly, and paid for the candied hawthorn. He accepted the treat from the vendor and handed it to Vivi, with a twinkle in her eye. Vivi didn't eat it first. Instead, she stood on her tiptoes and held it to Roland's lips, inviting him to partake first. Roland, fully aware of Vivi's intentions, beamed at her and opened his mouth to savor the candied hawthorn. Giving her a thumbs up, delicious, Vivi. Seeing his gesture filled Vivi with anticipation. It was as if, at the moment she tasted the sweet and sour delight, a wave of happiness enveloped her. This sensation was one she could only experience in Roland's presence, which was precisely why her attachment to him deepened. It was an addiction she couldn't shake. Together, they relished the candied hawthorn, and soon they finished it. They wandered through the market, enjoying the rare tranquility. Even passing by Kusha's humble abode, though they did not enter, they merely cast a distant glance before continuing to share laughter and conversation, utterly unaware that Kusha had met his untimely end at Roland's hands the previous night. However, it was perhaps for the best that Vivi remained oblivious. For Roland, her innocence only heightened her value in his eyes. Thus he was willing to exert himself further for her sake. For Vivi, time always seemed to fly when she was with someone she cherished. After sampling various delicacies with Roland, the day gradually waned into evening. Vivi's petite frame was beginning to tire from the exertion. Even with a girl's innate stamina, it was insufficient to sustain her throughout the day's adventures. Roland escorted the fatigued Vivi back to the palace, where he tended to his own affairs. Preparing to depart Alabasta by ship the following morning as they parted, Roland promised Vivi that he would visit her whenever he found the time, and he also vowed that one day he would marry her. Upon hearing these assurances, Vivi smiled, her eyes sparkling. If one overlooked the slight puffiness around them. As Vivi's father, Cobra was well aware of this development. From the outset, Roland had no intention of concealing it. Cobra respected Vivi's choice, and given Roland's commendable qualities, he felt assured. After leaving Alabasta, Roland transferred his consciousness to Prometheus within his cabin. After providing the coordinates of the Black Raven to 2 attendants, he returned to his own form. Observing Perona still cradling Gan Wuxia, Roland smirked. Perona, surely it's time to return Gan Wuxia to me. Upon hearing his words, Gan Wuxia felt a wave of relief. Being held all day was far from comfortable, lacking the thrill of taking lives and devouring souls that brought true joy. Extracting Gan Wuxia from Perona's reluctant grasp, Roland secured it once more upon his back. The dazzling and formidable Roland emerging. As for Chioshui, it was once again returned to the system's storage. Perona, shortly I shall engage in a display with my doppelganger. While we spar, you should take this opportunity to board the spare boat at the back and make your way to that ship. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. But will they not try to stop me? Perona gestured towards the outside of the cabin, her meaning clear and unambiguous. Rest assured, they will not obstruct you, for by that time, I shall gather them outside to witness what true warfare entails, thereby broadening their horizons. As for the naval soldiers aboard the other ship, you need not concern yourself. I shall ensure they all meet their demise. A ruthless glint shone in Roland's eyes. He had truly reached the limits of his patience with those indolent soldiers. Initially, he had contemplated sending them back to Marineford, but now it seemed more fitting to send them to their graves instead. While simultaneously enhancing the ability of Prometheus in its fiery manifestation, surely, these naval soldiers could significantly contribute to the augmentation of that power. Roland mused that Perona's lips twitched slightly. Indeed, there was always an overwhelming sense of shock when listening to Roland speak. To think he could so casually declare the death of so many. Would those individuals rebel if they were to learn of Roland's intentions? I must ask, will there come a day when you might cast me aside as well? Just as you would them. Perona voiced her innermost concerns, for being utilized for a lifetime is a vastly different notion than being used for a fleeting moment. Clearly, Roland was aware of Perona's worries. Fear not. As long as you diligently hone your abilities and avoid making grave mistakes, I shall never abandon you. With that, Roland affectionately ruffled Perona's hair, although she was not particularly fond of such gestures. She preferred the presence of Gon Wuxia that Roland carried on his back. However, her affinity for Gon Wuxia did not imply that the spirit of the sword, Withering, would share her sentiments. To Withering, Perona was merely a manifestation of infatuation, yet Withering had yet to take form, rendering it incapable of resistance. Otherwise, it would have eagerly leapt into Roland's embrace. Roland then handed Perona a comprehensive tome on the development of fruit abilities, encouraging her to train diligently with the aim of surpassing her original strength by 100-fold or more. Although Perona was unaware of the lofty expectations Roland held for her, she resolved within herself to make the most of every opportunity to enhance her capabilities. After discussing some precautions for their impending escape, Roland finally exited his room. It was evident that Perona was about to leave. Otherwise, he would have felt as though his sanctuary had been invaded. It should be noted that the bed in Roland's room was the softest and most comfortable, and he would never part with it so easily. Helena, is breakfast ready? Roland's voice echoed from the deck to the kitchen. Hearing this, Helena promptly dashed out to stand before Roland, exclaiming, "Master, it will be ready shortly. Please bear with me." Roland nodded and turned to Astia, saying, "Astia, please wake Ein. Even if she slept late yesterday, this time is more than sufficient." Afterward, Roland picked up a cup of fragrant tea from the table and took a gentle sip. The tea was initially slightly bitter, but as he swallowed, a wave of sweetness followed, creating a delightful sensation that intrigued Roland. He pondered whether he could achieve such a balance with his sword energy. Perhaps enveloping a blade in flames before encasing it in chilling frost would allow him to master the equilibrium between yin and yang sword energy more adeptly. After a while, as the sun ascended higher, breakfast was finally served at the table with the help of Helena and the four sisters. Helena called everyone to the deck to dine. Gazing at the waves, feeling the breeze, and hearing the cries of seagulls, the scene was as picturesque as a painting, leaving Roland and the others in a state of rapture. Only Perona sat in the corner of the table, her gaze wandering and slightly unfocused. However, the other girls paid little attention to Perona's demeanor. Apart from Ein, the rest of the maidens stood beside Roland, rendering Perona's eyes invisible from their angle. "Ein, how do you find today's breakfast?" I nodded, appearing adorably sleepy and endearing. Helena's breakfast is always the best, while Astia's dinner is even more impressive. As for Astina and Astia, their desserts are the most delicious, and Astilion and Astelo make the best beverages. Upon hearing Ein's remarks, Roland nodded in agreement, acknowledging Ein's keen observations. They indeed excelled in this area more than in other skills. Just then, Perona's brow furrowed as she noticed a ship rapidly approaching the horizon. It was a pirate ship, its flag emblazoned with half flame and half ice, surrounded by musical notes, and behind it was a sword strikingly reminiscent of Gon Wuxia, which instantly reminded Perona of Roland's characteristics. Particularly, the sword that bore such resemblance confirmed her suspicions. Noticing this, Perona hurriedly addressed Roland. "Roland, I am feeling a bit unwell. Should I prepare some hot water for you?" Roland expressed concern. "Are you sure you don't need me to fetch you some?" Perona rolled her eyes, feeling exasperated. Did he not fear scalding her? As Perona departed from the deck, Ein also caught sight of the approaching pirate ship and promptly informed Roland, "Master, There is a pirate ship ahead. Should we? No need. Let those soldiers have their trial by fire. It appears the pirates aboard that ship are not formidable at all, Roland remarked casually, feeling that his capacity for exaggeration had just reached new heights. I nodded, unaware of the ship's peculiar circumstances. From an external perspective, it bore no unusual traits. Thus, Anne returned to her seat and resumed enjoying the delectable breakfast. Roland then retrieved a din mushi, instructing the colonel aboard the pursuing ship to prepare for immediate combat. Initially incredulous, the colonel responded through the din mushi. What, Admiral, are you ordering us to engage? Roland's icy demeanor intensified as he retorted. Is that not permissible? Or have I lost the ability to command you? At that moment, the colonel finally realized with whom he was conversing and promptly corrected himself. Admiral, that is not the case. We shall attack at once. After hanging up, a shadow flickered across the colonel's eyes as he hastily commanded his fellow naval soldiers to maneuver the warship and prepare the cannons for firing. However, the colonel's lack of combat experience rendered his aim woefully inaccurate. Roland found himself questioning how this individual had survived under Zifa's command. Hurry up, increase the number of cannonballs, everyone get busy. If we exert ourselves just a little longer, the Admiral will make his move. Yet, unbeknownst to them, their opponent this time was none other than Roland. Specifically, one of his avatars. On board the Saint Song pirate crew, the eyes of Prometheus, the sun, suddenly flared open as Roland infused half of his spiritual energy into Prometheus, allowing him to operate two bodies simultaneously. The only drawback was that the duration for which he could control them was limited, necessitating a period of recuperation for his spiritual energy to fully restore. Boom, 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 the cannonballs roared, yet not a single one struck the hull of the Saint Song pirate crew's ship. Prometheus grinned broadly as flames surged around him. Fire style, great fireball technique, as Prometheus' voice echoed. An enormous fireball erupted from his mouth. After consolidating his power, the might of the great fireball technique was far beyond what it had been when he first acquired it from the system. The fireball surged forth, crashing into the rear Admiral-class warship, igniting a conflagration that enveloped the vessel entirely, leaving its occupants wailing and pleading for Roland to rescue them. Ayn was likewise taken aback, her face a mask of astonishment, while Roland rose from his seat, shielding Ayn and the others behind him, declaring, "If I am not mistaken, the captain of this pirate crew should be Prometheus." Upon hearing the name Prometheus, Ayn's heart tightened with anxiety. She grasped Roland's hand and implored, "Master, is it that Prometheus who defeated Big Mom? Can we retreat and avoid direct confrontation with him?" Roland, with his back turned to Ayn, wore a smile that remained unseen by her. Suppressing his amusement, he recited the lines he had long prepared. "Little Ayn, as an admiral of the Navy, sitting in this position means that some decisions cannot be made lightly. You all should step back. This battle is one I can handle alone. Master, I wish to fight alongside you. I will not retreat," Ayn declared resolutely. "Little Ayn, listen to me. If you join me in battle now, I may become distracted," he replied, gently stroking Ayn's hair, hoping to coax her into compliance. His words were already quite tactful, and he believed Ayn would understand his intent. Ayn clenched her small fists, her fair hands turning red from the pressure. "I understand, Master, but I absolutely refuse to step back. I want to watch you fight," she insisted, placing her hand over her heart. "Only then can I feel at ease." Roland nodded in acknowledgement of Ayn's reasoning, all of which was anticipated in his mind. Drawing the weapon from his back, he locked eyes with Prometheus from afar. In an instant, both figures vanished from the deck and ascended into the sky. Sunlight illuminated them, enhancing their extraordinary presence. Prometheus and Roland exchanged smiles in the air, and if all went as expected, I should have already transmitted the footage of the battle to Sengoku via the video snail. After all, Ayn could not afford even the slightest deviation, as Roland had envisioned. The moment Ayn discovered that both he and Prometheus were airborne, she hurried back to her room to retrieve the video snail. She quickly dialed Sengoku's number, a number she had memorized in secret at Marineford. In Sengoku's office, the video snail displayed Ayn's features. Sengoku frowned slightly, momentarily unable to recall which mission corresponded to her identity. However, given the vastness of the sea, few knew this snail's number, prompting Sengoku to answer the call. "Moshi Moshi," Sengoku greeted, only to be met with the visual transmission from the video snail. "Ayn, aren't you on Roland's ship? Why are you calling me now?" Sengoku was familiar with the crew aboard Roland's ship, and he recognized Ayn as one of the strongest among them. "Admiral Sengoku, we are currently in the waters near Alabasta. Please send reinforcements immediately. Prometheus has appeared. At first, Sengoku did not comprehend the implication of a powerful pirate near Alabasta, but as Ayn finished her sentence, his brow furrowed, and his expression shifted dramatically. What? Prometheus? The one who defeated Big Mom? On the other side of the video call, I nodded and aimed the snail towards the sky above the sea, where Roland and Prometheus were engaged in an intense battle. Lullaby, waltz, rhapsody of fury. Fiery banquet, burning blaze. Each of Roland's strikes was executed with utmost fervor, creating a spectacle of sword energy that filled the air, whipping up fierce winds and colossal waves that resembled the end of the world. Yet, despite the grandeur of his attacks, each one passed through Prometheus's body and crashed into the ocean's surface. The sea was marred with countless wounds, each sword strike leaving a mark that rendered the waters momentarily incapable of healing. Sengoku, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of astonishment. How could Prometheus be so terrifying? Unaware of Prometheus's unique nature, Sengoku began to form suspicions in his mind as he observed the unfolding events. Ayn, you must immediately steer the ship away. Your presence will distract Roland. I will arrange for nearby branches to send reinforcements, Sengoku commanded, his mind racing. Marineford was not far from Alabasta, but it was by no means close either. It would take several days for reinforcements to reach Alabasta at full speed. And by the time they arrived, everything could already be settled. However, if Roland could hold off Prometheus, then the Admiral could surely arrive in time. I will have Kizuru sent to reinforce. We will delay as long as possible. After ending the call, Sengoku immediately set aside his documents and made several additional calls, showcasing the efficiency of Marineford. The entire base operated like a colossal machine, responding systematically to Sengoku's orders. Upon hearing about the increased pay, Kizuru departed Marineford, swiftly heading towards Alabasta. Kizuru possessed a scientific fleet, equipped with advanced vessels, including the latest Admiral-class warship, which was twice as fast as the ship destroyed by Prometheus. With this ship, Kizuru would likely reach the battlefield more quickly. Roland refrained from using Conqueror's haki. Instead, he unleashed his power as if in a grand performance, exaggeratedly showcasing his abilities. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Ayn on the deck of the Black Crow, holding the video snail and reporting to Sengoku. Roland understood that from this day forward, Prometheus had emerged into the world, and his personal engagement would surely capture the attention of both the Navy and pirates alike. This would ultimately serve as a significant boon to Roland's overarching plan. Prometheus, engulfed in immense flames, continually unleashed fiery blasts towards Roland, yet all were extinguished by Roland's sword energy, preventing any close contact. Meanwhile, Perona, observing the fierce aerial battle, marveled at Roland's acting prowess. Roland's performance is truly remarkable, she mused. The dazzling sunlight made the scene somewhat blinding, and even through the video snail, the finer details were obscured, leaving only the grandeur of the conflict visible. Wait, what am I doing here, just watching? Suddenly jolted back to reality, Perona activated the backup boat behind the Black Crow and steered it towards the ship of the Saint Song pirates. The waves posed no challenge for her. Under her skilled navigation, she detonated ghost bombs to shatter any large waves, swiftly reaching the midpoint between the two vessels. The members of the Maid Brigade were taken aback, for this was their first time witnessing Roland in a fierce struggle. Previously, every battle they had seen Roland engage in had been effortlessly resolved. Now, they were unable to assist in any way, merely watching from a distance, which sparked a newfound determination within them to train diligently and strengthen their own abilities. As the battle escalated to its peak, Roland felt an exhilarating surge of power. He reveled in the release of his strength, feeling a sense of lightness. However, he soon realized that mere fighting lacked substance. Thus, he called out to Prometheus, "Prometheus, you owe me my homeland." Under Roland's manipulation, Prometheus erupted in laughter, the flames on his body surging higher. "Ha! Return your homeland, Black Crow. I have slaughtered countless islands and nations. How am I to know which one is yours?" Prometheus's laughter echoed through the skies, leaving both Sengoku, who was watching through the video snail, and the women below, astonished by the exchange between Roland and Prometheus. "Master, was his homeland destroyed by Prometheus?" Ayn murmured to herself, her gaze towards Prometheus brimming with animosity. Unlike Ayn's contemplations, Sengoku's thoughts were more comprehensive. Firstly, the enmity between Roland and Prometheus was exceptionally advantageous news for Sengoku, as such hatred would undoubtedly compel Roland to intensify his training, which was undeniably beneficial for the Navy. Furthermore, This also elucidated why Roland possessed such formidable strength, yet had never joined the Navy until recently. When he suddenly expressed a desire to enlist, it was reasonable to conclude that this was the underlying reason. In a fleeting moment, Sengoku had mentally constructed an elaborate narrative, clearly discerning Roland's motives and intentions. High above, the battle between Roland and Prometheus raged on, with both combatants displaying tremendous prowess. Even Sengoku was taken aback. Roland's strength, in his estimation, had nearly ascended to the level of the four emperors. However, Prometheus was a different matter altogether. Initially, he had attained his power through some unique means associated with Big Mom, leading Sengoku to believe that Prometheus's capabilities would not be particularly formidable. Yet, contrary to his expectations, while Prometheus's offensive power seemed lackluster, easily deflected by Roland, his physical constitution was remarkably grotesque, allowing anything to pass directly through his body. Even when Roland infused his attacks with armament haki, it appeared futile. This perplexed Sengoku. Faced with such an anomaly, even the astute strategist found himself at a loss. Out of the corner of his eye, Roland caught sight of Perona on the sea. Noticing that she had stealthily climbed aboard the Saint Song pirates, a smile, visible only to Prometheus, crept onto his lips. Manipulating Prometheus, he declared, "Black Crow, this exchange has become rather pointless. Let us settle this with one decisive blow. Prometheus, are you contemplating retreat?" "Ha ha ha. Retreat? Black Crow, are you jesting? I have never fled, even against Big Mom." Pride radiated from Prometheus as flames began to surge around him, this time tinged with a ghostly blue hue. Bone Spirit Cold Fire, Fiery Heart Inferno. Two flames erupted from Prometheus, intertwining in the air as they surged towards Roland. Roland was well aware of the potency of these flames. Yet as the saying goes, one must sometimes risk injury to attain victory. In response to the ferocious onslaught, Roland positioned Ganwuzhuazhua before him, exuding a chilling aura, and in an instant, snow began to fall from the sky. Dirge of the Damned, Flame Feast, Inferno Upheaval. He unleashed two sword waves that mirrored Prometheus's attacks, one cold, the other hot, intertwining and amplifying their destructive power. With a resounding crash, their attacks collided, generating a violent tempest that whipped through the air, dispersing the snowy veil and banishing the clouds, allowing sunlight to once again bathe the two combatants. However, when Roland turned to face Prometheus once more, he discovered that Prometheus had swiftly commandeered a ship and was making his escape. Roland feigned exhaustion, striving to suppress the regenerative effects of his sword god bloodline. Ensuring he appeared thoroughly fatigued. As he watched Prometheus's silhouette recede into the distance, he pretended to gasp for breath, murmuring, acting truly is exhausting. Nevertheless, it will greatly aid my future plans. Once I return to Marineford, I can commence the next phase of my strategy." This forthcoming plan was of paramount importance. Roland's form plummeted from the sky, and just before colliding with the deck, he executed a somersault, landing gracefully. Upon his stable arrival, he pretended to stagger, prompting Ein, who had been anxiously concerned for him, to rush to his side. "Master, how do you feel? Are you injured? Is it serious?" Ein's hands roamed over Roland's body, seeking signs of harm. Roland gazed at her gently, assuring her, "Do not worry. My constitution recovers swiftly. Although I sustained some burns earlier, I have already healed." After speaking, Roland's attention shifted to the video transponder snail. Observing Sengoku's holographic image, he offered a wry smile, saying, "Admiral, I Sengoku," noting the guilt etched on Roland's face, refrained from further admonishments. "Roland, you performed admirably. You showcased the Navy's valor. Given Prometheus's formidable strength, his escape from your grasp is not your fault." Roland feigned relief before earnestly stating, "Admiral, I wish to extend my leave." "Very well." Initially taken aback by Sengoku's prompt agreement, Roland quickly composed himself. Regardless of Sengoku's inquiries, he felt compelled to add, "Admiral, during this time, I wish to diligently refine my abilities. I have conceived some new ideas regarding swordsmanship. Having ideas is commendable. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out." "Understood, Admiral." After concluding the conversation with the transponder snail, Roland dramatically collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes half closed, appearing utterly drained. Although the sword god bloodline fortified him, the sensation of fatigue was palpable. He had just retracted the mental energy he had infused into Prometheus, and an overwhelming weariness washed over him. "Master, my lord," witnessing Roland's prone form on the deck, Ein's heart ached for him, and she hurried to support his head. Allowing him to rest upon her lap.it was the legendary knee-pillowed as Roland lay in Ein's embrace. He gazed down at her youthful visage, unimpeded by any obstructions, allowing him a clear view of her delicate features. He reached out to gently caress her cheek, saying, "Little Ein, just let me rest for a moment." I nodded, replying, "As long as it is you, master, I do not mind how long you lie." Roland sensed Ein's heartfelt intentions. Yet he chose not to respond. It was still too early for such matters. With his eyes closed, he intended to rest for a while, but scarcely had he shut them when Helona's voice pierced through the tranquility. My lord, something is amiss. Perona has vanished." Roland opened his eyes, turning to Helona. "What has transpired? Speak slowly, Helona. There is no need to rush. I am here." Upon hearing Roland's reassurance, the women felt a profound sense of security, which only deepened their loyalty to him. Helona steadied her breath, replying, "It is Perona. She has disappeared." "When did this occur?" Roland feigned ignorance, inquiring further. Helona explained, "Just moments ago. I recalled Perona mentioning that she felt unwell. Yet she has not returned for quite some time. That I feared something might have happened to her. But despite my search, I could not locate her." Roland pretended to contemplate for a moment before responding. "Perhaps she has simply departed." "Departed? Why? Master, you treated her so well. Despite her being a pirate, we have never mistreated her. On the contrary, you even entrusted her with your sword, Ganwu Zhuozhua, which signifies your trust in her. Yet, she has betrayed your faith." Astia immediately took over Ein's words. Roland gazed into the distance, internally amused, while his face remained expressionless, lost in thought. The women did not disturb him. They stood behind him, watching, their hearts silently advocating for their master and teacher. Time passed, and Roland sighed, observing the somewhat tranquil sea, saying, "If any of you wish to leave, you may do so. I do not wish to impose. I will escort you to a nearby island and provide each of you with 100 million berries, ensuring you can live comfortably." After uttering these words, Roland turned to meet the eyes of the women. A ripple of emotion flickered in their gazes, particularly for Herona, whose dream had always been to traverse the seas and become a wealthy woman, enjoying her freedom to do as she pleased. This had been her aspiration for so long. If it weren't for Doflamingo's fickleness, it is likely that Herona would have already soared to new heights. Their paths would not have crossed otherwise. Upon hearing Roland's words, Ein was the first to respond. "Master, as I mentioned before, I am the sword in your hand. Wherever you direct me, we shall follow." Saying this, Ein lowered her head and gently kissed Roland's lips. This was Ein's first bold act, and as Roland lay in her embrace, he could distinctly hear the rapid beating of her heart. A testament to her excitement, her cheeks flushed, rendering her quite adorable. Roland did not mind Ein's affection. It merely indicated her growing dependence on him, which was precisely what he desired to witness. Receiving Ein's affirmation, Roland turned to the maidens. "What about you? What are your thoughts?" The first to respond was Astia, stepping forward to kneel gracefully before Roland, followed by her 4 sisters, who mirrored her actions. "Master, we will serve you for eternity. To be your servants is our fortune." Roland nodded, finding their sentiments in line with his expectations. These 5 sisters were all personally acquired by him, having once been princesses confined within the palace. They now found delight in serving others, witnessing the wondrous events they had long yearned for. Moreover, Roland had treated them kindly, never subjecting them to any malevolent actions. Even if Astia wished for something, Roland would refrain from fulfilling it, which left her feeling somewhat vexed. At that moment, Astia, the youngest sister of Astia, quietly remarked from the back, "Here with the master, it feels like home." Upon hearing this, Herona's eyes brightened. "Indeed, it feels like home. Although we serve another, that other is Roland, a vice admiral of the Navy. Others would likely not have the opportunity to serve." However, reflecting on this, Herona did not feel much joy. With everyone having expressed their stance, only Herona remained silent. She lowered her head, tears like pearls cascading from her eyes, her sorrowful demeanor evoking sympathy. "I see. I understand your answer. I will take you to a nearby island and provide you with 100 million berries. I hope we may meet again someday." With that, Roland sat up from Ein's embrace and slowly made his way to his room, gently closing the door behind him. Silence enveloped the group, all taken aback by Herona's choice. Although Astia had always been cautious of Herona, their time spent together was vivid in her mind. "Herona, why would you leave? Is it that the master has treated you poorly? Do you truly wish to part from him?" In response to Astia's inquiry, Herona merely shed silent tears, repeatedly whispering, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry," and stared blankly at Roland's departing figure, feeling a sudden pang in her heart, yet unable to cry, her tears merely swirling in her eyes. She fought back the tears, tilting her head slightly to prevent them from spilling over. Herona, why couldn't you learn from Perona and leave quietly? Why choose this moment to depart? You are only adding salt to the master's wounds. With those words, Ein left the deck, intending to comfort Roland, knowing he must be feeling distressed. Following Ein's departure, Astia did not linger any longer on the deck and, along with her sisters, returned to their room. Leaving Herona alone to gaze at the azure sea, her eyes swollen, lost in thought. As they returned to Marineford, they passed several islands along the way. Roland specifically chose a relatively safe and prosperous island for Herona, providing her with 100 million berries before personally escorting her to the shore. Roland's expression was inscrutable, and he wore no naval insignia, merely casual attire as he stood before Herona, observing her still slightly reddened eyes. He placed a hand on her shoulder and said, "It's all right. There is no need to feel guilty. Everyone has the right to pursue their dreams. It is I who have kept you bound to my side." Herona shook her head, biting her lower lip tightly. "No, master. No, you have treated me well." Roland sighed, a smile gracing his face as he spoke to Herona. "Go, seek a better life. Perhaps in the future, we shall meet again." "Yes, we will. We definitely will, master." Herona nodded fervently, clutching the box filled with berries, bowing deeply to Roland before turning to walk towards the village on the island. Watching Herona's gradually retreating figure, Roland's smile faded, a chilling aura emanating from him. Though Herona, with her limited strength, could not perceive it, Herona acted on my command. "But you, Herona, you have brazenly betrayed me. For those who betray, I have never shown mercy." Roland's words were like a vengeful specter, devoid of even a hint of emotion. In the next moment, his figure vanished like a wraith. Clutching the box of berries, Herona felt an inexplicable heaviness in her heart, her joy seemingly extinguished. Why? Why is this happening? Herona's gaze dimmed. This was not the outcome she desired. Despite her earlier sorrow in leaving Roland, she had believed that attaining freedom would wash away her unhappiness in an instant. Yet now, she found herself unable to smile. The box she carried felt unbearably heavy, almost as if she wished to cast it aside. The old me would surely have been ecstatic. After all, such wealth allows for any indulgence. With that thought, Herona recalled Ein's words. Why couldn't you learn from Perona and leave quietly? Why choose this moment to depart? You are only adding salt to the master's wounds. Indeed, why had she not slipped away unnoticed? Or was it that leaving secretly meant forfeiting the money? Glancing at the box of berries again, she felt little joy. Instead, it grew heavier. If only I had another chance, perhaps I would choose differently. Herona murmured, collapsing to the ground as tears streamed down her cheeks once more. She had lost count of how many times she had cried in recent days. It was more than all the tears shed since her birth. Wait, I could return. Herona's eyes sparkled for a moment, but the next instant, the light faded from her gaze. She could not face returning. If she did, she would despise herself. What if I became stronger? Then started anew from the Navy, striving to become the master's aide? Perhaps then I could stand by his side again. By then, he would surely forgive me for what I've done today. In the distance, behind the trees, a shadow flickered, prompting Roland to sheath Ganwuzhua. His eyes sparkled with a tumult of emotions, reflecting an unpredictable temperament. He had intended to present himself before Helona at her happiest moment, only to subsequently usher her into an eternal rest. However, he was taken aback by the words she uttered, leaving him uncertain whether Helona was merely feigning her sentiments or if she had anticipated his arrival and orchestrated this theatrical display. After much contemplation, Roland found no discernible flaw in Helona's expression. With a resigned sigh, he resolved to place his trust in her one last time, hoping she would not lead him to disappointment. System, please retrieve the previously uncovered weakness fruit in the Compendium of Fruit Ability Development. With Roland's command, the system promptly extracted these two items, presenting them in his hands. Observing the objects, Roland made his way to the small island before Helona. A necessary path he believed she would surely notice. After all, he had placed these items at the very center of the island. Helona, filled with her own thoughts, felt a tinge of guilt yet was brimming with hope. She believed that with diligent effort to enhance her abilities, she would soon reunite with her master. However, as she walked, her steps faltered when she beheld a neatly arranged fruit in the Compendium of Fruit Ability Development not far ahead. As a former member of the Maid Brigade, Helona was well aware that the compendium was exclusive to Roland, given only to those he held in high regard, and she had never had access to it before. Yet now, how could it be so perfectly positioned along this path? Suddenly, Helona turned to scan her surroundings, cautiously calling out, "Master, are you here?" Her voice echoed through the grove, but no response met her ears. Undeterred, she continued, "Master, I don't know if you're present, but I regret my decision. Truly, I am profoundly remorseful. I thought I would find freedom and immense joy, that the euphoria of liberation would overshadow the sorrow of parting. Yet, the reality has proven me wrong. For me now, freedom is inconsequential, as I have found a home, engaging in playful banter with Astia, competing in culinary skills, and serving my master. That it has only just dawned on me that I had been relishing all of this. Yet, I foolishly relinquished that home, running away from it. Now, returning feels utterly impossible. I do not know how to face my master, how to confront Ein, nor how to reconcile with Astia. Nevertheless, I am certain that one day I shall return. Master, please grant me your trust one final time. I vow to return to your side, never to depart again." With that, Helena knelt upon the ground, her delicate knees scraping against it, blood trickling down her fair legs. Yet she showed no sign of discomfort, remaining in that position for what felt like an eternity. Even after Roland had left, Helena remained unmoved. That it was not until twilight descended that she finally rose. Consuming the weakness fruit and clutching the compendium as she ventured towards the island, it was like bitter wine slipping down her throat, yet it ignited her fighting spirit. Roland returned to Marineford with the ladies. After submitting his report, he and the group took a day to rest in the villa. The following day, fulfilling his promise, Roland took the ladies to explore the Shambody archipelago. This outing was a delightful experience for both Astia and I. Astia had been whisked directly to the auction house and thus had not had the chance to truly explore Shambody, while Ein's experience was similar, having been taken directly to the training camp by Zephyr. For the ladies, this was their first foray into the archipelago, and as first-timers, they were determined to relish every moment. Consequently, Roland became their packhorse, burdened with an array of bags filled with the garments they purchased. Women have an innate penchant for shopping, and Roland was astounded by the sheer ferocity with which they indulged in their retail therapy, leaving him exclaiming that he could hardly bear it. After a while of shopping, Roland treated the ladies to a meal, reserving an entire venue for the occasion, dining alongside the maid brigade for the very first time, which made their hearts race with excitement. "I have no pressing matters for the next few days. I will oversee your training. Eat well now, and do not complain of fatigue later." As he spoke, Roland offered a piece of steak toward Ein's mouth. She opened her small mouth and took a bite of the beef. "Master, I am not a child." Ein puffed up her cheeks, gazing at Roland with irritation, though secretly, she felt quite pleased. "Little Ein, to me. You will always be a child, and children must act like children and not be picky eaters." Upon hearing Roland's words, I nodded, contemplating how she might prove to him that she was not a child anymore. She glanced down, reflecting, "I do seem a bit small. No, I cannot allow this. I must present myself as more womanly, or else Master will forever see me as a child." With that thought, Ein tugged at Astia, who was eating nearby. "Sister Astia, could you make me more pumpkin dishes in the future?" At first, Astia did not grasp Ein's intent, but upon seeing Ein's flushed cheeks, she quickly understood. "Of course, little master, leave it to me. I will prepare a bounty of coconut milk dishes, ensuring you enjoy them from childhood to adulthood." Before Astia could finish her sentence, Ein, blushing fiercely, gently covered her mouth, signaling her to refrain from speaking in front of Roland. Roland pretended not to hear, lowering his head as he continued to slice the steak. After their meal, Roland escorted the ladies back to the villa, where he began to devise training plans for them. At this juncture, Roland was in a semi-automatic state, transferring most of his mental energy to Prometheus. During this period of rest, he would allocate the majority of his mental capacity to Prometheus, as there were times when his current identity made it challenging to engage in other activities. As night fell, Prometheus suddenly opened his eyes within the Saint Song pirate crew, turning to gaze at Perona sitting nearby. "How long have you been watching?" "About half a day, I think." Perona rested her chin on her hand, gazing innocently at Prometheus, who was, in essence, Roland. "Are you bored? Have you been staring at me for so long?" Perona shook her head, then nodded. While somewhat bored, her curiosity about his abilities prevailed. Roland smiled slightly, though the expression appeared somewhat peculiar on his sun-like visage. "You already know my abilities, do you not? Swordsmanship, the ability to summon items effortlessly. These may seem rather mundane. But regarding this incarnation of yours, even though you cannot wield a sword, you appear far from weak." Perona offered such a critique. Roland floated in midair, gradually diminishing in size. He did not respond to Perona's words, but instead adjusted his temperature to align closely with the ambient warmth, before nestling into Perona's embrace. The overwhelming comfort felt as if a mountain was resting upon him. prompting him to close his eyes and indulge in the sensation. Perona found it amusing, relishing the experience of holding Prometheus. Despite lacking the coolness of Ganwuzhua, the embrace felt delightful. Roland squinted his eyes as Perona carried him out of the room. The sensation was utterly delightful, providing Roland with an unprecedented experience of bliss. Summoning the two ruffians aboard the ship, Roland addressed them in the tone of Prometheus. Our target this time is Sky Island, heading towards the Sea of Clouds. Do you understand? One of the subordinates questioned. Captain, isn't Sky Island a mere legend? Does it truly exist in reality? Prometheus was reluctant to answer, as he was utterly clueless about navigation. Moreover, this pirate ship lacked a spirit of the sea, rendering it incapable of automatic sailing, which left Roland feeling quite exasperated. If you wish to go to Sky Island, I can give it a try, Perona said, lifting Roland as she typically did at her remark. Roland recalled that in the original story, it was indeed Perona who escorted Zoro to Sabaody Archipelago. He believed her navigational skills could not be too shabby. However, considering the girl's somewhat peculiar worldview, he cautiously inquired again, do you truly know how to get to Sky Island? Perona nodded. Cough, cough. Captain Prometheus, please trust me. I will accomplish this mission perfectly. Perona's quick wit spared the two subordinates from being silenced by Roland, who would have deemed them a liability, contemplating their disposal to feed the sharks. After all, in Roland's view, only the dead were truly safe. Very well, I entrust this task to you, Perona. Yes, just leave it to me without worry. Just then, a newspaper bird soared overhead. Prometheus instructed a sailor to toss 100 berries, and the bird dropped a newspaper. Perona caught it mid-air and, in front of everyone, unfolded the paper. The headline boldly proclaimed, Captain, you made the front page, Perona exclaimed, noticing Prometheus's visage featured prominently. Roland cast a fleeting glance before averting his gaze. He had not visited Sengoku's office in recent days and was oblivious to the Navy's arrangements regarding Prometheus. However, it seemed the Navy did indeed hold Prometheus in high regard, which was reassuring. The more attention he received, the better. Perhaps this would lead to the greatest shock in the future. Apart from Roland and Perona, the two subordinates could not read, so they eagerly awaited Perona to relay the contents of the article. Looking at the Roland she cradled, Perona began, Prometheus has emerged, rampaging through Alabasta, coincidentally encountering Admiral Roland, leading to a fierce duel. Prometheus was slightly outmatched and cunningly escaped from Admiral Black Raven's pursuit. He is exceptionally powerful. Please be vigilant. Should any information about Prometheus arise, promptly report it to the nearest Navy branch. All informants will receive a reward. After a lengthy recitation, Perona felt parched, but the gist was clear. Prometheus was formidable. Yet the Admiral was even stronger, having driven him away. Citizens were urged to remain vigilant, and any sightings of Prometheus should be reported for a reward. Upon hearing Perona's words, Roland sighed. This aligned closely with his expectations. However, given his current identity as Prometheus, he should continue to act in accordance with Prometheus's mannerisms to avoid revealing his true nature, lest the astute Sengoku discern the truth and catch him unprepared. A scenario Roland wished to avoid. Those insufferable Navy folks are truly shameless. It was clearly a close match, yet they wasted time declaring me a coward who fled. How infuriating. Perona, suppressing her laughter, gazed at Roland, who was performing, feeling an indescribable joy. Tears of laughter brimmed in Perona's eyes as she realized this life was rather pleasant. Perhaps facing the sunshine was preferable to the perpetual gloom. Contemplating this, Perona looked at Roland, who, in his Prometheus form, appeared quite adorable. Unbeknownst to Roland, Perona's thoughts were far from his own. He felt quite satisfied with his bounty, which, despite not being stirred up for long, had reached a staggering 200,000 berries. This was not the era of arbitrary bounties. In this period, a bounty substantially represented a person's strength, with minimal exaggeration, unlike Luffy, who was hailed as one of the 5 emperors with a 15 billion bounty yet struggled against mere underlings. Revealing the vast discrepancies in such figures that it seems I still need to create more chaos, Roland murmured. The two subordinates exchanged puzzled glances. Despite the blazing sun and absence of wind, they sensed an inexplicable chill. Time flew by, and 3 days passed in a blink. During these days, Roland, in his Prometheus guise, systematically decimated 3 Navy branches, earning a reputation that instilled terror and quieted children. His bounty surged dramatically from 20 billion to 30 billion. An utterly terrifying leap. Under Perona's guidance, they arrived at Kaya Island. Roland was well aware of this island, which, along with Sky Island at 10,000 meters high, formed a singular entity shaped like a skull. Due to the nearby upwelling currents, half of Kaya Island had been thrust into the sky 400 years ago, taking with it the indigenous people, wildlife, and ancient ruins. The elevated section resembled the skull's head and face, while the grounded portion represented its teeth. Roland located the diamond-shaped elder, Warship, who bore a chestnut atop his head, and handed him 10,000 berries to assist in predicting the current's direction. Roland intended to utilize the force of the current to propel the pirate ship upward in an instant. Warship, who seldom followed news in the newspapers, was unaware of Roland's identity but was slightly taken aback by the sight of a captain resembling a small sun. Nevertheless, given the vast ocean and the multitude of peculiar abilities among its inhabitants, Kurek did not pry further. You truly wish to reach Sky Island via the updraft? Of course, I am immensely eager to visit Sky Island. Roland replied, silently adding in his heart, for the gold. Kurek glanced at the heavy bag beside Roland and nodded. I can assist you in predicting the location and timing of the updraft, but I bear no responsibility for any subsequent occurrences. That is acceptable. As long as you can provide the location and timing of the updraft, I am content, Roland readily agreed. After all, if Luffy could charge upward, why couldn't he? His strength was far superior to Luffy's. Having reached an agreement with Kurek, Roland and Perona rested and prepared on Kaya Island, awaiting news from Kurek. As night fell, Perona, cradling Roland in his Prometheus form, smiled as she led him to a nearby tavern. Perona expressed her longing for delicious food, compelling Roland to treat her. With such a simple request, how could Roland possibly refuse? He promptly took her to a highly rated pirate tavern nearby. Those who could afford to dine there were not weaklings. Otherwise, they could scarcely pay for their meals. Upon entering the tavern, Perona swiftly approached the bar. Boss, bring out your finest dishes. My stomach can hardly wait, Perona exclaimed while rubbing her small belly. Roland, transformed into Prometheus, found great comfort nestled against Perona's soft abdomen. Despite lacking excess flesh, it remained pleasantly soft, imparting an indescribable sense of joy. The tavern, which had been quite lively, gradually fell silent for reasons unknown. Enraptured by the food, Perona remained oblivious to the peculiar atmosphere around her, while Roland, though aware, chose to disregard it. Hey, that fellow over there couldn't possibly be that ruthless character, could he? I too share the same sentiment. However, is it not said that the notorious figure is exceptionally formidable? How is it that this one appears so diminutive? Could it possibly be an imitation? After all, I have heard of many who attempt to emulate him, committing acts of villainy upon the seas. Though most have been apprehended by the Navy. So, the question remains, is he truly that infamous individual? How would I know? Why don't you inquire directly? This is undeniably a pirate bar, yet the silence is such that one could hear a pin drop. The proprietor stands behind the counter, a faint smile of resignation gracing his lips. As a venue known for gathering information, he would recognize the man before him. Cradled in the embrace of a beautiful woman is none other than the recently infamous, morally bankrupt Prometheus the Sun. Just yesterday, his wanted poster adorned the walls of the bar, serving as decoration. Until just moments ago, many patrons lingered before it, fearful of failing to recognize a potentially dangerous figure. Thus, while pirates may seem carefree, they must tread cautiously, lest they meet a grim fate. Excuse me, sir, do you require anything further? Roland, nestled in Perona's arms, glanced at the bar owner, stifling a yawn before floating upwards. Leaving Perona to savor her meal uninterrupted. No need. Carry on as you see fit. No need to pay special attention to us. Upon hearing Roland's response, the bar owner breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared that Prometheus the Sun was amiable, unlikely to wreak havoc within the bar. Should anyone else behave so recklessly, the proprietor would not flinch, for few who operate pirate bars are weaklings. They are all formidable adversaries. Yet this gentleman is different. With a bounty of 3 billion, he surpasses the combined worth of everyone present. Even with 100 times the courage, the bar owner would not dare provoke Prometheus. May the esteemed gentleman enjoy himself, the bar owner remarked before hastily retreating, prompting a soft laugh from Perona. Captain, I never imagined your reputation had spread so far. Indeed, the term notorious aptly describes me, Roland replied, his expression devoid of regret, instead brimming with pride. It is akin to achieving an accomplishment. With a bounty now at 30 billion, he aspires to reach 40 billion, for desire knows no bounds. Without desire, one might as well be a saint and simply cease to exist. What purpose does life serve without desire? Captain, would you care for a bite? Perona asked, offering a large meat skewer to Roland. Although he relished such delicacies, at present, he found himself unable to appreciate the flavors, leaving him somewhat exasperated. With a glance at Perona, he replied, "Enjoy it for yourself. I shall pass." Perona nodded, her cheeks dimpling adorably. Reveling in the joy of indulging in such delightful cuisine alone, Roland observed the young woman before him and realized how far she had come from her previous eccentricity. This only affirms the effectiveness of his guidance. Nonetheless, he now felt truly fatigued, as his mental energy oscillated between Prometheus and Roland, inducing a sense of drowsiness. After another yawn, he nestled back into Perona's embrace, slowly closing his eyes. Just then, the bar's door was violently kicked open. A thunderous noise reverberated through the establishment, causing the recently revived atmosphere to plunge back into silence. All eyes turned toward the entrance, curious to unveil the identity of the audacious pirate daring to cause a ruckus within a pirate bar. Did he not fear the proprietor's wrath? The bar owner's expression was equally strained. He was acutely aware of the 30 billion bounty hovering over them, and could not afford to be careless. Casting a glance at Prometheus nestled in Perona's arms, the proprietor noted that Roland showed no signs of waking, which brought him a flicker of relief, though his countenance remained grim. "Let me see which pirate has the audacity to kick down my door." The bar owner was not one to be trifled with. He had once been a pirate in these waters himself, with a bounty of 99 million. His strength had only grown over the years, and he was far from weak. "What of kicking your bar? I intend not only to kick your door, but also to smash everything inside." With that declaration, a rather large individual squeezed through the entrance, causing all present to collectively gasp in shock. Could it possibly be a member of the giant tribe? Surely not. How could such a short individual belong to them? A child? Nonsense. He appears more like an old uncle. Had this been any other day, the patrons might have fled the bar, unwilling to involve themselves in such matters, but the presence of an immensely powerful figure changed the dynamics. They lingered, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Perona remained unfazed by the commotion caused by the giant, continuing to enjoy her meal with an air of tranquility. Her cheeks were adorably puffed, reminiscent of a pink hamster, while Perona ignored the giant. He had taken notice of her. He leaned down, his towering frame making the bar feel cramped. "Hey, girl, turn around and let me see your face." His eyes gleamed with lecherous intent, clearly harboring vile thoughts. Yet Perona continued to indulge in her food, unfazed. "Hey, could you please be quiet? Do you not see the gentleman is dining?" The bar owner, unable to tolerate the scene any longer, swiftly positioned himself beside the giant. Blocking his path, with a terrifying glare, he warned, "You have 3 seconds to leave. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences." Is the owner truly prepared to intervene personally? It has been ages since anyone has witnessed him in action. This should be quite a spectacle. The patrons were well aware of the owner's formidable prowess, having earned a reputation as a dominant force in these waters. Known as Ironwood, the proprietor possessed the powers of a devil fruit, specifically the tree fruit, granting him the ability to create impenetrable ironwood capable of ensnaring foes and piercing them with its lethal thorns. Such power had made him a renowned figure in the waters surrounding Gaia Island, until boredom drove him to establish this pirate bar for a more leisurely existence. Regarding the giant who resembled a small mountain, Ironwood held no fear. He was not Prometheus, a being capable of withstanding Big Mom. This was merely an insignificant individual he had never encountered before. There was no way he could be outmatched. "I care not who you are. I give you 3 breaths to vacate this place, or else," Ironwood declared, gesturing as a tree materialized before him, pitch black and gleaming ominously. Its impressive hardness was evident. The giant looked down at Ironwood with disdain, as though he were merely a jester. He opened his mouth, the stench of decay wafting forth. "You dare impede my conversation with the girl? Excellent. It has been far too long since anyone has spoken to me in such a manner. I am none other than the rogue rampaging bear, Kimo, under the command of Kaido." Upon uttering these words, Kimo materialized directly before the bar owner, Taimu, raising his arm high and bringing it crashing down, creating a gaping hole that drew the attention of all present. Taimu, bloodied and mangled, was reduced to mere fragments scattered throughout the bar. Witnessing this gruesome scene, everyone was rendered speechless. They could hardly fathom that Taimu, once the mightiest in the waters surrounding Gaia Island, would be so easily slain. Except for Perona, lost in culinary delights, and Prometheus, absorbed in Perona's indulgence, the others stared in shock at Kimo's blood-soaked hand, which dripped crimson onto the floor. Suddenly, one individual's pupils constricted, their glass tumbling from their grasp, panic evident in their voice. "I remember now. I remember. This is the rampaging bear who challenged Kaido 3 years ago." Back then, he led a band of over 1,000, but I heard they were all annihilated. Now, why has the rampaging bear become Kaido's subordinate? Kimo turned to the one who had revealed his history. Laughing heartily, Kimo ha ha ha. It is, of course, because Captain Kaido's strength has utterly captivated me. You will never comprehend the magnitude of Captain Kaido's power. With a single strike, just one strike, he brought me to my knees. And that feeling was truly exhilarating. However, you have learned too much. Reflecting on that memory, Kimo felt a surge of emotion welling up, but in the next instant, the colossal hand smashed the loquacious individual to smithereens. The bar fell into an eerie silence, with everyone too terrified to speak, even to breathe, lest they provoke Kimo's ire. Now undisturbed, Kimo felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him, his gaze fixated on Perona. Brimming with madness, it had been far too long since he had indulged in such pleasures. He hoped this time would not end too swiftly. Observing Perona, who continued to savor her meal, Kimo silently mused. Little girl, cease your feasting and come with me. I will. Before Kimo could finish his thought, Perona turned to him, her eyes glinting with coldness. Are you suggesting you intend to prevent me from enjoying my meal? Then I demand you kneel and apologize, Perona declared, her petite frame appearing insignificant before Kimo, yet she showed no sign of trepidation. Kimo laughed heartily, incredulous. Ha ha ha. Am I hearing correctly? You dare ask me to kneel? In this world, the only one who could compel me to kneel is Captain Kaido. Is that so? Perona's mood darkened as she regarded Kimo, her eyes flickering with murderous intent, a white orb of light pulsating in her hand. Summoning a ghost with a sausage-like mouth, the comically grotesque apparition elicited a laugh from Kimo. I never imagined you were a devil fruit user, yet what of it? You cannot inflict even the slightest harm upon me. As he spoke, Kimo patted his belly, exuding confidence. Yes, that's so. Negativity ghost. The white sausage-mouthed specter sped towards Kimo, who merely adopted a defensive stance, not even attempting to evade him. Perona's attack seemed like a child's play. Utterly inconsequential. However, in the next moment, something astonishing occurred. The ghost did not cause Kimo any physical harm, but as it passed through him, he collapsed to the ground as if struck by an unfathomable force. At that moment, the onlookers were petrified, staring in disbelief at the unfolding scene, unsure of how to react. The once indomitable rampaging bear, who had effortlessly slain Timo, was thus vanquished. They watched as Kimo knelt, muttering, I am truly weak, unworthy of existence in this world. I am truly weak, unworthy of existence in this world. Truly, she is a remarkable young woman, the companion of Prometheus. How deceptive appearances can be. So young, yet she has defeated Kimo. One wonders what her bounty might be. Upon hearing this, someone began to sift through the wanted posters, soon locating Perona's bounty, which revealed a mere 10 million berries. The crowd gasped in astonishment at this string of numbers, not because it was an excessive amount, but rather because it was shockingly low. After all, Kimo's bounty 3 years prior had been 890 million. And here was Kimo, once valued at 890 million, now bested by Perona, who had a bounty of only 10 million. How utterly inconceivable. Observing Kimo's despondent state, Perona's lips curled into a slight smile. Clearly pleased. It seems you have been diligently honing your abilities during this time. Roland, embodying Prometheus, nestled against Perona, relishing the overwhelming comfort, remarked to her. Perona subtly lifted her chin, responding, Naturally, ever since you entrusted me with the comprehensive guide to devil fruit abilities. I have practiced daily. I can now summon 1,000 negativity ghosts simultaneously for widespread assault. Roland, as Prometheus, found this revelation hard to digest. 1,000 negativity ghosts unleashed for a large-scale attack. Such an image is quite amusing to contemplate. Yet compared to the Perona of the original tale, your progress seems rather excessive. How lethargic were you, that after obtaining the fruit for so long, you could only summon 5 or 6 spirits? As Roland silently critiqued Perona in his mind, he suddenly sensed an unusual movement behind him. Perona, clearly aware of the disturbance, shifted her focus from her meal, turning to glance behind her. Kimo knelt, his muscles trembling, as if engaged in a fierce internal struggle, striving to break free from this state. Captain, rest assured, I utilized only 1 spirit, and the negativity ghosts remain unaffected. The negative state can reach its peak in an instant. Unlike summoning 1,000 spirits, which would significantly diminish the negative state. After hearing Perona's words, Roland felt his earlier excitement deflate. He had initially believed he possessed an absolute control that could serve as a formidable weapon, only to learn that this so-called weapon was a diminished version, effective for a fleeting moment. This left him at a loss for words. However, ideals may be grand, while reality is often stark. Even if Perona is confident in her abilities, there will always be those capable of circumventing such negative states. Usopp is one, and this individual before us is another. Enveloped by an overwhelming sense of negativity, Kimo found himself trapped. Aware that remaining in such a condition was perilously dangerous. Resolutely, Kimo steeled his resolve. His muscles began to bulge, hair visibly growing at an alarming rate, his sclera turning blood red, his pupils constricted, creating a terrifying visage. Not good. The rampaging bear is about to go berserk. It is said that when Kimo enters a rampage, his strength and regenerative abilities surge to unprecedented levels. However, in this frenzied state, anyone who lays eyes upon him is doomed. Today has been extraordinarily thrilling. Not only did we witness the brutal demise of the bar owner, but we also beheld the rampaging bear, and even Prometheus. I believe they shall forever remember this day. Yet, remembering is one thing, living to tell the tale is another. Now, they snapped back to reality, frantically pushing towards the exit. They needed to escape this pirate bar, fearing that the battle between the two might claim their lives. One misstep could seal their fates. They dared not take that gamble, for they too feared death. All the patrons were rushing towards the entrance of the pirate bar, which was rather small given the overwhelming crowd. This resulted in the majority being trapped at the door. Unable to escape the bar. Kimo's physique had doubled in size since before. His powerful, bear-like frame burst through the roof of the bar. Feeling the constricted space, Kimo began to wildly swing his razor-sharp claws, each measuring a meter in length, creating a gaping hole in the bar. Tragically, many were caught by his claws, meeting a gruesome end. Perona gently patted Rolling's head and inquired, "Captain, what on earth is happening with this fellow? How did he manage to break free from his negative state?" Perona expressed her dismay, having diligently trained her abilities during this time, putting forth her utmost effort to her astonishment. Even her full-powered negative spirit was insufficient to contain Kimo, leaving her to ponder whether her efforts had been in vain. Rolling yawned, slowly drifting out from Perona's embrace to meet her gaze, and explained, "He has not escaped your negative state. He is merely in a forced berserk state." Devoid of consciousness. He continued, "Would you care to try defeating him?" Upon hearing Rolling's suggestion, Perona quickly shook her head and waved her hand, saying, "Captain, let's not. He is merely a girl. We shouldn't treat her so harshly." Rarely hearing Perona act so coy, Rolling found it rather endearing. No worries. We have plenty of time. I will find you some equally matched opponents later. With that, Rolling's temperature began to rise, proclaiming, "Allow me to handle this." Flames began to encircle his body as he transformed into Prometheus. With an impressive mastery, Rolling's body was enveloped in the golden flames of the Golden Emperor's Inferno. In his berserk state, Kimo caught sight of Prometheus from the corner of his eye. His already foul-smelling mouth widened unconsciously, presenting an utterly disgusting sight. It was laughable how he boasted of his strength without properly honing his abilities. Ironically calling himself the Berserk Bear. It was no wonder that bears were often said to be foolish. I had my doubts before, but it seemed to hold a grain of truth now. Though Kimo did not comprehend Rolling's words in his frenzied state, the subconscious was undeniably present. His wrath surged within him, and his claws, now imbued with haki, lunged mercilessly at Prometheus. The air trembled with a whoosh, indicative of the ferocity behind the strike. Had it been anyone else, even with haki to defend, they would likely be shattered. Yet, he was up against Prometheus, the very being capable of defeating Big Mom. How audacious for Kaido's lackey to bark in my presence. Golden Emperor's Inferno. Great fireball technique. This time, Rolling unleashed not his usual high-temperature flames, but the extraordinary Golden Emperor's Inferno. The heat was beyond that of ordinary flames. As Rolling released the fireball, the surrounding temperature soared by several degrees, igniting the wooden tables and chairs around him. Aside from Perona, whom Rolling had deliberately shielded, not a single intact spot remained in the bar. A massive fireball, radiating golden heat, surged mercilessly towards Kimo. Upon contact with Kimo's claws, now coated in haki, the claws were instantly melted away. A searing pain surged through Kimo's brain. Yet in his berserk state, he was oblivious to his own cries of agony. How unpleasant, Rolling remarked as the fireball collided with Kimo's abdomen, creating a gaping wound, before the Golden Emperor's Inferno swiftly consumed him, leaving no trace behind. After devouring all nearby flames, Rolling let out a satisfied burp and addressed Perona. "Well, we need not pay now. Let us return to the ship for a nap. We should be able to leave this place in a day or two." Rolling lowered his temperature, allowing Perona to snuggle in his embrace. relishing the benefits available only in Prometheus's state. As they departed the wreckage of the bar together, the events that transpired here were known only to a few who managed to escape. Yet the current scene unmistakably indicated who the victor was. It was likely that Prometheus's bounty would rise once again in the near future. After spending 2 days on Gaia Island, Roland and Perona explored the modest island thoroughly. The current Gaia Island was far from its former glory, merely a small isle with little of interest, especially when compared to the Sabaody archipelago. Just as Roland's patience was wearing thin, contemplating using the carrier to take Perona ahead to Sky Island, Kulik found them. This afternoon around 3 o'clock, a massive updraft will occur, he began, but upon noticing Roland's hesitant demeanor, he asked, "What is it?" "It's just that this updraft is exceptionally powerful. Personally, I wouldn't mind riding it to Sky Island. But the danger is exceedingly high. That's inconsequential. Whatever the height, you merely need to guide us to the location when the time comes." Kulik attempted to persuade Roland, who, as Prometheus, was unyielding, vanishing from his sight with Perona. "Captain, must we really ride this updraft?" Perona felt accustomed to being in Roland's embrace in his Prometheus form. It was warm and comforting. "Do not worry. Should anything happen, I will use the carrier to bring you to Sky Island." "Then why not take me up directly, Captain?" Roland pondered whether he could confess to Perona that he simply didn't want to be mounted by a woman. Certainly, it was even less likely for a man. Perona stifled a giggle, having never witnessed such a reaction from Roland before, but she dismissed the thought. Soon, 3 o'clock arrived, and Roland and Perona piloted the ship, accompanied by 2 crew members, to the location designated by Kulik, who directed them from a distance using a telescope and a transponder snail. Roland harbored an uneasy premonition, likely stemming from the sea below. This should be quite the experience, he thought as he gazed skyward. Declaring, "Sky Island, here I come." On a distant small boat, Kulik peered through his telescope, furrowing his brow at the sea beneath the Saint Song pirates, feeling an unsettling sense of being watched. This was not a good omen. "How resilient is your pirate ship? Can it withstand a momentary burst of tremendous force?" "You need not elaborate. Simply inform me how long until the updraft arrives." Roland, eyes closed, nestled in Perona's embrace, spoke into the transponder snail. Observing Roland's impatient expression, Perona gently stroked him, saying, "Do not rush. I am not anxious," Roland countered, for he was not the type to lack patience. Just then, Kulik's voice resonated through the transponder snail. "It's coming soon. You must be prepared, understood." Kulik is indeed a figure of considerable responsibility, persistently emphasizing safety to Roland. This is precisely why, despite finding him exasperating at times, Roland refrained from taking action against him. The surface of the ocean began to froth, resembling water brought to a boil, and as the bubbles intensified, the sea itself started to surge. It seemed as though a chasm lay beneath the water, drawing all the seawater into its depths, forming a colossal vortex. The whirlpool appeared poised to engulf the pirate ship. However, Roland remained unperturbed, instructing the 2 crew members to continuously adjust the sails, ensuring that the ship could counterbalance the pull of the vortex, thus avoiding being pulled in within a short span of time. "Here it comes." The transponder snail imitated Kulik's voice, revealing that Kulik was evidently tense. Based on his experience, he recognized that this updraft was undoubtedly formidable, the most powerful he had ever encountered. It was possible that Prometheus and the others could meet with utter obliteration. A glint of excitement flashed in Roland's eyes as he soared from Perona's embrace. Observing the tumultuous waters until that moment when the sea erupted, a fierce updraft burst forth in an instant, propelling the pirate ship skyward. Perona and the 2 crew members clung tightly to sturdy objects around them, desperately trying to prevent themselves from being hurled off the ship. At that moment, the pirate ship ascended at a steep angle of 90 degrees towards the heavens. Below, the sea water surged forth, and if viewed from a different perspective, it would appear as if sailing normally. Yet now, the intense winds drowned out all sound, making it nearly impossible for anyone to hear. Once again, Roland felt the disillusionment of anime, marveling at how Nami had managed to navigate so skillfully. How could she have steered the ship safely to Sky Island? Was it truly due to her unparalleled sailing skills? It seemed that if given the chance, he must visit the 4 seas to witness the exceptional navigator Nami. Just as Roland pondered this, he spotted a colossal object plummeting from the sky. Was this vessel falling from the White Sea due to the updraft? In an instant, Roland's mind drew closer to the truth. The 2 crew members stared wide-eyed, shouting as if to dispel their fear, but the speed was overwhelming. and the wind's roar rendered their voices inaudible. Roland found solace in the quiet, while Perona, intrigued, gazed at him as if inquiring what he intended to do next. The sky, once dim from the updraft, grew even grayer. A massive ship descended from above. Its size estimated to be 4 times that of Roland's vessel. If the two were to collide, there was no question that Roland's pirate ship would be shattered to pieces, transformed into the form of Prometheus. Roland felt an immense surge of power. Only he could manage such a scene. Even Perona's ghostly bombs would likely be insufficient without hundreds of shots. By the time she fired 100, she would probably be out of luck. Fortunately, having dealt with the useless naval scum earlier, he was now imbued with karmic energy, amplifying the potency of his inferno of karma. Let me witness the true extent of the inferno of karma unleashed to its fullest. As the words left his lips, a tremendous surge of karmic energy ignited around him, flames radiating with overwhelming resentment, transforming into ghostly blue skeletons that wailed in the air. Perona's eyes lit up at this sight. She found the little skeletons utterly adorable. Unbeknownst to Roland, Perona's eyes sparkled with fascination as the flames coalesced before him. A blinding beam shot forth, and in an instant, a deafening roar surpassed the surrounding updraft. The fourfold larger ship was instantly obliterated by Roland's strike, its debris scattering through the air like salt flung into the wind. The 2 crew members' eyes sparkled with awe. They felt fortunate to be aligned with such a powerful captain. Surely, with a leader like Roland, they would enjoy a life of luxury and abundance. If only Prometheus's crew could be expanded, perhaps they could even aspire to become a squad leader themselves. At that moment, the wind no longer felt as fierce, its gusts no longer akin to knives against their skin, and the noise faded into a harmonious ambience. Yet, why did they see their bodies drifting further away? When they finally registered what was happening, they felt their eyelids grow heavy, so heavy that they could not keep them open. Gradually, they succumbed to darkness, their breaths fading away. The 2 crew members had no comprehension of how they had perished. Only Roland had perceived a hint of the truth. Perona, without a moment's hesitation, Roland soared towards Perona, manipulating his form to grow larger as he approached. Enlarged, Roland expanded his body to a size akin to the sun. Descending rapidly towards Perona, the shadow that had struck with such swiftness and force had shattered his ship, and that appendage, like a tail, had crushed the 2 crew members instantly. Perona, being closer to Roland, had narrowly escaped disaster. However, lacking the ability to use Jeppo, she found herself plummeting as the ship's supports vanished. Yet Perona felt no fear. She trusted that Roland would surely come to her aid. True to her belief, as she began to fall, Roland caught her securely in his Prometheus form. This was the first time Perona had been cradled by Roland in such a manner, surrounded by flames. She felt no harm. The sensation of being protected stirred something within her heart. With Perona nestled safely at the center of his form, Roland gazed solemnly at the dark shadow within the updraft. He recalled Winbulian Kulike's warning. This updraft was the most perilous in history. Coupled with his prior foreboding, it became evident that such a terrifying entity must be responsible for the danger of the updraft. Roland's brow furrowed as he regarded the shadow, a profound headache washing over him. Originally, he had delayed due to the ship and the 2 crew members, but he had never anticipated that it would be this updraft that would cost him his ship and the lives of his crew. Moreover, he surmised that those 2 had probably not even realized how they had met their end. If only he had been more vigilant, he would never have allowed this foe to prevail. Perona, I feel incredibly unfortunate, Roland lamented, addressing Perona who sat upon him, his expression tinged with resignation. Perona beamed, reclining against him, relishing the comfort of her position. She rolled over, exclaiming, "Captain, you're so comfortable." Roland, bemused by her remark, wondered if this was a matter of differing perspectives. Shouldn't a girl be screaming in fright at a time like this? Dismissing the thought, he refocused on the ominous shadow within the updraft. The shadow glided through the swirling currents, seemingly unfazed by the surging waters. Suddenly, its speed escalated dramatically, and a tail covered in black scale shot forth from the updraft, lunging towards Roland. I was merely careless earlier, allowing you to take advantage of me. Do you truly believe you can defeat me now? Facing the black tail, Roland remained unfazed, although he did not know the names of the 2 crew members. He would consider this a form of vengeance for them. So now, I bid you to perish right where you stand. Roland inhaled sharply, as a massive golden-red fireball surged towards the tail. Yet, the dark tail was swiftly retracted by the shadow. Seemingly sensing the imminent threat it posed, the fireball plummeted into the ascending currents of the ocean, generating a copious amount of steam. Even the formidable Jean D. Fontion, Yin could not withstand such a tremendous torrent. After all, once unleashed, the Huahuachio lacked the strength to sustain itself and was easily eroded by the seawater. The shadow utilized the rising currents as its fortress, intermittently lashing out with its tail, relentlessly assaulting Roland. Through these encounters, Roland discerned the true nature of the shadow. It was undeniably a dragon. At the very least, it was 10,000 meters long, its form concealed within the ascendant currents. Only faint traces of its silhouette were visible, yet this revelation profoundly astonished Roland. Ding! The system detected the host's shock at encountering the dragon among the Sea Kings and evaluated. A. Reward. Byakugan. The electronic voice resonated in Roland's mind, and he could hardly contain his desire to give a thumbs up to the system at this moment. He required a potent auxiliary skill, and the emergence of Byakugan provided him with a formidable reconnaissance tool. Currently, Roland was in his Prometheus form. Although he could unleash an unarmed flow, lacking the enhancement of the sword god bloodline, he could not sever the ascending water currents that spanned at least 7,000 meters. Truly, it was an awe-inspiring updraft, the most magnificent in history. With Byakugan now at his disposal, it meant that the dragon among the Sea Kings could no longer conceal itself. Roland slowly closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them wide. Byakugan. There were no grotesque veins around his eyes, only the white orb scanning his surroundings. With a 360 field of vision and formidable penetrating power, Roland's perspective was radically expanded. If the 10,000-meter Sea King were submerged in the ocean, it might pose some challenges, but within these rising currents, he wondered how it could possibly evade him. Bone Spirit, Cold Fire. Jin D. Fentian Yen. Two distinctly different flames coalesced on Roland's chest, fiercely repelling each other, refusing to merge. As if foreseeing this outcome, Roland diligently directed the explosion's range forward. Farewell, 1,000 miles away. Off you go. A wicked smile graced Roland's lips. As he envisioned the dragon's demise, a bloodthirsty glint flashing in his eyes. Hiss. An ethereal blue flame and a golden-red flame surged into the ascending currents of the ocean, this time, with Roland continuously supplying energy. Even the rising currents could not hinder the penetration of the two fiery beams. Hiss! The beams pierced through the chest of the dragon, and Roland heard its furious roar. The dragon's head erupted from the ever-rising water column, unleashing a torrent of water from its gaping maw. Like a high-pressure water gun, its penetrating power was formidable. Roland swiftly evaded the dragon's attack with a mid-air flip, his expression now grave. At that moment, Roland comprehended the vast disparity between the 10,000-meter Sea King and its 5,000-meter counterpart. The wounds inflicted by the beams, which he deemed enormous, were utterly insignificant in comparison to the dragon's colossal frame. The heavens darkened ominously, as if an invisible shroud enveloped Roland and the dragon. Undeterred by its misstrike, the dragon concealed itself once more within the ascending water column, as if to say, no matter. The journey is still long. This irked Roland greatly. Perona, though it poses some trouble, I truly wish to slay this Sea King. Perona glanced at Roland, then back at the dragon swimming through the current. Her curiosity piqued. Captain, its size is simply too immense. The wounds we inflicted are insufficient to severely harm it. Roland nodded in agreement. Indeed, I have only now realized how troublesome it is to confront a 10,000-meter Sea King. Simultaneously, he recognized the terrifying nature of the Sea Kings. If summoning such an extraordinarily rare 10,000-meter Sea King were so effortless, it seemed few could withstand the might of the Sea Kings. It was no wonder the three ancient weapons captivated so many. Their power was truly daunting. Even Roland himself could not help but feel envious. He and the 10,000-meter dragon were locked in a stalemate, fully aware that slaying such a creature was an exceedingly formidable task. Yet, despite this, Roland refused to relinquish his desire to vanquish it. This beast had not only destroyed his ship, but had also slain 2 of his crew members. As someone fiercely protective of his own, Roland adhered to a principle. Anyone under his command could only be harmed by him. Anyone else who dared to do so should be prepared for their own demise. One could only wonder how deeply the 2 deceased crew members would be moved if they knew Roland's sentiments. Perona, do you wish to experience true exhilaration? Upon hearing Roland's words, Perona eagerly nodded. Of course. I adore thrilling experiences, especially those that are new and unprecedented. Instinctively, Roland cast a glance at Perona, but upon seeing her innocent visage, he realized he might have misinterpreted her enthusiasm. A rare serious expression graced Roland's face. If that is the case, then what is about to transpire will undoubtedly be one of your most unforgettable experiences. As his words fell, Roland's aura soared to the heavens, flames enveloping him like a royal robe. Perona gazed at Roland in disbelief, feeling that at this moment, his Prometheus form was more striking than ever. The flames pulsated around them, wrapping Perona in Roland's fiery embrace. That Roland's form, bathed in flames, exuded warmth rather than searing heat, providing Perona with a comforting sensation, yet the exterior was cloaked in the terrifying LV.3 gene D. Yen. Roland had taken ample precautions for Perona's safety, yet it seemed he had overlooked the fact that, in such a state, she could see nothing. However, Roland no longer cared. The most potent surged around him as he charged toward the water column. The sky was ablaze with flames, creating a vista akin to crimson silk draped across the heavens. The red silk slowly entwined the rising water column, hissing as a cloud of steam spread across the sky. But that was not the end. Roland continued to push into the water column. Even as the seawater ascended, its temperature rising rapidly under his influence, burning heaven and boiling sea. At that moment, Roland truly resembled the sun, the flames coursing through him impervious to the encroaching seawater. Instead escalating in temperature. In mere moments, the surrounding waters began to bubble furiously. The dragon, agitated by the heat, glared at Roland with crimson eyes, its beastly gaze fixated on him, its tail lashing out while its jaws snapped in his direction. Regardless of its attempts, whether striking or biting, none could reach Roland. Conversely, the intense heat emanating from him caused the dragon's dark scales to shed, revealing the tender red flesh beneath. The blazing inferno enveloped Roland like an artist with a brush, painting the world in chaos, ravenously consuming everything in its path. The golden red flames, seemingly endowed with a consciousness of their own, began to coil around the dragon. If those wounds are too trivial for you, then let us cook you alive. Indeed, Roland intended to boil it, to thoroughly cook this 10,000-meter sea king. It was undeniably a mad endeavor, yet Roland was nothing if not audacious, and such actions were not surprising from him. The heavens served as his cage, the ever-rising seawater as his cooking medium, while Jean D. Yen provided the heat. Roland was resolute that he could not fail to cook it to death. If 1 hour was insufficient, then 2 hours would suffice. If 2 hours fell short, then 3 hours. Roland would ensure this adorable dragon learned that this world was anything but charming. Let them regret appearing before him and provoking his ire. Upon the vast expanse of the ocean, beneath the ominous predictions of Wimbulan Kulike, he narrowly evaded the overwhelming surge of an ascending current. This particular updraft far exceeded Wimbulan Kulike's own forecasts. With his head held high, he gazed at the ever-rising waters, utterly astounded by the spectacle before him. He hoped that they would safely reach Sky Island. With a sigh, Wimbulan Kulike steered his small vessel towards Gaia Island. After all, he had already received his payment, and he was a stranger to them. Even if he were to perish, he would not grieve, perhaps only lament briefly. However, in the next moment, Wimbulan Kulike beheld the sky seemingly enveloped in crimson silk, which slowly encircled the towering water column, as if intent on infiltrating it. What on earth was this? It was an unprecedented updraft. How could it possibly be intercepted? Although Wimbulan Kulike was unaware of the unfolding events, he understood that nothing could thwart the force of an updraft. After all, it embodied the power of the sea. Yet, not long after this thought crossed his mind, he felt as though his worldview was on the verge of collapse. The red silk actually severed the water column in half. Moreover, steam generated by the intense heat surged incessantly, obscuring Wimbulan Kulike's vision momentarily. How could this be possible? This was the most formidable updraft in history. And yet, it had been intercepted. Ding! The host's formidable prowess left Wimbulan Kulike utterly astonished. With the evaluation, SSS, reward, complete fusion technique. Ding! The previous incomplete fusion technique has automatically merged into the complete fusion technique. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Roland felt that it was better to arrive fortuitously than early at present. He was merely a spark away from ignition. Burn, my little universe, with a low roar from Roland. Blue silk emerged alongside the red, intertwining in a magnificent display, instantly expanding threefold. This blue silk represented the bone spirit cold fire, dense as clouds. It pressed firmly upon the ascending current, like a fiery cloud stretching for miles. Roland unleashed the full extent of Prometheus's power, his mental energy rapidly depleting. But what of it? Witnessing the anguished visage of the Dragon King of the Sea, Roland felt a surge of exhilaration. This was far from sufficient. Far from it. A hint of madness tinged Roland's tone as he resolved to add fuel to the fire. The infernal flames rekindled, skeletal figures reemerged, intertwining with the Golden Emperor's burning flame and the bone spirit cold fire. This was no longer a simple matter of 111. It was akin to 100, 100, 100. Each flame was unleashed with full power. Red flames consumed the clouds, the fiery atmosphere suffocating the air. This was the true essence of cooking the heavens and boiling the seas. As Roland's words echoed, the entire updraft erupted violently, crashing down to the sea's surface and unleashing towering waves. Now was the moment. Golden Emperor's burning flame, infernal heartfire, bone spirit cold fire, heed my command, great fusion technique. 10,000 flames burned the heavens. The massive form of the Dragon King of the Sea was laid bare to the air as the updraft detonated, its scales shedding in large patches due to the searing heat. With the ocean's obstruction removed, Roland ensured that the flames struck the Dragon King with maximum potency. His form began to contract. Gathering the power of three flames in unison, under the coordination of the great fusion technique, the three flames, though entirely dissimilar in nature, achieved a bizarre equilibrium, avoiding the catastrophic explosions of the past. Above, the Dragon King of the Sea plummeted downward, rendered immobile without the sea's support, becoming nothing more than a living target for Roland to dispatch. Farewell, may you meet your demise, as Roland's voice faded. The Dragon King's form was engulfed in flames. Observing the creature consumed by fire, Roland narrowed his eyes, contemplating deeply. This sea creature was exceedingly difficult to slay. Roland had nearly exhausted his trump cards. And it was only thanks to the serendipitous acquisition of the great fusion technique from Winbulang Kulike that he managed to vanquish this beast. Otherwise, he surmised that even if severely injured, it would have been impossible for him to kill it at 80 times. Luck can indeed be a form of strength. Gradually, Roland withdrew the flames, reverting to Prometheus's ordinary state, and released Perona once more. Perona, please disregard what I said earlier. After all, when I forgot to shield you within my body, you could see nothing. Roland's voice reached Perona's ears as he carried her, awash in sunlight. Perona's face radiated with joy. She shook her head gently, resting against Roland's side, saying, Captain, that is not so. Although I did not experience any thrilling events, I beheld breathtaking scenery. Upon hearing Perona's words, Roland followed her gaze into the distance, where a bridge adorned in 7 distinct hues arched above them, shimmering in the sunlight with a kaleidoscope of colors. Due to the abundance of water vapor suspended in the air, this rainbow bridge was truly unique. Even Roland beheld such a colossal rainbow for the first time. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. The earlier battle faded from Roland's mind as he was entranced by the beauty before him. Not just Roland and Perona, but everyone on Gaia Island and in the surrounding waters paused their activities, gazing skyward, eager to engrave this magnificent sight in their hearts. It was unclear how long Roland remained captivated by the enchanting vista before he finally regained his composure, softly remarking, Indeed, this view is truly exquisite. Perona lay languidly against Roland, savoring the moment's beauty alongside him. Suddenly, she realized that perhaps, aside from the eerie allure of ghostly entities, this breathtaking scene could evoke a sense of wonder within her. Captain, perhaps I have changed for you. With that, Perona closed her eyes. Roland softly called out to her, but Perona did not respond. Only her steady breathing acknowledged him. That it seemed that after the tension she had endured, she had finally relaxed and succumbed to sleep. Roland cast one last glance at the breathtaking scene, a characteristic mischievous smile returning to his face as he wrapped Perona snugly in his embrace to ensure her comfort. Then soared into the sky. Unshackled from the constraints of the pirate ship, Roland's speed reached its zenith. Sky Island loomed a staggering 10,000 meters above the Grand Line, where the air was extraordinarily thin. Ordinary individuals would struggle to endure such an environment, significantly diminishing their combat capabilities. Meanwhile, Roland, cradling the slumbering Perona, floated above the white ocean, gazing at the infinite horizon, his spirits buoyant, entirely unperturbed by the recent encounter. Just moments before entering Sky Island, he had been confronted by someone demanding 10 billion X, the currency of Sky Island, equivalent to 100,000 berries. Had Roland held the status of a vice admiral, he might have relented. But what was his current identity? He was a pirate, the captain of the Sacred Song Pirates. How could he possibly pay such an exorbitant sum without cause? Moreover, Roland was acutely aware of the hostility exhibited by the inhabitants of Sky Island towards those from the Grand Line. The indigenous people referred to Sky Island and the drifting Gaia Island as the Kingdom of the Gods. This divine realm operated under a unique legal system enforced nationwide during Inaru's reign, designed to easily label newcomers from the Grand Line as criminals, enticing them to commit offenses, serving as a warning to the denizens of the sky. The punitive measures were chilling. For instance, one could be subjected to the cloud floating flow for merely obstructing official duties. But what exactly was the cloud floating flow? To simplify, it amounts to binding individuals to a vessel and allowing it to drift upon the clouds of an island. At first glance, this may seem inconsequential. However, one must recognize that the White Sea is fraught with peril, inhabited by creatures known as cloud beasts, feared by the denizens of the Sky Islands. The ferocity of these beasts rivals that of the Sea Kings found in the Grand Line. And in terms of agility, they may even surpass them. Moreover, even without encountering a cloud beast, one would likely succumb to starvation. No, dehydration would claim them first. It is akin to a death sentence. Just moments ago, Roland inadvertently interfered with official matters, yet he remained unfazed. What could possibly take precedence over the enjoyment of the scenery? Time elapsed, and eventually, Perona stirred from her slumber upon Roland, awakening leisurely with a soft murmur. Her eyes fluttering open. "Captain, have we arrived at the Sky Island?" Roland nodded, responding, "Indeed, we have reached the Sky Island." Upon hearing his reply, Perona peered from the flames, surveying her surroundings. What met her gaze was an expanse of white, with undulating seas of clouds, a gentle breeze caressing the air, and the blazing sun radiating above. The sheer beauty of the scene caused Perona to part her lips slightly, as if taken aback. Roland and Perona drifted across the White Sea for quite some time, until a small island finally emerged in the distance. "Perona, let us make our way to the island." "Yes, Captain," Perona nodded, having adopted a more obedient demeanor, much to Roland's satisfaction. With Roland's swift navigation, they soon arrived at the island shore. As they set foot on the land, the melodious strains of a harp reached their ears. Following the sound, Roland beheld an angel with short, pale yellow hair styled into twin pigtails, sporting a pair of tiny wings, gracefully playing the harp by the water's edge. The ethereal music intertwined with her delicate fingers, weaving notes that danced along the coastline, soft, enchanting, and captivating. Perona's eyes sparkled with wonder, as if she had stumbled upon an extraordinary species, pointing at Cornus and exclaiming, "Captain, look, an angel! If there are angels, could there be succubi as well?" Indeed, Perona's thoughts gravitated toward the peculiar. "That is unlikely, Perona. Besides, I have no fondness for either succubi or angels. In truth, she is merely an inhabitant of the Sky Island," Roland replied, his tone tinged with exasperation, though his eyes revealed a tenderness that was unmistakable. Roland harbored a disdain for the Sky Islanders, who had usurped others' homes and looked down upon those from the Grand Line. Each one was imbued with an arrogant pride, akin to certain merfolk. And such entities filled Roland with loathing. Perona's voice effortlessly traversed the open coastline, reaching Cornus's ears. Cornus paused her playing, raising her gaze towards the source of the sound, which was positioned in the upper left of her vision. Suddenly, a creature resembling the sun descended slowly, carrying an exquisite maiden. Roland retracted his enlarged form, and Perona reluctantly dismounted, though her attention was swiftly captivated by Cornus, who she approached with a light jog. Observing Perona and the monstrous figure behind her advancing towards her, Cornus's already pallid complexion grew even more ashen. Perona was of little concern. Her focus was solely on Roland. As Cornus watched Roland draw near, her body trembled uncontrollably, and she tumbled from her seat, screaming in terror, "Kusa! Kusa! It's the monster Kusa!" Perhaps overwhelmed by sheer fright, Cornus inadvertently left a puddle of unknown liquid beneath her. This incited Roland's ire. Although he was in his Prometheus form, he had not anticipated evoking such dread. Frowning, he appeared before Cornus, demanding, "Monster? Who is the monster? Can you provide me with an answer? Otherwise, do you believe I will devour you?" He feigned opening his mouth wide. Cornus collapsed to the ground, her eyes fixated on the inferno within Roland's mouth, recalling a tale her father had shared in her youth. Fear surged within her, causing her to faint. Ding. Due to the host's terrifying visage, Cornus has been shocked into unconsciousness. Evaluation. SSS. Reward. A drop of the three-legged golden crow's lifeblood. The three-legged golden crow, known as the sunbird, is a legendary creature in mythology, and the mere drop of its lifeblood significantly increases the host's chances of acquiring true solar fire. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Roland felt a surge of excitement. After all, this was a divine bird from myth. How could he not be thrilled? Consequently, his gaze towards Cornus softened considerably. "I shall overlook your rudeness this time," Roland murmured, simultaneously instructing the system, immediately utilize the lifeblood of the three-legged golden crow. Ding. Initiating the use of the three-legged golden crow's lifeblood. merging with the host's Prometheus form. Ding. Merging in progress. 150999100. Merge successful. Ding. Congratulations. Host has awakened Solar True Fire LV.1. The Solar True Fire is extraordinary, unattainable in this world. Reigning supreme above all flames. Once true fire is unleashed, all other flames are deemed inferior, compelled to submit. The system's electronic voice resonated in Roland's mind, and soon thereafter, even more delightful news followed. Ding. Due to the Solar True Fire that is upgraded from LV.3 to LV.4, and Bone Spirit Cold Fire has ascended from LV.1 to LV.2. Ding. Due to the Solar True Fire, the host has acquired the Solar True Fire Sword Intent, which can be employed in various forms. A series of electronic notifications filled Roland's mind, causing his previously furrowed brow to relax, and his spirit soared, feeling the immense power coursing through his body. Roland's gaze towards Cornus became increasingly gentle. That I had intended to burn you alive, but now, I shall grant you a reprieve. Just as he contemplated this, Cornus gradually regained consciousness. She felt as though she had experienced an interminably long dream, filled with raging flames that painted the sky and land crimson, the searing heat inflicting unbearable anguish, reminiscent of a hellish landscape that replayed in her mind. Surrounding individuals were writhing in torment, while a creature above, cloaked in red, resembling the sun, laughed maniacally. This creature was the architect of Cornus's nightmarish vision, known among the Sky Islanders as Kusa. As Kusa charged toward her, Cornus jolted awake, terror propelling her upright from the ground. However, upon sitting, her gaze fell upon Roland once more. This time, she refrained from any drastic movements, trembling as she silently awaited Roland's decree. She understood that, against the legendary monster Kusa, resistance was futile. Roland, in an exceptionally buoyant mood, recognized the value of the Solar True Fire. Dismissing Cornus's earlier ill-mannered behavior, he regarded her with keen interest, teasing, "Do you not find this uncomfortable?" Cornus, understanding the implication behind his words, naturally recognized the answer. "Is this feeling even worth mentioning? Of course, it is uncomfortable." With this thought, she subtly nodded. "Then let us return home. In such circumstances, it would be quite embarrassing if someone familiar were to witness us." Roland concluded, addressing Perona. "Perona, take the harp. We shall visit her home for a while. Additionally, I wish to inquire about certain matters." Upon hearing Roland's words, Cornus's pupils constricted as she hastily shook her head, saying, "Lord Kusa, if you wish to consume me, then let it be just me." Before she could finish her sentence, Roland interjected, "Wait a moment. Why do you call me Kusa? Have you mistaken me for someone else?" It seemed Roland had unearthed the root of Cornus's fear. Cornus, taken aback by his query, wore an expression of confusion, yet out of respect for Roland's authority, she replied, "Are you not the legendary Lord Kusa?" "Kusa, my apologies, but I have never heard of such a name. This is my first visit to the Sky Island." Although uncertain whether Roland was deceiving her, Conies instinctively let out a sigh of relief. Roland exhaled heavily. He was not entirely unreasonable, stating, "I won't harm you. Even if I were to, it would repulse me. Instead, I suggest you hasten back and tidy up." Conies fixed her gaze upon Roland and, ultimately, nodded in agreement. She rose from the ground and jogged towards her home, with Roland and Perona trailing behind, until they arrived at Conies' residence. Conies' home, though modest in size, exuded a warm and inviting atmosphere. Every little item meticulously arranged without a speck of dust, showcasing her commendable housekeeping skills. Upon entering her abode, the first thing Conies did was rush into the bathroom to cleanse herself of the grime. The floating island, suspended in the sky, boasted an abundance of water resources. The water cascaded over her. Conies' previously fearful heart gradually found tranquility, only to realize she had forgotten something essential. Warm water dripped down her curves, pooling at her feet, and she stared blankly at the flowing liquid, silently lamenting her earlier carelessness. In her haste to reach the bathroom, she had neglected to grab any clothing. Surely, she couldn't emerge clad in her soiled undergarments. That would render her washing futile. However, with Roland and Perona in the living room, she couldn't simply walk out to retrieve them. That would indeed be quite a predicament. But wasn't there another girl present? Being of the same gender, it should be acceptable. With that thought, Conies' eyes brightened, and she slightly opened the bathroom door, calling out, Perona, could you please fetch me a set of clothes from my room? I've forgotten to take any if her memory served her correctly. The young lady's name was indeed Perona, as Roland had just referred to her. Perona, who had been curiously observing the living room, glanced at Roland upon hearing Conies' voice. After receiving a nod from him, she made her way to one of the rooms. The reason she was certain it was Koni's room was the pink musical note stickers adorning the door. Entering Koni's chamber, Perona casually opened the wardrobe, her face lit with an enigmatic smile as she bent down and selected 2 pristine white garments before heading back to the bathroom, with a mischievous grin. Perona lightly knocked on the bathroom door. Koni's opened a small gap, and Perona placed the 2 white garments into her hands before dashing back to the living room. Roland, noticing the smile on Perona's face, felt a tinge of curiosity. That aren't you just delivering clothes? What on earth has transpired to make you so cheerful? At Roland's inquiry, Perona merely shook her head with a smile, taking a seat beside him and gently embracing him. Reacquainted with the overwhelming sense of happiness, what more could Roland possibly say? In stark contrast to the tranquility of the living room, Koni's felt an immense pressure in the bathroom. The moment she received the garments, Koni's found them peculiarly light. However, when she opened her hands to reveal the serene white clothing lying within, her heart plummeted. That rascal. Koni's could already envision the mischievous grin Perona had worn while searching for her clothes. With no other option, Koni's called out Perona's name several times from the bathroom, but her pleas went unanswered. As for Roland, he had no intention of intervening to uncover the situation. He trusted Perona to make her own judgments. If she chose not to act upon hearing Koni's request, there must have been a reason behind it. After calling out for Perona once more and seeing no sign of her approaching, Koni sighed. At least it's a piece of clothing. I can always hurry back to my room and change later. With that thought, Koni bit her lower lip. After changing, she would open the bathroom door, step out, and hurry back to her room to don something more appropriate, disregarding the gazes of Perona and Roland in the living room. However, Roland was oblivious to Koni's intentions and called out to her. "Stop! Where do you think you're going?" Koni's body jolted at his voice, and she instinctively replied, "I plan to go back and change into another outfit. This one is too what outfit? Didn't they say girls take their time changing clothes? I don't have the luxury of wasting time here. I have many questions to ask you. Now, sit down immediately." Though Roland had forgiven Koni's prior rudeness, it did not imply that she could squander his time at her whim. The tension emanating from him chilled the room by at least 5 degrees. Clad in thin attire, Koni's instinctively shivered. Yet Roland showed no concern. She was not his responsibility, after all, under the mounting fear. Koni's did her utmost to appear composed in her seat. The flush of embarrassment spread across her face, perhaps intensified by the fact that she had just bathed. They say that a girl emerging from the water is the most beautiful. Roland regarded Koni's with an appreciative gaze and inquired, "You previously called me Kasasu. What exactly is Kasasu?" With her head bowed, Koni's dared not meet Roland's or Perona's eyes. Kasasu was a malevolent legend known to nearly every inhabitant of the floating island. It was said that Kasasu resembled the sun, his body engulfed in flames, reveling in the destruction of all things beautiful and delighting in devouring humans. Stealing a glance at Roland, Koni's was relieved to see no trace of anger on his face, prompting her to continue. "He is an exceedingly loathsome and terrifying creature." After a long moment of contemplation, Roland replied, "So, this is why you called me Kasasu upon seeing me." Koni's nodded, explaining, "On the floating island, whenever a child cried, parents would warn them that if they continued, Kasasu would come and eat them, and we would cease our tears." Roland pondered the gravity of this statement, realizing it had effectively served to silence children. He had not anticipated hearing such a tale upon arriving at the floating island. This was a narrative absent from the original story he was familiar with prior to his arrival. As if recalling something, Koni's added, "On the floating island, Kasasu also embodies the sun. Do you despise the sun?" Roland inquired, perplexed. Living on the floating island, closer to the sun than the Grand Line, why would they harbor such disdain? After a moment's thought, Koni's responded, "It's not so much hatred as it is indifference. We certainly do not favor it, given that Kasasu's image is synonymous with the sun." Upon hearing Koni's words, Roland felt a sense of unease. Suddenly, he recalled the individual who had confronted him earlier. Why had that person displayed no fear? Did he truly have no knowledge of Kasasu's infamous reputation? Yet that made little sense, as Koni's had just stated that nearly all islanders were familiar with the legend, which had left many childhood scars. A thought took shape in Roland's mind. He turned to Koni's and asked, "Is the inspector from outside the realm of the gods an inhabitant of the floating island?" At Roland's question, Koni's expression shifted, as if she had recalled something ominous. He is not from the floating island. He is from the blue sea. I cannot say more, or I will perish." Koni's curled into a ball. Seeking solace in her own embrace, Observing her state, Roland's suspicions were further confirmed. Perona, it seems our timing here is rather fortuitous. Captain, what are you speaking of? I don't quite understand. Having not responded to Perona's words, Roland turned to Cornus and said, let me guess why you dare not continue speaking. Is it because not long ago, a self-proclaimed god emerged, vanquished your leader Gafor, and then instituted a monarchy? Anyone who opposed him was ruthlessly executed by his thunderous decree, coupled with his mind network, which enables him to monitor the activities of everyone on the island. It is no wonder you are hesitant to speak. Cornus's cherry lips parted slightly, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at Roland, as if inquiring how he knew such things. Although she did not comprehend the chaotic abilities he mentioned, she understood that, as Roland had stated, even uttering a quiet insult against that tyrannical god could result in being struck down by a sudden bolt from the sky. Her father had been mercilessly executed before her eyes for this very reason, which explained her reluctance to voice her thoughts. Suddenly, a realization struck Cornus. Her eyes widened with boundless fear as she trembled and pointed shakily at Roland. Stuttering, you must be Kusa, right? Kusa possesses the ability to know everything. Roland looked at Cornus in exasperation, thinking he had managed to shed the label of Kusa in her mind, only to find that his previous display of bravado had frightened the timid Cornus once more. Yes, you are correct. Since you have uncovered my true identity, I implore you to cooperate with me. Whatever I ask, you must answer sincerely. Can you manage that? Cornus nodded rapidly, appearing quite serious, though to Roland, it seemed somewhat absurd. Stifling a laugh, he rolled his eyes and asked, where on the Sky Island can one find shells? Where do the Sandian people currently reside? What is the location of your sacred site, Sandora? Roland inquired about numerous topics he was unfamiliar with. And in doing so, he learned many intriguing tidbits. For instance, the conflict between the Sandian people and the Sky Islanders was not merely due to the latter's occupation of their homeland, but also stemmed from differing beliefs. The Sandian people held a profound reverence for the sun, viewing it as sacred, selflessly bestowing warmth upon all. Conversely, the Sky Islanders, influenced by Kusa, had little regard for the sun, with some deranged individuals even expressing a desire to obliterate it. However, Roland, drawing from his memories, began to comprehend why the Sky Islanders harbored malevolent legends centered around the sun that, if memory served him correctly, a certain comics cover page indicated that most residents of Angel Island were descendants of lunar people. Having descended to Blue Planet due to a lack of resources, Roland also knew that Enel intended to use the Arc Maxim to travel to the Infinite Land, or the Moon, had he not confirmed his presence in the Pirate King's world. He might have believed he had stumbled into the realm of Naruto.as for notions of the Moon and the Infinite Land. Roland dismissed them as mere fantasies, perhaps distorted legends of the Sky Islanders. Meanwhile, on the other side, Enel sat regally upon his throne, supporting his face with one hand as he reclined in slumber, only to be interrupted by an individual. This individual was the prosecutor from outside the Kingdom of God, who, upon witnessing Roland disregard him and dash past, hurried to find Enel. In front of Enel, he lamented, my lord, we have intruders." Awakened from his slumber, Enel opened his eyes to regard the kneeling figure before him. "Oh, intruders? This must be my first encounter with an invader since arriving here, correct?" "Indeed, my lord. They hail from the blue sea. Mere lowly beings. They are insulting the radiance of the divine." This prosecutor, also a native of the blue sea, had clearly forsaken his origins, dignity, and everything else in his pursuit of wealth and power. Observing the kneeling blue sea man, Enel scrutinized him with his elongated gaze. "Describe their characteristics to me, my lord." "I remember the appearance of the intruder quite vividly. He appeared as a red fireball, resembling the sun, and he was accompanied by a figure who seemed to be a woman. As the prosecutor spoke, Enel's brow furrowed deeply. He murmured softly, "Kusa, my lord, what did you say? I didn't catch that." "Nothing of consequence. I appreciate your efforts." "Not at all, my lord, you were too." Before he could finish his sentence, a bolt of blue lightning flashed, and the prosecutor was rendered breathless. "But I no longer require your services. I shall show no mercy to one who has forsaken his homeland." Rising from his throne, Enel donned a white headscarf, with long earlobes adorned with earrings, his upper body bare, a thunder drum affixed to his back, golden rings on his fingers, and a golden staff in hand. He wore lantern pants and was barefoot. With rings on his toes, he gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, arms outstretched as if embracing the land. This nation rooted in the sky, its very foundation a violation of nature. Earth belongs to the earth, people to the people, and gods to the gods. Each has their rightful place to return. I shall pull everyone from this aerial realm back to the ground, for that is the natural order. Then I shall pilot the Ark Maxim back to the infinite land above, for only there lies the world of my dreams. Pausing momentarily, he added, even if Kusa appears, what of it? I am a god. A true god. As Enel's voice resonated, the previously boundless sky was suddenly shrouded in dark clouds, thunder rumbling ominously. The mind network combined with electrical waves rendered Enel akin to an all-knowing deity. Probing the entirety of the island, before long he located Kusa, who had transformed into the form of Prometheus, Roland. In a flash, Enel darted towards Roland, not intending to notify the priests. Not only might they be frightened into submission upon hearing Kusa's name, but Enel, being exceedingly arrogant, yearned to duel the legendary Kusa to determine who was truly stronger at its last. Roland had finished asking all his questions and released Cornus back to her room. Upon receiving Roland's permission, Cornus dashed towards her room and slammed the door shut. Roland and Perona exchanged knowing smiles, but in the next instant, a thick blanket of thunderclouds descended upon them. The sky split open with countless rifts, each one releasing bolts of blue lightning. The clouds grew heavier, blinding flashes of lightning threatening to tear apart the sky as heavy veil, filling the air with palpable tension. Even Perona sensed something strange. Captain, has something happened? Roland nodded, soaring from Perona's embrace. Indeed, we are being targeted by someone who claims to be a god. Ensure Cornus's safety, she has shared so much with us. Perona rose from the sofa, bypassing the door and entering without knocking in a fleeting glance. Roland felt as though he had glimpsed something he ought not to have seen. Suppressing extraneous thoughts, he exited the room and ascended slowly. Gazing at the oppressive thunderclouds, he declared, no need to hide. Does a god truly fear me? With a resounding boom, as Roland's words echoed, a lightning bolt, thick as a barrel, struck the ground before him. Roland showed no inclination to evade. Watching as Enel emerged from the lightning, Roland raised an eyebrow and remarked, indeed, you are a god, and quite unique at that. Enel lifted his head proudly, proclaiming, are you the legendary Kusa? Kusa? Yes, I am indeed the legendary Kusa. Roland exhibited no trace of hesitation. It was evident that this legend was tailored for him, and why not seize the opportunity? After all, this identity bore no obligation to embody virtue. Was he to fear a mere whisper of infamy? Upon hearing Roland boldly accept the name of Kusa, Inaru, who was initially brimming with arrogance, felt a twinge of anxiety. Born in Burka, an aerial island similarly steeped in tales of Kusa's notoriety, he had heard numerous accounts of the ruthless and invincible figure, capable of knowing all. Yet, he mused, what of it? He was a god, after all. Yahahaha, Kusa, I hold you in high regard. I offer you a chance to serve as my subordinate, Iner proclaimed, brandishing his lightning staff and gesturing towards Roland's form. His body crackled with faint blue lightning, gradually ascending into the air. Once he reached a certain altitude, Inaru gazed down upon Roland with a lofty disdain. Ha! Is this how gods carry themselves? Allow me to extend an invitation for you to become my lapdog. I wonder if you would be inclined to accept. And should you refuse, I shall take your life. Roland sensed a kindred spirit in Inaru. Hence, he anticipated that Inaru would never submit to him. As expected, when Roland uttered this sentiment, a flicker of boundless hatred crossed Inaru's eyes, as memories of the past surged forth. In those days, Burka had not yet succumbed to his wrath. He was merely a child without parents, subjected to ridicule by the children of the streets. Those children viewed him as nothing more than a plaything, a pawn to be discarded at will. Their fate, however, was sealed, consumed by the Thunderford-powered Inaru. They were all slaughtered, along with the entirety of Burka, erased from the map of the aerial islands. Now, Roland sought to make him a mere servant. Empowered, Inaru made his choice once more, to slay him. Even if he were the legendary Kusa? It has been far too long since I have heard such brazen words. You truly amuse me to tears. Inaru laughed exaggeratedly, straining to suppress his amusement. Roland regarded Inaru as one might a jester, and with a knowing tone, replied, indeed, I share your sentiment. It seems I have not encountered such audacity in ages. However, do you not realize, your laughter is rather unappealing? Resembling that of a clown, yet unlike a clown, you invoke disgust instead of joy. Inaru's mirth faded. His eyes turned cold as he glared at Roland. Kusa, you blaspheme the divine and obstruct my duties. I hereby pronounce your death sentence. Death sentence? I shall see who can bring me down. With that, Roland chose not to waste further words. Understanding that Inaru was beyond his manipulation, he resolved to eliminate him. To avoid future complications, after all, Roland detested inconvenience above all else. The atmosphere around them intensified as both Roland and Eneru's auras surged. The storm clouds behind Eneru seemed to embody his fury. Roaring as though to rend the heavens asunder, Raijin. Eneru's wrist transformed into a linear bolt of lightning, hurtling towards Roland. Great fireball technique. Roland unleashed a colossal fireball in response. The initial clash served as a mere test. The lightning of Raijin pierced the fireball, yet the flames clung to the lightning, eroding it entirely that a fierce wind erupted, whipping the white sea into tumultuous waves. From the sky, one could vaguely discern the presence of numerous cloud beasts, each boasting a length of approximately 2,000 meters, relatively diminutive by comparison. Your power truly this feeble? A god? How laughable. Perhaps you've confused your title with that of a ruler from the realm of deities. Roland's biting words provoked a frown upon Eneru's brow. Clenching his fists, he once more aimed his lightning staff at Roland, retorting, "That is precisely what I wish to convey, despite being a purported embodiment of evil. You are surprisingly weak. It seems legends are often exaggerated. Very well, let me demonstrate my true power. As you wish, I shall reveal my strength." No sooner had the words escaped his lips than the two figures vanished from sight. Roland's form expanded with the wind. Giant form. Bone Spirit Cold Fire. Great fireball technique. Utilizing the Bone Spirit Cold Fire as a conduit, Roland expelled a ghostly blue fireball towards Eneru. The moment it was unleashed, Eneru sensed an anomaly. Employing his observation haki to focus on Roland's movements, he anticipated the trajectory of the fireball and swiftly dodged to the side. Even as he regained his stance, Eneru struck the taiko on his right shoulder, manifesting lightning from the drum, which took the shape of a phoenix-like lightning bird, speeding toward Roland in an attempt to catch him off guard. Roland dismissed this minor attack, embodying Prometheus, relying on sheer force rather than finesse. Brute strength shall prevail. After all, few things could inflict harm upon Prometheus. Based on his recollections, Roland knew that Eneru lacked the mastery of armament haki and conqueror's haki. He had only honed his observation haki to a considerable degree, and even that was achieved through the fusion with his fruit ability, rendering him incapable of predicting subconscious assaults. He focused solely on the development of his abilities, neglecting physical trainings, which left Eneru's fundamental stamina woefully inadequate. Observe, save for his height and fruit abilities, which were at a premium, the rest of his capabilities held no interest for Roland. Thus, from the outset, the victor of this battle was already apparent. The duration of the skirmish was merely dictated by Roland's inclination. Should Eneru fail to engage Roland's interest, that moment would mark his demise. The 30 million volts of the lightning bird surged through Roland's form, causing no damage whatsoever. This revelation tightened Eneru's chest. Indeed, was this the legendary Kusa? His skill had simply passed through, striking Angel Island and leaving a charred expanse in its wake. Unwilling to concede, Eneru sought confirmation. Thus, he struck the taiko on his left shoulder, summoning lightning once more, this time conjuring a wolf-like lightning beast that sped towards Roland, crackling with energy reminiscent of Kakashi's Chidori. Surely, Chidori produced a similar sound. With Eneru's latest assault, the sky erupted with a thunderous roar, as if the heavens themselves were rallying to his aid. Having just unleashed the 30 million volts of the lightning beast, Eneru immediately struck both shoulders of the taiko with his staff, summoning forth a colossal lightning dragon. The lightning beast and dragon intertwined, racing toward Roland in the blink of an eye. Yet, Roland remained unfazed by Eneru's dual attacks, yawning as they passed harmlessly through him. Before inhaling deeply, Golden Emperor's Inferno, great fireball technique. No longer employing the LV.2 Bone Spirit Cold Fire, he opted for the LV.4 Golden Emperor's Inferno. The disparity in levels became starkly evident. A merciless fireball, approximately 500 meters in radius, hurtled towards Eneru's speed, is unmatched. Although Eneru realized his attacks would not reach Roland, he remained unperturbed, confident in his own swiftness. What he did not know was that Roland had long anticipated Eneru's movements through his observation haki. The fireball soaring through the sky suddenly detonated, a phenomenon Roland dubbed meteoric firestorm. The firestorm erupted like fireworks, radiating brilliance, as clusters of flames surged outward at an even greater velocity. As Eneru came to a halt, his expression shifted dramatically. He recognized that the flames were not the ordinary red but rather a blend of red and gold, interspersed with black, the hue of armament haki. Although Enel was unaware of the concept of haki, he felt an overwhelming sense of threat emanating from the fiery sphere. Lightning flashed. Enel silently chanted in his heart. His speed surged dramatically as he vanished from his spot, narrowly evading the assault of the blazing meteor shower. However, the very next moment, he was struck by the metallic taste of blood filling his mouth. As crimson fluid trickled from the corner of his lips, the flames of wrath burned within him. Laser beam. Accompanied by Roland's murmurs, a beam of light pierced through Enel's abdomen. That moment, the fireballs in the sky began to descend, resembling a meteor shower. The deep red hue mirrored the blood that stained Enel's lips. How could this be? How could it be possible? Nothing is impossible. There are countless impossibilities. Do you intend to test each one? Enough of this childish banter. After all, playing house forever loses its charm. Roland ascended to the same height as Enel, gazing into his eyes, and added, "Your world is simply too small." Enel slightly bent forward, his fists clenched tightly, as thunder rumbled through the sky. Echoing his tumultuous emotions, he gritted his teeth, disregarding the blood in his mouth, and declared, "Am I merely a child playing house in your eyes? Is that not the case?" Roland tilted his head, seemingly perplexed as to why Enel was so affected by his words. "Damn it, Kuza! You shall perish. 200 million volts. God of thunder!" Enel roared, his face flushed with rage, as he unleashed all the lightning from his body, enveloping himself in a storm of electricity, transforming into a colossal figure of the thunder god. The towering deity stood upon the sea of clouds, crowned with storm clouds that resembled flowing hair, while countless cloud beasts suffered in the tumultuous skies. Embracing his immense power, Enel's voice resonated from the thunder god. "Now, I shall make you feel what divine power truly is." The blue thunder god shot into the heavens, his massive hand descending mercilessly under Enel's command. Roland smirked slightly, remarking, "Now that feels more fitting. By the way, where's your arc maxim? If I recall correctly, you possess some abilities that can only be unleashed through it. Have you come too hastily to activate it?" Enel was taken aback by Roland's words. As they rang true, he had believed that with his strength, he could easily defeat the legendary evil, Kuza, but he never anticipated that he would be unable to land a single blow. Although Enel understood Kuza's omniscience, he could not suppress his astonishment. Due to the host's formidable strength in words, Enel felt a profound shock. Receiving a rating of SSS and obtaining a transformation cube. The transformation cube can alter anything into the form desired by the host. Note: the transformation peak is at the highest level of the current era. Exceeding this level will render the cube ineffective and unusable thereafter. Roland scoffed. Is this truly worthy of an SSS rating? What use is it in the world of pirates? Its utility is for the host to discern. After delivering this statement, the system submerged into silence. Roland refrained from asking further questions and turned to Enel, stating, "Despite possessing strength far superior to Koni's, the results you produce are significantly inferior. Thus, it is evident that you are a burdensome existence, and as for burdensome beings, my usual course of action is to eradicate them." Without a trace, as the massive hand descended upon him, Roland's aura surged once more. His presence was akin to an unfathomable abyss, limitless and boundless. Intense heat radiated from him, the storm clouds dissipating into hues of gold and crimson. At this moment, the battlefield was split in two. One half basked in a golden-red sky, sunlight streaming through, while the other half was engulfed in roiling storm clouds, reminiscent of howling thunder dragons. The two stood in opposition. The extraordinary phenomena birthed from their clash captivating countless onlookers, including the Shandians, who gazed skyward in awe at the golden sun and storm clouds, their hearts trembling with astonishment. Who was challenging the newly ascended deity? Such power is truly terrifying. Perhaps only the legendary sun god possesses the ability to alter day into night. As previously mentioned, the Shandians held the sun in high regard, believing that all things in this world were bestowed upon them by it, thus offering the utmost reverence to the sun. Long live the sun! All the members of the Shandian tribe gathered, kneeling in unison toward Roland, their hands raised high as if to offer their unwavering loyalty and faith to him. However, Roland remained oblivious to the actions of the Shandians, as he intended to experiment with the power of the true sunfire on Enel. Zhurong, as the southern clouds drift, the fierce sun scorches the earth, leaving devastation in its wake. I transform into the blazing embodiment of the sun, incinerating all under heaven. This is the Red Emperor Zhurong. As his words fell, Roland's form began to shift, the intense heat scorching the air around him. As flames coalesced into a robust figure, crimson flames danced above his head like hair fluttering in the wind, his eyes ablaze with fire, as raging flames engulfed his upper body, revealing sculpted abs and a formidable set of armor on his lower half. Exuding a regal and powerful aura, his body ablaze with fire, With every movement, he radiated immense destructive power as Roland harnessed the abilities of Prometheus, transforming himself into the Red Emperor Zhu Rong. At that moment, the Shandians, kneeling in the distance, were moved to tears, murmuring, "The sun has come to save us. The sun has come to rescue us." The Shandians widened their eyes in disbelief as they witnessed Roland effortlessly intercepting Enel's Thunder God hand. Upon contact, the true Sunfire clung to it, relentlessly consuming and incinerating Enel's lightning. With a surge of strength, Roland crushed it. Boom! With a resounding crash, Enel's Thunder God was forced back several steps, and at that moment, he felt the stirrings of retreat. Yet, Roland would not allow him to escape his sight so easily. How pathetic, to flee when faced with defeat. Do you truly believe it would be so simple? Roland had no intention of letting Enel escape. Although Enel had aged and his malleability had diminished, his fruit powers were still capable of vexing Roland. Therefore, Roland was resolute in preventing Enel from fleeing. With the form of the Red Emperor Zhu Rong under his control, Roland extended his hands forward, flames coalescing into a sword resembling a blazing blade. True Sunfire, unleash your power. The essence of the true Sunfire enveloped the flaming longsword as Roland raised it high. Locking onto Enel with unwavering focus, leaving him no avenue of escape, transformed into the Red Emperor, wielding the longsword, the true Sunfire coiled around him like a serpent, cloaked in dense black hockey. Roland's hockey had reached LV 5, and its high density and intensity ensured that even when affixed to his sword aura, its potency would not wane in the slightest. Raising the longsword high, Roland cleaved downward with tremendous force. A tempest accompanying his strike as it barreled toward Enel. The unparalleled heat of the sword aura caused Enel's expression to shift. He yearned to assume his Thunder God form, yet his instincts warned him that no matter what he did, he could not escape Roland's impending attack. As he beheld the looming sword aura, Enel slowly closed his eyes, murmuring, "Is this the power possessed by the legendary monster? Is this truly the essence of divinity? No, I refuse to accept this. If I must die, I shall fight until the end. Even in death, I will take him with me." Enel steeled himself, forcibly summoning more lightning, draining his vitality as he felt his body grow unbearably heavy. Every movement relying solely on his current willpower. The arm that had been crushed earlier reformed, and from an external perspective, this iteration of the Thunder God appeared even more solidified than before. "Kuza, you shall perish." Enel's body was enveloped in thunder, his staff of lightning swirling incessantly in his grasp, as torrents of electricity coalesced within the hands of the Thunder God, under the watchful gaze of Roland. A long staff, akin to the one wielded by Enel, materialized in the Thunder God's hand. With a flourish, the staff crackled with lightning, descending upon the oncoming sword energy with ferocity. In the next moment, a deafening explosion reverberated through the air, echoing clearly to every inhabitant of the Sky Island. The Shandians gazed upwards, transfixed by this awe-inspiring spectacle, rendered speechless. Not far away, Gaufor, sensing the disturbance, ascended into the skies atop his steed. From a distance, his previously unseeing eyes widened in astonishment. Could there truly be deities in this world? Were the legends and myths indeed real? In her chamber, Cornus gaped in disbelief at the celestial events unfolding above. The howling winds battered against her window, producing a booming sound that filled her with trepidation, fearing that the gusts might shatter the glass. Thankfully, under Roland's instinctive protection, Cornus remained unscathed, especially with Perona by her side, allowing Roland to breathe a sigh of relief. Was this truly the power of the infamous Kumas? It was utterly terrifying. Cornus, unable to contain her thoughts, voiced her fears. In that instant, she realized Perona was beside her, hastily covering her mouth and glancing in Perona's direction. Meanwhile, Perona's eyes sparkled like stars, gleaming as she gazed adoringly at Roland, transformed into the Crimson Emperor. Lost in her thoughts, perhaps overwhelmed with excitement, her cheeks flushed with color. The sword intent, enveloped in the sun's true fire, cleaved through the long staff conjured by Enel, crashing violently against his chest. Gritting his teeth, Enel's mouth filled with blood, his eyes reddened with fury. He abandoned the Thunder God persona and surged forth as a bolt of lightning toward Roland. At that moment, Enel's body was already on the brink of exhaustion, with only his indomitable willpower urging him onward. This world ought to be annihilated. Only the infinite earth is eternal. Kumas, it is not I who is at fault. But this world, a fierce expression contorted Enel's features, revealing the deep-seated resentment he harbored toward existence itself. It was no wonder. Born in Burka, devoid of parents or family, he had merely survived in a harsh reality. Subjected to cruelty since he could remember, were Roland in his place, he might have acted even more ruthlessly. But that remains a mere hypothetical. Blaming the world for one's own failings is a coward's folly. Roland shouted in response, and in an instant, the Crimson Emperor vanished from the sky, re-emerging in his Prometheus form, surrounded by a swarm of skulls. The flames of vengeance raged within him. Electric discharge, max, 200 million volts. In that fleeting moment, the world seemed to fall into an uncanny silence, with brilliance flooding the eyes of all. Time appeared to stand still. The ominous clouds dissipated. The thunder ceased, leaving only sunlight cascading from above. It fell upon the tumultuous white sea, grazed the sky island, and touched the hearts of the people, rekindling hope in those who had long been despondent. Huzzah! It was magnificent. Enel had been vanquished. The sky island had finally been liberated. There was no longer a need for fear and trepidation. Life could finally begin anew. Above, Enel's form was consumed by the flames of vengeance, nurturing Roland's power. In contrast, Roland remained unscathed. The max, 200 million volts that had struck him had wrought no harm. Despite being a potent energy attack, he had deftly evaded any damage. Following Enel's demise, smiles adorned the faces of the island's inhabitants, radiating sheer joy. Even though Enel had only recently assumed power, he had already earned the reputation of a tyrant among the people. This sentiment resonated within both the Sky Islanders and the Shandians alike. The previous assault had been rather impressive. At the very least, it had elicited a slight discomfort, though nothing more. Roland's words floated into Enel's ears, who had initially intended to resist the encroaching flames, but his eyes gradually dimmed. With Enel dealt with, Roland exhaled in relief. After all, as the wielder of the rumble fruit, had Enel truly wished to flee? Even Roland might have struggled to pursue him. Yet, Enel, consumed by hubris and self-proclaimed divinity, scorned the notion of retreat, determined to unleash a devastating electric strike upon himself. Ultimately, Enel's downfall stemmed from his ignorance. The isolated Sky Island and Burka, as one of its lesser islands, had left him without guidance in the art of combat or the significance of the body. He had achieved his current prowess solely through the innate talent he developed from his fruit's abilities, showcasing his undeniable strength. Had Enel understood the existence of Haki, rather than naively believing he had become a deity simply by consuming a fruit, his arrogance might have been tempered, and he could have reached the level of an admiral or perhaps even surpassed it. The gentle breeze, mingling with the warm light, was intoxicating. Roland extinguished the flames enveloping him and drifted leisurely toward Cornus's chamber. Perona promptly opened the window, allowing Roland to glide inside, whereupon she embraced him tightly. Sweet words danced in Roland's ears. "Captain, you were truly magnificent just now." "Was I?" Roland replied, somewhat taken aback by Perona's praise, suddenly recalling her earlier words. "Captain, perhaps I've changed for you." Indeed, she had transformed considerably. Appearing less shadowy and more radiant, "Perona, let us proceed to the Shandian territory." Yes, having remained by Roland's side, Perona had gleaned from Cornus the whereabouts of the Shandians. Cornus watched as the two figures faded from her sight, instinctively exhaling a sigh of relief. After all, the radiant being before her was none other than the legendary Kumas. It was prudent to avoid entanglements with Kumas, for association with a king is akin to dancing with a tiger. As this thought crossed her mind, she wished fervently for Kumas's departure, envisioning a return to the tranquil days of yore. Yet, such a notion was utterly implausible. Roland's current objective was the Sky Island, for he sought dominion over it. Unbeknownst to Roland and indifferent to Cornus's thoughts, he and Perona ventured toward the Shandian realm. To his surprise, it was not long before they encountered the Shandians, led by their chieftain, the war demon Wiper, who approached Roland. All Shandians pay homage to the sun god. The reverence the Shandians held for the sun was not mere lip service. They knelt before Roland, expressing their unwavering faith. Roland had long since devised a plan concerning the Shandians. Otherwise, he would not have set forth towards them so swiftly after vanquishing Enel. He graciously accepted their homage, then articulated the speech he had meticulously prepared. "O Shandians, I am well aware of your veneration for the SUN. It is precisely for this reason that I have journeyed from far and wide to aid you in reclaiming your homeland. Your ancestral land, the Island of the Gods, was once part of the former Gyre Island, held captive by the Sky Islanders for far too long. It is time to reclaim your heritage. Any Sky Islander who refuses to yield shall face merciless retribution. Those who surrender, the non-combatants, the elderly, and the children shall be spared from harm and kept under watch. Do you understand? Should you encounter formidable foes, come to me, and I shall take charge." With that, Roland flashed his signature smile. The eyes of the Shandian sparkled brighter with each word, and once Roland concluded, They could no longer contain their elation, exclaiming, "Sun God, we Shandians stand ready to heed your command." The thoughts of the battle demon Waipa are rather straightforward. Roland possesses immense strength and has shown them kindness. Regardless of whether Roland is the legendary sun god, aligning with him is indeed a wise decision that at the very least, should another figure like Enel arise in the future. They would have someone to rely upon, thus sparing them from significant losses of their kin and vital resources. With Roland's support, the Sandia tribe has become increasingly audacious. Under Waipa's leadership, key warriors such as Lachi, Manus Kamachili, and Bulaham have rallied their subordinates and advanced toward the sacred land of Shandora. Ganfuer, amidst the divine army, furrowed his brow, feeling utterly helpless against the aggressive advance of the Sandia tribe. He had witnessed the cataclysmic battles before, scenes that he would never forget. Moreover, the current plight of the Sky Islanders is dire. According to recent reports, Roland now stands behind the Sandia people, and Ganfuer is well aware of their intentions. Yet, knowing only deepens his sense of helplessness that in my opinion, Shandora has belonged to the Sandia tribe for 4 centuries and should be returned to them, for it is their ancestral home. This is the best solution Ganfuer can conceive, to relinquish the sacred land, which all Sky Islanders regard as Shandora. However, Ganfuer's proposal is evidently met with widespread dissent. Ganfuer, you are no longer our leader, nor our god. Our god will never cede Shandora to those who only know violence. Indeed, you are right. Ganfuer, we would rather die in battle than surrender Shandora to those Sandia people. They do not deserve to possess such a golden sanctuary. As Ganfuer surveyed the crowd, he realized that not a single person stood in support of him. And an overwhelming sense of desolation washed over him. He had always known that Shandora was the homeland of the Sandia people, coveted by his ancestors, which is why they had dispatched troops to seize it and drive the Sandia out. We are the invaders. We are the plunderers. Ganfuer's heart was heavy with self-reproach. If only he had steadfastly maintained his beliefs from the outset and returned Shandora to the Sandia, perhaps he would not find himself in a position of such powerlessness. With no one heeded his words, clinging to a last glimmer of hope, Ganfuer addressed the assembly of Sky Island priests. Can you truly not heed my counsel and return Shandora to the Sandia? If you persist in this course, it will only lead to catastrophic disaster for the Sky Islands. A catastrophic disaster? Impossible. Ganfuer, Shandora has always belonged to the Sky Islands. Ganfuer, do you understand why Enel refrains from striking us down? It is because, deep down, he harbors some feelings for the Sky Islanders, and thus cannot bring himself to do so. But I will not be so merciful. On the contrary, I hold a deep aversion to the Sky Islanders. Therefore, Waipa, leave not a single one alive. Upon hearing Roland's command, Waipa's heart surged with excitement, his gaze toward Roland brimming with adoration. He then shouted to the priests, "How long has it been?" "For 100 years. Sky Islanders, you have inflicted enough torment upon us, driving us from our homeland. What kind of act is this? Oh, I forgot. You are Sky Islanders. You take pride in your despicable deeds, never feeling a shred of shame. Kill them. Kill them." With Waipa's decree, all the Sandia people, their eyes ablaze, surged forward, brandishing their blades. For 400 years, the Sky Islanders had occupied their homeland, and now, at long last, they were poised to reclaim it. The elation of the Sandia tribe was palpable. The Sandia warriors charged fiercely toward them. All but Ganfuer, who openly declared his surrender, were left stunned. They seemed unable to believe the unfolding reality. "We are the priests of the divine realm. You dare to kill us. Why wouldn't we? You are nothing but shameless usurpers of another's homeland, and I will not hesitate to strike you down." Waipa's face twisted into a grimace of delight as he swung his blade, leaving the priests' faces contorted with disbelief and resentment. Before long, every priest present was slaughtered, and Roland unleashed divine flames, incinerating their remains as nourishment. In a brief span, Roland reshaped the power dynamics on the Sky Islands, and news of the mass slaughter of the priests spread throughout the Sky Islanders. It seemed they had only just escaped Enel's dominion, only to fall under Roland's rule. Yet, in their eyes, Roland's governance appeared somewhat more favorable. As the sun god, he resided in the temple, commanding the unwavering loyalty of the Sandia people. Within the temple, Roland also discovered the Ark of Prophecy. Crafted entirely of gold, it could convert electrical energy into kinetic power, enabling flight through the skies. Its formidable mobility surpassed that of Roland's Black Crow by approximately 500 meters, far more substantial than depicted in the original narrative. Being larger than half of the Covenant Ark Noah.it was indeed a behemoth among vessels. Roland promptly placed the modified cube, previously acquired from Enel, atop the Ark of Prophecy, transforming its power system into a hybrid model, no longer solely reliant on the store's energy. Even utilizing Roland's flames or water, the Ark's energy chamber could convert them into propulsion, soaring through the skies. Moreover, Roland spared no expense in combat enhancements, fully outfitting it with laser weaponry. Every suitable area that did not compromise aesthetics was equipped with lasers. From this perspective, the modified cube didn't seem so useless after all. At the very least, the Ark of Prophecy's offensive capabilities had significantly increased. Seated upon a golden throne, Roland gazed down upon the throng kneeling before him. With Perona standing beside him, Roland intended to remain there for a while. Only once the situation on the Sky Islands stabilized somewhat would he pilot the Ark of Prophecy to continue his journey. He had no intention of residing on the Sky Islands for eternity, as their dynamics felt premature to him. However, he was quite content to regard it as a reserve resource repository. As night fell. After completing the day's affairs, Roland requested Perona to release him. Floating out from her embrace, he addressed her. "It's time. I believe I must take my leave," since Roland had significantly shifted his mental focus to the Prometheus form. Approximately half a month had passed. Although the holiday was still a ways off, certain matters remained unresolved, necessitating an early return. Perona looked at Roland, floating in midair, fully aware of his intentions. Tears subtly glimmered in her beautiful eyes. Yet she did not weep. Instead, she silently observed Roland, nodded gently, and said with a soft smile, "Yes, Captain, you may go. If I miss you too much, I will call for you." Roland gently extended his form into a hand of flame at ambient temperature, caressing Perona's cheek. "Rest assured, I will come to see you whenever I have the opportunity. Yes, do make sure to visit me often." After Perona finished speaking, she playfully stuck out her delicate tongue at Roland. Seemingly unwilling to let the atmosphere of parting disperse, she made a valiant effort to feign a countenance devoid of sorrow. Roland, well aware of Perona's sentiments, understood that some matters simply could not be postponed. Otherwise, he would fail to achieve the desired outcome. As he withdrew his mental energy, Prometheus's once divine eyes gradually dulled, observing Prometheus revert to a dormant state. Perona found herself inexplicably bereft of the desire to hold him. Indeed, it was far more comforting to be embraced by her captain. Otherwise, it felt no different than clutching a mere doll. Although Perona had previously held a fondness for dolls, her affections had now shifted decidedly towards her captain, Roland. However, articulating such feelings was not an easy task. As Roland retracted his mental energy from Prometheus, he felt a profound weariness envelop him. Currently, he reclined on a sun lounger in the garden, watching the maids train diligently. While Little Ein stood behind him, gently massaging his back, the petite figure of Ein was truly a delight, her touch just right, neither too light nor too heavy for Roland, with a portion of his mental energy still intact. He remained quite cognizant of the events that had transpired over recent days. Astia, who was honing her physical strength, kept a watchful eye on her master from the corner of her eye. Sensing that he seemed to have become even more agile than before, noticing Roland's gaze upon her, Astia intensified her training, hoping to earn his praise, a sentiment shared by her 4 younger sisters behind her. Roland, fully aware of the maid's subtle motivations, chose to feign ignorance. After all, excessive flattery would diminish its value at its present. They were still far from deserving of his commendation. With his eyes closed, Roland relished Ein's ministrations, allowing his spirit a well-deserved respite. "Little Ein, in a few days, I may need to venture out. During my absence, you and Astia must diligently complete the tasks I assign you. Idio, you understand?" "Understood, Master," Ein replied promptly. Her voice a sweet melody to Roland's ears. The following day, Roland cradled Little Ein and slept soundly until dawn. Ein's soft and tender form was a comfort in his arms, under the attentive care of the maid brigade. Roland donned his attire and, after breakfast in the dining hall, made his way to the office of Jean Gua. After a gentle knock, he entered. Since returning from his last mission, he had not visited this place, and it appeared to have undergone some changes, most notably, an increase in the paperwork strewn across the desk. "Marshal, it's been a while. I didn't expect you to be even busier now," Roland remarked candidly as he settled into a chair opposite Jean Gua. Crossing his legs and pouring himself a cup of tea, savoring its familiar flavor, Jean Gua did not lift his gaze from the documents he was reviewing but replied, "Indeed, I am not like you. A man of leisure. You have a long time before your vacation ends. What brings you here?" Feeling too idle, Roland immediately shook his head, gesturing dismissively. "How could that be? I find the vacation all too brief." After taking another sip of tea, he continued, "Marshal, I must set sail shortly for some matters, so I would like to entrust Ein and the others to your care. Entrust? How so? They are your family. Zhang Guo replied. Forgive my lack of clarity, Marshal. During my absence, I plan to have them train at the training grounds to accumulate practical experience. Isn't that a good thing? Why do I need to watch over them? Roland shrugged, saying, I fear they might not know their own strength and inadvertently injure someone. I have no excess funds to compensate for any mishaps, so I would appreciate it if you could keep an eye on them and prevent any excessive disturbances. Zhang Guo chuckled. I thought it was something serious. If I recall correctly, except for your disciple Ein, the other 5 have only been practicing for half a month. What can they possibly achieve, as long as they aren't bullied by others? That would be commendable. Realizing his words might sound harsh, Zhang Guo softened his tone for Roland's sake. Very well. Since you insist, I shall keep a close watch on them, even if they do injure someone. It will be my responsibility. In Zhang Guo's mind, their combat prowess was hardly formidable. After all, they had only trained for a mere half-month. Mastering control over their own bodies was no small feat. However, unbeknownst to Zhang Guo, during this half-month, although Roland had been on autopilot, he had utilized numerous high-grade items from the system on the girls, be it Kaiyuan liquid, Millennium stalactite, body refinement ointment, or golden body bath. The girls' strength had surged dramatically, and if ordinary trainees could defeat them, Roland would consider it better not to live anymore. Yet that was utterly impossible, and Roland was quite confident. The only drawback for the girls at present was their lack of practical experience due to their rapid advancement, which posed a certain risk if thrown onto the battlefield. Thus, Roland intended to ensure they trained thoroughly during his absence. Not wishing to be at a disadvantage, Zhang Guo, as Roland prepared to leave, added, by the way, Roland, if your journey at sea takes you near Luodong Island, do take a look. According to reports from the naval branch, there seems to be some chaos occurring there. It would be prudent to investigate. Oh, I'll consider it if it's on the way, Roland replied nonchalantly, dismissing Zhang Guo's concerns while secretly relishing the opportunity to tease him, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he exited the office. Alone, he steered his ship towards Nine Snake Island, with the Black Crow ship possessing a spirit that could navigate autonomously according to the permanent compass, and its weather predictions enhanced by the scientific division's equipment. He feared little of encountering any troublesome weather. He recalled a previous incident when blood rain fell from the sky, staining everyone's clothes crimson. Roland himself was unfazed, while Ein and the others, due to that event, had purchased a plethora of outfits for emergencies, leaving Roland quite bemused, sighing, such is the nature of women. Oh, but wait, they were still children, yet to step into adulthood, and thus could not yet be called women. Roland's journey to Nine Snake Island was primarily to seek Hancock, to demand interest and to gauge her intentions, which held significant importance for him. After all, Hancock possessed considerable strength, and if he could bring her under his control, it would undoubtedly bolster his combat capabilities. However, more than controlling Hancock's body, Roland was eager to ascertain if he could conquer her heart. He yearned to become the supreme being in Hancock's eyes. Setting sail from Marineford towards Nine Snake Island, the journey remained rather lengthy. Alone on the ship, Roland couldn't help but feel a tinge of loneliness. However, it was of little consequence. Whenever boredom enveloped him, he would shift his mental focus to seek out Perona, relishing the overwhelming sense of happiness that her presence bestowed upon him. Over the span of 3 days, Roland predominantly traversed the skies in his Prometheus form, engaging in various activities until the Black Crow ship neared Nine Snake Island, at which point he retracted his mental energy. Through this period of back-and-forth control of his mental prowess, Roland sensed a subtle enhancement in his abilities, and his mastery over Conqueror's hockey had grown more proficient, an encouraging development. Yet, it was somewhat disheartening to realize that a considerable journey lay ahead before he could elevate his Conqueror's hockey to the next level. It seemed the only path to expedite this upgrade would be through the system, allowing the Black Crow to linger near Nine Snake Island. Roland activated the technique of the 8 gates, enveloped in a golden-red aura, and once again arrived on the island, subsequently concealing his form as he made his way towards the palace at the heart of Nine Snake Island. This time, the streets were alive with figures, women adorned in distinctive attire, either strolling arm in arm or examining the artisanal wares on display. From this vantage point, it was difficult to fathom that Nine Snake Island was a stronghold for pirates. Within the opulent palace, Hancock was indulging in a bath, her long hair cascading over her fragrant shoulders, shrouded in mist that obscured her from view. This semi-concealed appearance imbued Hancock with an air of mystery. Leaning against the wall of the bath, she bowed her head in contemplation, lost in thought. During this time, She had been diligently honing her abilities, not just her devil fruit powers, but also significantly enhancing her physical strength. Compared to her former self, she felt as if she had been reborn. Hancock believed she could easily overpower her past self. Roland, should we ever cross paths again, I will ensure that you comprehend the true meaning of regret. Her voice reverberated in the expansive bathroom when, abruptly, Roland's figure materialized behind her. Observing Hancock's attempt to shield her vulnerable form, he could not help but inquire, "You wish for me to feel regret? How precisely do you intend for me to experience that?" Roland's voice was a mere whisper, yet it detonated in Hancock's ears like an explosion. Her eyes flickered with infinite caution as she swiftly darted to the opposite side of the bathroom, putting distance between them. With her hands shielding her modesty and her expression steeped in vigilance, her muscles tensed as she addressed Roland. "Roland, when exactly did you arrive here? How long have you been here?" Roland shrugged, his gaze appraising Hancock as he nodded occasionally, seemingly satisfied with what he saw. Hancock felt her cheeks flush. Even during their previous indiscretions, she had not felt such vulnerability. "I haven't been here long. I intended to wait quietly for you to finish your bath, but upon hearing you mention me, I couldn't help but laugh." Upon hearing Roland's words, Hancock's delicate hands clenched tightly. It was clear that he had lingered far longer than she had anticipated. "No matter, if you wish to gaze, then gaze you shall." With that, Hancock lowered her defenses, though her eyes remained fierce, akin to a predator observing its prey, her mind racing with unspoken thoughts. "Oh, so you've come to terms with this? No longer resisting? How utterly dull." Roland feigned disappointment, lowering his gaze with an expression of sorrow. "Roland, do you not realize that only the dead can keep secrets, since you have watched for so long? A few moments more matter little. After all, I shall end your life now. The dead do not speak." As Roland listened to Hancock's proclamation, he nodded in agreement, finding merit in her assertion. "Indeed, I often say the same. Thus, from this perspective, we are quite alike. Alike? I would never wish to be like you. That would only repulse me." Hancock retorted vehemently, a fierce determination igniting within her. She believed she could defeat Roland, even if it meant incurring some cost. The important thing was to vanquish him. With that thought, her conqueror's haki surged forth from her being, a tidal wave of oppressive force bearing down on Roland, instilling a sense of terror. Roland's brow furrowed slightly. While he had anticipated Hancock's relentless training during this time, he had not expected her conqueror's haki to grow to such an extent in such a short period. Had his mere presence provoked her to channel her desire for vengeance into strengthening her willpower, thereby amplifying the potency of her haki? In this regard, Hancock truly was a prodigy. Her previous lack of strength must have stemmed from a sense of lethargy. Now, his arrival had pressed upon her nerves, compelling her to train. Remarkable. To refine Conqueror's haki to this level in so little time is indeed impressive. Roland acknowledged his strengths, choosing not to contest Hancock in a battle of haki. He was fully aware of his limitations, recognizing that his haki could not rival hers. Yet, even if Hancock's haki was formidable, it bore none of the substantial influence possessed by Shanks. It merely instilled in Roland a sense of suppression, preventing him from unleashing his full potential. Nevertheless, he remained confident in his ability to easily overwhelm Hancock. Hancock, you truly are one to only weep upon facing death." With a sigh, Roland vanished from her sight. When he reappeared, he stood behind Hancock, drawing her into his embrace, whispering in her ear, "Surely, you do not believe that was all I had to offer." Before his words could fully escape, Roland's figure dissipated, and the spot where he had stood moments prior was reduced to rubble. That he now hovered above the bath. The bath was expansive, and even with the use of moonwalk, he found ample space to maneuver. In this respect, Hancock truly knew how to indulge. It was an experience even Roland had never savored. However, he predicted that once he had dealt with Hancock, he would finally enjoy such luxuries. The mischievous smile crept across Roland's face as he extended his hand, lightly tapping the hilt of his sword, producing a melodious chime that echoed throughout the bath, causing Hancock's heart to sink further. "This is impossible. Why is your speed so vastly accelerated?" Hancock felt an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity. Throughout her rigorous training, she had aimed solely to take Roland's life, yet she never anticipated that his speed would surpass anything she had witnessed before, rendering him utterly undetectable. "Oh, you see, the previous you was simply too weak. Hence I refrained from exerting my full strength. After all, I wouldn't want to hurt you. That would spoil the fun. I am quite tender-hearted when it comes to beautiful women." As Roland's words reached Hancock's ears, she felt a wave of revulsion wash over her, her gaze filled with hatred as it bore into him. Refusing to surrender, She resolved to utilize her observation haki to pinpoint Roland's location. Observation haki. Activate. Sweet wind. Hancock's hands formed a heart shape, releasing heart-shaped beams of light that shone toward Roland. However, those with a selfish heart and an egoistic focus would find themselves petrified by Hancock's technique, drastically diminishing their agility, ultimately leading to their demise at her hands. As the pink heart-shaped light surged toward him, Roland merely smiled, unfazed, and abruptly doubled his speed, darting to the side with his current velocity. He assumed Hancock's observation should not be able to catch him. Little did Roland anticipate that Hancock's observation had significantly improved during this time, allowing her to directly perceive his silhouette, with a gentle touch of her finger to her lips. She created a small peach-colored heart-shaped projectile, aiming it at Roland as if it were a bullet, and shot it forth. Kiss the gun. With a swift whoosh, the heart-shaped bullet struck Roland's chest, instantly petrifying it. Seizing the moment, Hancock unleashed a barrage of kiss shots upon Roland, prompting him to furrow his brow. In a fleeting moment of negligence, his body was nearly entirely turned to stone. At this juncture, a smile finally graced Hancock's face, exclaiming, "You've seen my body and uncovered my secret, so I shall send you to hell. When I petrified your arm, you remained unfazed. But what if I were to crush your heart?" Observing Roland's form, which was nearly stone, Hancock approached him, her finger slowly pressing against his chest. Her mocking gaze seemed to suggest, "Hurry, beg for mercy." Yet, Hancock heard no pleas from Roland, nor did she detect even a hint of fear in his eyes. "You truly aren't afraid I will kill you?" "Of course not. You would never dare," Roland retorted flamboyantly, though deep down, he knew she would indeed consider it, for Hancock's animosity towards him had been systemically validated, reaching an astonishing level of irreconcilable hatred. With her brow furrowed, Hancock's expression remained obscured from Roland. However, her subsequent actions revealed her intentions. Her fingers enveloped in dark, armed haki. She gently prodded Roland's chest, murmuring, "Roland, now widen your eyes and witness how death will gradually consume you, rendering you powerless to resist, forced to await your demise." At this point, Hancock abruptly lifted her head, her eyes filled with a frenzied terror. "This is all karmic retribution, Roland." With a sharp thrust, Hancock pierced Roland's petrified chest, shattering it into fragments that scattered across the ground. Witnessing Roland's body reduced to rubble by her own hand, Hancock experienced an indescribable exhilaration. "Roland, this is the fate you brought upon yourself." With each utterance, she withdrew her hockey-clad fingers only to thrust them back into Roland's chest, creating a gaping hole in moments. Observing Roland's miserable state,